An emergency message is coming in.
Attention to all citizens, anyone selected by the horror game must contact the local security bureau as soon as possible. To repeat, please contact the local security bureau for protection immediately. The horror game is extremely dangerous, with a death rate as high as 90%.
An emergency message is coming in.
In the dimly lit room, a young man stared at the sudden emergency broadcast on the TV. On the messy sofa, he looked at the silver countdown that had appeared on his arm, his pupils shrinking suddenly.
Horror game? He whispered softly. Everyone's countdown time is different, please pay attention to your time. Once the countdown ends, you will be immediately summoned by the horror game. Contact the local security bureau, do not act on your own. The host's serious voice continued on the TV. 1 minute. Sumo.
He lowered his head to confirm again the remaining time on the countdown on his arm, and Sumo was completely stunned.
Less than a minute left. Damn it, hell, I just crossed over, and now I'm about to cross over again? Can't you at least give me a manual? Cursing, Sumo forced himself to calm down.
There was still 1 minute left. The TV host had said very clearly that once the countdown ended, he would be summoned by the horror game. The death rate was as high as 90%. It sounded very dangerous.
What is the horror game?
Flustered, he pulled out his phone and searched online for information about the horror game. Not knowing, he was shocked when he found out. I was selected by the horror game, there's still 2 hours on the countdown, so awesome.
The person above must be an idiot.
The death rate of the horror game is so high, and they're still laughing.
I was selected too, I just bought a house, haven't even lived in it for a day, am I going to die now?
Although the death rate is high, as long as you survive the horror game, you will get an unknown reward. There's a student in our school who survived and didn't have to take the college entrance exam, directly admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University.
I was selected too, I don't want to die, is there a way to avoid the horror game?
If anyone has a way, I'll let you sleep for free for a year.
Here's a picture. Once selected, unless you commit suicide, you cannot refuse. Just wait to die.
After quickly browsing through the posts online about the horror game, Sumo's heart sank completely.
Cannot refuse. Once the countdown ends, he will immediately be taken away by an unknown force.
At the same time, no one knew when the horror game had appeared.
There was no pattern, no way to refuse. 45 seconds. Looking again at the countdown, only 45 seconds were left. System? System, if you don't come now, I'm really going to die. Wait, isn't the system a standard feature for crossers? Hey. System? Master System? Father?
As everyone knows, the system is a standard feature for crossers.
It might be late, but it absolutely will not miss.
It was okay that he didn't see the system when he first crossed over, but now he was about to enter some horror game.
Shouldn't the system be there? Was he not even treated like a person?
Ding, world detection complete, helping host select system. Considering the host is about to participate in the horror survival game, the survival simulator system is selected.
It's here.
Hearing the divine voice in his mind, Sumo was overjoyed and quickly opened the transparent panel in front of him to check the system's functions.
Time was tight, with only a few seconds left.
No one knew what kind of challenges the horror game would bring once it started, so familiarizing himself with the system in the last few seconds was the priority.
Survival simulator system.
Each time, you can carry 3 entries for survival simulation, with a simulation time of 24 hours in the future.
If you die during the simulation, it will be interrupted. Successfully surviving for 24 hours will allow you to lock 1 entry and keep it.
You can only simulate once a day, so choose your entries carefully.
Successfully completing a horror game instance will allow you to bring 1 entry back to the real world. The simulator function was simple.
As the name suggests, it can help Sumo simulate the events he might encounter in the next 24 hours, and he can choose 3 entries to simulate. According to the simulated events, he can lock onto 1 entry to survive.
Sumo took a deep breath. He looked at the time again. 30 seconds.
Only 30 seconds left, he couldn't wait any longer, he had to start the simulation right now.
Would the host like to begin the survival simulation? Quick, simulate. Simulator starting. Please choose 3 entries.
Sense of existence, green. You are always seeking a sense of existence, afraid that others won't notice you.
Coward, white. If one day you die, don't doubt it, you were definitely scared to death.
Ghost whisperer, gold. Whether it's human speech or not, you can understand it. Swift legs, blue. You run very fast, the only things that can outrun you are beasts. Lockpicking, green. Skilled lockpicking technique.
After glancing at the entry options, Sumo was stunned.
There was actually a golden entry, ghost whisperer.
As for the other entries, Coward was the first to be eliminated. This was a horror game survival copy. Did he want to die faster? Sense of existence was also useless. Everyone knew that those who survived were cunning and quiet. The lower your presence, the better. Keeping quiet and getting rich in silence was the real way. So the choices were only the golden entry Ghost Whisperer, the blue Swift Legs, and the green Lockpicking. After locking in the 3 entries, Suemo immediately ordered the system to start the survival simulation. As dense lines of simulated results jumped out on the sci-fi-like screen in front of him, Suemo began to read carefully. Whether he could survive in the horror game, the simulation results were crucial. You have been chosen by the horror game. This time the horror copy is No One Survives, difficulty S level. Seeing this, Sumo's eyes twitched wildly. Oh, one person can't survive? You descend into the No One Survives copy. The air is filled with the smell of formalin. You find yourself in a hospital, and you have become an intern nurse. You are very scared and dare not move recklessly. Soon, the doctor orders you to change the medicine for the patient in room 5. You brace yourself and accept the task. The patient in room 5 is extremely violent. You saw with your own eyes that he crushed another nurse's head. You dropped the medicine on the floor. You quickly calm down. Through the angry roars of the patient in room 5, you sharply realize that his wound is actually in another place. Those nurses were killed because they applied medicine to the wrong spot. You breathe a long sigh of relief, having found a way to survive. With the doctor's help, you change the patient's medicine, but your technique is very clumsy. The doctor is furious. You died. Just as he finished reading the simulation result, before Suemo could react. Ding! A sharp pain came from his arm. He lowered his head to look. Midnight. Immediately after, a deep voice echoed in his ear. Welcome to the horror game. Chapter 2's level horror copy, No One Survives. Welcome to the horror world. As the weird, twisted voice fell, Suemo felt his vision blur, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a strange room. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Damn it, have you rested enough? Useless trash, get out here right now. The patient in room 5 has gone mad, go change his medicine and calm him down. Before Suemo could even take a breath, the wooden door in front of him shattered with a crack. A sharp silver scalpel was covered in fresh blood, drop by drop falling onto the floor. Pieces of human flesh hung on the doctor's white coat, and a foul stench hit his face. The fat doctor stood in the doorway, glaring fiercely at Suemo. His eyeballs were bulging out. It seemed like he would rush up and tear Suemo apart at any moment. Just like in the simulation, the doctor told him to go change the medicine for patient number 5. Yes, doctor. After a brief silence, Suemo lifted his head, faced the fierce, murderous doctor, smiled slightly, and calmly put on the nurse uniform hanging on the chair. Please move aside, I need to get the medicine. The doctor looked at him in surprise. The scarred face was filled with disbelief. She wasn't afraid at all? In the past, humans who came here couldn't even speak normally in front of him, and many would cry on the spot. Every time, he would kill a few people first, savoring the wonderful taste. Due to the rules of the horror game, even as a doctor, he could only kill these people when they made mistakes. Doctor? Suemo stood at the door, smiling again as she reminded him. Damn filthy bug, the medicine is ready, hurry up and take it. Damn, if you anger patient number 5, I'll personally rip your head off. The doctor roared, stepping aside, his dark eyes glaring at the figure walking into the pharmacy. Entering the pharmacy, Suemo gasped heavily, her back completely drenched in cold sweat. The simulator made it sound simple, just a few sentences, but only by truly participating in the horror game did Suemo experience the deep-seated fear. Luckily, she had done a simulation in advance, otherwise, if she faced the murderous doctor without preparation, she might have been killed if she moved even a bit too slowly. Only surviving for 24 hours can lock in the ghost speaker title, but I haven't successfully simulated 24 hours yet, unless I can delay time, drag it out for 24 hours. She glanced at the pharmacy counter, softly murmuring. It's either a blessing or a curse, and a curse can't be avoided. In the simulation, she was killed because her inexperience made her too slow to change the bandages. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the patient from room 5 who killed her, but the doctor. I just need to be a little steadier to avoid this crisis. No. Suemo suddenly shook her head. The simulator only simulated the bandage change for the patient in room 5, not a full 24 hours. She must drag out the time under the known conditions, only then can she proceed with the next simulation and lock in the ghost speaker title. With this thought, Suemo furrowed her brows, thinking for a moment, then hugged the medicine box and left. Maybe, I can do it this way. Shuten-Dōji. Safety Bureau. What? It's an S-level horror instance, no one survives? In the dimly lit conference room, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive.
Du Tao glanced at the vacant seats, this time for the horror game recruitment. A total of 15 people from their district came to report immediately. Although the countdown for the horror game is irregular, after a year of research, it has finally been confirmed that the recruitment of horror game participants is based on districts. In other words, everyone recruited from the same district will be in the same horror instance. But they didn't expect their district to be assigned an S-level instance, the highest danger level where no one has ever survived. S-level instance, full of danger at every turn. Even a single cough could violate the rules and get you killed. Du Tao's face looked terrible as he helplessly announced. Notify the families, prepare for the aftermath of the participants. We'll likely get a corpse sent back soon. Our district probably still won't have anyone clear the game and gain the extraordinary skills. Captain, something's wrong, there aren't 15 people, but 16. There's a young guy who became a nurse. This person is a bit strange. Suddenly, in the corner of the conference room, a staff member, staring at the screen, gasped and pointed at a figure in a nurse's uniform on the screen, shouting at everyone. The horror game only requires knowing the instance's name to link and watch the live stream. But in order to prevent public panic, the Safety Bureau had decided, after discussion, not to make the live stream link public. This was also why the public was urged to report to the Safety Bureau immediately after seeing the countdown. 7 days on the countdown was enough for these people to learn about the known instances. Even so, the death rate remained high. Did someone not report in? Du Tao immediately stood up, his face grim, and walked to the screen. Yes, this person reacted fast after landing, like he had once taken part in a horror run. When the doctor asks for something, he answers immediately, Captain, you must know, even people who have been trained will fumble the first time they face the uncanny, it is an instinct, but he did not. The staff reported what they had just seen. For a time, they doubted life itself. No matter how brave, when a door is suddenly kicked open and a monster appears in the doorway, any human will show fear. But this person did not even any surprised look, as if he knew the uncanny would show up this way. Notify household records at once, immediately check this person's files. He did not report to the Safety Bureau for training. This. Du Tao stared at the screen at the boy holding a medical box with both hands, humming a song, and was completely stunned. And he was even damn humming a song. Bro, this is an S-level horror run. At the first moment everyone lands they should know what run they are in. How could his reaction be like this? No. What is he going to do? Fuck, that weird doctor just told him to change the dressing for Ward 5. No, where did he get a scalpel? He locked the door from inside. What is he going to do? On the screen the boy looked up at Ward 5, pushed the door in, and did not even glance at the fierce uncanny on the bed. Instead he turned and locked the door. Then, he pulled a rusted scalpel from his back. Everyone froze when they saw that scene. The uncanny cannot be killed by humans, only the uncanny can kill the uncanny. No sooner had the words fallen. They heard a scolding sound from the screen. What are you doing? Who allowed you to touch things? Idiot, if you do not want to die, lie down right now. It was the voice of the boy holding the scalpel. Du Tao? Safety Bureau staff? Chapter 3. How was he angrier than the uncanny? Inside the ward. After Suemo shouted, her face was very angry. Bastard, this is a hospital, what do you think this place is? If you do not want treatment then get the hell out. Ignoring the girl standing at the bedside also wearing a nurse uniform with a shocked face, Suemo walked straight to the side of patient 5. This was a patient wrapped in bandages all over the body, smelling of burning, showing only a pair of gray-brown eyes. Put. She shoved the scalpel hard into that thing. She forced it down onto the bed. Which department are you from? Help me hold it down, do not let it move. Ah. Lo Meng, pale and eyes wide, was blank in the head at this moment. She was also a conscript. After the countdown appeared on her arm she immediately went to the Safety Bureau for training. Captain Du Tao had made it clear, the most important thing entering a horror run is to follow the rules, do not anger any uncanny inside. Otherwise, what you face will be death. How, this person in front of her was clearly also a conscript, how dare he lay hands on the uncanny? And with a knife to stab? What are you standing there for? The doctor will come soon, we must change its dressing at once, hold it down for me. Suemo did not expect she had come in early. In the survival simulation, the one whose head was squeezed by patient 5 was this girl in front of them? How tragic. Oh, am I holding it like this? Lo Meng swallowed hard, hands trembling as she pressed on the patient's neck. She had been very clear a moment ago that this bandaged patient had a very violent temper, and had more than once shouted to squeeze her head to pieces. How? Do you want to die? Do you want to die? I will squeeze your heads to pieces. The bandaged uncanny blinked hard, only now reacting. It glared at the two with hateful eyes and screamed hoarsely. A chilling aura covered the whole room. Crack, crack, crack.
Cracks began to spread on the glass ahead like spider webs. The bandage-wrapped hand burst open. A pair of black hands, reduced to nothing but bones, quickly reached out to squeeze Sumo's face. Ah! Luo Meng shut her eyes, unable to stop herself from screaming. In her mind, she had already imagined the scene. The next second the boy next to her would have his head explode. You don't want to leave the hospital? Do you believe I will notify the director right now? The black, eerie hand stopped abruptly. It was less than 5 centimeters away from Sumo's face. Humph, lie still. If you don't want to die, you damn bastard, this is the hospital. You do what you're told. If you talk back again, I'll sew your mouth shut. He had guessed right. Seeing the number 5 patient's eyes darken, the eerie hand was retracted. Sumo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, the heavy stone on his chest finally falling. When preparing the medicine, he had imagined that if this was a hospital, and everyone including the doctors and patients was strange, who would be the highest in rank? The director. It could only be the director of this hospital. If he wanted to wait for the next simulation to start, he would have to hide in patient room number 5. Otherwise, the doctor would keep assigning tasks, and any mistakes could lead to the doctor acting immediately. The primary condition for hiding here was controlling the patient in room number 5. Now it seemed he had really guessed correctly. The simulator could only simulate major events, many details still needed to be discovered on his own. Is this okay? Luo Meng opened her eyes. She saw the bandaged strange creature lying motionless in the hospital bed. Although her eyes were filled with increasing hatred, she wished she could kill them all right then. But she didn't act, nor did she rage as she had earlier. You take off its bandages. I'll go get the medicine. Sumo gave an order, turning around to open the medicine box and began searching for the right medicine. Potassium permanganate? What is this? What does it do? For washing eyes? Sodium valproate? Monoamine oxidase? After searching for a while, Sumo's expression showed some pain because he could read the names of these medicines, but he had no idea what their exact effects were. Although the one in the bed was a strange being, he couldn't really kill it, right? He still had to rely on this guy to buy time. I'm a nurse. I recognize prescription drugs. You want any specific medicine? I'll help you find it. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind. My name is Luo Meng, and I'm a third-year student at the 3rd Care Worker College. Then you do it. I need a large amount of medication to calm the rage and make the person sleep. See if any of these fit. Professional matters are left to professionals, so Sumo simply stepped aside. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a nurse look for medicine before? Lie still. He glanced at the bandaged strange creature on the bed, and saw it staring at them with its eyes wide open. He cursed it again and covered its face with the blanket. The bandages on its body had all been removed. It must be said that being from a nursing background made a difference. She was familiar with the hospital environment and still managed to keep her composure when seeing such horrifying injuries. Apart from the entire abdomen being hollowed out with a very large wound, the strange creature's whole body was scorched black. Severe burns. Many of the wounds even had maggots wriggling inside them. Seeing this, even though Sumo had prepared himself mentally, he almost threw up. He slapped the strange creature again. Strange creature? Taking advantage of the gap, Sumo asked Luo Meng about the other summon players. He learned that there were 15 people who had notified the Safety Bureau and entered the horror game at the same time. However, even after receiving Safety Bureau training, 5 people died the moment they landed. All of them were summon players who couldn't endure the fear and exposed themselves. So, there were 16 people who entered this horror game instance, and now only 11 are left. No wonder it was an S-level horror instance, requiring 7 days to survive before returning. 5 people died as soon as they arrived, such a high death rate. Mumbling in his heart, Sumo held the medicine and prepared to treat the strange creature's injuries. According to the simulator's hint, he had eventually died at the hands of the doctor, meaning the doctor would soon come for rounds. I must finish treating the wound before the doctor arrives. I absolutely cannot give this guy the chance to act. What's wrong? Inside there's only the anti-mania drug, not the sleeping drug you mentioned. Upon hearing this answer, Sumo couldn't help but frown. Without the sleeping drug, once the doctor comes in, the mysterious wound on the bandages will be impossible to hide. Only if this guy falls asleep, could I make up a reason to make the doctor believe the wound has been treated. Does the pharmacy have the sleeping drug? If so, I'll go get it right away. It should be there. I've been in the pharmacy, the top shelf has the sleeping drug, but the problem is, it's at the far end of the hospital corridor, if we go now. Before the sentence was finished. Damn it, who allowed you to lock the ward door, idiots, I'm going to kill you. A deafening roar came from outside the door.
A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared at the window of the ward, staring intensely at Suemo and the others.
Chapter 4 Bandage Mystery? The room fell into a deathly silence. Sweat started to bead on Suemo and the others' foreheads. It was the doctor. How could he come so quickly? What now?
We must open the door. In a horror game, we must meet any strange demands, or we will die. Luo Mengyao had received training from the Security Bureau, and one of the most important rules was to obey the rules. Meet the strange demands in the horror game. She had watched many survival videos from the Bureau, and those who went against the strange forces met a tragic end. Only those with strong minds, who completed the strange tasks, would not be punished, and could even gain some benefits.
Heh, you're all dead.
The bandaged mystery slowly pulled the blanket off, revealing a hideous smile on the burned face.
Put. Stop talking so much, watch him, I'm going to open the door. Sumo's mouth twitched as he immediately stabbed the guy again. Bandage mystery.
He then turned, took a deep breath, and walked toward the door with a murderous gaze.
Creak.
When the door opened, a cold breath mixed with a furious roar surged in. The doctor grabbed Suemo by the neck with one hand and lifted him up, shouting angrily.
Idiot, isn't your work finished yet? What the hell were you doing in the ward? Who allowed you to lock the door?
The ground in the ward began to shake, filled with a violent aura.
Cough, doctor, the work is finished.
Sumo's face turned red, struggling to breathe as he shouted.
Oh? It's finished?
The pressure suddenly vanished. A sinister smile appeared on the doctor's lips as he glanced at the patient on the bed.
Really finished? I need to check. If you didn't treat the wound properly, the lab is short on bodies, I won't mind sending you two in.
Saying this, the doctor slowly walked toward the bed.
Luo Mangyao's face turned pale, looking helplessly at Suemo. The wound. It wasn't treated at all. If it's discovered, the consequences. She didn't dare to think about it. Don't make a sound. Suemo climbed up from the ground, rubbing his sore neck, and whispered. At the same time, he walked to the other side of the bed, facing the doctor. Bastard, this is what you call treating the wound? Damn idiot, I'm going to skin you alive for deceiving the doctor, you're asking to die. He threw off the blanket.
Looking at the bandages scattered inside and the completely untreated wounds. The doctor's body was trembling, his roar deafening.
Zzz.
His white shirt burst open, revealing large patches of brown, wriggling skin, as if something was hiding inside, about to break out. The exposed muscles began to swell.
In a short time.
Standing in front of Suemo, only a bed apart, the doctor had completely transformed into a monster. It looked like some creature shedding its human skin, with a gaping mouth full of backward curved flesh thorns, its long tongue flying in the air. Even the bandaged mystery lying on the bed seemed to feel the breath of death.
Silently, it pulled the blanket up. The head was covered again. The bandage demon, degree.
The doctor's strength was unfathomable, no patient dared to defy the doctor's orders.
I'm going to eat you all. Ha, damn useless trash. The crazy laughter shook the ceiling, making it rattle.
The blood-red mouth suddenly opened wide, sharp like saw teeth, making a scraping sound.
The meat tongue rapidly curled towards Suemo. Doctor, you don't want to die, right? At the critical moment.
Suemo slightly squinted her eyes, standing fearlessly in front of the doctor. The meat tongue suddenly stopped.
What did you say?
The doctor's eyes grew even more furious, the entire building suddenly shaking.
I said, Doctor, you don't want your mistakes to be exposed, right?
Not treating the patient's wound properly is your fault.
Suemo threw off the blanket, pointed at the confused bandage demon, speaking word by word.
As soon as these words were spoken,
Luo Mangyao's mouth slightly opened. She even thought she was hallucinating. What did she hear? This summoner was trying to reason with the doctor.
They are strange beings, there is no reason to speak of. As long as a summoner makes a mistake, they will be punished, this has never changed, at best, they would lose a body part, at worst, their life.
How could anyone dare to question the strange beings?
For a moment, Luo Mengyao forgot to think, quietly awaiting death.
The next second, the doctor would surely explode in rage, and they wouldn't survive. Crawl, do you know what you're saying? How dare you question the doctor, you're dead for sure. No, not only will I peel your skin off, I'll put you in a cultivating vessel and pickle you, tormenting you every day. Yes, every day I'll torture you for daring to question the doctor.
The meat tongue once again danced wildly, with a sharp whistling wind, stabbing toward Sumo's chest.
You've broken the rules, doctor, you're going to die. The calm voice sounded again. What?
I didn't break the rules.
It's you, why did you arrange for 2 nurses from different departments to treat the wound?
That's your mistake. You deliberately made things hard for the intern nurse. You broke the rules. The hospital director will never let you off. Doctor, you're going to die.
Do you dare defy the director? After shouting all at once, the entire hospital room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Smack!
Suemo slapped away the dripping meat tongue with one hand, wiping her hand on the nurse uniform in disgust.
She was right.
In the simulation, he died at the hands of the doctor. That part was true. All this time, Suemo had thought it was because of the doctor's clumsy skills, not treating the wounds in time, which angered the doctor and led to his death.
Now it seemed, it wasn't like that at all.
The simulation had very few words, but each one was crucial, and one of them had the key to breaking the situation. Soon, the doctor ordered you to change the dressing for the patient in room 5.
You took on the task despite your hesitation.
The patient in room 5 was very violent. You saw with your own eyes as he crushed another nurse's skull.
You dropped the medication on the floor. Looking back now, the key point was right here.
When he arrived, Luo Mengyao hadn't been killed by the bandage demon, and just now, she had checked the medication Luo Mengyao was carrying, identical to his own.
No hospital would arrange for 2 nurses to treat the wound twice.
This was the loophole, to be exact. It was the doctor's mistake.
Sheen Capital Safety Bureau.
At this moment, in the large meeting room, only heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, astonished, staring at the eerie livestream screen.
It stopped. It really stopped.
I understand now, this young man has incredibly sharp observation. He's so strong. I've never seen anyone with such keen observation.
How did he figure this out?
Before he entered, there was already a nurse changing the dressing in the room. 2 nurses appeared at the same time, carrying identical medications. If this were in the real world, this situation would be a medical accident. Although a small one, it still counts as a violation of the rules.
Du Tao rubbed his chin, trembling after understanding.
What he had just seen was definitely an epic-making moment.
No one knew, the terrifying survival game. Surprisingly, this is another way to use the rules. Quick, where are the people from the household registration office? I need this person's detailed information, home address.
The S-level horror dungeon, where no one has ever survived. Maybe it's about to change, starting from this moment. Du Tao muttered, his eyes growing more and more excited, his body trembling uncontrollably.
Clear the S-level horror dungeon? If it really succeeds, then it will surely shock the whole world. Chapter 5, Global Ladder Ranking. You.
The doctor's scarred face twitched, the blood-dripping scalpel in his hand shaking slightly, showing that his heart wasn't as calm as it appeared on the surface.
It panicked. It's you, this is a serious medical accident. As a hospital, any small accident is a smear on the hospital's reputation, a doubt on the hospital's strict professionalism. Bandage Mister can testify. Strike while the iron is hot. Suemo saw the doctor completely panic and immediately stepped forward to strike back. Bandage Gue, Sigma degree. Not again? Why is it still this?
No, after treating the wound, we must transfer to another hospital immediately.
This hospital is too dangerous. Silence. Deathly silence. The doctor gripped the scalpel.
Since entering this hospital, no one, whether patient or medical staff, had ever dared to question him like this, never.
Immediately treat the wound, you fool. If I catch you slacking off again, I'll twist off your head. He angrily threw down these words. The doctor turned angrily and left, but before leaving, he turned around and gave Suemo a deep look. Don't let me see you make mistakes again, otherwise. Bang! With the door of the ward slamming shut,
Luo Mengyao collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her body drenched in sweat. She almost thought she was going to die.
What do we do now?
Suemo wiped the sweat off her forehead, her mouth curling into a bitter smile. The simulator only simulated up to here, and there were no further hints about what tasks needed to be done.
They could only take it one step at a time.
However, now that the doctor was handled, he probably wouldn't assign any other work in the short term.
This would buy them a few hours. Let's deal with the wound first. The doctor probably won't bother us for now. Let's try to delay as much as possible.
Once we return to our posts, there will definitely be other tasks assigned.
Let's stay here for now.
She lifted the blanket again, looking at the confused bandage Gue with a smile. Don't be afraid, as long as you cooperate, the wound will be treated well.
Trust our professionalism. By the way, don't forget to give a good review in the end. After the previous scene, Suemo roughly understood the survival rules of the horror game.
She had gathered a few pieces of information from it.
1. The patient is very dangerous, and can kill survivors if they make mistakes. 2. The hospital director is the most dangerous.
Every strange thing in here fears the director. 3. As long as there is a valid reason, it is completely possible to question the doctor giving the orders. Of course, this valid reason must have the premise of maintaining the hospital's reputation.
While treating Bandage Gue's wound, there was almost nothing to treat. Just scraping off all the charred flesh was enough.
Suemo thought through the information she had just received, replaying it in her mind.
No wonder the death rate in the horror game is so high.
Without the simulator system and without prior knowledge, she might not even be able to leave the lounge and would have been killed by the doctor's tricks. With this thought, Suemo was desperate to delay time until 24 hours, to begin the second simulation and lock in the golden ability Ghost Speaker. Every strange thing in here is digging pits, trying to lure you to make mistakes within the rules.
Once you make a mistake, they will immediately act and kill you. Ghost Speaker, gold whether it's human speech or not, you can understand it.
Only by obtaining this golden ability might she be able to discern whether what these strange things say is truth or lies.
It greatly enhances survival ability. Treating Bandage Gue's wound was incredibly time-consuming.
With over 90% of his body burned, just dealing with the charred flesh took more than 3 hours for Suemo and the others. The whole body coated in medicine, new bandages put on, the time had already come to night. A blood-red moon shone through the window, the outside was dead silent, no sound could be heard.
All done, your wounds have been treated. Suemo stretched lazily, ready to go wash up in the bathroom, then stall for a little more time. Wait. Suddenly, the bandaged weird creature, who had been lying silently on the bed, suddenly made a sound, scaring both of them. Suemo instinctively raised the scalpel and thrust it into this creature's chest. Bandaged weird creature? Why is it always me that gets hurt? This is your reward, thank you for taking care of my wound. Clink.
A few black, ancient-looking coins scattered across the table.
Weird coins?
Next to her, Luo Mengyao gasped, and when she saw Sumo's puzzled face, she immediately explained softly. The Safety Bureau specifically said that sometimes when you complete tasks from the weird, you can get rewards, and those who complete tasks well have a chance of getting weird coins. It's like currency in a horror game, used to buy things.
Oh?
Suemo picked up 3 weird coins, lowering his head to inspect them. On the front was the face of an elderly man in a suit, surrounded by unknown vines. As for the back, it was a blooming otherworldly flower. It was crafted very exquisitely.
You keep them, don't give them to me. If it weren't for you, forget about rewards, I probably would have already died.
When Suemo handed over one of the weird coins, Luo Mengyao's cheeks turned slightly red, hurriedly waving her hand to refuse.
Take it. I think this thing.
Saying this, Suemo looked at the bandaged weird creature with ill intentions and reached out his hand.
The meaning was clear without saying a word. Take it out. 2 of you, give me 3 coins, do you look down on me? Damn, how dare you talk to me like that? There's only one left, really, there's only one left. The bandaged weird creature was about to get angry but was immediately glared at by Suemo and shrank back into the bed.
It rummaged inside for a long time, reluctantly handing over the last weird coin. Even the doctor couldn't handle this creature.
Don't provoke it. Absolutely don't provoke it. 1 for each of us, 2 coins each. Fair and square. By the way, try to stay in the room a little longer, I'm going to wash my face. Luo Mengyao, holding 2 weird coins in her hand, blinked her large eyes. If it weren't for the heavy feeling in her hands, she wouldn't have believed that the other person really gave her 2 weird coins. According to the Safety Bureau's materials, weird coins are very valuable. There are even syndicates in the outside world buying them. 1 weird coin is worth tens of thousands of RMB.
Even so, they are still rare and hard to find. The death rate in horror games is so high, and those who have weird coins are all trying their best to buy survival items, they would never sell them.
Just gave them to me like this?
As if thinking of something, Luo Mengyao pursed her lips and nodded seriously, carefully putting away the weird coins.
By the way, he didn't attend the Safety Bureau training, probably doesn't even know about the panel. Panel? Suemo came out of the bathroom, his expression a bit confused. Yes, it's like in the game we play, everyone has a panel, and weird coins can also be stored in it. After hearing Luo Mengyao's explanation, Suemo concentrated, and sure enough, a panel similar to a game's attributes appeared in his mind. Name, Suemo. Age, 19. Wealth, 2 weird coins. Industry, none. Skills, none. Weapon, none. Global ladder ranking, 2189432889. Holy cow. Wow, is this the ranking from entering the horror game? Over 200 million? Help. Help.
Just as Suemo was about to ask Luo Mengyao about the ladder ranking, a piercing scream came from outside the door. The 2 of them exchanged glances, their expressions gradually becoming more serious. The sound was right outside the hospital room door.
Very close. It seemed only 1 door separated them. In the corridor.
The dim yellow lights flickered continuously, completely different from what they had seen during the day. The walls were no longer white, peeling wall paint was covered in creepy bloody handprints. A thick layer of bloodstains had accumulated on the ground. The entire hospital corridor looked like hell on earth, filled with a nauseating stench everywhere. The sound of high heels echoed sharply. Following the sound, I looked over. At the end of the corridor, in the flickering light, a nurse with her neck slit halfway and her body twisted walked towards us, her hair disheveled. She swung a thick syringe in her hand.
Injection. Injection. Be good, let's get the injection, okay?
Her trachea was cut open, and her voice came in a broken, eerie rhythm.
Just listening to it made chills run down your spine.
Luo Mengyao gripped Sumo's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly, as if even her breath had stopped.
Sumo looked down for a moment.
Her whole arm was buried in softness. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that she was so well endowed.
36D? Aren't we going to open the door? Luo Mengyao pressed her chin and asked Sumo.
To have survived this long, it could be said that it was all thanks to Sumo. In any situation, she naturally needed the other to make the decisions. As for whether to save the people outside, the training had made it clear, in the horror game, survival required caution, but also a need to watch out for the summoners. Human nature couldn't withstand testing, especially in life and death situations.
Don't rush, let's wait and see. There's someone in the opposite room. Sumo looked out the window and spoke in a low voice. Huh? There's someone in the opposite room? Luo Mengyao exclaimed, peering through the glass. Sure enough.
In the opposite room, a pair of eyes were staring intently at them, their face completely unreadable. Help me, please save me, I don't want to die, I have a child, my child is only 3 years old, I can't die. The person squatting outside the door stood up, supporting the wall, and kept pounding on the door.
At this point, Sumo could finally see that the person was actually wearing a hospital gown. So, in this horror game, the summoners could not only be medical staff but could also become patients?
However, if it were a patient, facing these bizarre doctors and nurses, it would likely be even more dangerous.
Open the door, please. Damn it, why aren't you opening the door? Do you want me to die? Bastards, I'll fight you, no compassion, why won't you save me? If you don't save me, then you die too, go to hell.
The sound of high heels grew louder, and under the lights, a shadow holding a syringe was stretched long, casting over the middle-aged man.
The pounding on the door turned into violent banging. Damn it! Watching the door lock about to be broken open, Sumo cursed under her breath.
Clearly, the man outside had gone mad. When a person loses their mind, they'll do anything, and now, not only did he want to die, but he also wanted to drag them down with him.
Sho, come here quickly. Just as Sumo was hesitating whether to open the door,
a voice came from the opposite side. The opposite room door opened a crack, and a woman, also in a hospital gown, kept waving at the man. Her body shook violently, and her face was as pale as death. She must have struggled for a long time before opening the door.
Thank you, the people opposite are dead, they won't save me, thank you so much, I've seen you before, you were sitting opposite me during training, right? Don't worry. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, glaring viciously at Sumo and Luo Mengyao behind the glass.
He scrambled and crawled towards the opposite room.
Looks like there are still good people in this horror game. Luo Mengyao sighed with relief. No, the woman opposite is going to die.
Sumo stood still, her eyes fixed on the middle-aged man rushing forward, her voice low.
Ha! Something's wrong, he's pretending to be a patient. The woman opposite is finished.
Before Luo Mengyao could ask further, a sharp, horrified scream came from the corridor.
What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. Both of them looked over at the same time.
The middle-aged man from earlier, with a vicious look in his eyes, was grabbing a middle-aged woman's hair and violently dragging her out of the room.
Without a second thought, he threw her straight into the arms of the eerie nurse walking toward them. 2 hours, I've given you the person, you promised me, let me go for 2 hours. Before you torture her to death, you can't come to me. The middle-aged woman was stunned.
She lay on the ground, at a loss for what to do. Luo Mengyao was also stunned. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her.
How could? Patients here are not allowed to wear shoes, didn't you notice? If he just arrived as a patient, he would definitely be lying on the hospital bed.
If there really was a strange nurse chasing him, no one, on the brink of death, would remember to put on shoes and tie the laces.
Sumo explained softly, then turned and walked towards the bed. Hearing the noise outside, the strange bandaged figure just lifted the blanket, revealing his shining forehead. Looking at Sumo approaching, he immediately asked in fear. What are you doing? Sleep, it's none of your business. Grabbing the surgical knife on the blanket, Sumo went to the door again.
He held the doorknob with one hand. He twisted it gently, then yanked the door open.
Luo Mengyao. The strange nurse outside hadn't left. What was he trying to do? Ha, you're all dead. In the opposite ward.
The middle-aged man pressed his face against the glass. Seeing that Sumo actually opened the door and came out with a surgical knife in his hand, he couldn't help but sneer.
So close.
Just a moment ago, he almost got killed by the female nurse. Thankfully, the stupid woman across from him opened the door, otherwise the female nurse would never have let him go.
Sumo, dressed in a white nurse uniform, stood in the corridor.
Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, both the woman lying on the ground and the strange female nurse holding a syringe were stunned. It seemed even the strange nurse didn't understand why anyone would dare to step out like this in such a situation.
Hey, let go of that woman. Let me, ugh, I misspoke. Which department are you from? What time is it? Why hasn't your work been finished? Sumo forced back the nausea.
Clutching the surgical knife tightly, he stepped closer to the strange female nurse. His voice was very rude, as if he were the head nurse questioning the nurse who hadn't finished her work. The rules were clear.
Any behavior detrimental to the hospital's reputation could be considered a violation or negligence in the work of medical staff. What did you say? The female nurse let out a hoarse laugh.
The sound of bones cracking came from her neck. A pair of blood-red pupils flickered through her long hair, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped.
Everyone froze.
Even the middle-aged man hiding behind the door was rubbing his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing.
How could anyone dare to question the strange nurse? What did I say? And then, in the next second,
everyone saw the young man standing in front of the strange female nurse suddenly act, ripping her hair with one hand and angrily shouting.
Is there any rule? I can't be bothered with you. How long have you been here? Which department are you from? Who is your supervising doctor? Let's go, stop talking.
To the break room, today we must teach you a good lesson.
Damn it, what time is it? Don't you even check the time? What time is it? Your work still isn't finished? Were you eating shit all day? And you? What are you looking at?
You both performed poorly today, go with me to the break room, and see how I deal with you.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow me.
Ripping the female nurse's hair with one hand, Sumo looked up and glared at Luo Mengyao, who was still frozen at the door.
He shouted angrily. Oh.
Luo Mengyao froze for a moment, as if realizing something. She quickly nodded, turned around, grabbed 2 medical boxes, and hurriedly ran out of the ward, obediently following behind Sumo, not daring to look up.
It was too intense.
It was even more exciting than when she was caught skipping school by the teacher.
Along the way, Sumo cursed, and didn't give the female nurse a chance to explain. Usually, when the female nurse was about to speak. What?
Shut the hell up, you still have a reason with such poor work?
No. No what no? Did I say something wrong to you? You can't even inject properly. I really don't know which doctor you were trained under. Nothing. Shut up, can you just shut your mouth? From now on, when I speak, you're not allowed to say a word, understand?
We are a professional hospital, and I'll deal with you later.
Alright.
The female nurse was defeated, her neck slashed open, and not only did she speak with a wheeze, she even stammered.
She was no match at all.
At this moment, Sumo's heart was thumping uncontrollably. Though the insults were harsh, her calves kept trembling, terrified the female nurse might suddenly retaliate.
But,
having hidden in room 5 for so long, and seeing that lights out time was just around the corner, everyone knew that after the nurse's shift, only the patients would remain in the hospital at night. She was struggling with how to return to the break room, but fate seemed to offer a pillow when she was just about to doze off, encountering this situation right at the door. Perfectly exploiting the loophole in the rules, this was the key to surviving the horror game.
Shuten-Dōji. Safety Bureau. At this moment, Du Tao's body was trembling with excitement.
Watching Sumo's live broadcast felt like riding a roller coaster, tense and thrilling the entire time. After 3 hours, he couldn't even spare a moment to go to the bathroom.
Why is he going to the break room? It's almost lights out time, wouldn't it be safer to stay hidden in the ward?
As long as he leaves before the morning rounds, no one would notice anything strange. A security guard stared at Sumo walking into the break room, his face full of confusion. Ever since this guy questioned the doctor, the live stream from the Safety Bureau hadn't changed.
It was entirely Sumo's broadcast now. As for everyone else,
there was really nothing worth watching. They always did exactly what the doctor told them without ever resisting or questioning. The remaining patients were all trying their best to drag others down, fighting for the chance to stay alive.
No, it's dangerous inside the ward. Once the lights go out, and there's no warning from the doctors, do you think those strange things will come out at night?
At this, the room erupted in an uproar.
That's right. Du Tao stroked his chin, trying to analyze Sumo's current state of mind.
If Sumo believes the rule is correct, that any action aimed at damaging the hospital's reputation violates the rules, then, after lights out, the break room is indeed a relatively safe place. Patients are also bound by rules, they can't disobey medical orders, which means they won't go into the nurse's break room.
Her observation is so sharp. If only this weren't an S-rank horror instance, Sumo's future potential is limitless. Many people in the meeting room nodded repeatedly. As things stand, if this weren't an S-rank horror instance, but a less challenging one, Sumo's survival would be absolutely assured.
But S-rank horror instances are known for a 99% death rate, and no one has ever made it out alive. After all, Sumo and the others were all ordinary people, not high-level players who had already completed many instances and gained numerous abilities and equipment.
Even those with numerous skills face danger in an S-rank instance. Let alone Sumo, a beginner with no abilities. Captain, the Shinshin Guild is calling, asking about Sumo.
They must also be watching the survival stream. At this moment, a phone operator in the corner turned to Du Tao and shouted. Before his words even finished. Captain, the Hongtu Guild is also calling, hoping to buy the strange coins from Sumo and Luo Mengyao.
They said the price is negotiable.
The General Bureau is calling, telling us to keep a close watch on Sumo and report the situation immediately. Also, if Sumo survives, we need to activate the highest level signing contract and beat the guilds to it. Du Tao's face changed slightly.
The General Bureau is paying attention?
Horror games recruit by districts across the country, with countless districts, and for the General Bureau to immediately focus on this, it shows that Sumo's performance is truly attracting attention.
You must understand, the people in the General Bureau.
They are all high-level players.
Each of them is ranked within the top 5,000 in the global ladder.
The fact that they are paying attention to Sumo shows that she must be doing something extremely well.
The guilds are paying attention so quickly?
These damn corporations. Immediately reply to headquarters, tell them I've been awake for 7 days and 7 nights, and will keep watching Sumo, tell them not to worry.
As for the guilds, block them immediately. When has an S-level horror dungeon player been allowed to be snatched away by them? Du Tao instructed the operator to reply.
He took a deep breath, forcefully holding back his urge to pee, and continued watching Sumo's livestream. The reason the guilds are so focused is because once the horror dungeon is completed, it will disappear.
On the other hand, if it isn't completed, it will be preserved. This means that the data for the high death rate S-level dungeons is usually astronomically priced. The major guilds have cultivated many professional analysts. Whenever there is an S-level horror dungeon, they will analyze it with all their might, trying to find a way to clear it. S-level horror game dungeons are rare, and as long as they are cleared, the surviving players will receive very generous rewards. Furthermore, this is an S-level novice dungeon, and so far, no novice has ever cleared such a dungeon. Therefore, Sumo is very important, extremely important. In the break room, the atmosphere is bizarre to the extreme.
A few people, dressed in nurse uniforms and janitor outfits, look terrified at the corner of the wall.
There, someone is scolding the strange female nurse.
Her neck is broken halfway, a foul odor emanates from her body, she stands straight against the wall, one hand holding her forehead that is about to fall off.
The strangest thing is,
the person scolding the strange female nurse. Clearly, he is a summoner.
How?
We've all worked hard and carefully survived these few hours, and during this time, several people were killed by doctors or patients because they didn't complete their tasks.
No one has ever dared question the strange female nurse.
Let alone question her, no one even dares to look at her for too long.
How is this person still scolding her?
The key point is, looking at the strange female nurse's appearance, it seems like she is very afraid of this person.
Who is this person? A hospital leader? Such a huge gap? Damn, we're just nurses or janitors, how did he come in as a leader?
Someone recognized Luo Mengyao, who trained with them, and came over, asking in confusion.
Chapter 8, The Canteen. Alright, pay attention next time.
After scolding the strange female nurse, Sumo waved her hand irritably, looking very much like a leader.
Get out.
The strange female nurse hurriedly grabbed her forehead and rushed to the door, seeming like she didn't want to stay here for even a second.
It's too terrifying.
She had gone from sticking strictly to her duties, following hospital rules, to discussing strengthening the hygiene system and promoting socialist spiritual civilization, improving the professional ethics of medical staff, and enhancing the quality of medical services. It left her stunned, completely unable to understand.
And she couldn't show that she didn't understand. Otherwise, she might be made to listen to it again. Don't hurry. Seemingly remembering something, Suemo frowned and spoke. The strange female nurse froze and turned around, trembling. Take your patient. The room is opposite room number 5, the room key is in the office, go. She waved her hand. The strange female nurse fled in panic. As the break room door was closed from the inside, Suemo let out a long sigh. Finally done. There probably won't be anything else happening tonight, just need to hide in the break room. Watching the leader finish his scolding, the summoners immediately stood up, not daring to look sideways, afraid of angering Suemo. Someone who can scold the strange female nurse like that must have unfathomable strength. Not only that. Just now, Luo Mangyao had said that the patient in room 5 was also very afraid of this person, even the doctors couldn't do anything about it. For a moment, the others looked at Suemo with completely changed eyes. S-level horror game dungeons have a death rate of 99%. There is no possibility of clearing them. But now, it seems that the group has seen a glimmer of hope. Following a big shot. In order to have a chance to survive. Suemo naturally understood the intentions of the group, shaking her head helplessly, not taking it to heart at all. Help, no, someone, please save me. No. I don't want to die. Suddenly. A terrifying scream echoed down the corridor. The people in the break room looked at each other in shock. It's that person, across from room 5. Luo Mangyao briefly explained, which immediately sparked outrage and angry curses from the others. It's that Chen Bin kid, right? I knew it was him. He's been bad news since he was a kid, all show, no substance. What? Su Mei died because of him? Serves him right, people like that are better off dead. If not, he might end up killing someone else. Upon learning that Suemo had instructed the eerie female nurse earlier, the group looked at her with awe. Being able to command the eerie female nurse. Even just one of them can greatly increase survival chances in a horror game. However, seeing Suemo sitting in a corner, leaning against the wall as if preparing to rest. None of them dared to disturb her. They each found a corner to hide and waited for daybreak. The next simulation could only be done after 24 hours. Suemo glanced at the countdown on the simulator, there were still 8 hours until the next one. This meant the next simulation would have to wait until daybreak. As she thought, Suemo gradually drifted into sleep. Luo Mangyao, sitting beside her, heard the even breathing next to her. She turned her head slightly, taking advantage of the faint light to glance at Suemo. She pursed her lips and silently leaned closer. Her body pressed against Suemo's, as if only in this way could she feel a hint of safety. Damn it, where is everyone? Where did they go? The next morning. A ray of sunlight filtered through the window. Suemo suddenly opened her eyes, staring at Luo Mangyao who was hanging on her, slightly furrowing her brows. She pulled her hand out from inside Luo Mangyao's clothes. Good grief. When did we end up hugging like this? How come I have no memory of it? Bang! Before anyone could react, the break room door was violently blasted open. A doctor with a gloomy expression, his blood-red eyes sweeping over everyone inside, his gaze lingering on Suemo for a few seconds. A harsh roar exploded. Get up, you damn bugs. Move it, go eat in the cafeteria, and then come back to work. The summoners in the break room quickly scrambled up from their corners. Creak, creak. The doctor was holding something that looked like a human leg, its gaping mouth opening wide, chewing through both flesh and bone. Go eat in the cafeteria. Muttering to himself, Suemo and the others walked out of the break room. As they passed the doctor, he reached out to stop her. Today, I will keep an eye on you. Dare to make a mistake, and I'll eat you. The eerie voice echoed in Sumo's ear. Heh, I hope you don't make a mistake either, or else I'll report you to the director, esteemed doctor. Suemo shot back without backing down. Humph, damn bug. Hearing the mention of the director's name, the doctor seemed to get even angrier. He shoved half of the human leg into his mouth, chewing viciously. The group descended the stairs. They arrived at the basement of the hospital. The hospital staff cafeteria was located on the basement floor. When Suemo and the others entered, countless eerie eyes turned toward them at the same time, filled with greed, malice, and hatred, as various kinds of looks continuously scrutinized them. Ugh, what is this? It's all human tissue. Who would dare to eat this? No way, I can't eat this, I'm going back. After stepping inside, Suemo finally realized that each eerie person had a plate for eating in front of them, and each plate was filled with various cooked human organs. Steamed brain matter, stir-fried heart and liver, raw eyeball soup. At a glance, except for Suemo, the others rushed to the door, clutching the walls and vomiting uncontrollably. Someone immediately tried to leave. Where do you think you're going? A chef, towering at least 3 meters tall, wearing a chef's hat, blocked the way with a spoon made of human bones. Doesn't my cooking taste delicious? No one dares to complain about my cooking. No one. Find a seat.
The voice was unquestionable, as if anyone who dared to refuse would be struck dead with a spoon the next second.
What should we do?
Luo Mangyao hid behind Suemo, staring in terror at the food in front of them.
Let's go in first. With a glance at the countdown in her mind, only a few seconds remained until the next simulation countdown. Suemo gritted her teeth and walked into the cafeteria first. She picked up a plate from one side and stood behind a few strange medical staff, ready to follow them to get food. No, I won't eat, I'd rather die. Whoa, I want to go home, I don't want to participate in this horror game, I want to go home. At that moment, a recruit behind her suddenly broke down, clutching their head and crying uncontrollably. Bang! No one reacted in time.
The chef's large bone spoon fell, and blood and flesh exploded, creating a deadly silence in the room.
Oh, fresh food again, quick, make it for us. I want to eat that leg, such a beautiful thigh. I'm so hungry, damn it, why blow up the brain? It's such a waste. Kill them, there's not enough food, kill them.
Dark, ominous glances were cast at Suemo and the others,
as if they were going to turn them into food the next second. Rules. What are the rules of the cafeteria?
Suemo stood at the back of the line, anxiously staring at the increasingly close counter. The rule for patients was to follow the doctor's orders, never going against the doctor. The medical staff were to maintain the hospital's reputation.
So what were the rules for the cafeteria? Ding. At the critical moment, a prompt sound echoed in her mind. The simulation countdown ended. Chapter 9, Locked Entry, Ghost Speaker.
Congratulations, you have successfully survived 24 hours and can lock one entry ability.
A transparent system panel appeared before her. Suemo quickly locked the golden entry Ghost Speaker. Successfully locked the Ghost Speaker entry.
From now on, whether what they say is true or false, it will not escape your ears.
A golden line of light entered her body.
At the same time, the game panel changed.
Name, Suemo. Age, 19. Wealth, 2 evil coins. Industry, none. Skill, Ghost Speaker. Weapon, none. Global ladder ranking, 2189432889.
Suemo glanced at the game panel and was surprised to find that the Ghost Speaker entry had turned into a skill.
It seemed that the locked entries in the game dungeon could be used as abilities.
She wasn't sure, though, if the other abilities would disappear when the survival ends, as the system required only one entry to be taken back.
Do you want to initiate the survival simulation?
Singer, green. There's nothing a song can't solve.
If there is, just sing 2 songs. After all, people who love singing, what bad intentions could they have?
Strong as an ox, purple. If this skill appears along with Martin Leader, don't hesitate. You will be the most handsome kid in the spooky world, at the Bull Street.
Martin Leader, purple literal meaning. Little trickster, white is being clever. You can try.
Social butterfly syndrome, purple. Speak the language of the person in front of you, speak the language of the ghost in front of you, that's how cool you are.
The simulation countdown ended, reminding Suemo to initiate the second survival simulation. She took a quick glance at the entries. Suemo was stunned. Strong as an ox? Martin Leader? Social butterfly syndrome? What the heck is all this? The other 2 were even more useless. What use is singing? Patient, my head hurts. Suemo, should I sing you a song?
A strong man on horseback, so majestic. Little trickster was even worse, the white entry was basically useless.
I choose strong as an ox, Martin Leader, social butterfly syndrome. Simulate.
As soon as the words fell, transparent text began to slowly appear on the screen.
Hey, bug, what dish do you want?
A creepy voice interrupted Suemo, and only then did she realize that somehow it was her turn to pick up food.
What dishes do you have?
Taking a deep breath, Suemo placed her metal plate at the window and glanced at the foul-smelling, strange food in front of her, asking in a deep voice.
There are many dishes, whatever you want to eat.
If not, don't worry, I can make it for you on the spot.
Satisfying the medical staff has always been the rule of our cafeteria.
The chef waved a bone spoon, a malicious smile on his face.
At that moment, Suemo suddenly noticed a small line of text appear beside the chef.
He is lying, letting the medical staff die is the true purpose of the cafeteria, otherwise, how could there be enough food?
The ability of a ghost speaker?
It turns out that as long as it can be determined as a lie, the ghost speaker's ability will automatically translate the truth.
Letting the medical staff die?
This means that all the food here is actually the bodies of the medical staff.
The director doesn't know? Any dish is fine? Realizing this, Suemo curled her lips, impatiently tapping on her plate. Of course, any dish is fine. Are you doubting the great chef's abilities? You filthy insect.
The chef seemed a bit impatient, his attitude gradually becoming worse.
Then I want to eat the leg that the doctor chewed on in the morning. Do you have it?
It seems to be a very delicious leg, exuding an enchanting fragrance.
I can't take it anymore. Whose leg is this? Why does it have a number on it? Numb. Luo Mengyao, standing behind Suemo, felt numb all over.
Her body was covered in dense goosebumps.
She looked at Suemo in disbelief. He actually wants to eat a human leg?
The rest of the people also had expressions of horror. Especially how formal Suemo sounded, the expression of constantly swallowing saliva, and that enchanting demeanor. It clearly wasn't fake.
He really seems to want to eat the leg chewed by the doctor. No.
The chef paused his swinging bone spoon, shook his head vigorously, and after a long time spat out 2 words.
No? How could there be none? The doctor can eat it, why can't we eat it? Or, is it made just for the doctor? Oh. No way, everyone's meals are the same, why does the doctor get a leg to eat? Where did you get it from? Sumo's expression was exaggerated as she slammed the metal plate. Bang, bang, bang. Tell me where the human leg is. Why don't we have any human legs? How could the doctor have it?
The noise was deafening, and all the strange people eating in the cafeteria turned to look at the window.
You guys have never seen it, right? That's a crispy leg. The smell of meat can be detected from far away, sprinkled with various seasonings, dripping with golden fat. Can you imagine the crisp feeling of taking a bite? The juicy meat bursting in your mouth, gulp. You actually tell me there's none? Just after Suemo finished speaking,
Luo Mengyao, standing behind, blinked and immediately understood. She jumped up angrily and threw her plate on the ground.
She stomped on it hard. Yes, we also want that leg. Why does the doctor have it while we don't? Do you look down on us?
Watching the two act, the other summon people also realized what Suemo was trying to do.
Because
many strange staff eating in the cafeteria had already stood up, angrily staring at the chef through the window.
Where is the leg? You bastard, why won't you let us eat the leg? I'm not eating anything today, I just want to eat that leg. Do you dare to say there isn't one?
We work for the hospital and die for the hospital. Work doesn't distinguish between high and low.
Am I, a cleaner, not worthy of eating legs? Only doctors can eat? Why? Chaos ensued. The cafeteria was completely in disorder.
The sound of banging plates rose and fell, a murderous gaze directed at the chef. Figures of terror stood up from their seats. The chef stared with bulging eyes, standing helplessly in place.
This damn filthy insect, what nonsense are you talking? The doctor's leg. To hell with the doctor, I don't want to eat legs anymore, I want to eat you. Come on, he looks down on us.
Before the chef could finish his lies, he saw a medical staff member jump up in front of the window, waving a metal plate, directly slapping it on his face. Looking down on us, why can doctors eat legs when we? He picked up a metal stool beside him and threw it into the window.
Crash. Various foods scattered all over the ground. Kill him. We demand a new cafeteria.
He secretly hid the phantom coins and deducted our meal money.
He deserves to die.
Suemo shouted at the top of her lungs.
Anyway, no matter what crime it was, let's first blame the chef.
Suddenly, a bizarre swarm of people in various uniforms rushed into the kitchen, and the scene turned extremely bloody.
Resistance, why is it unfair? Okay, sister, hurry and leave. No, are you still addicted? Suemo quietly retreated to the back, pulling hard on Luo Mengyao, who was throwing stools with all her might. I give up. How did I not notice yesterday that this girl was a warrior? The voices of the bottom-level medical staff, who can hear them? I can hear them. Hurry and leave, please. I beg you. Suemo covered the other's mouth and carried her out of the cafeteria. She ran all the way to the break room. Then she dropped Luo Mengyao on the ground.
Ding, survival simulation finished. Before she could catch her breath, the system notified that the survival simulation was over.
This time it was surprisingly long. I should have lived for 24 hours. Thinking this, Suemo hurriedly opened the simulator panel.
She glanced at the simulation result. Her whole body froze.
How is this possible? Row_. Chapter 10, Can this be watched for free? After leaving the cafeteria, you carried Luo Mengyao to the break room.
Perhaps because of work reasons, Luo Mengyao recalled sad memories, and you desperately comforted her. Your feelings were sincere, and she developed feelings for you. While there was still time, you briefly had relations.
Suemo? She completely couldn't accept this, okay?
If she remembered correctly, someone said last night that the horror game could be live-streamed.
This meant that the simulated result showed them having a live performance? Is this something that can be watched for free?
The doctor arranged for you to do rounds together, checking patients' conditions and registering them. In the middle, the cafeteria conflict was exposed, and the doctor was called away by the director.
You continued with the rounds, completing your duties.
You arrived at room 404 at the end of the corridor, finding it empty. You exchanged glances, locked the door, and went into the bathroom, where you had relations again.
Upon reading this,
Suemo scratched her head hard, completely unable to understand.
What kind of thirst is this? Wasn't it good to just check the rounds? How could a single glance lead to the bathroom? Did they bring another unique livestream for everyone? This is crazy.
After checking room 404, you learned that the doctor was punished, and the cafeteria changed chefs. You were very happy and would no longer have this doctor to create trouble. You returned to room 404 and locked the door.
Suemo.
Look at the important news, the doctor was punished and replaced.
This counts as good news.
The cafeteria also changed chefs, proving that her method was correct.
But, just because of these two minor issues, is it worth doing it again?
The whole morning, you successfully completed your work, registering the conditions of all patients. When break time came, you went to the new cafeteria to eat. This time, the food made by the chef was very to your liking. After finishing the meal, you returned to the break room and started talking to each other.
When you talked about emotional things, you exchanged glances. She was already too embarrassed to look, okay? Seriously, what are these entries? In just one morning, how many times has this happened? Is the body not needed? Is the addiction this strong? In the afternoon, you received a promotion letter. You were moved to the 5th floor psychiatric department as the head nurse. The people here are all insane, including the medical staff. You are very troubled.
At the same time, a female nurse secretly told you that before the sun sets, all psychiatric patients must be given sleeping pills, otherwise, it will be very dangerous at night.
Finally, normal. Suemo felt like she might cry. But the director actually appointed her as head nurse? Time passed second by second, and you tried to medicate the patients. They were very crazy, and you nearly died.
You were heavily injured, hiding in the break room to bandage your wounds. A female nurse came in to help, and she looked at your majestic presence, seeming very interested. You dismissed her and returned to your post. You learned by chance that several more recruits had died, leaving only 7 of you in the instance. You felt anxious but forced yourself to calm down. You needed to find a way to feed the patients sleeping pills before the sun went down. Outside, the sun was already barely visible, but you failed. The patients were all mad, they wouldn't take the medicine at all. You exhausted every method, yet it was still useless. Normal people can't communicate with the mentally ill, including medical staff. You were bitten by a patient from Ward 509. Exhausted in body and mind, you returned to the break room and saw Luo Mengyao. She was very worried about you and had sneakily come to check on you. She found out you were injured and was anxious to bandage your wound. Overwhelmed by emotions, you couldn't hold back and you ended up having relations again. On the 5th floor, all the mentally ill patients refused to take their medication, causing total chaos. The break room was forcibly broken into, and you were captured. You were taken back to your room by the patient from Ward 509 and left to rot. You were dead. You finished watching the entire simulation in one breath. Suemo summarized this thrilling simulation. The unreliable terms for the future should never be chosen. Powerful as an ox, paired with the term longfur, felt like a spirit in a teddy bear, completely uncontrollable. What a day of being a beast it was. It seemed that not every term that appeared in the simulation could be used. At least for the next day's simulation, aside from the relationship with Luo Mengyao, the terms were of no use against the oddities. It would be better to sing instead. However, there were still a few key pieces of information, such as doctors being punished, the cafeteria changing, and he being appointed by the hospital director as the head nurse of the psychiatric department on the 5th floor. Among them was a deadly piece of news. Before dark, the mentally ill patients must take sleeping pills, if not, the consequence is death. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Luo Mengyao, who got up from the ground, looked a bit downcast and sat next to Suemo. I almost made a mistake. Sorry, I'm just a basic medical staff person currently in training. Likewise, medical staff have a hard time, not only with salaries but also with various benefits. I didn't expect this. Hearing this, Suemo felt a jolt in her heart. What does she want to do? A heart-to-heart talk? You young people need to endure hardship, this is the first step of growth. The hospital is training you this way. Don't just think about benefits. Newcomers should bear more and sacrifice more.
Working overtime is for your good, it's training you. In the future, you will have everything. Work hard with the hospital, what's important in life isn't the result but the scenery along the way. The process is what matters most. Think about it, if others in the hospital can do it, why can't you? Look for your own reasons, learning more as a young person is not a bad thing. Little trick. This PUA won't kill you, a heart-to-heart talk?
Once upon a time, working 996 hours, Sumo had heard these words countless times. Immediately, it turned into a round of earnest lecturing.
Luo Mengyao? Clap. Clap.
At this moment, a round of applause suddenly sounded in the room.
Then, immediately. Very good, the hospital needs talents like you. Not bad, very good.
Sumo hurriedly stood up and opened the break room door. The outside was empty, not even a single nurse.
Where did that voice come from? Sumo, look quickly, something has suddenly appeared in your locker.
Luo Mengyao held a document and glanced down, unable to help but exclaim.
What? An appointment letter. What? Sumo quickly took it and looked down. Appoint Nurse Sumo as a psychiatrist, supervising the psychiatric ward on the 5th floor.
Signed, Director of Qingshan Hospital.
She was unexpectedly appointed directly as a psychiatrist.
It is well known that within the hospital system, the status of a physician and a nurse is worlds apart. Even a senior head nurse cannot have a status higher than that of an intern doctor. In the simulation results, he was appointed as head nurse. Now, he was directly promoted to a physician, breaking all norms.
Bang! Got you, you damn creepy crawler, daring to slack off here. Now, the noble doctor is going to kill you personally. Before understanding anything. It was still the same way of bursting through the door. The doctor held a scalpel, standing in a storm of wooden debris, grinning menacingly as he reached for Sumo. Chapter 11. Congratulations, you are a qualified mental patient. In the lounge. The doctor flashed a sickly mad smile, his eyes shimmering with a twisted light. Damn creepy crawler. Repeatedly defying its orders, nobody dared to question its authority here. If it weren't for the rules limiting him, only these damned humans making mistakes could be dealt with, otherwise, he would have found a way to kill everyone long ago. Daring to slack off in the lounge, creepy crawler, wait for death to come. Bastard. Sumo glanced down at the rough big hand grabbing her collar and cursed fiercely. Slap. A hand pulled away the doctor's hand. At the same time, she waved the appointment letter in front of him. Upon seeing the appointment letter and the principal's signature below it, the doctor's eerie smile abruptly stopped, his scarred face twisted, obviously not believing this was real. Damn. How could the principal appoint a human to be a doctor? Are you here to congratulate me? Why didn't you bring a gift? Sumo stared at him, completely unafraid. Following the rules, using the rules. The other side is a doctor, and he is now also a doctor, their status is the same. Luo Mengyao? Blinking her big eyes, she completely didn't understand what Sumo was going to do? Openly asking the doctor for a gift? No, she could not keep up with his thought process at all. Hearing Sumo's request, even the doctor was stunned, as if his brain had crashed, completely unable to react. Colleagues should love and help each other. I got promoted, the happiest should be you, doctor. I am only being noticed by the principal because I studied under you. Killing with words. Hearing this, the doctor's anger surged uncontrollably. His expression twisted further. His teeth ground together with a crunch, a terrifying aura emanating from him, and the medical staff in the corridor felt this scene and quickly found somewhere to hide. The doctor was furious. Whoever made a mistake would die a miserable death. It's over, he's finished, dead for sure. I saw with my own eyes that kid who dared to question the doctor being dragged into the bathroom to be dismembered yesterday, he died very horribly. Shoo, don't say a word, act like you didn't hear anything. It's so hard to survive coming back from the cafeteria, hurry up and work. How dare he be so bold? The few recruits returning from the cafeteria immediately sensed the eerie atmosphere in the entire hallway. They hurriedly stood close to the wall, not daring to act rashly. They had to admit that this recruit named Sumo was very brave, but unfortunately, she was about to die. Aren't you going to say a word of congratulations? Suddenly. In the lounge, Sumo walked out with a bright smile, and the doctor followed behind with a dark face. Congratulations. The doctor gritted his teeth and bitterly congratulated. Watching this scene, all the recruits in the corridor were dumbfounded. Congratulations? What is the doctor congratulating for? The 5th floor is the psychiatry department, you becoming a doctor might lead to a worse death. Maybe, I have to go take up my post now, thank you for your guidance, doctor. Sumo did not disagree, shrugged, and prepared to leave. By the way, I almost forgot, the 5th floor staff is short, I can take her with me, right?
Also, the patients in Ward 5 still need me to take care of their wounds. I'll take them too, the doctor wouldn't mind, would he? Should I report this to the principal? Just consider it your gift to me. After taking a few steps, Suemo thought of something and waved back at Luo Mengyao. Get out of my territory right now, take them away. The roar was deafening. Under the bewildered eyes of several recruits, Luo Mengyao followed Suemo to Ward 5. Brother, I'm so miserable, not only did I not kill anyone, but the medical staff taking care of me is simply a pervert. Inside Ward 5. The bandaged ghost lay in bed. Sadness in the eyes. Complaining to the patient in the next ward. I really hope that person gets killed by the doctor soon, then I can request a different nurse, preferably that cute girl. Unfortunately, I guess your wish won't come true. Suemo pushed open the ward door and smiled as she approached the bedside. Congratulations, after the diagnosis, the patient in room 5 is mentally unstable and needs to be transferred to the psychiatric department on the 5th floor for treatment. Bandaged ghost? No. Mentally unstable? You're talking nonsense, I'm perfectly fine, there's nothing wrong with me. The bandaged ghost sat up. Everyone in the hospital knows that the 5th floor psychiatric department is the most dangerous. It's filled with madmen. This little calamite would probably be played to death by those madmen within a day. Mental patients never say they are mentally ill. You say you're fine? Then let me ask you, where's your brain? It got burned, said the bandaged ghost confidently. Look, no brain, isn't that mental instability? Suemo spread her hands, looking very sorry. What she said makes a lot of sense. The bandaged ghost panicked, looking to the fellow patient for help. Save me. Say something. What's wrong? Is your brain also a problem? Suemo shook the appointment letter, looking unsympathetically at the patient in the next room. Another burned, eerie figure, wrapped in bandages. I still have half a brain. The others shook their head vigorously, pointing to their forehead and quickly replying. Doctor. This person is a doctor from the 5th floor psychiatric department. Just push the stretcher out. With a cold snort, Suemo waved to Luo Mengyao to push the bandaged ghost out of room 5, heading straight for the elevator at the end of the corridor. Safety Bureau. The meeting room was silent, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone had strange expressions as they stared at the live screen. Du Tao tried several times to say something. But when he opened his mouth, he had no idea what to say. What should he say? After all, he had participated in 10 horror game instances as an experienced player. But he had never encountered such a bizarre person before. Become a doctor? Du Tao still remembered when he was first summoned, it was a sea-level horror game instance, and even so, he had to fight for his life to survive. As for holding an important position in the instance, he hadn't even dared to think about it. When facing the bazaar, the principle was to stay as far away as possible. Unlike Suemo, who actively took one away. According to the hint, the psychiatric department on the 5th floor should be very dangerous, but the strongest in the entire Qingshan hospital is probably the dean. If he sends Suemo to the 5th floor, could there be some conspiracy? This situation has never occurred before, being observed by the final boss just on the second day, the situation is not optimistic. The Safety Bureau analyst frowned tightly, judging from experience, Suemo would likely face a day full of crises. Moreover, no one knows the rules of the psychiatric department on the 5th floor, and he just goes up like this. The sentence was left unfinished. But everyone present understood that the 5th floor was full of mental patients, that is, madmen. Without knowing the rules, making a rash move to go up would absolutely mean a full death rate. Don't panic, I just feel something's wrong. Think about it, when this kid received the appointment and learned he'd become a doctor on the 5th floor, he was clearly very happy. Yes, that's right, he was happy. Du Tao stroked his chin, recalling Sumo's slightly gleeful expression from earlier. He suddenly spoke up. This guy definitely knows the rules, but the question is, where did he find out? Chapter 12, Rules of the Psychiatric Department. Creak. The old elevator door slowly opened. A strong smell of blood rushed towards them, the entire 5th floor corridor was dilapidated, with blood flowing down the model walls. Torn nurse uniforms were scattered everywhere. And various unrecognizable eerie remains of corpses. What a madness! Suemo murmured softly, pushing the bandaged ghost out of the elevator. We will. Even a powerful doctor cannot survive a night here. Luo Mengyao's small face turned pale, her hands clutching Sumo's clothes tightly as she followed closely behind. He. A new doctor has arrived, oh. Dinner is going to be delicious tonight. I like it rough, you bastard, do you understand rough? What did I see? A female nurse. Come play hide and seek with me, hurry up, or I'll tear you apart. In an instant. Dozens of ward doors opened at once in the corridor, countless scarlet eyes peering out, staring at Suemo and the others.
Low, hoarse laughter echoed through the entire corridor. Don't panic, let's head to the office.
Suemo took a deep breath and whispered, walking towards those terrifying gazes.
The doctor's office on the 5th floor is at the end of the corridor.
It requires passing through all the wards. Indeed, the 5th floor psychiatric department is not a place for ordinary people, not even bandaged ghosts are willing to come here.
You can clearly feel terrifying auras pouring out from the wards, enveloping Suemo and the others.
Breathing began to become difficult.
Big brother. Suddenly,
as they passed one of the wards, a small boy flew out, dressed neatly in a small suit with wet hair slicked back, his little shoes shining.
He spread his arms to block Suemo and the others.
Blinking his innocent big eyes, he fluttered and looked at the newcomers.
Have you seen my mom? Why isn't my mom here? Can you help me find her? Sumo's expression froze.
The tension in her entire body tightened.
Inside the hospital, other than the recruiters, there are only strange beings.
Every strange appearance is extraordinarily terrifying, even the doctors are covered in bloody wounds.
This small boy looked like a porcelain doll, very exquisite. But the more exquisite, the more dangerous it is. In such an environment, he could still keep his clothes clean. Uncle is very busy and doesn't have time right now, can I help you find your mom later?
The other strange beings wore mocking smiles, as if a good show was about to start.
Boom!
As soon as Sumo's words fell, the delicate little boy's smile slowly faded, and a chilling, bone-piercing cold aura descended. The temperature around them suddenly dropped.
Frost spread along the walls like spider webs. You don't want to help me find my mom? It's over, we're doomed.
The bandaged ghost, in despair, closed its eyes and shrank into the quilt. Just this aura was stronger than the doctors below. This medical staff is simply a fool to come here and stir up such big trouble.
It's over.
The bandaged ghost mentally screamed. In the next second, everyone, including itself, would be frozen into ice sculptures.
Why do you want to find your mom? At the critical moment, Suemo wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked toward the little boy.
This floor is a psychiatric hospital, all the patients are abnormal, and normal logic does not apply, which means the rules are completely useless here.
Furthermore, during the simulation, she never saw this little boy. No, wait.
Suddenly, Sumo's gaze caught the ward door. A chill ran straight up her spine.
Room 509. According to the simulation results, the last patient who killed him was this little boy? Of course, I miss my mom. The little boy tilted his head, tears welling up in his eyes, as if the next second he would cry. Oh, you left the ward because you miss your mom? What a poor child.
Suemo smiled tenderly and stepped forward to ruffle the little boy's wet hair.
Gentle and filled with sympathy. At this moment, Suemo seemed like a dedicated doctor in the psychiatric department. So, can you help me find my mom? The little boy looked up with hope, gazing at Suemo.
The other strange beings gradually raised their smiles, their expressions sinister and terrifying. Daring to help the little devil find his mom, this medical staff will die a terrible death. Even they don't dare to help each other find their moms.
Because it's fundamentally impossible to find. Sigh. Suemo let out a slight sigh.
Her tone was somewhat soft as she squatted down in front of the little boy, softly comforting him.
Mommy might be busy. You are already a big kid, your dad and mom can't always stay with you. While saying this, Suemo paused slightly, and then a chilling smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. But uncle, as a doctor, the needle can always stay with you. Do you want to give it a try? Looking at the thick syringe pulled out from behind, with dark green liquid slowly flowing inside, the little boy's eager eyes abruptly stopped. His mouth slightly opened. Gradually, he became a bit terrified. Bandage ghost? Luo Mengyao. Many strange mental illness patients. It is well known that only magic can defeat magic. Only mental illness can defeat mental illness. What are the rules? Perhaps, this is the rule of psychiatry. In an instant, Suemo understood this, lovingly holding the syringe she had snatched from the nurse downstairs, excitedly staring at the little boy's bottom. Good kids should like shots, uncle's not wrong, right? Come on, take off your pants, uncle will give you a shot, and then we won't want mommy anymore. Come on, uncle is very gentle. The voice full of anticipation was like a demon's whispered murmur, echoing in the little boy's ear. The little guy's expression went from surprise to shock, gradually turning into terror. No, I won't look for mommy for now, right, not looking for mommy, not looking, really not looking. After a brief silence, the little boy flew back, quickly slamming the door shut, afraid that in the next second Suemo would come in to give him a shot. Is there any problem? If there are no problems, return to the room, introduce yourself, I am the new Dr. Su, if there are problems you can come to my office. Glancing at the many bewildered strange faces, Sumo pushed the confused bandage ghost towards the end of the office. It seemed that communicating with mental illness patients wasn't that difficult. Understanding mental illness, becoming mental illness, surpassing mental illness. As long as one is more abnormal than these strange spirits, there will surely be no problem, the doctor-patient relationship will be handled well. At the same time, on the wall, densely packed with live broadcast screens, was the Star Guild. Chief Analyst Lu Wei stared blankly at the screen. For the scene just now, as a seasoned horror game analyst, he graduated from a prestigious school and read countless books. After much contemplation, he could only spit out 2 words to express his current feelings. Holy shit! Chapter 13, Mysterious Investigation Bureau. At the Star Guild. In the vast analysis hall, countless senior analysts were staring at the scene on the live broadcast screen, their brains completely crashing. According to the analysis just now, a total of over 10 routes had been designed to avoid threats from the little boy. But no one expected. The person in the video used a method completely unexpected by everyone. Hiss, this thought process is just too. Lu Wei's mouth opened slightly, turning to look at the president of the Star Guild, Chen, completely unsure of how to evaluate it. That little boy is strange. How could he be scared off by a shot? Someone who can be noticed by the security bureau is truly not an ordinary person. The way to break the situation is completely unexpected. It seems that in the future when we tackle dungeons in the Star Guild, we must boldly innovate. Chen stroked his chin, mumbling to himself. By the way, have we found any information about this Sumo? We've temporarily found some, an ordinary resident in Du Tao's jurisdiction, previous experiences. Well, nothing extraordinary in any aspect, very little social interaction. As for other information, we need to wait a bit longer. President Yi, while we were searching for information, the Hongtu Guild is also sending people to investigate. Upon hearing this, a hint of scorn appeared at the corner of Chen's mouth. Humph, it's not easy to come across a good seed, the old fox from Hongtu will definitely not let this go. A lucrative investment. Once this Sumo really comes out alive from the S-level rookie dungeon. S-level new novice dungeon rewards, can you imagine what they might be? It could be a cursed item. Every summoner who clears a horror game ultimately receives rewards to return to the real world, which could be abilities or some kind of items. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the better the rewards. An S-level horror dungeon, once cleared, would yield a staggering amount of ghost coins. This is also why so many people are paying attention. Let's not worry about the Hongtu Guild for now, whether Sumo can survive is still uncertain. It's only the 2nd day, and there are still 5 days left. The horror dungeon becomes more dangerous each day. Notify the analysts, everyone needs to stay sharp. Before the dungeon ends, or before Sumo dies, we must analyze every scene he encounters with all our might. Chen took a deep breath, and ordered in a serious tone. Aside from the Xingqian Guild, many other guilds are also watching the live stream. Anyone able to take on an important role in the horror dungeon on the 2nd day has often been a celebrity on the leaderboard in the past, relying on various items and abilities to achieve such a feat. No newcomer has ever reached this level on the 2nd day. It is safe to say that by the 2nd day of the horror game, Sumo's name has become well known among various factions. At this moment, everyone is digging up information about this player, trying to obtain first-hand materials, just in case he really clears the dungeon, and they can send someone to reach out immediately. Even if they fail, they can at least be a familiar face. Perhaps the other side has useless rewards they can acquire in advance. A summoner who clears an S-level novice dungeon will end up being ranked within the top 5,000 in the future. Each of these individuals is someone every major guild is eager to recruit. Shuten-Dōji. Safety Bureau. Several individuals dressed in ancient-style clothing appeared suddenly in the Safety Bureau. Du Tao accompanied them the entire time, carefully explaining the situation. Old Mo, this is the little guy, he is the genius who emerged from our jurisdiction. From what we can see so far, aside from having a bit of a bad temper, his analysis and keen observation skills are impeccable. I still can't understand, he's never been to the 5th level of psychiatry, how could he know the rules here so clearly? In the main seat sat an elderly man in a black tang suit, with white hair at his temples and deep wrinkles etched into his face. Have the data checks been completed? Is his background clear? Old Mo gazed at the figure on the screen and said solemnly. The frequency of S-level horror dungeons appearing is increasing, and the places where seals are loosening are also on the rise. Perhaps, in a while, we will have to openly announce the arrival of horror game dungeons, and make sure everyone is prepared. As soon as these words were spoken, Du Tao was taken aback. Are we going to make it public? Yes, the situation is becoming worse. Relying solely on the Safety Bureau's training, the survival rate of newcomers is too low. The number of high-level players is scarce.
So far, in our dragon country, there are fewer than 100 people who have broken into the top 5,000, it's too few. We can only consider live streaming to possibly enhance the overall survival capability in horror games.
Once it begins. Old Imo seemed to recall something, slowly shaking his head.
He was unwilling to continue speaking. There are many people paying attention to the Sumo now. As for the chances of survival, it still looks very high.
He is a talent, someone with remarkable adaptability. Du Tao nodded repeatedly.
On the second day of the livestream, when faced with bizarre attacks, Sumo always managed to take actions that surprised everyone at the last moment.
The key is,
these actions might have been imagined by others, but the opportunity only comes once.
If the wrong choice is made, there won't be a chance for redemption. No one dares to try. But Sumo succeeded. What does this mean?
It means this guy is confident in his choices, whether it's confronting the fear-bonding monster, openly opposing the doctors, revolting in the cafeteria, or facing the bizarre psychic entities that are more bizarre than anything else.
These, other people might think of them, but who would dare to act? It's simply impossible. No one would joke with their own life. I can't stay here for too long.
If the little guy manages to survive the S-level copy, give this invitation letter to him.
If he dies, then, just destroy it.
The old man turned back and glanced. A man in black behind him pulled out an invitation letter, adorned with various strange patterns. In the center position, there were a few blood-red large characters written.
749 Mystery Investigation Bureau. Du Tao's pupils suddenly shrank. His face was filled with disbelief. This is, wanting to invite Sumo to join the 749 Bureau?
As the first horror management department in Dragon Country, 749 oversees all security bureaus and holds a transcendent position over all departments. When necessary, it is said that the 749 Bureau can bypass the troops, directly take over the local government, and mobilize all departments to act. And the most important point, a clean background, with no criminal record, and a ladder ranking within the top 5,000 globally, is required to apply for joining the 749 Bureau.
Just applying is enough. Does he have such high talent?
Du Tao felt a bit envious. As a senior player, he had dreamt of joining the 749 Bureau. But despite working hard for so long, his ranking was still beyond 1 million, the gap to the top 5,000 is no ordinary one.
It's not talent, it's recognition. Old Imo shook his head again.
There is a famous monk from Japan who cleared the S-level horror copy, 2FO, and the horror game rewarded him with a temple, and this temple is the one he cleared.
Du Tao was left speechless, turning to look at the live broadcast screen. Could it be that Sumo has a chance to obtain this hospital? What an international joke. What can a hospital do in a horror game? Chapter 14, This Works Too?
Outside, Sumo had caused a stir, and many people were focused on the live broadcast, which Sumo as the party involved was completely unaware of. Although she knew the whole process was being live-streamed, and the security bureau could see them. But as a rookie entering the horror game for the first time, she assumed there wouldn't be many people paying attention. Furthermore, with such a high death rate in the S-level copy, from the outside view, hardly anyone could survive, and certainly no one would pay attention to the dead.
Knock knock knock.
Sitting in the doctor's office, Sumo lightly tapped on the table, her mind thinking about strategies, trying to figure out how to make these patients take sleeping pills obediently.
The simulation results showed that all patients must take medication at night. What should we do now? Since following Sumo up, Luo Mengyao felt a bit lost. When they were below, the doctors kept assigning tasks. As long as they completed the tasks excellently, they could remain safe. But now Sumo was the doctor, and there were only the two of them as medical staff in the entire psychiatric department, plus a bandaged ghost. They had no idea what to do. Just do it normally. Sumo looked at the girl and said sternly.
No one is assigning tasks, which means our actions will be freer, but also more dangerous.
The director can pay attention to every floor's situation. Once we slack off, we will likely be discovered quickly.
No need to doubt, in the no one survived copy, the strongest power is the director.
Let's go, we'll do ward rounds. First, record the patient's conditions. Only by understanding each psychiatric patient's situation can we better survive. Oh. Saying this, Sumo looked up at the bandaged ghost standing by the wall. I have a task for you. Go to room 509 and find a bed to stay in. Keep a close watch on that little boy from earlier. If there's any problem, report it to me immediately. Bandaged ghost. Are you ordering me around? Damn it, I am.
A huge needle appeared before its eyes, and the bandaged ghost blinked, its voice abruptly cut off. I suddenly feel that some of your burn areas need amputation, otherwise, if I report it, shall I help you with amputation? Sumo stared at this guy with a half-smile. I'm out.
As the bandaged ghost left, Suemo took Luo Mengyao to the pharmacy first, stuffing all the sleeping pills into the medicine box. After checking and ensuring everything was in order, the two arrived at the front of room 501. Bang! With a kick, Suemo coldly pushed the door open and walked in. He glanced at the two strange mental patients in the ward. Ah! A sharp scream rang out, and a dark shadow suddenly dashed out from the blanket, rushing towards Suemo at a very high speed, blood-red pupils staring at him, the corners of its mouth gradually splitting, stretching back to the ears. Its teeth appeared in sharp triangular shapes. Droplets of saliva mixed with blood trickled down from the corners of its mouth onto the patient's clothing. Luo Mengyao instinctively covered her mouth and stepped back a few paces, her face filled with horror. She did not expect to encounter such a terrifying scene upon entering. However, Suemo seemed unfazed, still standing in place, quietly staring into the eyes of this strange mental patient. Their gazes locked. The atmosphere was extremely bizarre. Clap. Clap. On the opposite bed, another bizarre patient was gleefully clapping their hands together, looking very happy. Aren't you scared? The triangular-toothed strange one looked like its eyes were about to pop out, surprised that this doctor seemed completely unafraid, showing no expression at all. Could it be that it wasn't scary? Impossible. In the past, whenever it charged at other doctors, they would scream in fear. The female nurse behind had done very well. Oh, so scary. Suemo lifted his eyelids and replied casually. Yeah, the hobby is to scare people. Mengyao, take a note, good at using rough methods to induce fear. Luo Mengyao hurriedly took out a notebook and began to write. Rough? The triangular-toothed bizarre one suddenly caught onto the key point. Very rough methods, ones that even movies wouldn't want to use. Sudden charges, I thought you were going to kiss me. Suemo waved his hand and walked straight into the ward, pulling over a chair to sit down. Scaring is very happy? Staring at the bizarre patient, Suemo suddenly asked. When dealing with mental patients, it's essential to know their likes, perhaps this is the breakthrough point. Very happy, extremely happy. Why aren't you afraid? There must be something wrong. Where is the problem? What's wrong? You should be scared. The triangular-toothed bizarre one paced frantically around the ward, growing increasingly agitated, seemingly unable to control itself. Meanwhile, at the Xingqian Guild, all analysts watching this scene had buzzing heads, completely unable to analyze it. Facing a mental patient, it's clear this bizarre one likes to scare people. It should show signs of fear to pass. Nonsense. Didn't you just hear? Showing fear will definitely cause problems. If it sees you scared, this bizarre one might go even further, wanting to scare you to death. Watching Sumo's livestream, it feels completely impossible to analyze. What to do when faced with such a bizarre one? Isn't he also done for now? Soon this bizarre one will go crazy. Ichin rubbed his nose, equally troubled by such a problem. What to choose? Still, being appointed as a fifth-floor psychiatrist, shouldn't he be doing rounds? But in a horror scenario, everyone must play their role well, otherwise, there'll definitely be punishments. Not doing it isn't an option. Doing it means encountering mental patients as bizarre as these. It's a hell of a closed loop. Such a talented person, why choose such a path to clear it? Isn't it better to just complete the doctor tasks below? Ichin couldn't understand. The many analysts could not come to a conclusion either. They were analysts, not mental patients, they had no experience in this area at all. The safety bureau people were equally confused. Du Tao blinked his wise little eyes, glancing at the old man Mo sitting nearby. Old Mo, you've participated in many scenarios, have you ever encountered this situation? When facing a mental patient, how should we handle it? Should we cooperate and act along? Or just run as far as we can? Many eyes turned to him simultaneously, eager to know the answer. Old Mo's lips twitched slightly. This was careless. If I had known, I should have left immediately just now. It's over. If the answer is wrong, wouldn't the character collapse? At that moment. In the live broadcast, Suemo returned to the office, and when she came back again, she held a mirror in her hand. Here. She handed the mirror to the frightening creature with triangle teeth. A determined voice came through the screen. Look at the mirror, scare it. When you can scare the person inside to tears, you will have succeeded. I can't say anything else, but in the whole hospital, there is no one you can't scare. Even the director will jump over the wall to escape when he sees you. Everyone stared at the screen, looking at the triangle-teethed creature holding the mirror, making serious scare gestures, their mouths slightly agape. Is this also allowed? Chapter 15, No Pain, No Gain. What is mental illness? People who are trapped in their own self-perception and cannot escape are collectively called mentally ill. In the ward, Suemo looked at the frightening creature putting an effort to perform in front of the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. The initial care is not bad. As long as the method is right, the bizarre mental illness is actually easier to deal with than those strange patients below. At least they won't tell lies. So far, since coming up to the 5th floor, the ghost speaker has not reminded her even once, proving that the mentally ill patients are very honest, and every word they say is the truth. Glancing at the strange creature on the opposite bed, the other party was still holding up both hands, smiling at the corners of its mouth. What is going on here? Luo Mangyao cautiously leaned over, pointing at this immobile creature, and whispered. The gaze toward Suemo was filled with admiration. What is a genius? This is a genius. Giving the frightening creature a mirror, letting it scare itself, and when it can scare itself, that's a success. No one's brain could come up with such a method. Audience. Suemo stared at this oddity for a long time, finally confirming that this is an audience, the exclusive audience of the frightening creature opposite. Alright, no need to worry about this, close the door later and come back to give the medicine. Let's go check the next ward. The atmosphere in the ward was harmonious. The frightening creature was focused on practicing, while the audience stood still watching the performance. Perfect. It's time to check the next ward. Striving to use the entire morning to meet these bizarre beings, understand each other's situation, and hopefully find a perfect way to communicate regarding each other's illness. Then, the two walked out of the ward and entered the adjacent room 502. This room only had one patient, squatting behind the door, motionless, half closing its eyes, its posture quite unique. What are you doing? Suemo walked around this guy, covering her nose, and asked curiously. The smell was very strong, and there was even a lot of dirt piled up nearby. Don't step on me, I'm growing. Oh, then you grow well, I won't disturb your development. Sumo's mouth twitched, writing down the patient's situation in her notebook. Fantasy disorder, recognizes as a grass, no threat during the day. Next. Except for the young boy in room 509, Suemo and her partner checked all the other wards. They encountered 20 bizarre mental patients in total. There were all kinds of bizarre symptoms. What a manic smashing things disorder, someone talking to themselves in schizophrenia, and someone fantasizing they were a bride, constantly proposing to Suemo. Fortunately, after some back and forth, they finally clarified the basic situations of these patients. Looking at it this way, the 5th floor during the day should be relatively safe, except for that young boy in room 509. After checking all the wards, Suemo discovered a problem. These bizarre beings didn't seem as fierce as at the beginning, even that angry manic only smashed things in front of her, never daring to act. Perhaps it has something to do with that little guy in 509. Across from room 509, there were no patients in the wards on the left and right sides. This is very abnormal. Could it be that scaring the young boy away just now is the reason these mental illness bizarre beings are a little afraid of me too? Thinking this way, Suemo and Luo Mengyao returned to the office. How do you know so much about mental illness? Did you study it before? Once inside, Luo Mengyao couldn't help but be curious and asked actively. It was too strange. Facing any bizarre mental patients, Suemo could handle them all calmly, and even quickly come up with a way to ease the relationship with them. The key point was that almost all of them succeeded. Not a single failure. Ever since entering the horror game instance, Luo Mengyao had never felt as relaxed as this morning. If you set aside the bizarre and terrifying aspects, these patients were no different from the ones in the same hospital. It's simple, just immerse yourself in it. You put yourself into the world of mental illness, then understand them, become them. For example. Suemo smiled slightly. I like hot pot, how would a normal person respond? Luo Mengyao was taken aback. I like eating it too. What would a mental patient say? Luo Mengyao pressed further. You like the lid of the pot, or do you like the bottom of the pot? Luo Mengyao? What kind of good person's thinking can switch back and forth like this? It's maddening. Let's give another. I think I get it now, no more examples needed, the rounds are done, what should we do next? Just sit here the whole time? You didn't give me any sleeping pills, will you give them to me in the afternoon? Luo Mengyao quickly refused. What a joke, if we keep going with the examples, she felt her brain might crash. No need, it should be mealtime now, let's go to the cafeteria. Suemo thought for a moment. According to the simulator's results, the cafeteria had changed chefs. From last night until now, they hadn't eaten anything. They had to go to the cafeteria for a meal, no matter what. Moreover, they couldn't stay alone in the enclosed space with Luo Mengyao for too long. This girl craved his body. Lunchtime. The cafeteria was packed. Several summoned ones sat around a corner table, whispering softly. You guys think that guy who went to the 5th floor is doing okay? I heard that up there are all bizarre mental patients, way more terrifying than down here. Can it be okay? How do you deal with mental patients? Although it's dangerous down here, the tasks are normal tasks.
As long as you try your best and don't make mistakes, you can avoid danger, but mental illness is different. Even being a doctor, survival is hard.
I think so too.
When he left, he still looked at us.
Luckily, I restrained myself from going with him. Otherwise, I'd probably be gone by now.
Just be grateful to me, Lao Wang.
If I hadn't pulled you back this morning, I could see you had the intention to go with him. Now, although you lost a leg, at least your life is safe. They haven't even come down for lunch yet. Do you think they're still alive?
They probably died a long time ago, maybe just went up there and disappeared.
The horror game instance had reached its second day.
Including Sumo, there were 16 summoned ones, and now only 7 were still alive. Among the 5 gathered for lunch, all carried some injuries. They all hadn't completed their tasks or had made mistakes and were punished. Among them, the middle-aged man who lost a leg was because he stepped on a patient's foot and got his leg torn off.
Yeah, let's not say anything else. I owe you a life. I really wanted to go up this morning.
I thought being a doctor, the chance of survival would be greater.
I didn't expect it to be so dangerous up there. Thank you, brother, it's all thanks to you pulling me back. Lao Wang looked at the other person gratefully, his emotions intense as he expressed his thanks. Just as he was speaking,
2 figures walked in from outside, chatting and laughing, wearing clean clothes and looking full of energy.
Without comparison, there is no harm.
Then looking at their miserable appearance, the group fell silent together.
Meng Yao, how did you all? During lunchtime, Lao Wang quietly moved over to Luo Mengyao's side and whispered. I heard the 5th floor is full of bizarre mental patients, isn't it dangerous? What did you all do this morning?
The others shifted their gazes over curiously.
Listen up. Everyone is very curious. When the 2 came over, their relaxed expressions were definitely not fake. Is the 5th floor safer than downstairs? How could that be?
Yes, they are all strange patients. I didn't do much this morning, just followed Dr. Su on rounds, and now the time is here. Well, the strange patients are okay, they are quite friendly. Luo Mengyao thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Except for the little boy at the beginning, the other strange patients are indeed not hard to approach, of course, using Sumo's idea. Understand them, become one with them, surpass them. I have to go get food. After eating, Dr. Su said I can rest for a while. Seeing Su Lang lining up at the window in the distance, Luo Mengyao quickly stood up with her plate and said apologetically.
Staring at the 2 in line, the 5 fell into silence. It seemed the food in front of them had lost its flavor. Damn it, you killed me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have broken a leg. It's much safer up there.
Old Wang's face turned red and pale with anger, his chest heaving.
Blame me? How can you blame me? How was I supposed to know the situation up there? Besides, you stepped on something weird all on your own. Are you going to turn around and blame me?
The middle-aged man across from him immediately disagreed and started arguing with old Wang.
Alright, everyone stop arguing.
At this moment, a tall, dark-skinned strong man slapped the table, and both fell silent.
Yonggu, what do we do now? Staying down here is too dangerous. Just doing the morning rounds almost cost us our lives. If it's not possible, we can discuss it with that guy, we can go up to the 5th floor. He's a doctor now, and whatever work is arranged is up to him. Going up would be much safer, and we won't have to do so much work.
A young man with a buzz cut glanced at Sumo eating in the distance and said in a low voice, does he dare to refuse? The strong man named Yonggu squinted slightly, as if considering the plan.
Let's go talk to this guy. We are all from the same district. You all know who I, Yongzi, am.
As long as we can live to get out, if anything comes up later, come find me, and I will definitely help you out. Grinding his teeth, Yonggu carried his plate and went straight to Sumo in front of him. Brother, think of a way to request the hospital to transfer us to the 5th floor.
Aren't you a doctor? You have the say on the 5th floor. We are from the same district, helping each other is what we should do. How about it? We can help you when we go up. Sumo raised his head, frowning as he looked at the few people. Yeah, the 5th floor is so safe, transfer us up too. You let Luo Mengyao go up, so it should be fine for us too. You wouldn't refuse, would you? We are all from the same district, and you are a doctor now, you have the responsibility to protect us.
While eating, Luo Mengyao raised her head, her expression slightly angry. In the morning, when she followed behind Sumo, she clearly signaled the few people with her eyes that they could follow her up to the 5th floor. But these people turned a blind eye and were completely unmoved.
You have to know.
The reason she could follow up to the 5th floor was that Sumo competed with the doctor for it, and the doctor controlled the bizarre happenings on the whole floor.
How could he agree if they talked again?
This morning, I signaled for you all to come up, but you didn't come.
How is it possible now? Letting you leave needs the doctor's approval. Luo Mengyao was so angry that she stood up. Their words clearly implied they wanted Sumo to take the risk, right? He's also a doctor, it's all just a matter of a word.
The buzzcut young man curled his lip, his expression somewhat impatient.
Besides, how were we supposed to know the 5th floor was safe back then?
We definitely couldn't follow up. It wasn't a big deal if the doctor could let people go in the morning, surely he can do it in the afternoon as well.
Exactly.
Old Wang and the three kept echoing.
Sorry, I can't agree to that. Sumo raised his head, coldly shaking his head. When there's danger, let others go first and only come up when it's safe. Where does such a good thing exist? Moreover, the reason for bringing Luo Mengyao is that the little girl is from a medical background, familiar with the hospital, and can help in many areas I don't understand.
As for the few people on the opposite side, they are of no use at all except to slow us down.
What did you say? You little brat, do you dare to refuse? Do you believe that I?
Brother Yong's face darkened, unable to believe that the other party actually dared to refuse.
Chef.
Sumo raised her hand and waved to the new chef working in the distance. Immediately, a new chef with a plump figure, holding a bone knife, and stained with blood on his leather apron, walked over.
Doctor, is the food not to your taste? Glancing at Sumo's doctor's outfit, the butcher chef smiled broadly, even asking with a hint of flattery.
The people opposite were all stunned. When they were getting their meals, this new chef's attitude was as bad as it could be. No, the food tastes very good. It's just that these few people are disturbing my meal, which greatly affects my mood.
You understand, I am a doctor.
If my mood is disturbed, it will affect the treatment of my patients.
Sumo snorted coldly, pointing at Brother Yong and the others.
The canteen is the chef's territory, and here, chefs have a lot of power. Unless it's like last time when all the bazaar staff united in rebellion, no one can match the chef.
Moreover, this new chef is completely butcher-like, even more fierce than the previous chef. Alright, in the canteen, no one can disturb your meal, you can rest assured. As soon as the words fell. Whoosh!
The sharp bone knife was driven directly into the table, and the butcher chef glared fiercely at Brother Yong and the others, his large mouth opening wide to the ear. It's just that many staff members need extra meals for dinner. If a big bone is missing from the soup, it'll affect others' meals.
Damn it, on my first day as a chef, you little crawlers are causing me trouble, you are really damn it.
Saying this, he grabbed old Wang by the neck and dragged him toward the kitchen.
Hee, good bone. Screams echoed.
Brother Yong and the others went pale, trembling all over.
Will the chef listen to the doctor? Why is that? The doctor here actually has such great power?
Looking at Sumo, Brother Yong and the others were filled with deep fear. With just one sentence, the chef would help the doctor kill.
Splash! Sumo pushed the plate aside and stared at Brother Yong.
A smile appeared on her lips.
Lowering her voice, she said. Don't provoke me, otherwise, I wouldn't mind suggesting to the doctor to let you come to the 5th floor as a patient. Mengyao, let's go. Safety Bureau.
Du Tao and others watched the scene. Their expressions changed involuntarily.
Not because Sumo refused the requests of several people, but because.
In this S-level horror game instance, the doctor's power is actually that great.
Chapter 17, The Mysterious Side Quest. At the entrance of the 5th floor psychiatric office.
As soon as Sumo and the other person walked out of the elevator, they saw Bandage Ghost standing at the door, looking around in a bit of panic.
Help!
Before they could enter the office, this guy immediately cried out with a trembling voice.
The little thing in Ward 509 is a lunatic.
If I stay with him any longer, I'm sure I'll die.
He keeps wanting to find his mom. Where can I find his mom? Sumo glanced at Bandage Ghost. In just a short morning, this guy looked very miserable.
Not only were the bandages on his body torn apart, but there were also many strange bite marks on the bones inside.
Was he bitten? Sumo couldn't help but remember the result in the simulator. He was also bitten by the guy in 509. Don't panic, what exactly happened? I was inside the ward. At first, he was quite quiet and didn't bother me, but suddenly, he asked me if I had seen his mom. How could I have seen her? Naturally, I shook my head.
But unexpectedly, with just that one sentence, he went crazy, not only freezing me but also constantly biting me. Bandage Ghost recalled the scene that happened in the morning.
Uncontrollable shivers.
Although they were all bizarre, facing the little boy in Ward 509, he surprisingly had no ability to fight back at all. This guy must be the most powerful bazaar on the 5th floor, the other mental illness bazaars don't dare to provoke him.
Just think about it, if even the mentally ill don't dare to mess with him, how scared must they be? Sumo sighed slightly. It was almost afternoon, the most difficult time was approaching. The other bazaars now all had ways to take their medicine, but how could this little boy in Ward 509 be made to swallow a sleeping pill? What is he doing right now? Luo Mengyao asked with a frown.
He's dismantling the bazaars from other rooms, he's already killed several. The bandaged bazaar's voice trembled. Luckily, it was fast enough to lure him to other patient rooms, otherwise, it would probably have been torn apart by now.
Killed several? Sumo's pupils contracted, and she froze in place. When she was downstairs as the doctor in charge of the floor, would the director punish her if a patient died? Sumo didn't know.
However, she had to stop the little boy from continuing to kill other bazaars. Otherwise, once all the bazaars were killed, she could no longer stay on the 5th floor.
Without patience, what use would a doctor be?
With this thought, Sumo hurriedly stood up from her chair. Let's go check on this little boy, be careful.
If we can't control him, something bad may happen. Reminding the two, Sumo stepped out of the office and into the corridor.
Hiss. The moment she stepped outside, she couldn't help but shiver. The corridor was covered in frost, and the temperature was extremely low.
Bang!
At the end of the corridor, the little boy had his back to them, speaking to an ice sculpture, his body trembling slightly, as if he were very excited.
And Sumo immediately recognized that the frozen bazaar was the one with mania.
At this moment, in the hands of the little boy, it had no ability to resist at all.
Why won't you help me find my mom? Why? My mom is clearly hospitalized in this hospital, so why can't I find her? She said she would come to see me, told me to behave here. I've been very obedient. Tell me, did you hide my mom?
A slightly sharp voice came from the end of the corridor.
Sumo furrowed her brows and prepared to walk over.
She had to stabilize the little guy. Otherwise, judging by the current situation, apart from the director, no one could restrain him.
But, was the little boy's mother also hospitalized in the hospital? Was she also a bazaar?
With questions in her mind, Sumo stepped carefully over the frost and gradually approached the little boy from behind.
Where is your mom's department? Swipe.
The little boy suddenly turned his head, and at that moment, even Sumo was startled. He still had the delicate face.
But his entire abdomen was shockingly wide open,
exposing the dark brown flesh inside. The heart, stomach, spleen, kidneys, every visible organ was gone.
Doctor, would you help me find my mom? A deep voice echoed. Before Sumo could answer,
a terrifying game panel suddenly popped up before her eyes.
Side quest, help the patient from Ward 509 find his mom.
Quest reward, mysterious pink mini hammer, can deal damage to bazaars, ignoring defenses. Quest hint, go to the 1st floor operating room, there may be a discovery.
A quest? There's a side quest in this horror game scenario? All along, bazaars would issue tasks, but she had never triggered any task. How come?
The security bureau trained us that in some horror game scenarios, death side quests can trigger, but the difficulty of triggering is extremely high, and these tasks are often very dangerous.
Even advanced players don't dare to accept tasks easily.
Furthermore, some tasks conflict with the scenario.
Luo Mengyao looked at Sumo in surprise and whispered an explanation from behind. Captain Du Tao had once said that many advanced players died largely because of side quests.
The biggest main task of the horror game scenario. In fact, it is about surviving for 7 days.
To survive, not only do you need to cautiously complete your tasks, you also cannot have any curiosity, and you absolutely cannot wander into other areas. But side quests are different. Conflict? What does that mean? Sumo steadied the little boy while urgently asking Luo Mengyao behind her. Some main missions will have you go against the dungeon, turning you into enemies.
Captain Du Tao talked about a case. It was a death battlefield where a high-level player encountered a spy. After taking the spy mission, the high-level player became the new spy, and the mission required him to assassinate the cunning general.
It was like their identities switched in an instant. Sumo understood. If that's the case, taking up this side quest to help the little boy find his mother could very well make her an enemy of the hospital?
Her organs had been completely removed, and she had been thrown into a psychiatric hospital while her mother was also hospitalized there.
All sorts of clues were dripping with eeriness. Could it be that the hospital had issues?
But wait, this is a horror game dungeon, and the hospital is full of the bizarre.
It's always been problematic.
The more she thought, the more unsure Sumo felt.
Uncle, are you unwilling to?
Suddenly, the little boy slowly lifted his head, his eyes full of resentment, staring straight at Sumo. The temperature around them dropped again.
Crack, crack.
The walls made a soft sound, cracks spreading in all directions.
Good, Uncle will help you find your mother.
After a brief thought, Sumo had an answer in her heart. There was no room for choice. If she refused the task, her fate could very well end up like those eerie beings. She could instantly become a frozen statue and die.
Really?
The little boy was stunned, the horror on his face disappeared, replaced by delight.
Yes, but Uncle has one request. Suemo smiled and nodded, taking out a large bag of sleeping pills from her pocket. You are a good child, and Uncle will definitely help you find your mother. But, Uncle is a doctor and needs to manage these patients. Can you help Uncle? Can you help Uncle feed the medicine to the other patients? No problem. The little boy snatched the medicine and excitedly rushed into the distant ward. In an instant, the sounds of the patients wailing filled the air. Chapter 18 Permissions activated, Third Survival Simulation. Sheen City. Safety Bureau. Du Tao looked at Suemo, who was accepting the task, and exchanged a glance with Olimo. Both of them frowned deeply, a trace of disappointment flashing across their faces. Not participating in the training meant they completely didn't know the horrors of side quests. Why didn't Luo Mengyao remind Suemo? Many side quests conflict with the dungeon, and some side quests have end goals that require killing powerful bizarre beings from the dungeon, which is impossible to complete. Not to mention, they are all novices without weapons capable of hurting the bizarre. Du Tao sighed heavily, shaking his head continuously. A dead end. Novice S-level dungeon, no weapons, side quests. These things combined make it very difficult for Suemo to complete the task, no matter how talented she is. And if the side quest is not completed within the time limit, then the bizarre in the dungeon will kill Suemo, and the little boy will also hunt her down, meaning that whether she is a doctor or a patient, neither will recognize her identity anymore, making it impossible to use the rules in her favor. It's a dead end. Let's wait and see, don't rush. Helping patient 509 find his mother might not necessarily conflict with the dungeon. Perhaps there will be a turnaround. Old Mo lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He spoke with a melancholic tone. Though he said that, based on what is known, the task likely isn't that simple. It might really end up conflicting with the dungeon. How did the little boy lose his organs? Why was he locked up in the psychiatric ward? In the same hospital, why did his mother also disappear? The task clues are in the surgery room on the first floor. Why is it the surgery room? It is well known that hospitals have two of the most dangerous places, according to countless dungeon analyses by the mysterious Investigation Bureau. One is the mortuary, and the other is the operating room. Shen-level weapons are indeed very rewarding. Usually, new players might only exchange for yellow-level weapons at most after finishing a dungeon, but the side quests are just too difficult. How about this, you unlock some guild permissions to let them send bullet comments. I need to see how their analysts are analyzing it. Du Tao's expression was serious as he gritted his teeth and nodded. Watching the thrilling game dungeon livestream also allows for bullet comments for communication, but the viewing permissions are held by the Security Bureau. All guilds only have viewing rights and no communication rights. Right away. Once the permissions were opened, many people quickly flooded into the thrilling game live room where Suemo was. Home to guilds only, the permissions are finally opened, it wasn't easy. I think the Security Bureau should just let everyone see the live stream of the thrilling game. That way, everyone can learn from each other. It's pointless to work in isolation. Adorable Chen, looks like nobody here is a fool. They all know to come to this live room first to take on side quests. It's enough to make our analysts' heads smoke. How could this guy be so clueless? Can side quests even be taken on? Mysterious Mo Lao, I brought you all here to discuss the side quest, not to complain. Anyone who complains again will have their permissions revoked. Dreaming of joining 749, oh, Mo Lao is here. It seems everyone is watching this little guy closely. I have a feeling he took this side quest and has directly become an opposing force to the hospital. Don't you guys know? Some hospitals do sell human organs. Second-hand dealer, if I remember correctly, Suemo still has 2 eerie coins. If a person dies, the eerie coins can still return to reality. Do these sell? I'll buy them for twice the market price. The moment the bullet comment permissions were opened, the live room was in total chaos. Even Mo Lao and Du Tao didn't expect so many people to be watching Sumo's live room. Factions from all over and many advanced players flooded in. In an instant, the entire live room turned into a jumble, but everyone had little hope for Suemo taking on the side quests. The death rate was so high. Especially in an S-grade terrifying game dungeon. How could it be possible to complete the task? After getting help from the little boy, Suemo found it much easier to manage the entire psychiatric department. At least feeding the medication was not an issue. He also witnessed what it meant to force-feed medication. The most outrageous was one eerie creature that resisted fiercely, refusing to take the sleeping pills no matter what. The result was that the little boy directly opened this guy's belly and stuffed a handful of sleeping pills into the eerie stomach, leaving no room for resistance. And so, they quietly stayed that way for one night. Until the dawn broke. The system prompt sounded. Suemo suddenly opened his eyes, having successfully lived for another day. He was very happy. Congratulations on surviving for 24 hours. You can lock in one ability from the attributes. Faced with this question, Suemo frowned and fell into silence. The ability for the second day's attributes was undoubtedly a hard-to-describe ability. Especially that weasel long. The social awkwardness syndrome seemed to be of no use at all. Locking in the strength of an ox ability. After thinking for a long time, Suemo decided to lock in the strength of an ox, which could enhance some strength and might be helpful for survival later on. Although this attribute didn't seem to show much ability in the simulation. In an instant, the attribute merged into his body, and Suemo could clearly feel his strength significantly increasing. This feeling was quite wonderful. It was like before, he never would have thought he could smash the office desk with a punch. But now it was different. Just with a glance, Suemo felt that with one punch, he could definitely crush that desk. Does the host want to start the survival simulation? Golden Smith, purple, there is nothing you cannot open, nothing. Pretty boy, white, not just a white face, it's... You are still young. Calm mind, green, nothing can catch your attention, just maintain a calm mind. Firearms, blue, you can skillfully use various firearms. Experienced driver, blue, there is no vehicle you can't drive, including her. After reading the third day's simulation entries, Sumo's mouth twitched slightly. As expected. The simulator is not a serious system at all, every time there will be a few bizarre entries appearing. First, calm mind is useless for survival, especially since the next task is to help the little boy find his mother. The pretty boy is even less useful. So only golden locksmith, experienced driver, and firearms are left to choose from. Among these three, only golden locksmith can be used in the mission. Being stuck in the inpatient department with no chance to contact cars, and firearms are out of the question. These things are regulated items in the Dragon Country, and ordinary people can't access them. Besides, using a gun to deal with the bizarre doesn't seem very reliable. And most importantly, after 2 simulations, Suemo gradually figured out how to choose entries. Not every high-level entry is the best, but an entry with certain realistic abilities will be more practical. I choose golden locksmith, experienced driver, and firearms for the simulation. Ding, simulation started. Suemo stared at the words appearing continuously in the simulator, her face gradually turning gloomy. Chapter 19, Bandage Bazaar. It's really hard to be brainless. You take the elevator to the first floor according to the prompt. The operating room is in the most hidden spot on the first floor, next to the morgue. Many bazaar workers along the way are watching you, and you need to find a sufficient reason to enter the operating room. You are clever and find surgical clothes in the left office on the first floor, successfully bypassing all the bazaar workers. The operating room is in use, a red light is on above, the door is locked from the inside, time is tight, and a bazaar is already looking for the lost surgical clothes and will soon discover you. You pry open the operating room door. Lying on the operating table is a summoner. You have seen this guy, several doctors spot you, and a sharp alarm sounds, sending all the bazaar workers on the first floor into a frenzy, all coming to chase you. You are panicking and fleeing. There is a hidden door in the operating room, and you crawl in. Following the stairs down, you find what looks like constructed cells below, each room sealed by airtight iron doors, with faint wailing sounds coming out. You discover there is a faint woman's crying sound in the innermost secret room. The medical staff chase after you, you have nowhere to escape. You are placed on the operating table. Just before you die, you see the director, you are dead. The simulation ends. Suemo stared blankly at the simulation process, speechless for a long time. Still not surviving for 24 hours and dying halfway. Suemo has already become accustomed to such outcomes. It seems that the side quest does conflict with the main mission. Having accepted this task, he found himself on the opposing side of the hospital. Ultimately, dying in the director's hands. How exactly should I escape? Suemo whispered to herself. Escape? Luo Mengyao looked puzzled. It's nothing, I am just thinking. After breakfast, I need to go to the first floor. You are responsible for watching the patients on the 5th floor, especially the little boy. Suemo took a deep breath, staring at the simulation results, pondering word by word, trying to find every usable clue. That woman might be the little boy's mother. But being locked in a secret room, the only passageway is inside the operating room. Once entering is discovered by the medical staff, the whole first floor will immediately go into a riot, and all the bizarre beings will come to chase him. There's truly no way out. Suemo felt somewhat irritated. Wait. There is still a summoner on the operating table. Who is this guy? Among the few people alive, Suemo has seen all of them, just a couple of folks like Yonggu. Could it be necessary to find a place to hide and wait until the surgery ends before going in? Thinking this way, Suemo had a vague idea in her mind. What? In Ward 509. The bandage monster suddenly sat up from the bed, staring wide-eyed at Suemo. I don't need surgery. I'm a burn patient. Look at my body, is there any flesh left? It's all bones, what surgery can I have? I'm numb. How is this guy a plague god?
First, he announced that he has mental issues, then he was sent to the psychiatric department. Finally, after much effort, he got along with the little boy and could stay in the hospital peacefully, just managing to lie down in bed.
And now they're declaring he has health problems and needs surgery? No way. When did a psychiatrist also start performing surgery on patients? I admit I'm not smart, I mean, I've been burned, but I'm not a fool. Do I really need surgery looking like this?
The bandage monster angrily threw off the blankets, pointing at his bandaged body, yelling in frustration.
Sumo's mouth twitched as she went downstairs, wanting to enter the operating room.
Although the method in the simulator was viable, being discovered was too risky.
And being trapped inside the operating room would make escape impossible.
Even if she found the little boy's mom, she couldn't complete the mission.
She needed a helper. In an instant, the bandage monster's figure appeared in Sumo's mind. Listen to me. I won't listen.
I want to transfer hospitals, I protest.
You really need surgery. You need surgery.
Seeing that this guy wouldn't budge, Sumo pouted and simply sat down in the opposite ward. She turned to look at the little boy squatting nearby, playing with a skull.
I want to perform surgery on him. Do you have any ideas? The little boy looked up. He grinned widely.
Without saying a word, he quickly walked over to the bandage monster.
Crack. He forcefully twisted the monster's arm off. He needs surgery because he's injured. Look, his arm is broken, he needs surgery the most. Bandage monster? Half an hour later. Sumo pushed the hospital bed alone, with the emotionally collapsed bandage monster lying on it, holding his own arm, as they entered the elevator.
Many big shots watching the livestream looked at this scene with confusion in their eyes.
They urgently needed to discuss this with everyone. Cutie-chan, I can understand doing side tasks, finding clues in the operating room is reasonable, but why bring the bandage monster along? Sumo is still a doctor, right? Entering the operating room shouldn't be hard.
Wealthy beyond compare, I don't know, I just got here and haven't figured out what happened.
Can someone explain?
Old MO, I think getting into the operating room isn't that easy, you need a legitimate reason.
Entering under the pretense of surgery makes sense, but I see Sumo is very cautious.
The last 2 days were reckless, it seems he realizes the side task is dangerous. Dreaming of joining 749, wait a minute, after he went downstairs, he didn't go to the operating room but went straight to a room on the left.
What the heck? How did he know there were surgical gowns here?
Dutao, honestly, it's my first time seeing a spooky scene like this in a horror side task, maybe in the future, we could try it too, it might be quite helpful.
You will die.
The bandage monster looked at Sumo, who was picking up the surgical gown and trying it on, reminding him spitefully.
The operating room is a forbidden zone.
Without the director's permission, no doctor is allowed to enter.
And then? Sumo countered. Then the director will personally kill you.
Here, no medical staff dares to disobey the director's orders.
Sit up a bit, let's see if this outfit fits.
This won't work, your head needs to be covered.
All right, the surgical gown has a mask.
Helping the bandage monster sit up, Sumo held the surgical gown against him to check the fit.
It fits pretty well.
Once he wore it, no one could tell if he was a patient or a doctor from the outside.
Bandage monster? No way. This is a surgical gown. Only doctors can wear it. Why are you putting it on me? Sumo smiled slightly, changed into a patient gown, and lay down on the hospital bed.
The bandaged strange blinked its eyes. That's right, given your outstanding performance, from this moment on, you are the doctor.
Come on, push me to the operating room, and don't let it slip.
You just said that once it slips, no one will let the doctor go. Upon hearing this, the bandaged strange finally understood.
This beast wants it to pretend to be the doctor while it pretends to be the patient? The mentality exploded.
Being so brainless is too much to bear.
Chapter 20, is today your day too? In the corridor on the first floor. The elevator door opened, and several strangely dressed nurses pushed a hospital bed out. I didn't do anything wrong, that doctor arranged unreasonable work, what do you want? I swear at your mother, hurry up and let me go. Damn it, I want to go home. Brother Young lay on the hospital bed, his emotions completely collapsed.
He didn't expect that after returning from the cafeteria, he would be penalized for failing to treat a patient's wound in time, resulting in the patient's kidney problems, and now the doctor actually wants to remove his kidney to replace it for that patient.
Aren't they supposed to check the blood type? Can it even match?
He didn't want to die, as long as he could clear the horror game instance, according to the security bureau, he would soon become someone important. Including those guilds and government departments, they are all looking for people like this.
Isn't it just a kidney? I'll give it to you, damn. At the operating room door, a red light was on above, and someone was performing surgery inside. Even for a kidney removal, you have to queue up, Brother Yong could only weakly complain. He could only lie on the hospital bed and curse in a low voice. At this moment, a strange doctor dressed in surgical clothes, covering their body tightly and missing an arm, pushed the hospital bed over. And on the hospital bed, Brother Yong glanced at the other person and immediately whitened his eyes. Ah, it's your day too. He couldn't help but laugh and said, aren't doctors supposed to be so amazing? Why are you lying on a hospital bed too? Hurt? Needs surgery? It serves you right, Suemo, you really deserve this, not cooperating with me, this is your end, do you see this? This is your end. The person above was none other than Suemo, who had refused them in the cafeteria, now looking weakly lying on the hospital bed. The doctor was missing an arm, without thinking, pushing this guy into the operating room, at least one of Sumo's arms would be cut off. What is happiness? Brother Young felt that he was merely losing a kidney, as long as he could live and leave the horror game instance, aside from that aspect, it wouldn't affect his life too much. But losing an arm was different, there's a possibility he could become disabled in the future. After all, if you lose a kidney, people won't call you disabled. But losing an arm, you're undoubtedly a handicapped person. Suemo frowned and glanced at Brother Yong, he finally understood who the one lying in the operating room was. It turned out to be this guy. But what is he so happy about? What are you staring at? I hope you die on the operating table soon, going against me, now you know your end? Brother Yong continued to shout. Suemo ignored this guy, looking up at the red light above the operating room, there was still surgery going on inside. And there was still this many medical staff around, he couldn't make a move at all. Sumo's initial plan was to let the bandaged strange pretend to be the doctor, while he pretended to be the patient, waiting for the surgery to finish before going in that case, the entire operating room would be left with just the two of them, allowing them complete freedom to act. Even if they were discovered, the strange wouldn't target him as a patient, the primary target would be the bandaged strange. But now, with Brother Young added to the mix, it's troublesome. The surgical clothes were stolen, the longer they were delayed, the greater the chance of being discovered. Suddenly, Suemo glanced at the few strange nurses pushing Brother Yong, he realized that these strange ones were dressed in ordinary nurse uniforms, not wearing surgical clothes. Doesn't that mean only sending this guy in for surgery, not doing the surgery? Take this patient. Suemo lay in bed, blinking at the bandaged figure. What? The bandaged figure was a bit confused, what did it mean by taking this patient? You bring this patient over, you do the surgery, let these nurses leave, you are now the surgeon, the nurses won't dare to resist you, go for it. Suemo reminded softly again. Fortune favors the bold, take a chance, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Whether this works or not depends on the performance of the bandaged figure. Hurry up, if you get found out, you impersonating a doctor will definitely end badly, don't let those nurses stay. Hearing this, the bandaged figure felt like cursing. What a sin. Just wanting to stay in the hospital, how did it end up encountering Suemo, this beast, constantly threatening it? The key is, one misstep leads to another, after being called to the 5th floor, it was like boarding a pirate ship, all in the same boat, unable to resist at all. Which department are you from? What surgery does he need? Why isn't the doctor here? The bandaged figure pressed its throat, hoarsely asking the strange nurses. A few strange female nurses looked up, their eyes terrifyingly piercing, the bandaged figure trembled, forced itself to shout out. I'm asking you a question, why aren't you answering? Who's going to do the surgery? One of the female nurses tilted her head, thinking. The doctor was called away by the director, we need to temporarily take the patient down for a kidney removal. Damn, isn't that wasting my surgery time? Useless, which floor is the doctor on? No standards in their work. The bandaged figure angrily cursed, continually banging on the hospital bed. The noise almost made Suemo fall off the bed. Leave the patient to me, kidney removal, right? I can handle a small surgery, do you have any objections? Can't you see my arm is injured? I need to replace it, get out. If the patient doesn't die, you come back tonight and take him. How thrilling. Is this what it feels like to be a doctor? The bandaged figure felt that since entering this hospital, it had never been so bold. All patients are somehow stronger than it. Even those medical staff were more capable. It could only be fierce towards the summons, thinking it could finally have a taste of victory, but unexpectedly, it encountered this Suemo. Completely out of the ordinary. This. What do you mean, this? When the doctors ask, just say what I said, go away, I don't want to see you anymore. Watching the strange nurses flee, the brave guy was dumbfounded. No way. Can't a doctor be replaced in the middle of a kidney removal? The problem is, this doctor looks tough to deal with, performing surgery with one hand? No matter how you look at it, it seems unreliable. If their hand shakes for a moment, it would be the end. Don't worry, just a kidney removal, a minor surgery, I promise it will be painless. The bandaged figure looked down at the brave guy on the bed, a smirk hidden behind the mask. Ding ding. Suddenly, a red light lit up above the operating room. Suemo hurriedly looked over. The moment the door opened, a strong smell of blood surged out, black-brown blood flowed on the ground, various tissues were scattered all over the operating room. A head was placed on the operating table, wearing an eerie smile, staring straight at Suemo. Xiao Lu. In the next room, the brave guy's pupils dilated, his body trembling violently. The cleaner was only called to the operating room to clean, so why did he die so tragically? What exactly went wrong? If a cleaner can die like this, what will happen to him, a patient about to undergo surgery? Brother Yong didn't dare think any further. Doctor, I need to use the bathroom. Hold it. The bandaged figure coldly threw out a line, pushing the gurney into the operating room. Boom. As the surgery door closed. Lift him up, faster. In a moment, you will perform surgery normally. The doctor requires you to remove one of his kidneys. Do you know what a kidney is? It's in this position, pick one left or right. Suemo jumped down from the gurney in one swift motion, pointing at her lower abdomen and ordering the bandaged figure. Brother Yong? The situation was getting weirder. No, why did this guy dare to jump down from the gurney? Even more outrageous was why this doctor didn't immediately kill this kid? Doctor, he's causing trouble. Shouldn't you just kill him right away? Why are you tying me up? Do your surgery on him first. Tied to the operating table, Brother Yong watched Suemo hopping around while giving suggestions to the doctor. We can't treat people differently. Shut up. The bandaged figure then picked up a blood-soaked towel from the side and stuffed it into Brother Yong's mouth. Never did he think that one day he would become a doctor and perform surgery on a man who deserved to die. Wait. What kind of surgery was this guy getting? Kidney? Yes. Remove 2 kidneys. Suemo kept searching inside the operating room and finally discovered a hidden secret door behind a shelf full of surgical knives. The cell below must be related to the director. The mother of little 509 is most likely locked inside. The doctor just now was very clear, the director checks the operating room every day. As a director, how could he check the operating room every day? It must be to check the cell below. Thinking this way, Suemo suddenly noticed that the secret door was locked. And it was a very complex password lock. The surface was covered in mysterious patterns, with an eye on each side, spinning round and round. Cutie-chan, it's over. I thought this guy would find something by sneaking into the operating room, but it's locked. This is a password lock from a horror game, and ordinary means can't open it. There was once a horror side quest that has never been cleared because of this lock. A summoner starves to death after 7 days without food or drink. Oldly from the Hongtu Guild, what is he turning around for with a surgical knife? Does he think he can open the password lock with a surgical knife? What a ridiculous joke. Wealthy beyond measure, I figured it out, this kid has survived this long purely by luck. Being reckless is one thing, but he's brainless. Where are the people from the security bureau? You rate him so highly? Who made such a rating? Du Tao? Even with a ranking of 1 million, he can still see seed players? Du Tao, UN hashtag UN added percent at UN percent hashtag at UN added wealthy beyond measure. Analyst about to switch jobs. Based on the analysis results, opening this secret door could be extremely dangerous. The operating room has a secret door, so the area below must be very dangerous. In the live broadcast room, whether it was the analysts or the many big shots watching Suemo, everyone expressed their thoughts. Suemo studied for a long time but couldn't figure out how to open this secret door. Give up. No one can open this door except the director. At that moment, the 2 eyes on the secret door stared intensely at Suemo, and a mocking voice came from the door. This door could actually talk? In the simulation results, many details were missing, only showing Suemo panicking and discovering the secret door before hiding inside. It seems that the reason he could enter was due to the purple entry, the ability of the gold locksmith. As the name suggests, a gold locksmith is a higher level locksmith. We're in trouble. Sumo's face darkened as she whispered. To gain this ability, she would have to wait for 24 hours, which is the 4th day of survival in the horror game. Today, it took a lot of effort just to get into the operating room. Do I need to come back here tomorrow? Otherwise, I won't be able to open this secret door at all. Hiding here secretly, waiting for the dean to come in at night to open it? Just thinking about this, Suemo shook her head vigorously. I have always misunderstood.
In the simulation results, because of the 3 selected entries, many situations can be passed directly, but in reality, only after living for 24 hours can one lock onto one of the 3 entries. This means that, faced with many situations, he simply has no way out.
While thinking, Suemo moved the operating room rack over, continuing to block the dark door. Give it up, waste, you will never get in. The talking dark door continually emitted mocking sounds. Oh really?
Suemo paused her movements.
What if I open it? Impossible. Only the Dean can open me, you damn insect, how can you be worthy of opening the noble seal door?
So this door is called the seal door? Sumo's heart stirred. Since the door could talk, it proved that whatever is locked in the basement was not simple at all.
How about we make a bet?
You don't tell the Dean about this matter, and tomorrow if I come, I will definitely be able to open you. If I don't open it tomorrow, or if I don't come, you tell the Dean about this, and then I will die a miserable death. How about it? Since the door can talk, I must keep this guy steady. The Dean will definitely come at night and will ask about the situation. It seems that whatever happened in the operating room, with this door around, nothing can be hidden from the Dean.
Why, are you scared? Bullshit, how can the Great Seal Door be afraid? Fine, I agree, if you still can't open the door tomorrow, you will die a miserable death, hee hee. The seal door let out a creepy laugh, 2 pale eyeballs spinning, staring at Suemo. Suemo took a deep look at this guy and pushed the rack over. She turned around and arrived at the operating table. Dead?
Looking at Yongu, whose neck was bent to the side and motionless, Suemo looked at the bandaged strange.
No, he passed out.
The bandaged strange held a bloody kidney in one hand, visibly excited, his body trembling slightly.
I found that I seem to be very suited to be a doctor. Suemo? Don't keep cutting, leave a kidney, we still need to cut tomorrow. Hurry up, clean this place, that door can't be opened for now.
There's no time to listen to the bandaged strange fantasizing about the future. The top priority is to ensure Yongu stays alive until tomorrow, and then clean the operating room thoroughly.
In the dim fog,
a figure flickered, sitting on the sofa above, crossing its legs.
How many are still alive? Are there enough organs? Chapter 22, Speculation about Weapons. In the deep night,
the operating room door on the first floor slowly opened. A figure walked in slowly, not turning on the lights the entire time, hiding completely in the dark, with ghostly green eyes carefully inspecting the hygiene of the operating room.
Is everything normal today?
The shadow looked at the rack where medical instruments were placed, speaking in a low tone.
Normal.
Pale eyeballs appeared, the voice coming from the door.
Everything is normal? Yes, everything is normal.
The seal door revealed a creepy face, with strange patterns fading in and out on its face.
The face wore a faint smile. The patients below, are they all behaving normally today?
No, they are all very obedient.
The
shadow slightly nodded and closed the operating room door.
The entire operating room fell into darkness. Hee hee, really interesting.
The sealed door emitted a light chuckle and gradually disappeared.
On the 5th floor, the psychiatric department.
With the little boy's help, tonight all the bizarre patients in the psychiatric ward swallowed sleeping pills, and the hallway was silent.
In the psychiatric office,
Suemo sat behind the office desk, staring blankly at the game panel in front of her.
Name, Suemo. Age, 19.
Wealth, 2 strange coins.
Industry, none.
Skill, ghost speaker, strength of a bull.
Weapon, none. Global ladder ranking, 2189432889.
1 skill entry more, but still no weapon with any attack power.
Suemo thought for a long time, finally understanding why the death rate among newcomers was so high.
There were no weapons. No weapons that could cause harm to the weird creatures. Although there were many things to attack with in the hospital, like chairs and medical instruments, none of these could inflict real damage on the weird creatures. Take the bandage monster for example, a little boy could easily tear off an arm, and when Suemo tried it later, she found out. Even with her incredible strength, she could not dislocate a single bone of the bandage monster, no matter how hard she tried, not even the smallest bone. This proved that there must be weapons, like rewards from side quests, that could work.
But where could she find such weapons?
Tomorrow, after locking in the attributes, we should be able to unlock the sealed door, but inside will be a secret room, and if we are discovered, escape will be impossible unless we have weapons that can harm the weird creatures, so we can protect ourselves. If Du Tao and the others knew this idea, they would be amazed. Because usually, only after completing a dungeon and obtaining the rewards, could many realize this point.
Most importantly,
in horror game dungeons, the weird creatures already had their own weapons, but the rules prevented robbery. It was like a butcher's fillet knife in a chef's hand. Even if you took it, you still couldn't harm the weird creatures.
There are also industries in the panel. Does it mean that you can gain your own industry in the horror game? What use does that have? This, Sumo did not quite understand.
After thinking for a long time, it seemed that the only way to obtain weapons was through the little boy's side quest.
In the office,
Luo Mangyao sat on the opposite sofa, also lost in thought. In the afternoon, the horror game sent another reminder. Besides the brave brother arranged by Sumo in the hospital room, only she and Sumo were still alive.
That's right.
Everyone else was dead. Only on the third day, 16 people had died, leaving just the last 3. She was well aware that if she hadn't been lucky enough to follow Sumo on the first day, she would probably be dead by now.
The next 4 days would be even more dangerous. Could they really survive and get out? In Psychiatric Ward 509. Can you be quiet for a moment? There are patients here, and I am a patient now, okay? Please, I beg you, let me sleep for a bit. Brave brother stared at the little boy jumping up and down in front of him, feeling he might cry. This was too much. Sumo had directly issued a psychiatric diagnosis, sending him straight to the psychiatric department. So tragic. Losing a kidney was one thing, now he had mental issues too. Damn it, if I don't make it out alive, I swear I won't let you go. Cursing under his breath, brave brother took a deep breath and turned to look at the bandage monster sleeping beside him. Bro, can you cooperate with my performance? Just leave me one kidney, really. I'm dating someone, and you've taken both my kidneys. What am I supposed to do now? I'm still a virgin.
The bandage monster blinked but ignored him. As a peculiar patient, it also felt quite troubled.
How could it mix with the recruiters? If the director found out, it would probably need to die too. On the third night, everyone was full of worries, unable to fall asleep for a long time.
Until the sky gradually brightened. Sumo entered the bathroom early, took a deep breath in front of the mirror, and after washing up, changed into a clean doctor's white coat.
There were still 10 minutes until the next simulation. Wake up, we need to go to the operating room.
Waiting was no longer an option. Once breakfast was over, tasks would soon be arranged.
By then, they might not even have time to go to the operating room today.
No matter how dangerous the side quest was, getting weapons as soon as possible was the way forward. As long as they had weapons that could harm the weird creatures, even standing inside, with her attribute abilities, Sumo believed
the chance of survival should be higher than it is now. At least we can take the initiative. Now, we must obey the hospital's orders, we are too passive. Wake the others up. You're going with me today. No one needs to stay on the 5th floor.
You will push the bandage monster, and we will go down together.
However, I have taken on a side mission.
You should understand, this mission may put us against the hospital. In other words, if we complete this mission, everyone in the hospital might come after us. If you don't go, then stay on the 5th floor.
Luo Mangyao shook her head vigorously. No, I'm going with you.
Now that there are only 3 of us left, staying on the 5th floor might not allow us to last 7 days.
Sometimes, I might be able to help. Then let's go. Sumo nodded slightly, and the group pushed the hospital bed into the elevator.
They made their way to the 1st floor. It was breakfast time, all the strange staff were in the cafeteria, leaving the entire 1st floor empty. They opened the same patient room from yesterday with ease. Sumo changed into the patient's clothes and, just like yesterday, had the bandage monster and Luo Mangyao push him with Brother Yong into the operating room.
Hee, you kept your promise and came early. So, you cursed reptile, have you thought of how to open me? I lied because of you. If you disappoint me today, you will all die a miserable death. Just as they stepped into the operating room, the dim lights flickered on, and the rack holding surgical tools moved aside automatically.
The bizarre face of the ceiling door appeared on the door, and dark patterns flickered with a mysterious glow.
The pale eyeball fixed its gaze on Sumo. Don't worry, I won't let you down, just a broken door. Sumo glanced at the countdown in his mind. 3 seconds. The last 3 seconds. He smiled faintly. Chapter 23, the door opened. Locking the entry gold hinge dot. Ding. Successfully locked the entry, do you want to simulate? Wait a minute. Sumo unhesitatingly refused.
Damn it, he had been misled all along.
Who said when the countdown ends, you must simulate?
The result of the simulation varies based on the situation.
Why not simulate at the most dangerous moment? He hadn't slept all night. Since activating the system, Sumo had survived 3 days, replaying the events several times. He finally seemed to understand something. The system is a pitfall. At the beginning of the simulation, the situations encountered can provide detailed prompts.
However, as time goes on, the subsequent simulation behavior tends to become simpler, even with some areas showing error prompts.
In reality, you cannot survive based on the simulation afterwards. In that case, since the chances of using it later are low, why not simulate at the critical moment? Not every time can there be a strong entry. The key point is that you can only bring back one entry to the real world. After figuring this out, Suemo temporarily refused the next simulation. Step by step, he approached the ceiling door. He focused on the mysterious keyhole below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Give me a scalpel, and another pair of surgical pliers. Do we have any needles? Give me one of those too. After observing for a while, Suemo stretched out his hand and called out to the back. Ha! Oh, coming. Luo Mangyao was momentarily stunned. It seemed that Suemo wanted to open this bizarre door, but can ordinary tools really pry open a talking door? Finding the tools Suemo needed, she hurriedly passed them over. Brother Yang was still lying on the operating table, earnestly communicating with the bandage monster in front of him. As for what Suemo was doing, he had no time to pay attention at all. Because this bandage monster was utterly insane, after talking all night, it stubbornly refused to let him go today. It just loved being in the spotlight. Did it come back from Myanmar? Bro, big bro, as the saying goes, you can't know someone without a fight. We have gotten to know each other, right? Yesterday I cooperated with your act, I didn't turn a blind eye, did I? Really, leave me a kidney, will you? This thing is gone and can't be grown back, why are you staring at my kidney? You must have a girlfriend too, right? Let's be honest, isn't this the point of living for a man? Can you do me a favor? You can cut off my finger if you like, if that's not enough, you can have my hand, but my kidney really can't. The bandage monster said nothing, carefully sterilizing the scalpel. I really didn't expect this. A burned-out monster actually has medical talent? Crawley, do you want to make me laugh to death? You think you can open the door with these few tools? You're dreaming. The sealed door looked at the tools in Sumo's hand and couldn't help but laugh. In the rolling eyes, there was nothing but mockery. You only have one chance, if you can't open it, you're dead, got it? I'm getting started. Suemo murmured softly, inserting a needle into the keyhole. Listening carefully to the sounds inside. Gently turning it. Seeing this scene, Du Tao and others, who had stayed up all night watching the livestream, furrowed their brows. Last night, Suemo hadn't slept at all, he seemed to be thinking about something. Could it really be this? Just thinking all night could open this lock? Du Tao, if it doesn't open, things will get messy. The side quest is already very dangerous, plus Sumo's information doesn't show that this guy learned lockpicking. The problem is, the doors in horror games are clearly not ordinary doors, how could he possibly get it open? Adorable Yi-Chen, don't you think this kid Suemo seems a bit different today after staying up all night? A few days ago, he was still panicking, how come today he's so calm, as if all he has to do is open this door to clear the horror game? Where's the analyst? Those analysts who haven't slept, hurry up and analyze why this is happening. About to leave analyst, could it be because of the side quest rewards? He could get weapons that deal damage to the bazaar? Second-hand dealer, weapons? How did you train this guy in the security bureau? Doesn't he have any common sense? Weapons can deal damage to the bazaar, but as an ordinary person facing so many bizarre things, come on, are you preparing to be a war god? What a joke. A good seedling ruined by Du Tao, this is your security bureau's responsibility for lack of training. Old Mo, what's happening now? Is Suemo not afraid that what's behind this door is not the little boy's mother? The livestream was filled with intense discussion, they couldn't quite understand why this guy Suemo seemed like a changed person after staying up all night. And he was very certain that opening this door would definitely complete the side quest. Why is that? Although the task has hints, it didn't say that opening it would complete the task. It's just a hint. In the operating room. Stop dreaming, if you can open the sealed door like this, what would my existence mean? Don't. As Sumo's forehead started to sweat, the sealed door let out a sinister laugh. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged. The sinister smile on the sealed door stopped abruptly, replaced by sheer terror. Impossible, how did you open it? How could this happen? How could you possibly open this door? The lock was opened. After all, it's just a door, why can't it be opened? Alright, you lost the bet, now guard the door. Suemo stood up, threw the tools aside, and slowly pushed open the sealed door. He stepped in, ready to walk through. Wait, you can't go in there, or the consequences will be dire, not just for you, but for me too. Once you step through this door, all the medical staff will come hunting you. I'm not joking, foolish human, you can't walk in. As Suemo was about to walk through the door, the sinister face shouted at the top of its lungs, issuing a warning. At the same time, a glimmer of fear appeared in its pale eyes. Humph. Suemo snorted coldly, not stopping his steps. He stepped inside.
Behind the door was a winding staircase, and stepping on it revealed a thick, sticky liquid below.
The entire basement was dark.
There was not a single ray of light. Luo Mengyao, left outside, gritted her teeth and followed him in.
Brother, can we go in too?
You heard it, right? Once we step through this door, the consequences are serious.
Are you out of your mind? Suemo has already gone in, what are we still doing here?
If that door really is as they say, the medical staff will come hunting, and will be the first to die. Yonggu was anxious, desperately trying to persuade the bandaged figure.
Initially, he thought it was hopeless. Unexpectedly,
the bandaged figure turned to glance back at the dimly lit sealed door and actually dropped the scalpel, turning to follow in.
Yonggu?
Damn it, open this for me, I'm still tied to the operating table here.
Big brother? What the hell? Chapter 24, what are they holding? In the pitch-black basement, where you couldn't see your fingers. Tap tap tap.
Suemo stepped on the sticky liquid, slowly finishing the staircase. Whoosh. The moment she stood on the dry ground, suddenly, green torches lit up around her, and the temperature in the entire basement dropped sharply. The green flames not only gave off no warmth. It even emitted a cold, eerie energy.
Weird fire?
Suemo murmured softly, looking at the tightly sealed iron doors in front of her. Unlike the hospital rooms, the iron doors in the basement, besides a small opening below, were all sealed off above, with nails welded tightly on the edges. It was as if they were afraid some kind of thing would escape from inside. Hiss.
Luo Mengyao, who followed down, gasped in disbelief at the scene below. Is the little boy's mother locked up in some room? She quietly asked Suemo.
Not sure, the doors can't be opened for now, we should check first.
Suemo naturally couldn't say openly that the simulator indicated it was in the innermost, middle room of the basement. As for the other rooms. Bang bang bang.
Before Suemo could take 2 steps, there was a frantic banging sound from one of the rooms.
Damn, why do this, why? I beg you, let me out, please, director. You're a madman, yes, you're a madman, damn director, why are you doing this? The room echoed with maddened screams, accompanied by hysterical crying. It was chilling to hear. What kind of weird place is this? What are we doing here?
Yonggu trembled while supporting himself against the wall, tightly gripping the surgical outfit of the bandaged figure.
I'll take a look inside. Suemo gritted her teeth, leaning down to peek into the cell below.
Inside, she saw a dark figure lying on the ground, its shape very strange. The face was unclear. However, the belly was bulging high, as if about to burst at any moment. As if sensing the gaze, the dark figure suddenly turned its head and locked eyes with Suemo. First, there was shock, followed by wild joy. The fat body began to tremble wildly.
Get me out, damn it, open the door fast, let me out, this is hell, you won't survive getting out, the director will come soon, you're all doomed, you'll end up like me, no?
I didn't kill you, I didn't, it was you who volunteered, I paid you, you volunteered. The dark figure spoke incoherently, starting to frantically pound on the iron door.
Then,
in just a few seconds, the entire basement was awakened by the bizarre sounds trapped in cages.
The madness of shouts was deafening.
The ground seemed to tremble. The iron doors creaked and groaned as they shook.
Devil, the director here is a devil, give me back my eyes. I don't want to die, I'll pay you, let me go, please. Give me back my child, why take my child?
Wailing voices echoed in Sumo's ears, she could not distinguish any useful information from the screams.
Madman.
The strange ones locked in here are all madmen.
They keep babbling nonsense.
Many pale hands stretch out from the small holes at the bottom of the cell, trying to grab those outside.
Don't waste time, I need to go in and take a look.
Suemo took a deep breath and quickened her pace toward the depths of the basement. The others dared not linger, the piercing screams left everyone's hearts in chaos.
Completely incomprehensible. Why is there such a basement built under the operating room in the horror games hospital? What is the strange things locked inside? Sheen Capital. Security Bureau. In the meeting room.
Everyone stared at the green-tinted screen with fear in their eyes. Especially the screams, just listening to them sent chills down the spine.
What kind of instance is this? It's completely unexpected. Du Tao muttered to himself.
Other security personnel around nodded in agreement. Their faces were also filled with confusion. In past horror game instances, there was usually a very clear main plot, a goal to survive smoothly. Looking at the instance Suemo entered this time, although it was an S-level horror instance, the main plot should not change.
Complete the task, then survive.
Even if there are side quests that might conflict with the main plot, it still wouldn't lead to such a bizarre situation.
So many mentally unstable beings are locked in the hospital. They didn't keep these strange ones in the psychiatric ward. Moreover, the place of confinement is so secretive, even the door is a talking bizarre sealed door. These all indicate that there is something wrong inside this basement. Captain, this is very abnormal. We have had hospital instance cases before. The main plot has always been about completing tasks excellently and then getting promoted until the instance ends. Making mistakes along the way leads to punishment. Suemo was just fine at the beginning, and she got promoted quickly, becoming a doctor the next day. Could it be a problem with this side quest?
A team member grasped his hair tightly, analyzing from the beginning.
At the start, Suemo was reckless but still acted within rules, developing in the direction of promotion. But now. No.
To be precise, everything changed since she took on this side quest.
The side quest is guiding Suemo toward the opposite side of the hospital. That the hospital can set up such a basement and lock away so many mentally abnormal beings indicates that there are definitely dark secrets.
The problem is, the side quest ends once they find the little boy's mother. He should stop now, immediately abandon this task. Although the little boy is scary, as long as he stays away from the 5th floor psychiatric department, nothing will happen to him.
But offending the hospital is different, and I always feel that this basement is too strange. Yes, what does the guild analyst say? Is there no clue? Why do I feel like Suemo is acting deliberately? Listening to the various analyses from the security personnel, Du Tao was also perplexed.
To become a security officer, everyone has participated in several horror game instances, and they understand the situation inside better than newcomers like Suemo.
But they've never seen an instance that could be this bizarre. The director should be the master of the entire hospital, the strongest existence. Logically speaking, even if these bizarre beings are strong, they still shouldn't be stronger than the director. Then why lock them up? If someone is mentally ill, the hospital has a psychiatric ward, those bizarre patients inside are equally not normal in mind.
The more he thought, the less Du Tao understood.
I think I understand. Suddenly,
a security officer staring at the screen squinted, as if he realized something.
He quickly turned his head and shouted to Du Tao. Captain, could it be that this hospital is involved in some black industry? Or organ trafficking?
Only in this way would they lock up some people, or say bizarre beings. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau has researched that the eerie game world is also a complete world, where the bizarre may have once been a person. As soon as these words were spoken,
Du Tao was stunned and immediately turned to look at the screen. Before he could speak,
in the deepest part of the basement, a red dress flickered in the eerie green ghost fire.
Chapter 25, You call this a weapon? Looking at the red-clad figure. Before Suemo could say anything, Luo Mengyao, who was following behind, was extremely excited. This should be the mother of the little boy, right? Don't rush.
Suemo stretched out a hand to block in front. He walked step by step toward the deepest cage in the basement. Unlike other rooms, this room did not have a tightly sealed iron door but was made of bones, pale and white.
The bones had dense, bizarre patterns. It seemed to be flowing, emitting a faint black mist. At first glance, it was obviously not an ordinary door.
That means, the woman inside this cage was likely very dangerous. Aside from the little boy, this was the second time Suemo saw a delicate ghost in the hospital, with no wounds on her body. Her face was lightly made up, her hair was pinned up behind her head, and her clothes were spotless. She sat quietly in the cage, her head bowed. Even when Suemo and the others reached the door, the woman in red never looked up at all.
She seemed to care nothing at all. Isn't she the little boy's mother?
Luo Mengyao stood behind Suemo, looking at the woman in red inside, and asked softly.
What a delicate woman.
Even in her eyes, the beauty of the woman in red could score 90 points.
Yes. Suemo nodded slightly.
The reason she could confirm that the woman in red was the little boy's mother was that the game panel showed the task side quest was completed. The reward was also given. Mysterious level pink toy hammer can cause ignoring defense damage to ghosts from a mother's love, hoping you will never be harmed. But with a thought, a pink toy hammer appeared in Sumo's hand, and it was decorated with a very cute Hello Kitty cat.
Luo Mengyao? Yongguo?
Bandaged ghost. Seeing such a cute toy hammer suddenly appear in Sumo's hand, the few people were completely bewildered.
It was clearly a child's toy. Damn, you call this a weapon? Suemo murmured angrily.
Where did you get this thing? The woman in red suddenly appeared at the door of the room, staring intently at the toy hammer in Sumo's hand through the bars.
This is my son's toy, how can it be in your hand? You tell me quickly, where is my son? Where have you hidden my son? My son. Before Suemo could answer,
the exquisite face of the woman in red turned more and more ferocious. Her hands grabbed the bone bars tightly.
He's on the 5th floor, in the psychiatric department. Suemo frowned and replied. Is he okay?
As she asked this question, the voice of the woman in red trembled nonstop.
He's fine. No ghost on the 5th floor psychiatric department could match the little boy.
Though so many organs had been removed, he was actually doing quite well. At the very least, he was much more comfortable than those other ghostly patients.
That's good, that's good. Did he send you to find me?
No, you must open the door quickly, we can't stay here. If the chief doctor finds us, we'll die terribly. As she spoke, the woman in red seemed to recall something and suddenly raised her head, her expression urgent, urging Sumo and the others to leave.
Hurry up, this hospital has a problem, a huge problem.
All the patients hospitalized here mysteriously die, and the family members can't even see the bodies.
We must leave quickly.
By the way, call the police immediately. Have the police come investigate here, especially the chief doctor, quickly.
Sumo stood still, not moving. Her expression thoughtful.
Looking at the anxious expression of the little boy's mother, she still didn't respond.
Hurry up.
I know there is a way to leave the hospital, help me open the door.
As long as you open the door, I can take you away. He is coming soon. At this moment.
Even Luo Mengyao and Yongo behind her sensed something was off.
This is a horror game world, we can't let her out.
The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is, I am absolutely not wrong. Yongo leaned against the bandage-covered figure and shouted towards Suemo in front.
It was clear. The woman in red inside really wanted to come out. Okay, I will help you open the door. After a brief silence, Suemo looked down at the white bone-made door lock and raised the inflatable hammer in her hand, smashing it down hard. Thank you. Seeing the door open,
the corner of the red-clad woman's lipstick-stained mouth slightly lifted.
She gratefully stared at Suemo. Lock the door.
But before she could be happy for a second, she saw the guy who opened the door walk in and shut the door behind him. Luo Mengyao outside the door was stunned, completely not understanding Sumo's meaning.
Lock the door? The lock is fine, first lock it from the outside. I will try. After giving orders, Suemo turned around and looked up and down at the woman in red. Meng Diichen, I am confused again, what does he want to do? How can he always do something unexpected?
Watching Sumo's livestream, it feels like our guild's analysts are like fools, completely unable to keep up with the pace. I am the second, I have never sent bullet screen comments, but this time I have to say a few words. Did he discover that there is something wrong with this red-clad woman?
Try it? What is he trying to test? Rich enough to rival a nation? No, this is confusing me too. The side quest is completed, haven't the rewards been given? Could there be another task?
No, if there were, we as viewers would also see it.
According to the normal plot, this woman is problematic, she definitely shouldn't open the door, but this guy not only opened the door, but also locked himself inside. What is he trying to do? Guild leader Oldly, I said something was off, since the task is complete, and they haven't been discovered by the bazaar, why not leave immediately?
Newbies really are newbies, they still don't understand the horror of the horror dungeon. Senior analyst, my head hurts, we have analyzed S-class horror dungeons before, but we have never encountered this situation, this guy truly does not follow the rules, how, oh my god.
After shutting the door,
the viewers watching the livestream were sending bullet screen comments, discussing their thoughts with others. Everyone had participated in horror game dungeons, and among a few guilds, many analysts had some research on S-class dungeons.
But with a loud bang coming from the screen,
all the viewers in the live stream room were completely stunned.
Because
Suemo, who locked the door behind him, raised the pink small inflatable hammer in his hand and, seeing the red-clad woman lost in confusion, jumped up and smashed it hard on her head.
Blood splattered, and the entire head exploded. Various red and white liquids flowed down the corpse to the ground. Silence. No matter if it was the live stream room or the basement inside. Everyone fell into a strange silence.
Even Luo Mengyao and the others suddenly retreated, staring in horror at Suemo, who was covered in blood, holding the inflatable hammer inside.
At this moment,
Suemo looked at the red-clad eerie figure on the ground, which was gradually becoming dry and completely reduced to a skeleton, and softly murmured.
Start survival simulation. Chapter 26, A Method. Simulator starting. Please choose 3 entries.
Thug, gold human nature is evil, unleashing the bloodiness inside, horror and cruelty will no longer affect you, only make you more excited.
Listening, green good at listening, be a quiet listener.
Novelist, blue your written novels generally don't flop. Parkour, white the most basic parkour ability, with a mortality rate of up to 100%.
Lies, green good at lying, deceiving everyone, including oneself.
Suemo quickly scanned the entries and immediately made a choice in her heart.
Time is of the essence.
Wanting to verify if her thoughts are correct, this simulation is crucial.
I choose thug, listening. Simulate the lie. Survival simulation activated. How is she up again?
As the text appeared on the transparent screen, Sumo didn't have time to check the simulation content. Hearing Luo Mangyao's voice, she quickly looked at the female eerie creature on the ground who had been shot in the head.
Had.
The body, twisted in posture, slowly began to crawl up from the ground.
Always facing away from Sumo and the others.
A low, labored breathing sound came from her abdomen.
Go, quickly leave this place. Sumo turned around and shouted, quickly backing out of the prison cell.
As half of her body was just outside, a pair of pale hands grabbed her tightly.
What's to be afraid of, doing something for Dad? You're his child too. Mom loves him, and you love him too, right? Dad just wants your organs, be obedient.
You see, Mom gave her organs to Dad. The eerie voice came from the red-dressed woman's abdomen, as if someone was hidden inside her stomach. Hearing this voice, even Sumo felt a chill running down her spine.
What is the truth? Perhaps this is the truth. In the same prison, why was this red-dressed woman treated differently?
Even every facility in this prison cell is new. Vanity table, bed, wardrobe, toilet, everything one would expect.
Why is this woman different from the others locked up here? As soon as Sumo entered, she noticed something was off and felt very puzzled in her heart. But it was only a doubt.
It wasn't until this woman asked them to take her away that Sumo realized, perhaps this woman was working with the hospital.
No mother, in a dangerous situation, would choose to leave herself first instead of taking the little boy with her.
From beginning to end, except for asking if it was the little boy that brought Sumo and the others to find her, she never mentioned her son again.
Completely abnormal. This was also one of the reasons Sumo suddenly made a move. As for the other reason, Sumo thought about it all night.
Since this was a horror game instance, according to the development of the instance, all the summoners should follow the rules.
That means listening to the doctor's orders, following the hospital's arrangements, and trying to complete the task without making any mistakes.
Only in this way could they successfully clear the horror game and return alive.
But what if they didn't follow the rules from the start?
Openly disobeying the doctor's orders, even going against the hospital's arrangements.
Could they even kill the doctor? Would they still successfully clear the horror game instance in the end?
After this crazy thought appeared last night, it spiraled out of control.
Based on the known simulation results, Sumo kept thinking about what would happen next if they really did this.
One of the most important points is whether the weapon from the side quest is powerful enough. If it can't harm the eerie creatures, they'd have to obediently follow the arrangements. But what if it can fight the eerie creatures? Who the hell wants to put up with this crap?
Didn't 996 work enough already? Now they have crossed into this place, only to experience an even more terrifying horror game? Move quickly, I'll deal with her.
Sumo growled as she raised the pneumatic hammer and swung it onto the red-dressed woman's shoulder. Ignoring the defense and power buff, it was a perfect match. Crack! With one blow, the red-dressed woman's shoulder collapsed completely, flesh and blood splattering, revealing her pale bone inside.
Bang! Sumo raised the pneumatic hammer again and struck fiercely at the woman's broken neck. Bang! I just don't like working, so what? Bang! Does the horror game have to require work? Bang!
Whoever loves the shitty job can do it, but I'm not doing it. Luo Mangyao and the others stood far away, terrified as they watched the seemingly mad Sumo.
One blow after another.
The red-dressed woman from before had now been completely reduced to a pile of meat paste. The small prison cell was filled with debris everywhere. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by Sumo. The contrast from before to now was so great that no one was prepared for it.
Wasn't this a side quest?
According to the normal script, it should be about helping the young boy find his mother, and then taking the mother to find the son.
Along the way, they encounter a terrifying game boss, and after some effort, they defeat the boss, right? Why did this woman get killed so easily? Cutie Chang, no, this weapon Sumo obtained belongs to the mysterious level, right?
Heaven and earth, it's just a bit better than the lowest level, why does it have such great power?
And also, what's up with this guy's strength? A toy hammer can crush even strange bones? Never be a factory dog, damn, where did this guy work before participating in the horror game? It can't be a black coal mine, right?
Why such a deep grudge? Old Li Hongtu, looking at it this way, this red-clothed monster, who is probably the young boy's mother, likely has some connection with the dean. Love him, then give him your organs, he just wants your organs, it sounds a bit creepy.
Du Tao, it's dangerous now, what do we do? I mean, I can't catch up with Sumo's thoughts. He suddenly killed this female monster, what's next? The quest has only been going on for 4 days. Old Mo, could it be his? Damn it, too scary, Sumo doesn't wanna huh? Is this real?
Ready to switch analyst, as expected of a leader, what they say is really top-notch. It sounds like they said nothing, but they actually said nothing.
In the basement. Suemo slowly stood up from the ground, holding the inflatable hammer. The whole body was covered in blood. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment.
At the stairway entrance, the sealed door blinked with pale eyes, the frightening face showed extreme terror.
You're dead. Daring to attack the monster inside, you're all dead. The Dean won't let you go, you're doomed. Damn you, insects. You've caused my death.
As soon as the hoarse voice fell, the outside suddenly made a chaotic knocking sound.
What do we do now?
Luo Mangyao and the others turned to look at the sealed door, anxiously asking Suemo. They could hear that there were already many monsters inside the operating room, various low, strange sounds growing louder with the knocking.
What do we do?
Suemo took out a white surgical towel from his pocket, carefully wiping the blood off his face. He glanced at the simulation results.
He murmured, prepare to go out. Chapter 27. The game isn't played like this. What? As soon as this was said, Luo Mangyao and the others looked at Suemo in surprise and confusion.
What he said was about clearing the game, not about leaving the basement.
What does that mean?
In the horror game quest, you must survive for 7 days to return to the real world. The case studies from the Security Bureau's training never mentioned that someone could clear the game early.
Stop bragging, okay? I admit you just killed a monster, which is impressive, but how could you leave the horror game ahead of time? Impossible.
Brother Yong sneered at Suemo, acknowledging that the other party was indeed powerful. Holding a toy, he could actually cause damage to the monster.
But the red-clothed female monster wasn't even on guard.
If he were given a weapon, Brother Yong believed he could do the same. In the past, when fighting for construction sites, he was known as the God of Picks, and no one could defeat him. The problem is, you must survive for 7 days to get out alive.
What did this guy mean? Did he find a way to clear the game?
Suemo glanced at the simulation results, and facing Brother Yong, the corners of his lips couldn't help but slightly curl up.
To confirm his guess, Suemo had deliberately chosen to attack the monster after obtaining the weapon.
At the same time, he activated the simulator's abilities. He wanted to see how the simulator would react once he broke the rules. In Sumo's view, since it's a horror game quest, each person who enters has panel attributes, can gain weapons and skills, it is almost identical to some kind of online game.
As long as it's a game, there naturally won't be only one way to clear it.
Moreover, it's a game with such high freedom.
You have used an inflatable hammer to kill the Vice Dean.
Breaking the rules of the horror game, strange and crazy howls came from outside. You understood that all the eerie beings would chase you, you were very excited, gripping the inflatable hammer tightly, and opened the sealed door. After a thrilling battle, you paid a heavy price and cleared the entire first floor of the strange medical staff. You prepared to go to the descending floor, you wanted to find that first doctor, and you had to kill it with your own hands to release the hatred in your heart. The elevator door opened, and you saw the doctor standing outside, ready to come in. You smiled happily and lifted the inflatable hammer again. The doctor didn't expect you to be so strong. After half of its body was smashed, it fled in a panic, rushing down the stairs, and you pursued it relentlessly. You both ran out of the inpatient department and arrived in front of another building shrouded in fog.
Here, you met the Dean.
It was terrifying, and you tried to challenge the Dean.
You failed. You died.
This was the result when Suemo chose to break the rules at the end. There was a wealth of useful information from the simulator. First of all, the red-dressed eerie being you killed earlier, who was actually the young boy's mother, turned out to be the deputy dean of this hospital. Moreover, from her earlier screams, it could be inferred that the deputy dean had been in an improper relationship with the dean for a long time, and they even had a child. As for what happened later, nobody knew. Also, with the gold-tier ability of the brute, combined with the strength of an ox and several abilities of the ghost speaker, you could even cleanse the entire floor of the eerie beings.
In other words,
that means the ordinary eerie medical staff looked very scary on the outside, but their actual abilities weren't that strong, or rather, the ability of the attributes was stronger. Suemo felt that he might now be like those big spenders in the game. Although his level was the same as a beginner, everyone was level 0, but the difference in equipment and even skills was too great.
And the most important point. The doctor on the 4th floor could leave the inpatient department.
The dean was never inside the inpatient department, but rather in the FOD behind the department.
However,
the dean was very strong, and you ultimately died at the hands of the dean.
Who? After watching the entire simulation process, Suemo couldn't help but take a deep breath. He slowly tightened his grip on the inflatable hammer. Let's go, we're getting out. Out? There are so many eerie beings outside. Won't going out be a dead end? Are you crazy?
Yanga shook his head vigorously. In those few minutes of Sumo's days, the entire basement was shaking, showing how many eerie beings were flooding in from the operating room outside.
In this situation, how could there be a way to survive by going out? Moreover, you are the only one with a weapon that can harm the eerie beings. Can you protect yourself if you go out? What about us? What can we do? Shout 666. Yong-gu? Sumo said this very seriously. He ignored this guy, quickly walked up the stairs, and stood before the sealed door. Support him, we're going out, stick close to Sumo. Luo Mengyao gritted her teeth tightly. She threw a message at the bandaged Eerie and turned to chase after Sumo. Since the red-dressed Eerie being died inside, the bandaged Eerie was completely bewildered. Killed an Eerie being right in front of it. Although, in its eyes, doctors often kill Eerie patients, it never expected that humans could easily kill Eerie beings. Even with a weapon, how could the speed be so fast? Don't follow them, let's find a place to hide here. I'm telling you, listen to me, it won't be wrong. We are outnumbered and can't compete, hiding is the only way to. Yong-gu tried to persuade the bandaged Eerie to hide in the basement. The sealed door above cannot be opened by the Eerie beings. If they could hide here, maybe they could survive until the end without any Eerie beings coming in. Wouldn't that mean he cleared the level? Smack. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yong-gu looked at the bandaged Eerie with expectation. What awaited him was a pair of blood-red eyes burning with rage. A slap landed on Yong-ji's face. The bandage monster cruelly warned. You better listen to Dr. Su and shout 666 with all your strength, or I won't hesitate to kill you first. Do you understand? Go! Under Brother Yong's confused gaze, the bandage monster dragged him up the stairs. Open the door. Standing in front of the sealed door, Sumo firmly gripped the inflatable hammer, like a soldier about to head into battle. Open the door? Are you crazy? You damned crawling creature. Aha! Do you dare to attack me? Do you dare to attack the great sealed door? A single swing of the inflatable hammer struck the sealed door, causing several pieces of metal to fall from it. Although it was a mysterious level weapon, the most important trait of the inflatable hammer was to ignore defenses, delivering true damage. With just one hit, the sealed door felt that if this guy kept smashing, he might very well break it apart. Open the door, no more nonsense, just open up enough space for me to squeeze through, hurry. If I die, I'll destroy you before I go. Everything outside was eerie. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Rushing out like this in front of all the weird beings would definitely end badly, unless you were an idiot. What do you mean by just a little space? Can't you just open it wide? How else can I get out? Brother Yong shouted from the back. Ga, creak. Sumo had no time to pay attention to this guy. Because the sealed door opened just enough for someone to squeeze through sideways, revealing the eerie medical staff baring their teeth and rushing over. Sumo raised the pink inflatable hammer and smashed it down hard on the forehead of a female monster. Chapter 28 Another Mode. Jean-do. In the Security Bureau conference room. At this moment, Elder Mo appeared again, accompanied by several mysterious bureau members, all masters ranked high on the ladder. This is Chang Chiming, an analyst from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, ranked 1971 on the ladder, who has participated in many horror game instances, including S-Class. This is Han Dong, ranked 2300 on the ladder, hailing from a Toon rating family, with deep research on certain mysterious instances of horror games. This is Chen Qingdong, ranked 3612 on the ladder, from the Dao sect, who has been training in the mountains from a young age, and was chosen by the horror game just 2 years ago, showing high talent. Elder Mo briefly introduced the three's profiles, learning that all of them were ranked below 5000 on the ladder, causing exclamations within the Security Bureau. It's important to note that, aside from certain major incidents, even they rarely encounter players ranked so high. Even the highest-ranked lady, Chang Chiming, had already entered the 2000s. A proper super player. I've already told you about the situation on the way here. It's this Sumo on the screen, participating in a novice instance, but it's classified as S-Class. Today is the 4th day, with a total of 16 entrants, and now only these 3 are left. Elder Mo pointed at the screen, his voice low. The reason for appearing in the Security Bureau again rather than discussing it in the live broadcast room was due to Sumo's sudden change. Taking the initiative to attack the weird beings, in a novice instance, the chance of obtaining a weapon mid-game was extremely low. It could be said that among so many newbies, few could find a weapon before the instance ended. Normally, after obtaining a weapon, they would stabilize their survival, and unless absolutely necessary, they would not actively attack the weird beings. Bang! In the live broadcast, Sumo hid behind the crack in the sealed door, raising the pink inflatable hammer and smashing it again on a strange nurse's forehead, causing her head to explode completely. The scene on screen was very bloody, with the thick sealed door covered in various strange limbs, thick blood flowing from the door seam onto the ground. Taking the initiative to attack the weird beings? The position found is quite good. This door should belong to a type of sealed door, and it's also a kind of weird being. Since it's a novice instance, the only one capable of breaking the sealed door would be the hospital director.
The reason it's called an S-class instance is that it's aimed at novices, who have no attack power and are unclear about the rules, resulting in a very high mortality rate. Chang Qiming, with her exquisite makeup and dressed in a black suit. Beneath is a black skirt, straight legs wearing a pair of black stockings. The whole person exudes a strong dominant sister vibe. At this moment, frowning, she gazes with great interest at the screen where strange figures are continuously being killed. Red lips slightly part. Has this kid obtained some skill reward? Something's off, his strength attribute is definitely wrong. Although the game doesn't have a detailed panel, when beginners enter, their real-life strength won't change in there, unless they gain a skill or some kind of potion. Beside her, Han Dong glanced at Chang Qiming, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. In a deep voice, he asked, then there shouldn't be any, except for the side mission to obtain weapons, there's no other skill. Only after obtaining this weapon would he change like this. The key point is, what does this kid want to do? There are still several days left, is he going to hide here the whole time? Old Mo pinched his brow, a headache splitting, completely unable to understand what Su Mo was trying to achieve with this. Having already obtained a doctor position, if he continues to do well, he might even get promoted. Fighting the strange would be harder to survive than just blending in. Even a normal person could figure this out. Only this guy didn't know what kind of madness he was in. No. Chen Shengdong, who had been silent, stared dead-eyed at the screen, slightly shaking his head, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. We've forgotten another clearing mode. Upon hearing this, aside from Du Tao and several security personnel, the other two people's faces changed dramatically, clearly shocked. You mean speedrun mode? Chang Qiming's mouth opened slightly, clearly startled by this information. What is speedrun mode? Du Tao felt as if he, a captain of the security bureau, who had cleared several dungeons, was being looked at like a fool by the high-level players. He completely didn't understand. Isn't it stated in the horror game dungeons that as long as you survive for 7 days, you clear it? Then you can return to the real world. How is there now a speedrun mode? He had never heard of it before. Other security personnel perked up, their expressions excited. Another clearing mode? Could this be the secret to becoming a high-level player? You don't need to be this interested. Once you enter the top 100,000 of the ladder, you can enter the celestial realm through the horror game. Speedrun mode is not a secret in there, and of course, many have tried it, but they all died very miserably. Chen Shengdong glanced at the people in the meeting room, his face full of disdain, saying, as the name implies, speedrun mode means abandoning the original rules, entering and killing the dungeon's strange creatures at the fastest speed. Once all the strange are killed, survival is naturally no longer a threat, thus allowing for an early clear of the horror game. This mode is recognized by the main god and will also give very high rewards, but the difficulty is very high. At this point, seeing many people showing confusion on their faces, Chang Qiming smiled and slightly shook her head, softly explaining. No one knows how many strange creatures are in the horror game dungeon, maybe 100, maybe 1,000, or even 10,000. The most known heavenly level dungeon has well over 1 million strange creatures, it's impossible to speedrun. Moreover, once you choose to speedrun, you will face a siege. Not only that, but other players can also kill speedrunners for rewards. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply. They dared not imagine. Speedrun mode is actually so dangerous, facing an unknown number of strange creatures without abilities, even companions can freely kill speedrunners? It's simply one person against the entire dungeon. Unless one can crush them, how could they clear it? This mode, to date, has only been successfully completed by the top 100 ladder masters. Han Dong once again dropped a heavy bomb. At the same time, he looked at the screen, his expression resolute, as he mechanically swung his weapon, showing no sign of fatigue. Biting her teeth, she said. It's too hard to succeed in speedrun mode, let alone in a beginner dungeon. If it can be rated as an S-level horror game dungeon, it means that among beginners, no one can come out alive. Besides, he wants to speedrun it? No, I don't think so. Beside her, Chang Qiming suddenly stood up, squinting her eyes and staring intently at Su Mo on the screen. Have you never thought about what a big sensation it would cause if this guy succeeds? An S-level beginner dungeon, and it's in speedrun mode. What kind of rewards would there be? At this point, Chang Qiming turned back to glance at the two and smiled brightly. How about we make a bet? If he clears the level, he can join our team, and you guys can't snatch him away? Chapter 29, Kill the Speedrunner, Su Mo. Bang! Su Mo swung the air hammer and struck another bizarre medical staff on the forehead, causing them to fall to the ground. The entire operating room was now piled high with bizarre corpses, looking extremely terrifying. The walls around were stained with various bloodstains, resembling a horrifying painting. Huff. Even with the powerful strength entry, Su Mo was currently feeling somewhat overwhelmed, her stamina was greatly depleted, and she kept breathing heavily. The door is wide open. If nothing unexpected happened, all the bizarre creatures on the first floor should have been cleared out. Without a doctor's order, bizarre medical staff or bizarre patients on other floors would not voluntarily leave their floors. Therefore, the entire first floor was temporarily safe. The sealed door now revealed a hint of confusion, witnessing how this human acted throughout. One hit after another, it was simply amazing. Block such a small gap, even if the medical staff wanted to come in, they would have to come in sideways, but coming in sideways would not be able to harm this guy and could only be passively beaten. Even so, countless nurses were defeated without any cost incurred. The door is open. You are definitely a madman. Killing so many medical staff, the director will not let you go. The sealed door was given a fierce glare by Sumo, voice trembling as it reminded. You have broken the rules, all the bizarre creatures will kill you. You cannot live to go out, not even if you stay for 7 days. You can only wait for death. Upon hearing this, Luo Mengyao and the other two changed their expressions. What does this mean? Cannot go out? As long as we survive until the 7th day, we can leave here, right? Yang Ji's face turned pale. The thought of not being able to leave and having to live here made his legs tremble uncontrollably. How to live? Encounters with life-threatening crises every day, maybe one could get lucky one day, but over time, even God couldn't help. No, I almost forgot, this is a beginner dungeon. You don't understand, I can only tell you the rules have changed. You should prepare to meet death. The sealed door's strange face revealed a mocking smile, tone sinister. Bang! Sumo gave this creature a blow with the air hammer, waving her hand impatiently. Let's go, leave the operating room first, find a lounge to change clothes, and then, go upstairs. As she spoke, she kicked a bizarre corpse out of the way and walked straight out of the operating room. Wait for me. Following this madman will lead to a bad ending, right? I think we should hide in the basement. Luo Mengyao did not hesitate, quickly following Sumo. Yonggu twitched his lips, cursed softly, and also followed. As for the bandaged strange creature, it was now staring wide-eyed. Fixated on Sumo's back, it turned back to glance at the sealed door. Humph, if you dare to tell the director, I'll represent Su to end you, understand? Having said that, it hurried out as well. The entire first floor was silent, and the few of them followed Sumo to the lounge at the end of the first floor. They found a few pieces of clothing and changed into them. What exactly are you trying to do? Luo Mengyao pursed her lips, glanced back at Yonggu sitting by the door, fastening the buttons of his white coat. He came to Sumo's side, speaking quietly. You need to be careful of him, we just received a mission. Sumo raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Mission? There was no mission displayed here, and the first floor had all been eerily killed. Where could Luo Mengyao have received a mission from? A task that suddenly appeared on the system panel. You. I'll let you see. Mission, kill the rapid transit person, Sumo, before survival ends. Mission reward, 1,000 eerie coins, 1 random mysterious level weapon, skill sighing melody, healing, clearance reward to be given separately. Seeing the mission reward. Sumo's pupils suddenly contracted, staring deeply at Luo Mengyao, instinctively taking a step back. Rapid transit person, Sumo. The horror game could still issue such a mission to players, killing another player could also lead to obtaining clearance rewards. If that's the case, Brother Yong must have received this reward too. It means the horror game dungeon wants players to kill him? Just because he broke the rules? In an instant when Sumo looked over, Brother Yong's expression became uneasy, and he quickly turned to look outside the door. Sure enough, this guy seemed to have indeed received a mission. Sumo nodded quietly, leaning toward Luo Mengyao and said softly. What do you think? Luo Mengyao shook her head vigorously. If it weren't for you, I might have died on the first day. I wouldn't accept this mission, and there's no failure penalty, which means even if I don't complete it, there's no loss. Sumo slightly nodded, knowing this in his heart as well. However, rapid transit person? This is the designation given by the horror game dungeon after breaking the rules. Looking at this, it seems my speculation was right. Besides survival, there are indeed other ways to clear the game. Let's go. After sitting for a while, Sumo picked up the bloodstained inflatable hammer and walked to the door. He turned back and said one sentence to the others. Let's go, we are all doomed anyway. Let's go together. I'll grab a weapon, maybe I can help. Brother Yong seemed very excited, gritting his teeth as he picked up a mop behind the lounge door and also followed out. Luo Mengyao pressed her lips together, also hiding a weapon and hurriedly following out. The group arrived at the staircase. Sumo walked in front and whispered. Follow me, don't get separated. We're going straight to the 4th floor to find that doctor. Although the others didn't understand, they had been following Sumo for so long, and he had never chosen wrong. Therefore, Brother Yong didn't refute. They walked quietly up the stairs to the 4th floor, where all the summoned ones first appeared.
Creak. Suemo slowly pushed open the fire door. The entire corridor was crowded with eerie workers and patients in the ward. Hearing the sound,
all the eerie beings slowly turned their heads, their faces gradually twisting in excitement.
He. It's him.
Kill him, the damn crawler, dare to break the rules of the hospital.
He is mine.
A group of eerie beings screamed wildly and rushed over.
Hiss.
Suemo took a deep breath, stepping out from the fire door with the inflatable hammer in hand, and instantly saw the doctor standing at the back of the crowd of eerie beings. He wore a mocking grin and waved the scalpel in his hand. The simulator was very clear. Only by making the doctor escape could they leave the ward. Following him could attract the final boss, the director. Just now on the 1st floor, Suemo had tried whether he could open the hospital ward main door. Even with unlocking ability, it was still impossible to open. It seems that to leave the ward, they must seriously injure the doctor.
I'll go.
You all take care of yourselves and guard the fire door.
He growled lowly. Suemo raised the inflatable hammer and heavily struck a rushing eerie female nurse. Chapter 30, The Escaping Doctor. Shuten-Dōji. Safety Bureau.
Old Emo and the others stared nervously at the screen showing Suemo, their hearts stirred with turbulent waves. A few people cast puzzled looks at Du Tao from time to time. Being stared at by the mysterious bureaus group, Du Tao felt a bit of a prickling sensation on his scalp.
They didn't come for training.
If he had trained at the safety bureau before entering the horror game, he would definitely be laughing so hard he couldn't close his legs now.
But he didn't. A pure novice entered the horror game instance. He wasn't even clear about some basic rules. I really didn't expect it.
Just now, if he had relied on the ceiling door to kill so many strange beings, now it's real combat power.
However, it's still clear that this kid has very little combat skill and is almost relying purely on strength. But even so, that's not something a newcomer can achieve. Old Emo took a deep breath, looking at Suemo with increasingly excited eyes. What is a genius? This is a genius.
For the first time participating in a horror game instance, not only accidentally accepted a side mission and obtained a weapon, but also became a speedrunner, fighting alongside so many strange medical staff and not falling behind at all.
The problem is, wanting to solve all the strange beings is not so easy.
At the same time, he also needs the strength to deal with the director.
That's too difficult.
The reason he seems so powerful now is that these strange beings are the weakest. Apart from physical attack methods, they have no other means, but the director is different. Han Dong frowned tightly, having to admit that Suemo is excellent.
At least so far, whether in combat power or willpower, he is completely qualified and even outstanding. But after all, it's an S-rank horror game instance. How could it be possible to clear it facing the powerful director? Still clear it as a speedrunner? That's simply as hard as climbing to the sky. Is he really born with so much strength? Chang Qiming was equally filled with doubt at this moment. Because, swinging the inflatable hammer, Sumo's strength is indeed too great. Even the weakest strange beings, an ordinary person couldn't smash their heads with a single blow. But Suemo did it.
Not only did he do it, but facing so many strange beings, he was completely not at a disadvantage, killing a strange being without ever needing to strike a second time.
This is temporarily unclear. I think, do we need to set off now? Quickly find this guy's last known location.
If he really succeeds in clearing it, we must keep it under wraps and swiftly take him away.
Old Emo looked at Du Tao and asked in a deep voice. Is the location investigated clearly? Time waits for no man. Even if we fail, the body will be transmitted back. Assuming we succeed, we must be on site. There is a location.
According to the investigation, the last place he participated was in a rented room. This kid, his parents passed away a few years ago, so he is alone, making it easier to find his residence.
Du Tao nodded heavily and replied urgently.
They had already investigated his identity right from the start. And all participants in the horror instance, whether they complete the instance or die within it, will ultimately be transmitted back, which is also why the Safety Bureau wanted everyone gathered together.
So many people dying at once avoids causing panic.
After all, the news about the horror game instance has still not been released, and it needs to be kept secret.
We set off now. We will check the live updates. With this guy's terrifying power, the 4th floor should be quickly cleared. We must not be far from facing the director.
The hospital has caused such a huge commotion, the director will likely take action immediately.
Chang Qiming couldn't wait to get up, urging everyone to hurry over. What a good seedling. If he really clears it, she and a few people have a bet, Suemo will definitely join her team in the future. At that time, with such a genius around, many instances that couldn't be cleared before might have a chance now. Let's go. Old Mo waved his big hand, instructing Du Tao to lead the way. A few people quickly left the safety bureau and headed towards Sumo's rented room. At the same time, many guilds were not idle, also realizing the seriousness of the issue. Being able to clear an S-rank novice instance is already extremely extraordinary. If he clears it again as a speedrunner, several guilds completely dared not think further. Once Sumo completed the copy and obtained the speedrunner's reward, becoming a true player, it would cause a huge sensation. Completing the novice copy could even lead directly to entering the top 100,000 of the ladder rankings. You must know, it's not just the players within the top 100,000, even those within a million are significant figures in every country. Therefore, what the mysterious investigation bureau could think of, several guild leaders could also think of, urgently heading to Sumo's residence at the same time. Even if the dungeon fails, the myth coins and rewards from side quests will return with the body. The pink inflatable hammer can kill the weird easily, its attributes must be extremely powerful. At that time, no matter what the cost, it must be snatched away. In a horror game dungeon. 4th floor of Qingshan Hospital. The entire corridor looked like a hell on earth, with the floor piled high with medical staff and patient bodies, each shot in the head. The scene was so bloody that even the often fighting Yongu was now vomiting against the wall. Even the bandage ghost couldn't hold back, thankfully, it had already been burned, otherwise it would probably be vomiting too. Fortunately, it was chosen by Dr. Su in advance, otherwise it would likely end up dead here like these patients. At this moment, the bandage ghost was extremely thankful. Looking up at the figure at the end of the corridor, covered in blood, with blood dripping from the inflatable hammer. Everywhere on the clothes were wounds, soaked with blood. Facing so many weird things, Sumo was also injured. It's your turn. Stepping forward to the end of the corridor, Sumo raised her head, wiped the blood from her face, and a twisted smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, fixedly staring at the doctor on the 4th floor. Gulp. The doctor's Adam's apple moved, struggling to retreat, leaning his entire body against the wall. His mind went blank. He was not one of those with the lowest strength, who could only rely on instinct. He clearly knew what level of power it took for a human to kill so many weird things. With no rule restrictions, the opponent's strength was so strong that he, as a doctor, could not handle it. The doctor was very clear about this. Facing Sumo, who was slowly raising the inflatable hammer, the only thought left in the doctor's mind was escape. Quickly inform the dean, only the dean can restrain this guy. Workplace bullying, right? I hate people who arrange work the most, all day long just knowing how to work. Not only must they work, but they also want to point fingers. If you were so capable, why don't you do it yourself? Damn it, come here. Sumo's chest rose and fell rapidly, baring her teeth as she raised the inflatable hammer. She charged forward fiercely. Bang! The doctor hurriedly raised the surgical knife to defend, and at the moment of contact, a massive force surged in, the doctor's pupils dilating as his body staggered back. Die! Sumo raised the inflatable hammer again. She fiercely smashed it onto this guy's arm. With one arm exploding from the joint, the doctor let out a scream, his eyes filled with terror. His body was like inflating, muscles stretching the skin, exposed to the outside. Boom! He crashed into the side wall, disappearing in the dust. Want to run? Where to run? Sumo, holding the inflatable hammer, dove into the dust without hesitation, chasing after the escaping doctor. Chapter 31, There's a Problem. Where is Sumo? As Sumo chased into the dust, Luo Mengyao and the others panicked. They hurried to the wall where the doctor crashed through, looking at the other staircase leading downstairs, completely unsure of what to do. Facing the weirdness, they had no weapons in hand, as Sumo said, besides shouting 666 from behind, they could do nothing to help. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Yonggu lowered his head and first squeezed in, quickly disappearing into the dim staircase. Luo Mengyao bit her lip, tightly gripping the surgical knife, and gritted her teeth to follow. In the 1st floor hospital hall. Huff huff. The doctor rolled and crawled down the stairs. Fearfully looking back, it saw the killer still following closely behind, wielding an inflatable hammer, swinging it like a madman. It was terrifyingly eerie. Even being strange, it couldn't understand how a good person could suddenly become so vicious. The point was, a scalpel really couldn't compete with that inflatable hammer. The strength was like that of a bull, and the broken arm warned it that if it didn't run, it would end up like those other medical staff, surely dead at this human's hands. Thinking this, the doctor rushed to the entrance of the inpatient department, shivering as he took out the keys, opened the door, and dashed out. He quickly vanished into the thick fog outside. The door opened? Sumo deliberately slowed down until the doctor opened the door and left the inpatient department, then she ran down the stairs. Gazing at the mysterious layers of fog outside, Sumo cautiously walked towards it. It was bone-chilling cold, the temperature outside was extremely low. According to the simulator, the director was hiding in the fog behind the inpatient department, but there was no description of the director in the simulator, he was just killed at a glance. From this, one could infer that the director was very powerful, and perhaps for some reason, he could not leave the fog unless you came to the back of the inpatient department. Thinking this, Suemo simply retreated back into the first-floor lobby and conveniently closed the glass door. Waiting for Luo Mengyao and the others to come down. "Where's the doctor?" Unexpectedly, the first to run down was Yonggu, sweating profusely as he rushed in front of Suemo, looking around with a mop in hand. "Weren't you chasing him? Where did that guy run off to? Where is he? Damn it, I'm fast enough and couldn't catch up? Come on, how do you chase someone like this? Losing him like this? If you were with me at a construction site, with that look, you'd struggle to earn 200 a day." Seeing Sumo's expression and the emptiness in the first-floor lobby, Yonggu slapped his forehead, immediately realizing they had lost him. He expressed his frustration at Suemo angrily. "What do we do now?" At this moment, Luo Mengyao came down, followed by the bandaged Eri. "Outside is all fog, and the temperature is very low, we can't go out for now, but now that the doctor is gone, there shouldn't be many threats left in the inpatient department." At this point, Suemo glanced at the two, suddenly raised the inflatable hammer, and struck Yonggu on the forehead. "What are you doing?" Yang Ji's face changed drastically, instantly collapsing to the ground, staring at Suemo in terror. "Didn't you receive a task to kill me?" "I did receive a task, needing to kill both of you to clear the instance," Suemo said with a dark face, articulating each word slowly. "You also have a task?" Yonggu suddenly understood and hurriedly got up from the ground. "Damn, I really have a task here, which is to kill you, with lots of rewards." "What's the deal?" "Anyway, you're not my match, fine, you can kill the Yuri, I'll accept it. Since you have a task, go ahead." Suemo took a deep breath and raised the inflatable hammer again. "Don't be hasty." Suddenly, beside them, Luo Mengyao spread her arms and stood in front of Yonggu. "It could be a scheme of the horror game instance, making us intentionally kill each other. Now there are only 3 of us left, if we fight among ourselves, who knows if we can survive and walk out of the instance. Suemo, keep him alive, he might be useful later. Even if he's not useful, we can still act at the last moment." Yang Ji's face turned red, his teeth grinding loudly. He still held his neck high, looking quite tough, but his legs were trembling uncontrollably. If Suemo wanted to kill him, in this horror game instance, he would have no way to fight back at all. Including the bandaged Eri, Luo Mengyao was clearly on the same side as Suemo. "Alright, fine, you keep an eye on him. If you notice anything off, kill him immediately." After giving Luo Mengyao a deep look, Suemo slowly put away the inflatable hammer. Turning back to stare at the stairway entrance. "We need to find a way to deal with all the Eri medical staff in the inpatient department. I have a way." Luo Mengyao lowered her head and thought for a moment, then shouted immediately. "Every hospital has a broadcast system that can contact medical staff on any floor. If the hospital rules haven't changed, we can use this to notify all medical personnel to gather in one place." "This is a good idea." Sumo's eyes lit up, gathering the strange medical staff in one place was much safer than searching each floor alone. At the same time, he needed to buy time, delaying until he could lock onto the keyword thug while waiting for the simulator's cooldown to end. Only then could he run the simulation again when facing the dean. "Let's go find the broadcast room, it should be on the first floor. Notify all the strange medical staff to gather in the first floor lobby." The group split up and began searching the first floor lobby, and soon they found the broadcast room in a corner, inside the monitoring room. "You stay here, I'll take him to guard the stairway. I've cut off the elevator, the strange medical staff can only use the stairs." Suemo whispered a few commands and pulled Yonggu away, heading toward the stairway. Very soon, a clear and pleasant female voice echoed through the broadcast system on every floor. "Attention, please, all inpatient department medical staff, gather in the first floor lobby in 5 minutes for a meeting. Repeat, all inpatient department medical staff, please stop your work and gather in the first floor lobby for a meeting in 5 minutes. Meeting. At the same time, in the happy community, many residents looked at the vehicles parked downstairs, puzzled. Especially since many of them were luxury cars. The happy community was a low-rent area, there were no wealthy residents, and it was impossible to have rich relatives living here. What is going on? Who are these people? Dressed in suits, why are there so many of them? Are we going to be relocated? What? What the heck, are we being relocated? I need to rush home and tell my mom, that's good news. For real, if we're relocating, I have to thank the one who told my daughter. The house is being demolished, I don't approve of that kid from the neighboring community, he's a loser. I'll find someone else, our family won't lack money anymore. Old Mo had just stepped out of a business vehicle with his group.
Seeing so many guild members gathered downstairs where Mo lived, his face turned quite ugly.
Old Mo, I'm Ichen from the Star Guild. This is our chief analyst. What's going on? Hurry and tell me. Ichen pulled an older analyst from behind him.
Mo might be in danger. There's a problem. That girl Luo Mengyao who has been following him is very suspicious. She is likely to try to kill Mo.
As soon as this was said, Old Mo and the others stood frozen in place. Chapter 32, Walking into the Mist, Luo Mengyao's profile. Afterward, Mo stood guard at the side of the stairway with an inflatable hammer.
Whenever a strange medical staff came down, Mo would strike before they could react, smashing their skulls, then dragging the bodies away. After all, in the horror game instance, the blood on the stairs kept increasing, yet these strange medical staff didn't seem to question it and kept coming down for the meeting. It seems that no matter when, meetings are very important, even the strange ones dare not be late.
A few minutes later, Mo looked at the empty staircase and saw no strange medical staff coming down anymore. The meeting time had passed for a few minutes.
Should be all resolved. The patients are not supposed to leave the floor, so there shouldn't be any danger.
Next, we'll figure out how to deal with the dean. This hospital cannot be stayed in, perhaps I should check out. Mo shrugged, non-committal.
But soon realized a problem.
If the bandaged strange can check out, does that mean there are actually places outside the mist? The instance is not an independent space, but the entire horror game world is an independent space?
If that's the case, no wonder there are industrial projects in the panel, if it's an independent world.
It can indeed have industries.
Thinking this, Mo nodded to Luo Mengyao, also finding a corner to sit down, holding the inflatable hammer and closing her eyes.
As long as she survives tonight, she should be able to leave the instance tomorrow. Both Luo Mengyao and Mo received the task to kill him. As long as they killed him, they could immediately leave the horror game instance, considered a clearance of the instance. In that case, if they could kill the director, wouldn't that mean he could also end the instance early?
Although she would lose 2 days of entry, but random attributes can be risky. What if other dangers appear in the last 2 days? That would be more troublesome, a loss outweighing the gain.
Thinking this, Mo gradually fell into a dream. On the sofa.
Seeing Mo asleep, Luo Mengyao tightened her grip on a sharp scalpel in her pocket. Ultimately, she shook her head slowly. Leaning on the table, she also fell asleep.
A night with no words.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully surviving 24 hours. Would you like to lock the entry?
Outside, the sky was already bright.
Mo was awakened by the voice of the simulator in her mind, opening her eyes to glance at the broadcast room. Whether it was Luo Mengyao or Yonggu, they were still asleep. Even the bandaged strange was leaning against the wall with eyes closed.
Lock the thug entry.
As a blood-red light pattern entered her body, she didn't feel any significant change, unlike being as strong as an ox.
On the contrary,
the thug entry seemed to only reveal its power when killing. It was just unclear how powerful it would be.
After all, it was one of the golden entries. Simulator countdown finished. Do you want to simulate? Crosstalk Master, Purple, what is acting? You are the acting.
Hula Hoop King, Purple, when you turn the hula hoop, no one can disturb you.
Tongue skill, Blue, whatever you understand is what it is. Running, White slightly enhances your running ability. Fishing guy, Green, besides fish, you can catch anything weird. After reading the randomly refreshed entries, Mo completely gave up the decision to stay for 2 more days. Too unreliable. Is this a fake system? Why can it always come up with some bizarre entries? Tongue skill? What's the use? Can I lick the plate clean? I don't want to try hard anymore.
Even though 2 rare purple entries appeared, currently, it seemed that for facing the director soon, these 2 entries offered no help at all.
Hula hoop, crosstalk. Really speechless. Do not simulate for now.
The only options left were the last 3 entries, a useless tongue skill, 1 for running, and 1 for fishing. Fortunately, she had already locked in several entries, otherwise, facing the director with just these 3 entries, Mo estimated she would be lucky to survive a minute due to the director's incompetence.
It's simply too useless. You're awake? At this moment,
Luo Mengyao slowly opened her eyes, seeing Mo already standing up, hurriedly greeting her.
Today we
need to enter the mist. That doctor escaped, and to finish the instance, we may need to find this doctor.
Mo told a lie.
Even though the 2 received a task, what a speed clearer was, she herself wasn't very clear, just guessing in her heart. Then even if these 2 were clear, they wouldn't be very certain.
Hearing Mo say this, Luo Mengyao said, "Oh. What? Going into the mist? Have you all had enough?"
Now the medical staff are all gone. In this inpatient department, as long as we don't go upstairs, those patients won't come down.
It should be safe. Why not stay here until the 7th day is over? Yonggu got up from the ground and suggested actively. You don't have to go out with us, you can just stay in the hospital. He left that sentence behind. Suemo walked out of the broadcasting room and arrived at the hospital department door.
When she was upstairs, she could see the sunlight outside, but upon opening the hospital department door, everything outside was still gray, shrouded in low visibility mist.
I'll go with you.
Seeing Suemo about to step into the mist, Luo Mengyao caught up from behind.
She followed closely behind Suemo. Damn, I really admire it. If we can live steadily to the 7th day, no way, you all are really a bunch of talents. With competitors like this, if we were outside, I wouldn't even want you to carry rice with me, brainless to the extreme. Yonggu cursed softly a few times. He hurriedly chased into the mist as well. Happiness Community. In the rented room where Suemo lived,
Chang Qiming covered her nose and glanced at the toilet paper in the trash can, unable to help but curl her lips.
Quite frequent.
Beside her, Old Mo's mouth twitched as he kicked the trash can under the table.
At the same time,
he looked up at the president of the Starry Night Guild, Chen.
The information is confirmed to be accurate. Are your analysts possibly wrong? She has been following Suemo from the beginning, it should not be. Impossible. Chen shook his head. He took a piece of information from someone next to him. He began to read it out loud.
Luo Mengyao, 18 years old, studying at the technology college, not at some nursing school as she claims, and did not intern at the hospital. Additionally, her family conditions are very poor, her father is addicted to gambling, her mother is bedridden, her brother is in school, and the entire family has no source of income, relying entirely on her part-time job.
Chen stared at old Mo and Chang Qiming, asking in a deep voice. With so many people at home needing her, do you think she wants to survive? Does she want to get those rewards?
Let's not even mention it, just 1,000 ghost coins are enough to completely change her life.
The few of them fell into silence. Chapter 33, It's the Dean. In the mist.
Suemo proceeded cautiously, the visibility in the mist was very low, and she could only see clearly within 2 steps ahead. At the same time, her sense of direction was very poor. Even though she had just left the hospital building and walked only a few meters into the mist, when Suemo looked back, she could no longer see the outline of the hospital building at all.
People are gone too.
She could hear Luo Mengyao and the others had followed her in, but in the mist, Suemo waited for a full minute at the same spot without seeing them appear.
Could it be that it's like a ghostly wall? Can you get lost in here? Or is it that once everyone walks in, they are not on the same path? Muttering softly, Suemo could only navigate based on the position of the hospital building behind her, walking in circles to the right.
Only this way, perhaps she could reach the back of the hospital building.
He. Suddenly. In front, a low, hoarse laughter echoed.
Suemo frowned and immediately raised her inflatable hammer, stepping towards the direction of the sound.
Gradually,
the surrounding mist began to thin, and the hospital's iron fence appeared before her eyes.
In the distance,
in the faint mist, one building after another appeared in Sumo's sight. And walking between the gaps of the buildings were tall, strange beings, each towering over 100 meters high, with enormous eyeballs that looked like blazing suns hanging in the sky, emitting eerie red beams of light. In the sky, various grotesque faces flickered in and out. All kinds of horrifying sounds were endless. Staring at this scene, Suemo was completely stunned. Is this the corner of a horror game world outside? Just the aura emitted by those towering, bizarre beings made Suemo feel a bit breathless. No wonder the death rate is so high, perhaps every mist is an independent horror game dungeon, this. Biting her teeth hard, Suemo took a deep look at the strange monsters outside and turned around to walk back into the mist again. She was heading in the wrong direction, the back of the hospital should be in the opposite direction.
Suemo. Aren't you in front? This confusion is strange, you can't walk in a straight line, or you'll just keep going in circles. Not long after starting to move, I ran into Luo Mengyao, whose expression was anxious. Can't go in a straight line? Where's Brother Yong? Where's the bandage ghost? I don't know. After I followed them in, they came in too, then when I looked back, there wasn't a single person behind.
Luo Mengyao seemed very scared, her voice trembling a bit.
In that case, we can only keep walking and see. Let's try going back. Suemo walked ahead, and Luo Mengyao tightly grabbed her clothes, following closely behind. Conducting survival simulation. It seemed that now, the only option was to conduct a survival simulation, perhaps they could find clues to locate the dean. If I had known it would be like this, I should have followed the doctor out directly yesterday. Last time, I met the dean while following the doctor. If they were stuck in the fog, they might not even be able to return to the inpatient department. Suemo, do you think we'll be able to live and get out? As they walked, Luo Mengyao suddenly asked from behind. Yes. Suemo didn't turn around, his tone firm.
With the system simulator in place, if he couldn't make it out alive, it would be a disgrace to all the other travelers.
Might as well just die early. Really? I also want to live and get out, if I die. I can't even imagine what would happen. Just as her voice fell,
Luo Mengyao gripped a sharp scalpel, slowly raising it behind Suemo. If she killed him, she could immediately leave the horror game instance. Just the rewards alone could change her whole family, her mother's illness, her younger brother's tuition.
Grinding her teeth, Luo Mengyao closed her eyes and aimed for Sumo's neck, stabbing down. Help! At a critical moment,
a scream echoed from afar. It should be Brother Yong.
Hurry over!
Suemo dashed forward, while Luo Mengyao froze in place, staring at the empty stab with the scalpel, a bitter smile on her face.
She put away the scalpel and hurried to catch up with the running Suemo. Help! Damn it, you dog of a doctor, what's wrong with you? If we were outside, let's see how I would kill you.
Brother Yong's face was pale, a fresh bloodstain wound on his back, his clothes soaked red. He fled through the mist in a disheveled state. Behind him stood a doctor, around 3 meters tall, covered in gaping wounds that revealed bones, exuding a stench. His white coat was torn apart. With a mouth split to his ears, the doctor crazily waved a huge scalpel, laughing maniacally as he chased Brother Yong. His eyes were blood red, his expression insane. He seemed to have completely lost his sanity.
I'm so damn miserable. No wonder my mom said since I was young, Youngzi, your life is hard, this really is tough.
Brother Yong shouted while running.
But even so, he still couldn't see Suemo or Luo Mengyao. The doctor was getting closer, and the foul smell seemed to hang over him.
Brother Yong felt despair.
18 years later, I'm still a good man. Suemo, let me tell you, in this world, loyalty matters. I didn't even take this mission.
Roaring, Brother Yong suddenly stopped, gripping a wooden mop tightly, and spat at the 3-meter-high strange doctor.
Pa! Come on, God of War, I will never surrender. If you have the guts, kill me.
As the giant's scalpel rushed in with the sound of slicing wind, Brother Yong closed his eyes in despair.
Bang!
A thick, foul liquid splattered out.
Boom! A loud crash echoed as the doctor fell.
Brother Yong opened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Suemo, who had smashed the doctor's leg with an inflatable hammer, feeling a great relief.
Ah!
The strange doctor let out a sharp sound, his body expanding again, green veins shimmering with light.
Duck! It's going to blow! Sumo's pupils shrank as he yelled while throwing himself outward. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. A giant wave crashed, and Suemo was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. At that moment,
a figure slowly emerged from the mist, standing where the strange doctor's body had exploded, quietly watching Suemo and the unconscious Yonggu, who lay on the ground, completely unaware of life or death.
Let's first see if he's still alive. Hearing Sumo's voice, Luo Mengyao slowly walked over to Yang Ji's side and glanced down. If he's still alive, you should.
Before she could finish her words,
Sumo's expression changed drastically.
Luo Mengyao pulled a surgical knife from her pocket and drove it into Yang Ji's chest with all her strength.
But
she pulled the surgical knife out, blood splattered on her face, and her expression twisted in a grimace as she turned around. In her gaze toward Suemo, a flash of guilt passed, quickly replaced by cold indifference.
I want to live.
I have a paralyzed mother to take care of, a younger brother to support in school, and a gambling father to manage.
I can't die. Do you know? I really can't die. Thank you.
She murmured softly. Luo Mengyao stepped closer to Suemo, raised the bloody surgical knife, and suddenly swung it down.
Yes, kill him, and you can live. Trust the director. Suddenly,
a shadow appeared behind Luo Mengyao, and a mocking voice exploded in Sumo's ear.
It was the director.
In the grayish-white mist, the silhouette of the shadow several meters tall slowly became clearer, revealing the director behind Luo Mengyao.
Gulp!
Suemo struggled to swallow, a chill rising from his back to the top of his head. The entire body was stitched together, especially the abdomen, which was hanging with dozens of human heads, some male, some female, some old, some young. Each head's eyes were wide open, their expressions full of terror. Some of the faces were familiar to Suemo, the very same ones from the group of summons that entered the horror game dungeon.
It turned out. No wonder all the organs were needed, the director's body was stitched together from various human and grotesque body parts.
The strange face was covered in dense black stitches.
Black-brown blood seeped out along the stitches.
After being in the horror game dungeon for so long, Suemo had never seen such a terrifying and bizarre creature. A being that had sewn various body parts onto itself.
Welcome to Qingshan Hospital.
The director, with his thick legs, took one step after another toward Luo Mengyao, his voice full of temptation.
The director promises you, if you kill him and offer his organs to the director, you can leave alive.
Luo Mangyao gripped the surgical knife, her body trembling uncontrollably.
Suemo slightly squinted. His eyes fixed firmly on Luo Mangyao and the director behind her. At that moment,
he seemed to understand.
You've already been in contact? You took the director's task?
Yes. Luo Mangyao gritted her teeth, her beautiful face twisted into an ugly grimace, her eyes full of hatred. She shouted with rage.
Yes, I took the director's task. How could I possibly survive? If I followed you, I could get out alive, right? I can't die. I must live. Why is fate so unfair? Life is already so hard. Why do I have to participate in this horror game? Why? As long as you die, I can go back alone and completely change my fate.
Shouting, Luo Mangyao suddenly raised the surgical knife, the wind whooshing as she brought it down with all her strength.
Bang! At the crucial moment, a mop head flew from the side and slapped into Luo Mangyao's arm. Taking the opportunity, Suemo quickly rolled to the side, avoiding the stabbing surgical knife. Damn it, I knew it was you. Good thing I'm smart. Did you really think all those fights were for nothing?
From the side, Yonggu, his chest stained with blood, struggled to stand up, his face pale but a smile on his lips. He pulled a wooden board out from his chest and waved it in his hand. If the god of war with a pickaxe could die by your little hand, then I must have been living in vain. Indeed, my mom was right, the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is.
I knew it. Everyone is trained, so how could they die so quickly? Everyone's weaknesses are clearly understood, and it turns out it's because of you. As soon as the words were spoken, Sumo's body shook, and it seemed like something clicked in her mind. Except for him, everyone else had been trained. Logically speaking, unless extremely unlucky, it shouldn't be so frequent to make mistakes on the job. There was only one possibility: the anomaly deliberately assigned unfamiliar tasks to them. Ha, yes, that's right, I told the doctor to do it. How could so many people survive in an S-level horror game dungeon? The earlier they die, the sooner I can get out. But, it's all because of you.
Luo Mangyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with venom as she stared at Suemo.
If it weren't for you, they would have all died on the third day, and I might have gotten out by now. But, now it's even better. As long as I kill you, I can get the clearance reward, 1,000 ghost coins. That's enough for my family to buy a house and a car. No one will look down on me anymore. Who will dare laugh at me? Looking at Luo Mangyao, whose expression was twisted and hysterical, Suemo took a deep breath, her palm tightening as she slowly clenched the inflatable hammer. I've said it before, when you're out here, loyalty is everything. I, Zhang Yong, may not be a good person, but I saved my life. I won't take any damn missions or harm you for rewards. At that moment, Yonggu picked up the mop and stood beside Suemo, looking like he was ready to make a great sacrifice. Step back, run to the inpatient department, and move quickly. The two of them stared at Luo Mangyao and the dean standing behind her. Suemo calmly said, "Don't look back, go to the operating room. I'll count down from 3. 3. 2. Run." Suemo spoke quickly. After a low shout of run, she shot forward like an arrow, turning her head and charging into the mist. Yonggu was stunned. He was still waiting for the count, but why did she start running as soon as it hit 2? Damn it, go to hell. Take this mop head. He hurled the mop toward Luo Mangyao, not looking back, putting all his strength into it as he rushed toward the inpatient department. Quick, quick, quick. After Suemo rushed into the first floor of the inpatient department, she turned around and yelled at Yonggu. The two reached the door of the operating room. Looking at the tightly closed door of the operating room, Suemo didn't have time to think. She jumped up and kicked the door open. She rushed in quickly. The simulator results were already out. The reason they came to the operating room was because the simulator had given a prompt. The dean had indeed seen it. But he still wasn't a match for the dean, and in the end, the result showed he died at Luo Mangyao's hands. As for Luo Mangyao, she didn't survive the dungeon, she died at the dean's hands. No wonder this S-level horror dungeon was called No One Survives. From the beginning, the dean had probably chosen someone and secretly received the mission to kill everyone. Imagine if everyone was trained and entered the horror dungeon together, and a traitor appeared halfway, secretly contacting the anomaly and using various means to inform the anomaly of everyone's weaknesses. In such a situation, how could anyone survive? When everyone was killed, the dean would step in. You thought they were going to give you a dungeon reward? Wrong. The dean personally killed you, and the whole horror game dungeon would end. Everyone dies. Isn't this Dr. Su? I encrypted the lock today, you definitely can't open it, heh. The ceiling gate blinked its big eyes and looked at Suemo, its strange face smiling faintly. Before it could finish speaking, Suemo didn't intend to open the lock at all.
Instead, she lifted the inflatable hammer and started swinging it wildly.
Ceiling gate? I'll open the door, don't smash it, isn't opening it good enough?
No, I feel the Dean's aura, you've provoked the Dean, I %, and an hashtag UN percent at UN. The ceiling gate opened in an instant, and Sumo and her companion immediately rushed in. They sensed the Dean's presence outside.
Even the ceiling gate, a strange entity, could feel it. At this moment, Sumo couldn't help but send a telegram to Chong. Quickly pulling back his eyes, the eerie face disappeared. What are you doing here?
After bursting in, Brother Yon looked back and saw Luo Mengyao already at the door, anxiously questioning Sumo.
Open the door, quickly open all the doors, hurry.
Sumo didn't dare to linger for a moment, rushing straight to the depths of the basement, gritting his teeth as he lifted the inflatable hammer and struck fiercely at the iron lock outside the cell.
Block them.
The terrifying and hideous face of the Dean squeezed in, looking at Sumo, who was about to open the cell door, and his body stiffened. Immediately, he shouted in rage.
Chapter 35, Breaking the Deadlock.
You were lost in the fog, witnessing a corner of the horrific world outside, hearing screams for help, you chased after it.
After a bloody battle, you successfully killed the doctor, and Luo Mengyao, who had been following you, suddenly attacked you, and you were injured. You escaped into the inpatient department, hiding in the basement, and you saw with your own eyes that Luo Mengyao brought in a stitched-up monster. From the sound, you determined the monster was the Dean, and Luo Mengyao was a traitor, who had received a mission from the very beginning. You were discovered, and Luo Mengyao wanted to kill you herself. At a critical moment, the bandage monster rushed in from outside, getting crushed by the Dean on the spot, buying you some time. Zhang Yong stood in front of Luo Mengyao, also buying you time. Your unwillingness made you fight to open the cell door, releasing even more powerful horrors inside. The entire basement was in chaos, you were weakened to the extreme, you couldn't hold on any longer, you felt that you were going to die. In the end, you saw the Dean tear apart the stitched Luo Mengyao to deal with the monsters, but the monsters in the basement were clearly stronger than the Dean. Before dying, you saw the Dean dead. This was the result Sumo had simulated just now, a result of mutual destruction. No one survived, this was the meaning. Not only would they die, but even the Dean would die at the hands of these horrors in the basement. However, through this simulation, Sumo learned an important piece of information: the horrors in the basement could kill the Dean. To survive, he could only release the horrors here. As for how to survive among these horrors, Sumo didn't have time to think carefully. In any case, death was certain. If he was going to die, he would drag the other side down with him. But there was one thing he did not expect: the bandage monster and Brother Yang would actually fight for him at the last moment, risking their lives. Boom! At some unknown time, the Dean had two pitch-black chains in his hands, swinging them down onto the ground. The ground shook violently, and the basement began to tremble fiercely. Stop him! The sharp roar was deafening. The Dean's huge body barreled down, and the stitched-up face became even more hideous and terrifying. Sumo, you won't survive. Why are you doing this? You have to die for me to live, why can't you let me live? Luo Mengyao's face was pale, feeling the Dean's anger. Everything was caused by Sumo. If it weren't for him, all the summoners would have been dead long ago. How did it come to this? Cursing, Luo Mengyao gripped the scalpel, gritting her teeth as she charged at Sumo. You go die. Die your mother, you go die, if you have the ability, kill me. Sumo kept his head down, still desperately pounding on the iron chain. No time to waste. Even if injure. Crawlers, crawlers, damn. The director lifted the iron chain, wrapped in a huge gust of wind, and swung it down from above. Is it not open yet? If it doesn't open, I'm going to get stabbed to death by her. Brother Yong clutched his belly and kept backing away, shouting at Sumo. Everyone watching the livestream in Sumo's rental room, including several high-level players like Chang Chi-Meng, never expected it to end so tragically, with so many sudden twists. Each person stared at the live broadcast screen, barely daring to breathe. Sweat filled their palms. Deadlock. In the eyes of several people, the situation was completely a deadlock. The strength difference between the bandage monster and the director was enormous. Even if they fought desperately to block it, they could only buy a few more seconds. Even Zhang Yong, severely injured outside, couldn't hold out long against Luo Mengyao, who was wielding a scalpel. Once the director freed up his hands, Sumo and the others would definitely die. As expected of an S-Rank horror game copy, even a novice copy should not be underestimated. It starts by luring a summoner to betray. Even for us, in such situations, if we can't discover in time, we could suffer huge casualties. Han Dong's face was pale as he deeply looked at Sumo, who was still banging on the iron lock in the screen, her hands already torn apart, bleeding, the pink inflatable hammer now turning blood red. Unable to help but sigh. It's already quite impressive. reaching this level at the last moment, almost completing it as a speedrunner. However, after this copy, I believe the future training of the Safety Bureau may be a problem. With someone like Luo Mangyao appearing, it will be hard for everyone to survive. Chang Chi-Meng loosened her grip slightly, a rare hint of worry appearing on her usually cold face. Why did Suemo want to open the prison door? Could it be that there is a way to break the deadlock? If the monster inside the prison is stronger than the director, but he still can't escape at the end. Everyone on site was thrown into a panic. Chang Chi-Meng, ranked within the top 2,000, still couldn't do anything about Sumo's current predicament. Let alone the analysts. In the face of absolute strength, any analysis was useless. Crack. Suddenly, in the silent rental room, a sound of iron lock breaking echoed from the notebook screen. Give me back my heart, give it back to me. A hoarse, resentful voice came from inside the prison, audible even across the screen. The door is open, what is Suemo going to do? Everyone only saw that after opening a prison cell, Suemo showed no signs of stopping, grabbing the inflatable hammer, and following the monster from the cell, rushing towards the director who held the iron chain. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that she wants to kill the director? The monster inside the cell clearly has no reason but only a desire for revenge. Once the director dies, this monster will not let Suemo and the others go either. As soon as the words were spoken, they saw Suemo leap up from a few meters away, both hands raised with the inflatable hammer. Bang! It smashed heavily onto the director's leg. She then picked up the head of the bandage monster, turned, and threw it into the prison. Brother Yong! Hurry inside, hurry! At the same time, she shouted at Zhang Yong. Sumo's face flushed red, her expression twisted as she charged towards the recently opened prison. At that moment, the people in the rental room exchanged glances, their minds utterly blank. I understand, this prison can hold such a powerful creature, which means that even the director or these monsters can't open this prison door, but the lock is broken. No, this guy can fix it. Chang Chi-Meng blinked her eyes, her face filled with excitement as she shouted, trembling all over. Chapter 36, Copy Completion, Ladder Ranking. Bang! Rushing into the prison, Suemo pressed hard against the iron door, grabbed the iron lock on the ground that had been smashed open, and began to repair it with trembling hands. The basement was small, and even the director was no match. How could they face the creature that could kill the director? Once the director died, they wouldn't even have anywhere to run. Moreover, with the prison opened, who could guarantee that this monster wouldn't escape? You can't escape from the other side. Therefore, Suemo thought, since the jail can hold the bazaar, can they hide in here? If the door is locked from the inside, does it mean that the bazaar cannot open the jail door? In that case, there is no need to escape, hiding here is enough. At the same time, there are many strange patients upstairs in the hospital ward, and the more Suemo thought about it, the safer he felt hiding here. Damn it, I feel like I'm dying. No, please check if my intestines are out. Brother Yong lay on the cold ground, holding his stomach with a pained expression. Don't shout. Suemo kept taking apart the iron lock and then reassembling it, trying to fix the lock. With just his own strength, even if he were as strong as an ox, he probably couldn't withstand the bazaar outside. Aha! Suddenly, a terrible scream came from outside the door, and Suemo lay on the ground, looking outside. He saw Luo Mangyao lying on the ground, her eyes filled with fear. A black iron chain was tightly wrapped around her neck. I'm sorry, I just want to live, to get out. Her mouth was slightly open. Although he couldn't hear the sounds, Suemo could roughly guess what Luo Mangyao was saying by her lip movements. He could only helplessly shake his head. With a spray of blood, Luo Mengyao's head was pulled away by the iron chain, leaving only her body lying in a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Suemo sighed softly and casually closed the small iron door below. This girl never realized, can you really trust the bazaar? The director issued a task, maybe the rewards could be given to you, but can a person really leave the horror dungeon alive? After repairing the lock, he got up quickly to lock the door, as the bazaar outside was battling with the director, causing a huge commotion, shaking the basement. However, he didn't know what kind of material the basement was built with. Despite the bazaar's immense destructive power, not even the walls had collapsed. Huff. Let me sit for a while, it should be safe now. Taking a deep breath, Sumo's whole body shook as he hurriedly leaned against the wall and sat down. Only then did he see that, whether on his hands or body, there were cuts everywhere. You put your intestines back in. No, I don't eat much a day, why is this intestine so long? Brother Yong still wailed, examining the wound on his stomach. As for the bandaged weird, only a head remained, quietly lying on the ground, blinking at Suemo. Stop blinking, I'll put your bones together at the end. There are so many bones outside, we can fix it, no problem. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, we'll just keep the head. If we are safe, I'll stick you on the seal door, and you two can keep each other company. Looking at the bandaged weird, Suemo couldn't help but laugh. You. Boom, boom, no, no. At that moment,
a loud crash signifying a massive body falling down was heard outside.
Suemo cautiously opened the small iron door and peered out.
He saw the director's sewn-together body completely torn apart, various body parts scattered all over the ground. The large head was also ripped open, clearly dead beyond any chance of revival. As for the bazaar that came out of the jail, it seemed to be searching for something, as it ripped open the director's belly, rummaging through it carefully.
Before long,
he saw the bazaar pull out a head from the director's stomach.
Found it, ha ha, found it, this is mine, mine. It seemed very happy, letting out a chilling laugh. Hugging the head, it glanced at Suem.
Help me out, before coming in, I promised a boss to rob a construction site, and I've already taken the money. Suemo turned to look at this guy and shook her head with a smile.
I can't help. Nonsense, we have been through life and death together, don't you have any loyalty?
Before I die, I have one last thing I need your help with. After you go out, make sure to find my phone.
The lock screen password is 668,800. Help me unlock it and delete the browser history.
Brother Yong whispered, his voice growing softer, his eyelids gradually drooping. Ding, the director is dead, the strange medical staff are dead, S-level beginner horror game copy, no one survived ends.
Horror game copy begins settlement.
At the sound of this announcement, Brother Yon, who was just about to close his eyes, jolted awake.
The copy ended?
Then he should still be able to save himself a bit.
It's over.
With wide eyes, Brother Yon looked up at Suemo.
Yes, the copy ended early, we survived. Suemo slumped down on the ground, also letting out a long sigh. So hard.
Every day felt like an unending strain. If it weren't for the side quests and the simulator, no one could clear an S-level beginner copy. The strongest boss had set up an insider early on, and would eventually kill everyone.
Damn, I did it, I did it.
Brother Yong kept his eyes closed, excitedly waving his arms. He didn't even notice his intestines dangling on the ground.
Clearly, he was studying the settlement of copy rewards, which should be quite generous. After all, this is an S-level beginner horror game copy. But looking at it this way, even though everyone could see the task of killing him, as long as they didn't accept the task, they could still clear the copy. In that case, being the main force and a speedy clearer, the reward should be even better, right? Mumbling to herself,
Suemo also closed her eyes, gazing at the settlement page of the copy.
In the rental apartment. Cleared it. Old Emo slammed the table hard, jumping up in excitement. An S-level beginner horror game copy, and cleared it as a speedy clearer. How generous will the rewards be? He didn't even dare to think about it. No one has ever cleared an S-level copy as a beginner in a speedy manner. When people did clear it, they were always strong with all kinds of powerful items and skills. Beginners have nothing, and yet they really cleared it. My god.
Sitting by the bed, Han Dong exclaimed. Clearing a beginner copy, look at Sumo's ladder ranking, it jumped directly into the top 10,000.
No way?
The others widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing.
Chapter 37 Terrifying Speed Clearer Rewards. In the Heavenly Palace. In a bar.
In front of an ancient bar counter, many people of different skin colors sat, drinking and whispering to each other.
Steven, I heard you are recently researching a vampiric horror copy? So, do you have confidence in clearing it?
In the middle, a foreign man with golden hair grinned, exposing his snow-white teeth.
Oh, my friend, are you trying to assist me?
The progress is fast. As long as we clear this copy, our team will definitely be within the top 1,000.
Top 1,000. You guys are impressive.
Oh, I heard that recently, Dragon Country's ranking has dropped?
Is it already beyond the top 1,000?
The speaker was an Asian man, dressed in a meticulous long coat, adorned with various accessories. His skin was very fair, and his features were very three-dimensional, looking like a mannequin from a distance. Zheng Duoshuan, there are still Dragon Country people in this bar. Don't say things like that. Where will they put their faces?
You are too bad. In the corner.
A woman dressed in black night gear, with her face covered, let out a sneer, glancing at the several people in the opposite corner, their teeth gritted and staring daggers.
Is it bad that their ranking is low? This is Heavenly Palace. If you have the ability, invite them to participate in the copy. B level? A level? S level? They can pick. Is there anyone?
The young man named Zheng Duoshuan curled his lip in disdain, snorted coldly, not taking the people in the corner seriously at all.
Peng, what are you whining about? What did you just say? At this moment,
a fat man with a big head and ears suddenly slammed the table, infuriated, and stood up, pointing at the other person while yelling.
Yen Hong, don't make trouble.
Someone beside him kept making eye signals, lowering their voice. Though equally furious inside, this was the Heavenly Palace, a virtual space within the horror game. Anyone who could rank in the top million survivors was qualified to enter here. Moreover, fighting was strictly forbidden in the Heavenly Palace, otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Ha, I'm talking about you, Chen Yanhong. So what? What can you do to me? You're a useless 9,000-something ranked player. Oh, I almost forgot, to challenge me, you can't be below 1,000 rank, you're not qualified. As soon as the words came out, laughter erupted throughout the bar, and the fat man clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. Damn it, where's Sister Chi Meng? Hurry, let her come up and take care of this. These pickled vegetables are too arrogant, I really want to crush him. We have a good seed, our team is short a person. The captain must have gone to find the contestants. Don't bother with them, just drink. If it doesn't work, let's go to a nightclub. As soon as the words fell, the bar door was suddenly pushed open, and a blonde, blue-eyed, hot-bodied woman rushed in. Quick, look at the leaderboard. Someone has parachuted to rank 98-99. Didn't you notice? This sudden appearance. Do you know what rank he is? The blonde woman was clearly a familiar face in the bar, and many people started to check the leaderboard after hearing her words. Name, Su Mo. Clearance copy, none survived, speedrunner. Global ladder ranking, 9,899. Everyone's eyes widened, and their expressions froze, full of astonishment. Many even thought they had seen it wrong, rubbing their eyes, yet the ranking remained accurate. The leaderboard updates in real time and has never been mistaken. This means it's real. Only participated in one copy, doesn't that mean he's a newbie? Clearing a newbie copy as a speedrunner? God, what kind of monster is this? No, a newbie copy can't raise the ranking so much. Even a speedrunner can't, unless the copy is S-level or even beyond S-level for newbies. Hiss, what a joke. You must be drunk, how could a newbie clear an S-level copy as a speedrunner? What a fantasy. That name, doesn't it look like it's from Dragon Country? Soon, someone realized that the name on the ranking was very distinctive, only in Dragon Country would such names appear. Dragon Country people? I'm really sorry. We have to hurry back, you all keep drinking. At this moment, several people from Dragon Country sitting in the corner burst into hearty laughter, dropped a sentence, and hurriedly left the bar. Watching their backs, the bar fell into silence. Speedrunner newbie? Check. I need detailed information on this person. Damn it, squeezing into the top 10,000 with a newbie copy? Is it possible they'll reach the top 100? Impossible. Send someone to Dragon Country to investigate this Sumo, see what their background is, and if we can turn them. Damn it, why is such a genius appearing in Dragon Country and not in our pickled vegetable country? Why? The advanced players present lost their mood for drinking and all got up to leave. A genius had emerged from Dragon Country, clearing an S-level copy as a speedrunner for the first time, a feat that only those in the top 100 could achieve, now displayed on a newbie. Such people must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, once they reach the top 100 ranking, the situation in the Heavenly Palace will change greatly at that time. Competition is everywhere, the horror game copies are no different. In the horror game copy. In the basement cell. Sumo slowly opened his eyes, his face full of surprise. It wasn't that the copy rewards were poor. But rather, the copy rewards were too generous. Even he felt somewhat unreal. S-level horror game copy, none survive reward settlement. The Swift Traveler initiates special reward settlement. Industry type, Qingshan Hospital operating rights, for a period of 10 years, the operating rights of Qingshan Hospital, can hire staff for business, can obtain hospital operation dividends, settlement period of 3 months, but item type, Eerie Enhancement Stone, used to upgrade weapon ranks, quite valuable, Soul Bottle, can fully restore status in the instance, designated card, can designate one horror game instance for survival, cannot choose novice instance, usage will disappear, exemption card, can exempt one horror game summons, usage will disappear, but weapon type, Earth level Spider Silk Armor, Cobwebs from Hell, highly resilient, incredible defense. Currency type, 10,000 Eerie Coins. Looking at the rewards on the game panel, Sumo couldn't help but click her tongue. They actually gave industrial rights. This 10-year operating rights of Qingshan Hospital is a hospital in the horror game. Once existed as an S-level instance. The items are even more abundant, especially the Eerie Enhancement Stone, which can upgrade weapon quality. The Soul Bottle means an extra life, crucially restoring her to full health at key moments. The 2 disposable cards also have tremendous effects. System detection indicates the horror game instance is about to end. Please host carefully choose one entry to lock and bring back to the real world. Entry locked in the instance, participating in instance recovery. Suddenly, A prompt sounded in her mind, the instance countdown was about to end, and she needed to return to the real world immediately.
According to simulator regulations, she could choose one entry to return.
Seeing this, Suemo stroked her chin, furrowing her brows, and lowered her head, lost in thought.
Chapter 38, Locking the Entry, Returning.
Speaker of ghosts, gold whether it's human speech or not, you can understand it all. Bull-like strength, purple if this skill appeared together with Weasel's long, don't hesitate, you will be the most dazzling person in the horror world, in Cowboy Street. Golden Smith, purple there is nothing you can't open, nothing. Brute, gold human nature is evil, it ignites the blood within you, horror and cruelty will no longer affect you, it will only make you more excited. Now 4 entries have been locked in total, 2 gold entries and 2 purple entries, each with different abilities and great effects. Staring at the entries on the simulator panel, Suemo momentarily found it hard to make a decision.
To bring back to the real world, it must be something useful in reality. First, I can eliminate the Speaker of Ghosts ability. Whether there are eerie beings in reality, Suemo is currently unsure. Even if there were, the odds of encountering them wouldn't be high.
Moreover, now with weapons and armor, even if she encountered something eerie, safety would significantly improve. There's no need to use the Speaker of Ghosts to discern whether the other party is telling the truth or lies. Golden Smith is related to unlocking and fixing locks, which is useful, but in reality, its utility is limited.
Unless robbing a bank, ordinary locks usually do not require her to personally open them, so this can also be eliminated.
Bull-like strength ability is quite strong, enhancing physical power. Brute is even more ferocious. At the last moment, if it weren't for having the Brute entry, it would have been impossible for Suemo to unleash such strong aggression after being injured, daring to charge at the director.
Which one to choose? 1 purple, 1 gold? Muttering quietly, Suemo glanced at the instance countdown again, only 10 seconds were left.
A choice had to be made swiftly.
Lock in the Brute entry to bring back.
Soon, Suemo made her decision. Strength can be trained and increased, and the Brute entry means enhanced combat power after being injured, which is equally important in reality. After locking in the entry, Suemo took the last moments to look at the bandaged Eerie that now had only a head left. I hereby appoint you as the head of the security team at Qingshan Hospital, assist in managing the hospital.
With the hospital operating rights, Suemo can appoint any Eerie as hospital staff.
The bandaged Eerie is quite suitable, it should be great at guarding.
Just after the appointment,
her vision gradually blurred.
When Suemo opened her eyes again, she was back in her rental apartment before leaving.
But now the rental house was overcrowded. There were both men and women, and even an old man, all staring at him with strange eyes.
Hiss. Did I end up in another copy again? In a daze, Suemo inhaled sharply and quickly took a step back.
Don't be afraid, let me introduce myself. I am Old M.O., from the 749 Mysterious Investigation Bureau.
You can understand that our bureau manages all the summoners. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, you have an extraordinary appearance. Old M.O. grinned and leaned closer, looking Suemo up and down, waving his hand cheerfully. Where's the doctor? Hurry up and transfer him. You're injured and need to be checked and treated immediately.
As for other matters, we'll talk about them later. As soon as he finished speaking, several guild leaders were upset and immediately squeezed to the front.
Hello, I am Yi Chen, the president of the Star Guild. Old M.O., isn't your Mysterious Investigation Bureau a bit too hasty?
We had an agreement before, summoners can be absorbed by everyone, and no department is allowed to use privilege.
We haven't even asked yet. Exactly. Suemo, would you like to join our guild? You can set the terms, absolutely no bargaining, anything is fine. We'll make you vice president and give you shares.
Come join our guild, there are plenty of cute girls, all very charming. Suemo was a bit confused, but he finally understood what these people were here for.
The horror game instances could be watched live.
These people were probably the big shots who had been watching his livestream outside.
But, the 749 Mysterious Investigation Bureau? Hearing this name, Suemo frowned.
Because he had heard of this name, before crossing over, there was a similar department, very mysterious, completely inaccessible to ordinary people, handling various supernatural events.
He never expected that this world would have it too. Don't you have eyes?
The person is injured, let's go to the hospital first.
As for joining or whatever, we'll think about it later. Hurry up, hurry up. Du Tao, why are you standing there? Carry him and run, no, just go. Old M.O. kicked Du Tao discreetly, shouting in frustration. What time is it now? Why aren't they quickly taking the person away?
Several guild leaders were present, all like hungry wolves, eager to pull out their own coffins. If they continued to fight over him, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau would lose its advantage.
As long as they took him away, appealing to emotions and reasons, Suemo would probably not refuse.
Moreover, their guild had little girls while the mysterious investigation bureau had mature women.
Chang Qiming was undoubtedly a super beauty. And also the team leader. Suemo joining their squad would be perfect. He.
Chang Qiming chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and walked up to Suemo, extending her hand with charm.
Chang Qiming, ranked 1971 on the ladder. Welcome to join our squad.
Looking at the woman in front of him, Suemo felt a bit dazed, especially at her legs clad in black stockings. There was no way to associate her with a high player ranked over 1000. By the way, I'm also a senior analyst and have deep research on horror game instances.
I've cleared S-level instances twice. Oh, hello.
Suemo dazedly reached out his hand to shake hers.
Let's go. We can chat on the way.
Several guild leaders will contact you later.
Let's go.
Old Imo urged, and without saying a word, Du Tao picked Suemo up like a princess, wearing a rather ambiguous smile the whole time.
In Sumo's view, it looked a bit like carrying a bride during a wedding.
Just like that, a group of people rushed out of the apartment and downstairs. Many people in the community looked at Suemo, who was being carried down, all puzzled.
What's going on? Is he getting married? No, wait, how is it a man? What do you mean by married? You?
No, some things can't be said. In the future, you might understand who this young man is.
How did he come back alive? Old man, what are you talking about? Come smoke a cigarette.
Please tell us more about it.
Although the Security Bureau is blocking the news, constantly deleting various posts about the horror game from the internet.
But there is no wall in the world that does not let the wind through. Many people are still aware of the horror game recruitment, which is why Suemo was able to see the news on the forum as soon as she arrived. Those who know are naturally very clear. If the Security Bureau captain personally brought someone down with so many wounds on him, it's easy to guess that this person must be a recruiter, having survived the horror game instance.
I can't say much, but I can tell you, this young man probably won't be coming back again. He's hit the jackpot.
The old man shook his head with a smile, letting out a sigh of admiration.
Chapter 39, Join the Investigation Bureau, Enter the Heavenly Palace. That night,
after Suemo finished treating her wounds, the few people who had been with her the whole time did not leave. They waited until the doctor had bandaged her wounds.
Moreover, the hospital room she was staying in was a very high-standard room. At least, Suemo had never known that there were 200 square meter hospital rooms. Yes, the room she was currently in was over 200 square meters, with every facility one could think of, even a small KTV booth was included. So luxurious. You guys?
Sitting on the sofa, looking at the people opposite, Suemo had many questions in her heart.
The mysterious investigation bureau is equivalent to an official department? Is that how it should be understood? That's right, it can be understood this way.
At the same time, members of the mysterious investigation bureau have a lot of power, including mobilizing the local security bureau, and if necessary, they can request the local garrison to assist in handling cases.
Hearing this, Sumo's heart shook.
It seems that in this world, as long as you're a recruiter who has survived the beginner horror instance, your social status is quite high. No wonder Luo Mangyao wanted to survive. She could completely turn her life around and change her situation in one go.
So, you don't need to ask so much. A lot of things will be clear once you join the investigation bureau and log into the Heavenly Palace. The guild is indeed very wealthy, and its benefits are better than ours, we admit that, but...
Chang Qiming had her black stockings piled together, looking at Suemo with a smile.
If you want to become stronger, to keep becoming stronger, you can only join the investigation bureau.
The guild has limited ways to enhance strength, and besides, the paths are different. The guild focuses on survival analysis, which is very unsuitable for you. Suemo agreed with this, which is also the reason why he valued the thug attribute even more. Using a ghost speaker might improve survival ability, but survival only gets basic instance rewards, which indeed are not as good as speedrunner rewards. Moreover, you should have noticed that the ranking is global. Your name should be quite famous in the Heavenly Palace, and there are many who want to take you out in secret.
Chang Qimeng continued.
Other countries won't just let a genius appear in one country, especially among those in the top 100 of heaven, some of whom are not good people.
Suemo kept nodding, trying to gather more information about this world.
Joining the Investigation Bureau is different. Apart from solo recruitment, most of the time, Investigation Bureau members participate in instances in small teams, which means you will have teammates in the future, the kind you can completely trust with your back. When Chang Qiming said this, her expression dimmed slightly. Not long ago, their team had participated in an instance and lost 2 teammates while covering for others. They truly needed to recruit more members.
Then I'll join. Suemo thought briefly, then nodded in agreement without hesitation. Joining an official organization was always the best choice.
The guild would naturally be freer, but in terms of privileges, it couldn't compare with the official one.
Moreover, with the simulator present, only by joining the official would he avoid more suspicion in the future.
Welcome to join the 749 Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Your credentials will be made the fastest by tomorrow, as for the others. The headquarters is in Kyoto, and there is no need to report for duty for now. Plus, aside from participating in missions and investigating mysterious events, the Investigation Bureau members are quite free, no need to work from 9 to 5, you can be assured of this. Old Mo particularly emphasized that there is no need to work normal hours. In the horror game mission, he is well aware of how much this guy hates working. By the way, concerning your abilities, equipment, and mission rewards, aside from your team being able to share, even the higher-ups in the Investigation Bureau, you have the right to keep them.
Suemo slightly nodded, seeming to remember something, and asked again. What about Zhang Yang who is with me? Does he need to join?
We are in talks with him, he should join, but unlike you, once he joins the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, he will be an ordinary member, his team level won't be this high. According to the ladder ranking, this ranking is very important, especially in the Heavenly Palace. Old Mo spoke mysteriously, not explaining it too clearly.
Suemo is very interested in this Heavenly Palace now. The ladder ranking is crucial in the Heavenly Palace. What kind of place is it? As if sensing Sumo's confusion,
Chang Chi-meng adjusted her hair and nodded to the others. Since he is a member of our team, I will take him to familiarize himself with the Heavenly Palace, conveniently register at the Heavenly Palace, and add Sumo's name.
Seeing this, Old Mo and the others immediately stood up and left the hospital room.
With Suemo joining the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, they also need to meet with a few guilds to notify them of this news. Although they haven't joined a guild, whether buying information or selling mission items, they cannot do without these guilds. To unlock the Heavenly Palace feature, you need to be ranked within the million on the ladder. On the game panel, once you find it, just click directly to enter.
After you enter, you should be at the novice spawn point. I'll come to pick you up from that place.
After speaking, Chang Chi-meng sat completely still on the sofa, enveloped in a layer of transparent aura.
Is this like holographic technology? It's really amazing.
Suemo stared at it for a while, guessing that the aura was a protective facility. If someone outside disturbed it, they would probably notify people inside the Heavenly Palace immediately. Soon, Suemo found the Heavenly Palace symbol on the game panel. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on it. A feeling of dizziness rushed over him, somewhat like traveling through time and space. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a grand plaza, with the blazing sun above him, and all around were various magical scenes, even strange, never-before-seen vehicles flying in the sky.
Is this the Heavenly Palace? A virtual world?
The ground was paved with some unknown stones, glowing softly, making one feel peaceful and calm. It's hard to imagine that this is a space opened up by a horror game mission.
Everywhere was peaceful. Wow, is this really the Heavenly Palace? This is my first time here. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Just a pair of shorts? Pervert, what are you doing? Damn, why did no one tell me I would be naked inside? Where can I buy clothes? I need to buy clothes.
Hearing the gasps behind him, Suemo turned to look. He saw several foreigners in only underwear appearing in the plaza, just like he had been a moment ago.
Hiss. Seeing this, Suemo quickly looked down.
He was shocked to find he was wearing a pair of pink boxers, the color just like an inflatable hammer, with a Hello Kitty pattern in the middle.
Taking a sharp breath, Suemo looked around, wanting tea. Dear friend, look at our couple's underwear, mine has the Hello Kitty design too.
The chubby guy proudly pulled down his pants in front of everyone and stood next to Suemo. He had an excited expression on his face, as if he had found a kindred spirit.
Blue Hello Kitty. Suemo? Chapter 40 Provocation. Heavenly Palace. Outside a coffee shop.
Chang Chi-meng and a few others were gathered together, with fragrant coffee on the table.
Isn't this a virtual space?
Why do I see bars and coffee shops along the way, and the prices aren't cheap?
Suemo had changed into sportswear and was staring at the coffee on the table with confusion.
He had just looked at the menu. Everything in the Heavenly Palace required a special currency.
Moreover, the prices were not low. A cup of coffee actually costs 1 ghost coin.
According to the exchange rate of ghost coins, it equals to spending 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins for a cup of coffee.
Let me explain this to you.
Every shop in the Heavenly Palace has food and drink, all provided by the most advanced virtual people.
You can understand this as a world for challengers. The chubby guy, Chen Yanhong, excitedly put his arm around Sumo's shoulder and explained with a smile.
Most of those who can rank in the top million of the Heavenly Ladder have passed through quite a few thrilling game dungeons and have plenty of ghost coins, so they can afford to spend. You can't convert it with real-world money. Earning ghost coins and spending ghost coins makes a cup of coffee worth $1. You should find it reasonable, and honestly, the taste of things in the Heavenly Palace cannot be compared with reality. Many things you cannot taste in reality can be fulfilled here.
Suemo nodded in partial understanding but still couldn't grasp it. If this is a virtual world, all for taste, why spend so much money?
Even if he earned 10,000 ghost coins by completing a dungeon, that was a lot in the real world, but here, buying a set of sportswear just cost 500, and 10,000 seemed like it wouldn't last long.
Alright, stop discussing this.
Sumo, when you have time, explore the Heavenly Palace more, and you'll naturally know where to spend your ghost coins, just avoid the bars. Chang Qiming sipped her coffee and waved her hand to the team members.
Let me introduce a few team members.
This chubby guy is Chen Yanhong, the one next to him is Old Sun, and the other is Little Ma. Our team consists of just these few people, but everyone ranks within the top 5,000 players.
Sumo listened carefully, including each teammate's role in the thrilling game dungeons.
The chubby guy is a tank type, with skills and gear focused on that. As for the other two, they focus more on survival. One was a wilderness survival expert, and the other had deep research on the Dragon Kingdom's anomalies. The captain, Chang Qimeng, held the highest rank and focused on assassination skills. She is also the team's analyst, a graduate of a well-known university.
As for my focus, it's like a strong attack? Survival is not bad too.
Sumo scratched his head. His positioning seemed to have great advantages in both survival and strong attack thanks to the system simulator. After all, when facing unknown dungeons, he could know various dangers in advance and had the ability to make mistakes and learn from them.
Brother, I'm curious, what rewards did you get for clearing an S-level dungeon as a speedrun?
The chubby guy blinked and leaned in to whisper. The others nodded, equally interested in the rewards. After all, clearing a dungeon that could push their ranking within 10,000 must have very rich rewards.
These are what I got. I know some of their uses, but some I'm not too clear about. For example, this ghostly amplification stone. I have a weapon, a profound level inflatable hammer. If I use this stone, can it upgrade to a earth level? Sumo opened the game panel and displayed the rewards he received in front of everyone. Several people stared at the transparent game panel in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock.
Even Chang Qiming was at this moment with her mouth wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Constantly blinking her eyes, the gaze she directed at Sumo gradually became somewhat heated.
Wow, wow, wow. Chen Yanhong took a deep breath, gasping in surprise 3 times in a row.
Holding her chest, she was breathing heavily.
S-class new player dungeon can reward a bizarre enhancement stone? And it's an unlimited level stone, damn it, there's also a waiver card, and there's even a resurrection bottle. Sumo no, brother Su, do you still need a younger brother? What do you think of me? Industry? The reward for you is the dungeon hospital? The one you participated in? If I remember correctly, recently there seems to be a monk in Japan who inherited a temple, right?
Clothing type armor, the defense shouldn't be that strong, but a new player can get an earth level reward. That's already insane. Most new players only get yellow level stuff.
No one expected the rewards to be so generous. It was simply incredible. Completing an S-class dungeon usually wouldn't come with such abundant rewards.
Just a single bizarre enhancement stone, in the Heavenly Palace, is worth a fortune, a treasure that cannot be bought with any currency. As the name suggests, it can elevate the level of weapons. It can raise heavenly weapons to sacred level. The other items, whether it's a waiver card or a designated card, are similarly valuable.
Quickly put it away, you must not let anyone know you have a bizarre stone. Let's put it this way, if you have a stone like this, 100 strong warriors will find a way to steal it from you, but I suggest you don't use it for now. Wait until in the future you can obtain heavenly items before using it. It can help you elevate to sacred level weapons. As soon as the words left her mouth, Sumo had just put away the game panel.
A mocking voice came from behind, filled with disdain.
Oh, isn't this the genius from Dragon Country just released? Where's your genius? Are you afraid to face people?
Let us all get to know him. In case we meet in the same dungeon in the future, we can help this guy out. Zheng Duoshuan had a cold smile on his face, followed by several handsome men and beautiful women, each with stunning looks and fiery bodies. They took a few steps to the coffee table.
Frowning, he stared at Sumo, questioning Chang Qiming and the others. It has nothing to do with you, right?
I don't want to smell kimchi here, get as far away as possible.
What did you say?
Chang Qiming covered her nose, waving her hand in disgust, almost breaking Zheng Duoshuan's composure with a single sentence. I said the kimchi smell is too strong, thank you.
Humph. Zheng Duoshuan's face turned red and white in anger, glaring viciously at a few of them, then suddenly broke into a grin. Of course it has something to do with me, a genius emerges with great difficulty, and now he's about to die, how could it not matter? As soon as these words were spoken, Sumo's expression darkened, not understanding what the other meant. Strong kimchi smell?
Plus, the way these people dress like celebrities from a certain country made Sumo quickly realize, this must be a country where a meal has 10 dishes, 9 of which are pickled vegetables.
Haha, soon you'll find out. Oh, it's about time, kid, geniuses are very easy to die. Aha, I love to personally end the lives of geniuses, the feeling is truly wonderful. At that moment, Sumo and the others received notifications simultaneously on their game panels. Team KU uses a forced challenge card, target for battle, Dragon Country Cloud Top Team. Countdown, 12 hours. Chapter 41, Forced Entry into the Dungeon. As the countdown to the dungeon appeared on the game panel,
the faces of Chang Qiming and others all changed. To target them, Zheng Duoshuan actually consumed a terrifying challenge card, forcing two teams to participate in a terrifying game.
At the same time,
due to using the challenge card, the randomly generated terrifying game dungeon will not have a difficulty lower than B, most of which are A, or A+, and there's a high chance it's S-class.
Zheng Duoshuan, you. Ha, see you in the terrifying game dungeon in 12 hours, I hope you don't die too quickly. Otherwise, it would be too boring.
Zheng Duohan and the others laughed, completely disregarding Sumo and the others. No matter the strength or the ladder ranking, Chang Qiming's team was simply no match for them, and with an additional newbie, even a genius needed time to grow. They had to deal with the bizarre elements of the dungeon, be wary of them, and take care of a newbie.
No matter how he thought about it, Zheng Duohan couldn't imagine a possibility of losing.
Using a challenge card to challenge any team did not require clearing the entire dungeon. All they needed to do was kill all the members of another team, and the dungeon would automatically end.
Can they really force us into the horror game dungeon? After a few players from the Pickled Vegetable Nation left, Sumo asked in confusion.
Looking at it now, they knew too little about the items in the horror game dungeon. There's a forced challenge card, but it's very valuable. It usually costs at least 50,000 ghost coins to buy.
I didn't expect.
As she spoke, Chang Qiming seemed to make some kind of decision, gently biting her jaw. If it doesn't work, you have a waiver card here.
If you refuse to enter this dungeon, they will definitely target you. Once you go in, they will do anything to get rid of you.
The faces of the others grew increasingly ugly. Since the horror game arrived, with Dragon Country's large population, high-level players naturally emerged endlessly. A small pickled vegetable nation with under 50 million people could never be a match for Dragon Country. But at some point, whenever a large horror game dungeon opened, as long as there were Dragon Country players involved, all other countries would unite to not only clear the dungeon but also to kill Dragon Country contestants as much as possible.
Just like this time. As long as Sumo could grow up, her future achievements would definitely not be small.
However, she would be forcibly conscripted every 3 months, and other countries would not give her time to grow. They would definitely try everything to kill her. To stop Dragon Country from producing hundreds of top players.
Since it's a challenge card, then there cannot be no benefits, right? What if they lose? Sumo thought she would immediately use the waiver card, as the strength gap between the two sides was huge.
All members of Zheng Duhan's team ranked between 1,000 and 2,000 among top players.
In the dungeon, trying to kill a newbie ranked over 9,000 would be too easy. But unexpectedly, Sumo not only did not use the waiver card, she even asked if there were any other rewards.
There are. If the other side loses, we can gain half of their team's ladder points.
Chang Qiming was somewhat surprised.
She explained to Sumo in a low voice. But it's very difficult. The rules state that whichever side uses the challenge card, the horror game dungeon that comes out will actually favor the other side. In other words, the horror game dungeon we go into this time will be more in line with Zheng Duohan and these people's understanding.
Yet another useful piece of news.
No wonder Chang Qiming and the team's faces were so ugly, this was the reason.
More aligned with their understanding. Isn't it just that the horror game dungeon belongs to the Pickled Vegetable Nation, and the bizarre elements in there are all familiar to them?
This indeed has a huge advantage.
However, unfortunately, he is a newbie.
No matter how familiar they are, it can't compare to the simulator's familiarity.
Thinking of this, Sumo smiled actively. A waiver card is not necessary. Anyways, I am already a member of the team, and I will go in with you. Besides, I have other ways, self-protection shouldn't be a problem.
As soon as she finished speaking, the chubby Chen Yanhong immediately gave a thumbs up, putting an arm around Sumo's shoulders.
Don't say anything, don't worry, if anything happens to you in this dungeon, I will take care of the aftermath. I guarantee it will be magnificent. Sumo?
Don't listen to what the fat guy says. Before he was conscripted, he was a night shift worker at the crematorium. The others laughed together, partly appreciating Sumo's attitude, and partly feeling that
Sumo managed to clear the S-level horror game instance as a speedrunner.
The leaderboard ranking is just one standard to measure strength.
It cannot represent everything.
In the past, there have been leaderboard masters who died at the hands of players below them. Alright then, let's meet at the Investigation Bureau Villa in 10 hours, and we'll enter the horror game instance together. Everyone should rest well for now, especially Sumo. You have injuries and must take good care to regain your strength. Chang Qi dreamed of Sumo's resolute attitude, completely lacking the intention to use an exemption card, and her inner evaluation of this little one rose several notches. talented, responsible, and having a sense of belonging to the country, the investigation bureau, and the team.
Simply perfect.
After that, several people left the Heavenly Palace one after another, but Suemo didn't rush to go out, since it was her first time here. She wanted to take a look around and see what services the Heavenly Palace offered.
In the pickled vegetable country. In a luxurious 5-star hotel.
Zheng Duoxuan twisted his neck and walked out of the room naked. Seeing him come out, a middle-aged man waiting at the door immediately approached and peeked inside, finding a young girl's corpse lying on the carpet, her body covered in various bruises.
Young Master Zhang, are you satisfied?
She's definitely a virgin and hasn't even gone to college.
Get rid of the body and go get the money from the butler. Zheng Duoxuan waved his hand impatiently, instructing them to clean up the body. He then went to the next room. How's the preparation coming along?
Glancing at the other members of the team, Zheng Duoxuan didn't care at all that he was naked, sitting boldly on the sofa.
It's all set.
We enjoyed ourselves. You're really something, Captain. That little girl was so fresh, she could practically have water squeezed out of her.
We're just waiting to go into the instance.
This time we don't need to clear the instance, we just need to find a way to kill that kid.
Captain, the Japanese Tsukiko has contacted us.
If that genius from Long Country dies, they want to buy a portion of the spoils, especially the rewards from the rookie S-level instance. Hearing this, Zheng Duoxuan scoffed.
Dream on.
To rise over 9,000 ranks in one go, I bet there are surely some of those absurd enhancement stones, heavenly weapons, designated instance cards, or revival cards among the rewards.
How could we give them to her? It must be said that Zheng Duoxuan actually guessed quite accurately.
There's no way the rewards for an instance that raises ranks so drastically would be insignificant. This was the first thought in the minds of every high-level player who saw Sumo's leaderboard ranking.
And the second thought. How can we snatch the rewards and crush this genius in her cradle?
Many players held such thoughts, so when they learned that Zheng Duoxuan used a forced battle card to send the Long Country team into the horror game instance, many high-level players, even some of the Elite 100, began to watch this horror game closely.
Countdown ended. Suddenly. As the countdown hit 0, a sinister voice echoed in Zheng Duoxuan and the others' ears. Welcome to the S-level large horror game instance, Busan Corpse Walk. Chapter 42 Busan Corpse Walk. Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Damn it, what do they want? They brought out a battle card? It's clear they want to use this opportunity to kill Suemo. In the meeting room, old Mo was furious.
After learning that Zheng Duoxuan's team was willing to use a battle card to pull Suemo and her teammates into the instance, old Mo had thought of every possible way, even spending a fortune to buy an exemption card, hoping to help Suemo avoid this instance summons. But unexpectedly, Suemo herself had an exemption card and had no intention of using it. She wanted to enter the instance with her team. Instances targeted at teams are very dangerous. The worst of them are at least A-level medium instances, not the beginner instances you've experienced. Plus, those in the opposing team will definitely make a move against you. Dodging this time is the best way. No matter how much they persuaded, Suemo seemed determined to go inside. It was completely impossible to talk him out of it. Old Mo, you can dodge once, but you can't dodge a second time. They can still use the challenge card. What if I manage to escape this time, but they use it again next time? We don't have that many exemption cards. Don't worry. We still have Team Chang, right? Just try to avoid meeting the enemy. Suemo explained with a smile, his emotions stable. What is a blessing is not a disaster, what is a disaster cannot be avoided. Moreover, according to what Chang Qiming said, so many countries were targeting the Dragon Kingdom, trying to hunt Dragon Kingdom players in the instance. It definitely wasn't just the Kimchi country against him. If he could dodge this time, he wouldn't be able to dodge the next. And, this time, Team Chang was in good condition, with no injuries, which made it safer to enter the instance together. If they used an exemption card this time, what if next time Team Chang got injured while the enemy still used the challenge card? The danger would be greater. After careful consideration, Suemo decided not to use the exemption card. Stop trying to persuade me. Everyone get ready. This time, I will definitely bring Suemo back completely. It's good to experience it in advance. We will encounter these problems in the future, so it's better to face them early and be prepared. Chang Qiming was dressed in a close-fitting training outfit, her hair tied up in a ponytail, looking very capable. A silver-gray dagger was sheathed at her waist, glimmering coldly. There's no other way, be careful. Old Mo took a deep breath and nodded to everyone. If we don't get out, don't worry. We old folks will risk our lives and not let the enemy off. The countdown is about to end. Get ready, we're going in. At this moment, Little Ma, wearing a Taoist robe, reminded in a serious tone. I wonder what kind of instance it will be. Suemo murmured as the countdown on his arm reached 0. Welcome to the S-level large horror game instance, Busan Corpse Walk. A voice rang in their ears. Everyone's vision blurred, and a sense of weightlessness came over them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an endless wasteland, barren and withered, everything filled with the smell of death. In the wasteland, various large animal skeletons were scattered everywhere.
S-level instance?
This is trouble. Surviving in an S-level large instance requires 10 days, and the internal space is extremely vast, along with increased danger.
Chang Qiming squinted her eyes, surveying the surroundings.
She quickly analyzed the possible situations they might encounter. Seeing animal skeletons, the fact that there's only bone left, and the word corpse in the instance name indicates that it likely has something to do with zombies or similar creatures. Be careful, the only possibility is that.
Suemo couldn't help but glance curiously at her. Zombies?
Just looking at this name, he first thought of undead corpses. According to the road signs in the distance, they clearly bore Kimchi Country's characters.
Are there zombies in foreign lands?
Seeming to notice the confusion on Suemo and others' faces, Chang Qiming continued to explain.
As long as it's Southeast Asian countries, zombies could appear. Their culture all comes from the ancient Dragon Kingdom.
There may be differences, but the roots won't change. They all learned from the Dragon Kingdom, so having zombies is not surprising.
So what should we do now?
There are no buildings in sight, it's all wasteland.
We can't just hide out in the wasteland, right?
This was Sumo's first time participating in a large horror game instance without any simulations. He could be said to be completely in the dark, not knowing what to do next.
Find a place to hide? Or quickly find a city? No, we can't hide in the wild.
Once night falls, the wild will probably become even more dangerous.
In an S-level horror game instance, the number of zombies may be astronomical.
Chang Qiming shook her head, looking around in all directions, trying to figure out which way to go to reach the city.
It should be this way. Suemo took a deep breath and took a few steps forward.
Push aside the grass at our feet, revealing the decayed railway ties underneath.
Abandoned railway? Hearing the sound, a few people hurried over. Since there are tracks, if we follow them, we should be able to find the city.
We can't waste any time, it's only 3 hours until dark.
Let's try to get to the city before nightfall. Glancing at the time, Chang Qiming immediately led everyone along the tracks. So, this place should be Busan? Walking on the road, Suemo kept asking about various situations.
Especially about how to survive in a large instance. If it's a large instance, it should be different from a small instance. A small instance requires completing tasks. As long as we don't make mistakes, we can clear it. But in such a large space of a large instance, we might not encounter any weird things in a short time.
If we find a place to hide, wouldn't that guarantee survival? Wouldn't that be too easy?
Dig a hole and bury ourselves, and just rely on our willpower to last 10 days, that shouldn't be hard. Look at your game panel, the instance should show it. Generally, large instances have kill requirements, and this one shouldn't be an exception. Chen Yanhong wrapped her arm around Sumo's shoulder, smiling as she reminded him.
Large horror game instance, Busan Corpse March. Survival goals, 0/100, normal. Survival goals, 0 out of 10, elite. Survival goals, 0/1, rare. Survival time, 10 days, failure to meet the goal within the specified time is considered survival failure. Indeed. Suemo opened the game panel and saw the instance requirements. He glanced at the survival goals. Even he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Each person needs to kill 100 normal anomalies. If it's a team, that would total 500 kills? An average of 50 anomalies must be killed each day. There are also requirements to kill stronger anomalies. Be careful, prepare for battle.
Suddenly, Chang Qiming, who was at the front, stopped, pulled out a silver-gray dagger, and warned earnestly.
Ahead, on both sides of the tracks. In the dry weeds.
A pair of pale white hands broke through the ground, waving in the wind. Next, a lead-colored head emerged from the soil, twisting its neck, slowly raising its head, with a pair of brownish-red pupils fixated on Suemo and the others.
Roar! Eyes flashing with light, the zombie's entire body slightly trembled, and it let out a deafening howl. Wherever the eye could see, countless pale hands burst forth from the soil. Chapter 43 Corpse Driver Entry. What the hell? Including Suemo, everyone didn't expect that the first black-skinned zombie to emerge would have such powerful vocal capacity.
At the same time, they didn't expect that beneath the barren soil, there were actually zombies everywhere.
Ending at a glance was nowhere in sight. How many zombies could there possibly be? Gulp.
The fat man struggled to swallow and, feeling quite stunned, asked.
Do we still fight? We seem unable to handle this. Run.
Chang Qiming took a deep breath and lowly growled. Everyone quickly turned around in frozen place. Not only were zombies about to break through the ground in front, but in every direction, wherever they could see, pale hands were swaying everywhere.
Run along the tracks, move faster.
I'll lead the way, Fatty take the rear, we don't need to kill them. Zombies are different from other anomalies, they don't feel pain. No matter how serious the injury, they can crawl back up. Aim for their legs, quickly. Seeing that quite a number of zombies were already standing up from the soil, moving their bodies. In the next moment, they might rush over. Chang Qiming directed everyone to escape along the tracks. Facing so many zombies, even if they were a small team, even 100 experts wouldn't dare to stop. Many ants can kill an elephant, no matter how strong, everyone gets exhausted. Plus, zombies are different from other anomalies, they have strong defenses. Once entangled, unless you can incapacitate a zombie with one hit, otherwise, an endless stream of zombies would swarm over, and even the strongest expert would be overwhelmed. He. Chang Qiming, leading the way up front, swung her dagger, as the zombies in the barren land surged toward them with extreme speed. Unlike the slow-moving zombies that come to mind, the zombies here move extremely fast, some even faster than their running speed. Puff! The dagger slashed across a zombie's neck, and green liquid sprayed out. But even so, the zombie blocking the railway did not stop, opening its bloody mouth, and a foul smell rushed toward Chang Qiming's fair neck as it lunged to bite. Bang! At a critical moment, a pink inflatable hammer swung in from the side, striking the zombie's neck heavily. Crack! The zombie's neck made a breaking sound, and its head flew off altogether. Sumo's face turned pale as she kicked the still-standing zombie away, shouting at the captain. I'll go with you, you look left, I'll look right, speed up. This is not working, we have to shake off these zombies immediately, or we might not get out. Chang Qiming stared deeply at Sumo and nodded firmly. She immediately swung her dagger and thrust it fiercely into a zombie's eye socket. Damn it, this is too hard. The head is gone, how can it still come at us? Hurry up, the zombies behind are all getting up. From the back, the chubby guy kept shouting angrily. The two in the middle were also doing their best to fend off zombies rushing in from the sides. System, start the simulation. Sumo swung the inflatable hammer and urgently instructed the system to start the simulation. She had planned to start the simulation when they got closer to the city, but now it seemed that if she didn't simulate a way out, they might not even make it to the city. As expected of an S-level large dungeon, the intensity was this high right from the start. It simply offered no escape. Horror game survival simulation started. Please choose 3 entries for simulation. Long distance champion, blue you can run 50 kilometers in one go without resting. Magician, blue can temporarily hide things without being discovered. Corpse chaser, gold a mysterious profession from Shanxi that can temporarily control corpses. Gunslinger, purple your bullets can curve. Orator, green an unremarkable orator who can slightly stir the emotions of others. Sumo quickly scanned the entry options. Her gaze lingered on the only gold entry, and her pupils shrank. Corpse chaser? What the hell? What is luck? This is damn luck. Being able to temporarily control corpses is simply tailor-made for the Busan Corpse Walk dungeon. Being able to control corpses means zombies, which should also be controllable. Thinking of this, Sumo hurriedly selected Corpse Chaser, long-distance champion, and Gunslinger for survival simulation. No matter what, even if she had to take it head-on, she had to survive for 24 hours to successfully lock in the Corpse Chaser entry. By that time, her survival ability would greatly improve. The most critical issue now was how to get rid of these zombies, that was the focus. Faced with endless zombies, you use all your strength and desperately run while continuously killing zombies. At this moment, you wish you had some transportation. You move along the railway, each of you injured, the situation is very urgent, and ahead appears a silhouette of a small platform. Through this silhouette, you can see an abandoned train parked on the railway. You are overjoyed and rush toward the train with everyone. You board the train and find it has not been used for a long time, making it difficult to start. Unable to do anything, you give up on the train and rush into the platform. Zombies surround the entire platform, violently crashing against the buildings. Inside the platform warehouse, you find some left-behind tools, including a train igniter that can help start the train. Staying means death. After discussion, you decide to rush out again and escape by using the train. With great effort, sacrificing 2 lives, you successfully reach the train. The train starts successfully, and you are very excited. You can finally escape the zombies. Just after traveling 100 meters, you chose to travel along the left railroad, and suddenly a purple zombie emerged ahead, stretching out its arms to stop the train. You died. Hurry, keep up. Sumo waved her inflatable hammer, continually urging the few people behind her. The number of zombies around was decreasing, and only the faster zombies could surround and kill them, while the others were left behind. But this was not a solution. People always run out of strength, and once their speed slows down, they will definitely be caught. Those zombies don't know tiredness. We can't shake them off. With these faster zombies chasing us, it's only a matter of time before they catch us. I'll stay behind to hold them off, you all try to push forward. At that moment, Old Sun, who had been in the middle, harshly wiped his sweating face and shouted to the others.
If we don't, we won't escape. I'll stay back to buy you some time. As long as you can shake off these fast zombies, you will definitely survive.
Old Sun spoke quickly and actively stopped.
I'm old, if I die, so be it. There's nothing to regret. You guys hurry and leave, let me hold them off, go quickly. When you get out alive, tell my family. Hurry up.
At this crucial moment, Chang Chiming bit her teeth hard, ready to wave her hand to lead the others away. Now, leaving one person behind to attract the zombies' attention was indeed the best method.
Horror game scenarios could be this cruel sometimes. Stop with the nonsense, hurry up. Just hold on a little longer, there's a platform ahead. I saw the mark on the tracks earlier, we are almost there, move.
Once we reach the platform, maybe we can find a way to shake off these zombies.
Before anyone could respond, Suemo, holding the inflatable hammer, rushed up and without a word dragged Old Sun away. Go, listen to Suemo, quickly. Chang Chiming was slightly stunned, then tightened her grip on her dagger.
With a hint of a smile on her lips, she charged toward a zombie ahead. As an analyst, she hadn't even noticed the mark on the tracks, yet Suemo had. No wonder she could clear the newbie dungeon as a speedrunner. Her observational skills were simply sharp.
Chapter 44 Suemo, is there a problem? Heavenly Palace. Red Dust Bar.
I didn't expect that this time Zhang Doxin would be so fast.
A forced challenge card, if the rewards aren't good, we would really lose out.
We shouldn't lose, don't forget, as long as we can kill this genius player from the Dragon Kingdom, just the rewards from the pickled vegetable high level would probably be considerable.
How could we possibly lose?
The Japanese were a step late, I heard they just applied for the forced card as this one was successfully granted. The bar was crowded, mostly with high-level players from other countries, and almost no one from the Dragon Kingdom could be seen.
At this moment,
on the central projection screen, the live broadcast was showing the Chang Chiming team struggling to escape along the tracks amidst endless zombies. Seeing this scene, many people at the venue laughed and raised their glasses. An S-level large horror game dungeon was already perilous enough, especially now when it seemed these Dragon Kingdom players had arrived at a very unfortunate location. In this wasteland, there were zombies everywhere. Although they were all the lowest level zombies, their numbers were overwhelming. Once entangled, it was impossible to escape. Unless someone was willing to stay behind and attract the zombies' attention, allowing the others to escape amidst the chaos, otherwise, everyone might die here. It's really a forced challenge card, giving Zhang Doxin's team advantages, with the rewards located at the edge of the city. Right now, it's daytime, and they are likely to encounter only a few scattered zombies, unlike the Dragon Kingdom team. Behind the barmaid in a red dress smiled and focused on another screen. She saw Zhang Doxin's team hiding in a large shopping mall, completely free from any danger. The situations of both sides were simply worlds apart. Damn it, Zhang Doxin managed to get ahead, or else the rewards for those few Dragon Kingdom players would have been ours. In the corner, the female ninja from the Yamato Kingdom remained masked, squinting at the screen showing Suemo struggling desperately. She coldly snorted and said, "What a pity, the Dragon Kingdom has finally produced a speedrunner. Just yesterday he logged into the Heavenly Palace, and now he is about to die so soon. What's so unfortunate? You all say, what does this guy have on him? There are rumors outside that the rookie dungeon rewards include bizarre enhancement stones, but no one knows if it's true. We will know soon. In large dungeons, if someone dies, there will be a notification, and the exact location will be reported to other teams. Once all the Dragon Kingdom people are dead, Zhang Doxin and his team can set off. The forced dungeon is not like other dungeons, the items will return to reality with the body. Not only does the person have to die, but everything will also be given to others." Everyone was discussing the Chang Chiming team. After all, looking at the current situation, with so many zombies entangled, it was impossible to escape. They could only grit their teeth and fight. Zombies knew no exhaustion. Once Chang Chiming and her team exhausted their stamina, the result would be death. No, why did someone refuse to fall back? Is this guy crazy? Not conserving energy, and moving even faster, how can they escape those speedy zombies? Someone noticed something strange, from the moment someone proposed to fall back and was rejected, until now. The Chang Chiming team's speed surged. Even the surrounding zombies that were chasing no longer attacked but tried to evade as much as possible, all while sprinting forward without losing speed. What's ahead? A station? As a silhouette appeared at the end of the rails, although faint, many on site were still able to distinguish that this outline should be a small train station. Is there really a station? What observation skills? This guy has been fighting off zombies all this time, yet still had time to observe the markings on the tracks? At this moment, many finally recalled the words of that rookie from the Dragon Kingdom team. There really was a platform. And it wasn't a lie made up to save teammates. To know, these few had been running madly since they landed, evading the zombie hunt, how could they have had time to carefully observe the markings on the tracks? At the same time, the tracks hidden among the weeds couldn't even be found without careful observation, let alone the rusty marks on them. For a moment, many people in the bar felt it was unbelievable. With such observational skills, if not targeted, maybe they could really grow in the future. The platform probably won't work, right? The zombies behind are relentless, and this track clearly has been abandoned for a long time.
What's the use of hiding here? My god, there's a train here? What luck! How can an abandoned platform have a train? Suemo and her group were sprinting fast, and the outline gradually became clearer. As they looked at a rusty train appearing on the screen, many in the bar were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Humph, what can a train do? After being abandoned for so long, do you think it can be operated? These people getting on the train will only waste time, the result will still be the same. The female ninja from the Yamato kingdom looked disdainfully at the people rushing onto the platform on the screen, mocking coldly.
Many at the scene were slightly stunned, then nodded. What she said was correct. Having been abandoned for so long, even if the train had fuel, it probably wouldn't start. Moreover, getting on the train for inspection would waste time, and in such a small space, once surrounded by zombies, there would be no hope of escape.
They didn't go to the train, they went to the platform. Why? They won't even check the train? As soon as the words fell, everyone saw Suemo, who was running at the front on the screen, stop, waving her hand at the few people behind, without looking back as she dashed into the platform. Abandoned platform. Not only were the viewers confused, but even the few following Suemo, including Chang Chiming, were bewildered. Filled with confusion. Suemo, there's a train over there. As long as the train can start, we can leave. What are you doing in the platform?
The chubby guy shouted loudly.
Damn, is this guy really trying to use those few rooms on the platform to deal with all the zombies? How is that possible? Recalling Sumo's performance in the novice instance, the chubby guy gasped in surprise. No way. Follow Suemo inside, quick, he must have made a new discovery.
He wouldn't rush in for no reason.
The ideas of geniuses and madmen are similar, you can't understand them. Just follow him in, stop talking.
Chang Chiming pursed her lips and scolded the chubby guy, glancing back at the zombies, who were now less than 1,000 meters away, at most only a few dozen seconds away.
He's our teammate, follow him in.
Dropping that line, Chang Chiming clenched her dagger and rushed into the platform room.
As soon as she walked in, she found Suemo squatting in front of an iron door, fiddling with a lock. Hearing the noise behind, Suemo turned around and revealed nothing.
This is the platform warehouse. I saw the train, but the tracks have been abandoned for so long.
It's probably hard to start the train.
To start it, we must check if there is a working starter.
There should be spare starters in the platform,
as long as we can find one, starting the train shouldn't be a problem.
After he said that, seeing the same expressions on Chang Chiming and the others, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Suemo couldn't help but scratch his head. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chapter 45, The Mysterious Coffin. Crack. No one among Chang Chiming and the others spoke. No problem?
Even if you're a high-level player, fleeing from so many zombies and suddenly seeing a train, you would immediately check if the train can start. Only after confirming it cannot start would you try to find a starter, not rush into the platform looking for a starter without even checking the train first.
So sharp observational skills? Such a high talent level? Since when did Chang Chiming suddenly feel that the role of team leader seemed more suited for Suemo? From the moment old Sun wanted to stay behind and buy time, everyone kept following Suemo. Though they were sticking to the tracks, they had changed the route midway and had walked through the wasteland, effectively avoiding some risks. It's running. You guard the entrance, I'll go in and see if there's a starter. If there is, we must board the train immediately.
Turning back to drop that line, Suemo hurriedly dove into the cluttered storeroom, searching through boxes for the starter.
Honestly, Suemo had never seen what a train starter looked like.
But the simulator wouldn't be wrong, the starter was indeed in the warehouse. However, when the simulation found it, they were already surrounded by zombies outside, paying the price with 2 lives just to reach the train. Through all the time spent simulating, Suemo gradually figured out the simulator's tricks, or rather its rules.
Many places wouldn't provide detailed hints, you had to guess for yourself.
Depending on the location and timing, even if the zombies were different during the last simulation, the results would vary.
Thus, you couldn't just follow the simulator blindly. Sometimes, you had to make your own choices. Captain, can there really be someone with such high talent? It's a bit much. I always thought my talent was enough to join the Secret Investigation Bureau, but Suemo is simply a freak. How can he react so quickly? And how can he be sure the train cannot start?
The chubby guy rubbed his chin, standing at the entrance, staring at the approaching zombies in the distance, asking the captain. Stop talking nonsense, following him is not wrong, it's our oversight. Chang Chiming kicked the guy from behind, saying irritably.
The horror game instance is full of crises, Suemo is right.
The zombies are still a distance away from us.
Time is limited. Once we get on the train, have you thought about what we will do if the train cannot start? As soon as this was said, the rest of the people were stunned, instantly understanding.
What you mean is, Suemo actually can't be sure whether the train can start, but is waiting for the zombies to have a certain distance from us, deciding to come in to find the starter first, just in case.
If it cannot start, having the starter in hand, we can still start the train? Xiaoma looked thoughtful and nodded in admiration. Even if the train can start, we didn't delay much time.
That's really impressive. While being chased by zombies, I was only thinking about how to run faster, yet he could think of so much.
Yeah, how can he think of so much?
Chang Chiming glanced at the warehouse door, seeing Suemo hadn't come out yet, immediately took out a dagger and gave the fat man a look.
What are you doing?
The fat man looked confused.
What else?
You are the meat shield. By some time, block a few of the fastest zombies at the platform entrance, try to delay a bit, hurry up, I'll go with you. Saying this, Chang Chiming quickly ran towards the platform entrance.
Did you notice? It hasn't been long, yet I feel like Suemo is more suited to be the captain than our sister Chimu.
Oh, if Suemo becomes the captain, the Heavenly Palace won't stop us from going in, right?
Just thinking about it is thrilling.
Hearing the fat man's two sentences, Lao Sun and the other were caught off guard in the wind.
What time is it? They are still thinking about enjoying music. However,
what the fat man said seems not wrong. In such a short time, they could clearly feel that in facing various dangerous decisions, Suemo seems more suitable than Chang Chiming to take on the role of captain. After all, in a panic situation, there would be no time for Chang Chiming to analyze.
But Suemo was different. This guy didn't even analyze, everything was pre-planned. The terror lies here. In the Busan zombie dungeon. In the abandoned urban area.
On the top floor of a building. Zheng Dohu and his 5 teammates were hiding on the rooftop, with a small telescope set up at the edge, as a female teammate with red hair was carefully observing the situation in the city through the telescope.
No target found. Where have these Dragon Country people actually descended? Didn't they approach the urban area? Or, are there other cities in this dungeon?
The red-haired girl cautiously put the telescope away into the game space and turned to Zheng Dohu, saying, "However, this position is very safe, there are very few zombies on the street.
As long as we don't make noise, they shouldn't notice us. Captain, should we quickly complete the dungeon objective while there are fewer zombies in the city?" Not yet.
Zheng Dohu sat against the wall on the ground, playing with an orange bullet, engraving some kind of symbol on it.
What's the rush? A tattooed youth at the side smiled and spoke, "Have you forgotten?
The captain has the holy bullet skill, which can provide divine energy to the bullets, perfectly restraining zombies. The mission target is not difficult, now the key is, where have those Dragon Country people gone? Let's wait a bit longer, we have a total of 10 days, and it's not even night on the first day. When the Dragon Country people get injured, the dungeon will notify us of their location. At that time, it won't be too late to complete the mission." Zheng Dohu finished engraving all the bullets one by one, waving his hand with a smile. The Forced Challenge card has advantages for the initiating team, everyone knows this, and it is indeed the case. The architectural style of this dungeon city is clearly their country's. At the same time, it's all bizarre zombies inside, and his main attack method relies on divine energy, which can improve skill damage against zombies. Ordinary zombies can often be solved with just one bullet.
Now they just wait for the Dragon Country team to get injured and obtain their exact location before taking action.
As for completing the copy task, ordinary zombies pose no difficulty, elite zombies should also be manageable. Only rare zombies, however, as long as we can obtain the Bizarre Enhancement Stone in Sumo's hand and amplify the weapon to heavenly level, dealing with rare zombies should also have a chance.
This is the strategy Zheng Duoshuan devised after landing.
Regarding whether Suemo would use the Bizarre Enhancement Stone ahead of time, Zheng Duoshuan studied this guy's new player dungeon clearance. It was just a mysterious level weapon, and it was impossible for anyone to use a Bizarre Enhancement Stone for such a weapon in advance. Once besieged by zombies, upgrading the weapon would take time, even if they wanted to use it, it would probably be too late.
Assuming they really did use it.
By sacrificing a few team members, he also had a way to clear the Busan corpse hunting dungeon.
Just as he was thinking. Boom!
A rumble resonated from the earth, and the whole building began to shake violently.
A red, strange light column rose in the city.
A cold aura spread out like a storm in all directions.
In the red light column,
an entirely black coffin, covered with various strange runes, was quietly placed at the center of the light column.
This is a bizarre coffin?
Zheng Duoshuan went to the rooftop, and looking at the suddenly appeared coffin, he couldn't help but exclaim.
Chapter 46, There's a question, who will drive the train?
On the other side, Suemo searched for several minutes and finally found the train starter in the corner, a piece of iron weighing at least 100 pounds.
He thought he wouldn't recognize it.
On it was a label, and Suemo also saw the time and place of manufacture. Place of origin, Dragon Country.
Never expected, the items in the horror game dungeon cannot escape being made in China. So terrifying.
Once again in the horror game dungeon, all the locked entries were restored, and Suemo simply hugged the starter and walked out of the warehouse.
Come on, I found it. In the distance.
Dressed in black, Chang Qiming waved her dagger, her figure darting among several zombies like a ghost. Every time she passed by, green blood would spout from the zombies' necks. In the neighboring area, the fat guy swung a mountain axe, his skin color somewhat yellowed.
Indeed, it was yellow, resembling the color of soil.
The zombie's sharp claws clawed at this guy but could not break through his defense. No wonder he is the team's meat shield.
As Sumo's voice echoed,
Chang Qiming glanced back and decisively stabbed her dagger deeply into a zombie's forehead, signaling the fat guy to leave. The zombie horde was getting closer, and in less than a minute, the zombies in front would rush onto the platform. If Suemo hadn't found it yet, Chang Qiming had already planned to run out and lead the zombies in another direction.
This iron lump is the starter. What the hell? What train can be started with this? Is this for real? I haven't read much, but this doesn't prove I haven't learned. Can a train use this?
The fat guy rushed over, circling around the hefty object in Sumo's arms, unable to associate it with the starter. The other few also had skeptical expressions.
How would I know?
There's a mark, it shouldn't be wrong. There's no time for us to figure this out. Let's get on the train first.
Suemo hugged the iron lump and jumped off the platform, calling back. Keep up, hurry.
Seeing the zombie horde about to rush up, they had to start the train as quickly as possible. There was no time to investigate how to use this thing, they could only sort it out after getting on the train. The group did not dare to delay. They sped across the tracks and reached the abandoned train.
It's locked. Hold this, I can open it.
Throwing the iron lump to the fat guy, Sumo quickly pulled out a few iron wires and poked them into the lock hole, working hard to twist it, and the train door opened.
Wait, big brother, how can you do everything?
Throwing the iron lump onto the train, the fat guy stared blankly as he looked back at the undamaged lock hole.
He hadn't watched Sumo's new player dungeon livestream. He was unclear that the other party could pick locks. The lock on the warehouse door was quite simple, it was just a big iron chain, and opening it was relatively easy. The train lock is not just a simple lock, how could it open in less than a few seconds? Read more books. Suemo replied without looking up, dragging the starter towards the train driver's compartment. Once inside, everyone then noticed that the driver's position had a perfect square hole, looking exactly like the starter. Wow, I've never seen such a train, it's really advanced. Even Suemo let out a sigh of amazement. Talking about the advanced technology in horror game dungeons, they still use the old-fashioned tracks, with wooden sleepers underneath. But to say it wasn't developed at all, the train didn't run on various energy sources, but on this completely unfamiliar iron block. Someone come help, the others go to the windows, be careful of zombies rushing in. Suemo called for the fat guy to help lift the starter, preparing to shove it into the hole. At the same time, he instructed Chang Qiming and the others to guard the windows, preventing zombies from breaking in. Wait, it seems we forgot an important question. Who can drive a train? After stuffing the starter in, arcs of electricity began to flicker, and on the train's control screen, buttons lit up one by one. Woo woo woo. The deafening sound of the whistle rang out. Suemo sat in the driver's seat, looking at the many buttons in front of him, blinking hard, then he turned his head and asked a question that left others in despair. He couldn't drive. That's right. He didn't know how to drive a train, the starter was indeed in, and the train started, with all the buttons lit up. But how to make the train go, Suemo had no idea at all. These buttons knew him, the problem was he didn't know these buttons. Ha, ha, ha. Outside, the dense crowd of zombies had completely surrounded the train, their pale hands grabbing at the train car, producing a shrill scraping sound. Chang Qiming and the others turned back at the same time, staring blankly at Suemo. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. I can't even drive, who among you can drive? It's probably similar, come quickly and see how to get this thing moving, I'll guard by the window, it feels a bit cold inside the train, I need to move around. Suemo hurriedly threw out a sentence, grabbing a hammer and going to the window. Zombies, take this hammer from Grandpa. Chang Qiming facepalmed, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. In a few steps, she sat down in the driver's position and pulled down the huge brake in front of her. Boom! The train began to move slowly. The zombies blocking the train were knocked down like wheat stalks, the sound of bones breaking echoed, and a series of chilling crunching noises came from outside. The train's windshield quickly got covered in a thick layer of green liquid. Clang! Suemo hammered down a zombie hanging on the window and firmly closed the train window. Returning to the driver's compartment, he saw that apart from Chang Chiming, the other few looked at him with strange eyes. _. Why are you all looking at me like that? No, when you look at me like this, I feel a bit scared. The fat guy stepped up, giving Sumo's shoulder a heavy pat, genuinely giving him a thumbs up. Lucky for you not knowing how to drive, otherwise we old folks wouldn't know how to stay in the team, relying the whole time on you, a newcomer, to find a way to lead us. Anyone would think we were the newcomers. Right, can you tell me, are you just going by feeling? Obviously, there was no starter in the train, how did you deduce that? Or was it purely precautionary? I have to thank you, we almost left someone behind, never expected that today's newcomers are so strong. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Isn't this a coincidence? My daughter just happens to be 19 this year, fair-skinned, beautiful, long legs. Suemo scratched his head awkwardly, unable to respond to that at all. Still young, not considering that for now. How long are her legs? Usually wears, no wait. Suddenly, he stared at the iron track junction in front of the windshield. Sumo's pupils constricted slightly as she rushed to Chang Chi-ming's side. With a swift pull, she brought down the lever. Zzzz. The sound of brakes was deafening. We can't take the left path, turn back, quickly, go back and take the right path, hurry. Before Chang Chi-ming could react, the approaching zombies strangely didn't attack the train, instead, they all crawled on the ground, facing in one direction. Right in front of the tracks. A flash of purple gradually brightened, enveloping a mound of earth that rose up, blocking the tracks. Chapter 47, The Terrifying Purple-Robed Zombie. Boom! Dust and smoke erupted as the massive mound of earth blocked the tracks. The entire sky turned purple, brilliant yet filled with danger. At a glance, zombies all around were crawling on the ground, their movements resembling a worship ritual, silent and still. Inside the train, there was a suffocating silence. Watching the strange scene outside, everyone gaped in shock, their minds blank, completely unable to understand what this flash of purple meant. Reversing. Quickly, reverse. Suemo was the first to regain her senses. No wonder the simulator had just detected a purple figure and then everyone died, the simulation ended there. Something that could create such a commotion, making all ordinary zombies bow down, trembling slightly, there must be a big shot inside that mound. At the very least, it was a rare zombie, or even stronger than a rare zombie. Just this aura alone was something they could not withstand. While the enemy hadn't emerged from the mound, they must change their route immediately and leave quickly from the right side. What exactly is this? Old Sun's pupils shrank, murmuring softly. Having participated in so many terrifying scenarios, he had never seen a presence so powerful that just its essence made everyone struggle to breathe. What are you talking about? It's already this late, who cares what it is? Turn around and run, or we might not be able to get out when it appears. The chubby guy stared fixedly at the mound in front through the windshield. The soil above was slowly twitching, as if something wanted to break through from within. Creak. Chang Chi-ming's lips were dry, she hurriedly turned the train to reverse. As the train shook, it began to move slowly backward. Suemo reached the window, looking outside at the endless scene of zombies all crawling on the ground, welcoming the emergence of the mound zombie. It felt so unreal. Is the difficulty of an S-level large-scale horror game really this high? It seemed utterly unsolvable. If the emerging purple zombie was a rare zombie, then the survival mission could not be completed at all. The gap was too great. Although she hadn't seen the entity, just from its aura, she could feel that all of them combined would not stand a chance against the purple zombie. The sun rises from the east, purple gas comes from the east, purple, oh no. Xiaoma, who had his head down, fiddling with a metal compass, mumbled to himself, constantly moving around the train carriage. Finally, he reached the windshield, looking up at the increasingly intense purple mound. The purple-robed zombie is about to come out. Xiaoma murmured in a daze. What's a purple-robed zombie? Suemo asked in confusion as she approached him. Xiaoma used to be a Taoist monk, and he had his own theoretical research on supernatural events in the Dragon Kingdom and various spiritual types. He must have recognized what was about to emerge. Gulp. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xiaoma swallowed hard, struggling to speak. The purple-robed zombie is a term from Taoism, and it is a type of zombie, second in power only to the Emperor Zombie, dressed in a purple Taoist robe. Wait. Hearing this, Suemo immediately interrupted Xiaoma. A zombie dressed in a Taoist robe? Do you mean that the zombie coming out soon used to be a Taoist priest in life? No, it's a heavenly master. Xiaoma shook his head, his expression unusually serious. Not an ordinary Taoist priest, but a heavenly master who could establish a school. The conditions to form a purple-robed zombie are even more stringent than those of an emperor zombie.
To absorb the first ray of purple sunlight every day, it takes thousands of years to possibly develop the basic conditions to form a purple-robed zombie. Meanwhile, the aura of death must be dense enough. In other words, the burial site of the purple-robed zombie must have more than 100,000 deaths nearby to gather enough death aura.
At this point,
the carriage fell into a deadly silence.
I understand now.
No wonder there are so many zombies in this place, it's all because the purple-robed zombie died here.
So, does that mean there are 100,000 ordinary zombies in the nearby wilderness?
In an instant, when Suemo spoke this number, she felt a chill run down her spine.
100,000 zombies. It's simply terrifying. Adding a purple-robed zombie to the mix, can this mission even be completed? Crack. Suddenly, the train shook violently, and Chang Qiming wiped the sweat from her forehead, suddenly pushing down the brake.
With a roar, the train sped away on the right track, starting to distance itself from the purple mound.
Boom, boom, boom. At this moment,
the ground shook violently, a thick purple beam of light shot straight into the sky, beginning to spread in all directions. The sky was completely consumed by purple.
It looked utterly surreal. It's coming out.
Little Horse's body tensed, staring fixedly at the mound, as a completely black coffin, inscribed with various Taoist symbols, slowly rose into the air. The purple zombies crawling on the ground all raised their heads in unison, letting out a synchronized roar. It was as if they were welcoming their king.
Quick, speed up.
Not to mention how strong this guy is, being able to control 100,000 zombies, we would be drowned by them.
We need to get out of here.
The simulator only simulated until this point. Suemo had no idea what dangers lay ahead, so she could only urge Chang Qiming to increase the train's speed repeatedly.
We absolutely cannot attract the purple-robed zombies' attention. Wait. Why are the zombies charging at us? Damn, can the purple-robed zombie enhance the abilities of ordinary zombies? How can they run so fast all of a sudden? Suddenly,
in midair, the heavy coffin opened, and a zombie dressed in a purple Taoist robe, wearing a Taoist crown, stepped out of the coffin, a chilling aura enveloping the entire area. The purple-robed zombie casually waved its hand. Below, all the zombies underwent drastic changes, their muscles became more toned, with some even growing sharp bone spikes in their hands. It was like a scene of evolution. Under the purple light, all the zombies evolved, becoming much stronger than before. Then, a roar filled with anger echoed from midair.
All the zombies turned in unison, frantically rushing toward the moving train.
The thousands of zombies in front leaped several meters high, their speed unbelievably fast. They even exceeded the train's speed for a moment.
Being caught was just a matter of time. We're done for. Captain, you keep driving the train, we absolutely cannot stop. Leave the rest to us, each person guard a window. We're surrounded by wilderness, and if we stop, there's no place to hide. We must get to the city, only there do we have a sliver of hope.
Suemo took a deep breath, wrapping the inflatable hammer tightly around her arm while taking out a bizarre amplification stone from the game space, using it without hesitation to enhance the pink inflatable hammer.
Although leveling up takes time, it doesn't affect its use. Seeing this scene,
the other few people's expressions changed. Using the bizarre amplification stone meant that Suemo was fully prepared to fight.
Damn it, let's fight. We'll hold out as long as we can.
Take drugs, little horse, give me some strength pills. I know you have them, don't hide them, hurry up and give me some. In battle missions, if someone dies, there will be a reminder.
How come Zhang Doxin's team hasn't died yet? No matter what, we can't die before they do.
Everyone guarded a window, staring at the rapidly approaching zombies, gripping their weapons tightly. As the distance closed in,
Suemo gritted her teeth hard and pushed open the train window, swinging the inflatable hammer. A zombie jumped up and smashed down. Chapter 48, Exploding the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace.
The bar was quiet, and all the players who had been joking earlier were now staring at the screen, filled with dense zombies and that figure in purple floating in midair, shocked into silence. Through the screen, one could feel a wave of despair.
Countless strengthened zombies and the terrifying purple-clothed zombie.
Even facing such a scene, they probably had no way to defend themselves other than waiting to die. Only pure slaughter, completely wiping out these zombies, with enough strength to match the purple-clothed zombie, could possibly allow them to survive. But such strength was hard to find among the 100 masters. When everyone was exhausted, the zombies would not tire as well, and through the screen, they saw Suemo wielding an inflatable hammer, smashing one zombie after another, yet the opponents could still rise again, making everyone realize that trying to kill a zombie was not that easy.
Even if a head exploded completely, it still couldn't kill it.
It could only slow down the zombie's movement.
Oh my god, this dungeon clearly exists in the horror game of Pickled Cabbage Country, why would such a strong eerie thing be born?
The bar owner's wife gasped, her face pale, murmuring to herself. No, the purple-clothed zombie has nothing to do with Pickled Cabbage Country, this should be a zombie unique to Dragon Country. For some unknown reason, it has appeared in this dungeon. How could Pickled Cabbage Country produce such a powerful zombie? The culture is learned from Dragon Country, and that is likely the reason. An old man with blonde hair, stroking his stubbly chin, explained in a deep voice. Many people nodded in agreement. Everyone knew the situation in Pickled Cabbage Country. The cultural foundation was too short, it couldn't possibly give birth to such strong eerie beings. And it certainly wouldn't be the unique eerie type from Dragon Country, zombies. Yet it appeared in the Busan Corpse dungeon. I have to admit, the player Sumo who emerged from Dragon Country this time is indeed a genius, unafraid in a crisis, still finding ways to fight back in such a scene, with great capability and strength, and making decisive choices. Even I feel a bit regretful. If he weren't from Dragon Country and appeared in any other nation, he would definitely have made the top 100 list. Looking at the figure on the screen, drenched in blood, even these foreign players ranked within the top 10,000 felt a hint of admiration. It's worth noting. This player had just completed the beginner dungeon, truly a newbie. Yet up to now, he had clearly become the backbone of the entire team, with all choices being made by Sumo. Even Chang Chi-meng, who was an analyst, had not offered any opinions throughout. This was trust, and it was also affirmation. An affirmation of Sumo's abilities. It is truly regrettable, the challenge dungeon's bias is too obvious. A coffin appeared over at Zhang Duoxuan's side, yet they have encountered no danger so far. In contrast, we are being chased continuously, the gap is too big. Dragon Country is suffering heavy losses this time. Not only will the genius rookie die, but several members of Chang Chi-meng's team will also die. Losing 5 players ranked within 10,000 all at once, TSK, it seems that for a short time, Dragon Country will be suppressed. What about Japan? Are you not going to take action, seizing this opportunity to launch another challenge card? If Dragon Country loses a few more high-ranking players? In a corner. The Japanese female ninja's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. A middle-aged man next to her was looking down at a communicator, his fingers tapping on a transparent screen, seemingly communicating with someone above. Yay Sakura, the higher-ups have agreed to this plan, but you need to personally go and choose other teams from Dragon Country, and you must wait until Chang Chi-meng's team is dead. After the communication concluded, the excited middle-aged man put down the communicator, lowering his voice carefully as he spoke to the female ninja. Sorry, we have a mission, we will go first. Ying nodded slightly, stood up, and dropped the sentence, hurriedly leaving the bar with a few team members. Watching the others departing figure. The entire bar instantly erupted into chaos. Many people were discussing, as Ying was a high-level player ranked over 600, which team from Dragon Country she would choose to challenge with her teammates. Could it be the Longchen team? This is the chance. Last time, it was said the Longchen team suffered heavy injuries. Probably not. As far as I know, the Longchen team has a waiver card. Challenging a team with a waiver card will not only waste challenge cards but also won't cause any damage. If it were me, I would definitely choose the Zodiac team. Is it that team ranked between 3000 and 4000? Well, facing this team, Ying has the ability to kill everyone. The discussions were ongoing. Everyone in the bar understood that once the members of the Chang Chi-meng team and the Busan Corps die, the challenge card of the invaders from Japan would continue, unless they use a waiver card, otherwise Dragon Country would lose an entire team of members. To avoid being encircled, the Chang Chi-meng team must clear the instance. But, facing such powerful purple-clothed zombies, how is it possible? Although there was no prompt in the instance at the moment, everyone was clear that the Busan Corps was definitely not an S-level horror game instance. The difficulty was comparable to a double S-level instance. Certain death. Dragon Country. Mystery Investigation Bureau. The conference room was packed, filled with heads of various departments. On the front video conference screen, every conference room was filled with people. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Everyone silently stared at the horror game live screen. At this moment, the whole train was just about to be overwhelmed by zombies, whether on the sides of the train car or on the roof, even on the windshield, zombies were clinging on. They were desperately attacking the train car with skeletal spikes. Although the train car was very sturdy, facing attacks from zombies that feel no pain and have no consciousness, it was only a matter of time before the car was broken. Heaven Palace has reported that Japan has gathered a challenge card, preparing to challenge our other teams right after the Chang Chi-meng team fails their instance. Upon hearing this, many faces showed anger. Bang! Old Mo at the front slammed the table heavily. He growled menacingly. We cannot give them this opportunity. If our investigation bureau has any more teen deaths, we will face encirclement. In a short time, we simply cannot gather so many waiver cards. I suggest we start a war. As soon as this was said, in the connected video conference, many people frowned and fell into deep thought. They seemed to be considering this possibility. City. Suddenly, sitting on the side, Du Tao looked at the screen and jumped up excitedly. A city has appeared, look quickly, Sumo and the others have persisted until the city appeared. As long as they can get into the city, they should have a chance to escape these zombies.
The environment inside the city is complex and more favorable for summoners. Perhaps there is a chance. No, what is that?
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their heads, all looking at the screen. They saw the silhouette of a dead city appear ahead of the speeding train, with a blood-red light column connecting to the sky right in the center of the city. The scene was exactly like when the purple-clothed zombies had emerged before, almost identical.
Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned, their hearts tightly twisted. Chapter 49, The Plan of the Kimchi Country Team. Another one coming? On the train.
The windows were completely shattered, and the interior of the train was pockmarked, with traces left by zombie attacks all around. When the city silhouette appeared, Sumo and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been guarding the window the whole time, continuously attacking the zombies trying to jump in. The group was now exhausted.
However, as the red light column gradually became clearer, even Sumo could not hold it together.
Behind them, the purple-clothed zombies followed.
After finally reaching the city, I thought that using the terrain and abandoning the train would be safer than in the wilderness.
I never expected that there would be similar purple-clothed zombies inside the city. Moreover, the blood-red light column was even more terrifying than the purple one. Even before approaching the city, a sense of slaughter enveloped the train.
What kind of zombie is this blood-red light column? What the hell are you studying in your Taoist sect? A zombie is just a zombie, why does it have to be all colorful? Sumo asked Xiaoma in despair. Red. Let me think. According to the Taoist scriptures, the blood color should be the emperor zombie. Xiaoma's face turned red as he thought hard and replied uncertainly. Sumo? Did they poke a zombie nest? One after another?
Behind them were the purple-clothed zombies chasing, and in front was the blood-clothed emperor zombie lying in wait.
Are they really not giving them any way to survive?
The zombies have stopped attacking, they have all halted.
This situation is not right. Look, all the zombies are standing still, not chasing us anymore? Chang Chi-Meng, the one driving the train, suddenly reminded a few people. Yes, they are not chasing us anymore? What's going on? Could it be that zombies have territory consciousness like animals? Maybe the emperor zombie is stronger than the purple zombie, so it doesn't dare to enter the city? No way? If that's the case, wouldn't it be more dangerous for us to enter the city? No, I just want to know, where are those pickles hiding? Why is the danger only coming for us? Is the difficulty difference on the challenge card so large? Damn it, I will spare no expense to get a challenge card once I get out of here and teach those pickles a lesson. Listening to the voices of the fat guy and the others, Sumo slightly frowned. She stared at the black coffin inside the red light column, which was covered in various bizarre patterns, looking like some kind of animal. Let's not worry about that for now. While the zombies are not chasing us, we must quickly land and get off the train. The Red Emperor zombie hasn't come out yet, so the city should be safe for now. To clear the challenge dungeon, we must meet the challenge targets. Ordinary zombies are not a problem for us, we should have a chance with the elites as well. The only rare zombies we haven't encountered yet, but I believe, no matter what, being inside the city will be safer than outside, and it's suitable for us to hunt zombies. Sumo analyzed the situation for everyone. Now they had no choice, entering the city was the only option. After all, they had already seen the purple-clothed zombies behind them, able to command hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even if they didn't have to act themselves, just using the zombie army could drown them. There was no way to survive in the wilderness. Although there would be dangers in the city as well, the zombies under the Red Emperor zombie would probably not be few. But in terms of terrain, they had the advantage. In a modern city, they were more familiar with it than the zombies. And they wouldn't have to face thousands of zombies all at once. Realizing this, Sumo urged Chang Chi-Meng to speed up, and they finally stopped at the city platform. Well analyzed. Listen to Sumo, we currently have no choice but to enter the city for a glimmer of hope. Chang Chi-Meng glanced deeply at Sumo, realizing that in such a short time, Sumo had analyzed even more thoroughly than her as an analyst. Truly a genius who can clear the beginner dungeon as a speedrunner. Thinking of this, Chang Chi-Meng made a decision in her heart. If necessary, all of them must ensure that Sumo lives and leaves the dungeon, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. The Dragon Country desperately needed talents like Sumo. Especially those who could break into the 100 Dignitaries list. Once they entered the 100 Dignitaries Council, the Dragon Country would have a voice in the Celestial Palace. Boom! The ground trembled, and the train sped swiftly into the city. Inside Busan City. On the rooftop of the tallest building, Zheng Duohun and the others carefully hid behind the cover, observing the coffin floating in midair in the distance. After the red light column appeared, several people were tense to the extreme.
They had been observing the entire city situation, guarding against a major change. But they had waited so long. The coffin still floated in the red light beam, with no movement at all. Even the zombies staggering in the streets of the city seemed to have hidden away, and no zombie cries could be heard anymore.
Captain, what's inside this coffin? Is it a zombie too?
The female team member, hiding behind the telescope and observing the coffin, said with a puzzled look. There hasn't been any change at all. It's been several hours now, and it's almost dark.
What if there isn't a zombie inside but some kind of prop?
As soon as these words came out, the other team members present couldn't help but shine with excitement.
To make such a big commotion, if it really is a prop, what level would it be? It definitely couldn't be a heavenly level item. It might even be a holy level prop directly.
Thinking of this, their breathing became a bit rapid, and their greedy gazes fixated on the coffin.
Holy level props.
As long as any one of them could obtain it, there would be a chance to hit the 100 Conquerors ranking. A chance to soar into the sky. Any holy level prop appearing would cause a stir in the Heavenly Palace, with countless people fighting and scrambling over it. Even the strongest among the 100 Conquerors might sometimes join in.
I don't know,
but we can't be impatient. We must wait for news from the Dragon Kingdom people. Shuten-Dōji gritted his teeth, greedily staring at the coffin for a long time before forcing himself to calm down and slowly shaking his head. As long as the people from the Dragon Kingdom are dead, all the props in this mission will belong to us.
It won't be too late to act then. Besides, I always feel that this coffin is a bit strange.
The players from Kimchi Country had no idea how zombies were formed or how levels were classified, completely in the dark. Even the players from the Dragon Kingdom were not familiar with this aspect of culture unless they were from the Taoist sect. Thus, Shuten-Dōji and the others had no realization of how terrifying and bizarre what was hidden in the coffin could be.
Woo woo woo. Night fell. The sky gradually dimmed.
Suddenly, a roaring sound of a train echoed within the city. The few team members hiding on the rooftop shuddered, turning their gazes towards their captain, Shuten-Dōji.
A train? How could there be an automatically running train in the mission? Is it the Dragon Kingdom people? They must have entered the city by train. Captain, what do we do?
Shuten-Dōji's lips curled slightly, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes.
Creak.
He pulled out a silver revolver, licking his lips and commanded.
Let's go. The Dragon Kingdom people don't know our location. Let's surround and wipe them out first.
Remember, kill Sumo at the first opportunity. As for the others, leave a few alive. Many people in the Heavenly Palace are watching the live broadcast. I want to humiliate them fiercely in front of everyone.
Especially that woman, Chang Chimeng. Then, the few followed closely behind Shuten-Dōji, quickly descending the stairs, disappearing into the streets as night fell. Chapter 50, Slaughter at the Platform. The outlaws appear. Creak. The harsh sound of brakes echoed. Chang Chimeng drove the abandoned train to a halt at the Busan platform. The train was completely deformed, and reluctantly, Sumo used an inflatable hammer to smash open the train door and jump down in a single bound. Cautiously surveying the surroundings. Wherever she went, it was a scene of devastation, and it was fatally visible that a fierce battle had taken place on the platform. There were many severed limbs scattered about carelessly. Through the clothing, she could roughly judge that many of the people inside should be soldiers, and the weapons were discarded not far from the corpses. No danger, from the looks of it. There must have been a fierce battle here back in the day, and it might have even been surrounded by the army. They should have cleared the zombies inside. Chang Chimeng got off the train and quickly analyzed the scene.
The whole platform was silent, just like this city. Not a sound could be heard.
Let's go. We need to leave the platform quickly. We don't know when changes will occur outside the city.
The Emperor zombie is even more dangerous. If it can, like the purple-clothed zombie, suddenly create tens of thousands of zombies, then that would be quite the fun.
We can't stay in open spaces. Sumo nodded steadily and said solemnly. Still, it's better to be cautious. This is Busan City, and the players from the Kimchi Nation may be hiding in the city.
Our train made noise coming in. They might have already discovered us.
So, be prepared for battle.
As soon as she finished speaking, Chang Chimeng and the others took out their weapons at the same time, following behind Sumo, cautiously moving forward, ready to respond to any danger at any moment. This reminded Sumo of adventure games played in the past. Facing unknown situations meant they could only advance carefully, taking one step at a time. However, this horror game dungeon is different from a game. In a game, death means restarting, but here, death is death, and there are no second chances.
By the way, what abilities do the captains from the Kimchi Nation have? Is there any information available?
As she stepped onto the stairs leading to the platform, Sumo raised her inflatable hammer and quietly asked about the players from the Kimchi Nation. Generally, players' abilities and equipment are secrets and are not easily shared. Only teammates have the right to know.
Even national departments don't usually inquire about these matters.
Unless this person is very confident, even arrogant, then they might reveal their abilities. And this particularly matches the traditions of the Kimchi nation. Thinking of this country in the future, Suemo thought to ask Chang Chiming, who was after all new and had been forced to participate in this dungeon challenge without fully familiarizing himself with the Celestial Palace.
I'm not sure about the other players, but I do have some information on Zheng Duohan. He has a revolver from the Vatican, it's not a secret. It's a heavenly weapon, capable of launching attacks with holy energy. Other than that, I have no more information. Holy energy? Suemo was slightly confused.
No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't connect holy energy and Vatican with the Kimchi nation. If this country produced cosmetic doctors or entertainment streamers, she wouldn't be surprised at all.
The Vatican?
Yes, this guy participated in an A-class dungeon with the lighthouse and obtained this weapon there. It is said that the Kimchi nation paid as much as 100,000 ghost coins for this weapon, making it quite famous in the Celestial Palace. This weapon is meant for ranged attacks. It's a revolver that naturally enhances damage against entities. Hearing Chang Chiming's introduction of this weapon, Sumo's expression turned grim as she nodded.
A ranged weapon? A handgun?
In horror game dungeons, distance represents safety. Having such a weapon truly makes one powerful.
It's just a revolver, reloading takes time. It's not as powerful as you think. Moreover,
Chen Yanhong, who was beside them, curled her lips.
No one really knows how powerful it is. I mean, it's just a revolver. Be careful.
Before the fat man finished his sentence, a strong sense of crisis rushed over them. Right ahead, at the entrance of the platform they were about to walk out of, a flash of silver light suddenly darted by.
Without time to think, Suemo immediately kicked the fat man with great force, sending him flying several meters away. What the hell, are you crazy? Why did you kick me? Before the fat man could react. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out.
Right where the fat man had been standing, the thick column of the hall exploded, and a hole the size of a man's arm appeared before them.
How powerful is it? If I shoot you, you would know, wouldn't you?
At this moment, by the exit, Zheng Duohan held a silver revolver, aiming it at the standing Suemo with a smile on his face. I've been waiting for you for a long time, I must say. You Dragon Nation people really know how to give face. It's fortunate you didn't die outside, or we would have had to work hard to find you.
Now it's good, you're dying right here. It's all going to end now. Suemo slightly squinted her eyes, staring intently at the revolver in the other person's hand. One shot had created such a large hole in the pillar, even if he were wearing Earth-grade battle armor, it would probably be hard to withstand. If it was a headshot, there would be no chance left. Throw down your weapons, or else, you'll die a terrible death. The other members of the Korean team sneered, their eyes fixed on Chang Chiming and the others, all eyes focusing on Suemo. The tension in the air was thick, as if the next second, they would strike. Crawl. Suemo licked her lips, firmly gripping her inflatable hammer, and with a thought, she took out the Soul Rebirth bottle from her inventory. At the same time, her lips moved slightly, and she whispered to Chang Chiming and the others. 3. 2. Chang Chiming's palm was drenched in sweat. She didn't expect Suemo to make such a quick decision, without even thinking. And she didn't give anyone a chance to react. Suemo was already counting down in a low voice. Is this what genius looks like? Ha ha ha. Still going to die at my hands? Hurry up and tell me, what reward did you get in the newbie dungeon? Zheng Duoxuan, holding a handgun, stepped forward, closing the distance, with the barrel aimed directly at Sumo's chest. At the critical moment, a furious shout rang out. 1. Chang Chiming and the others immediately rolled to the ground, quickly dodging to the side. Only Suemo stood still, unmoving. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A mist of blood exploded from Sumo's chest as she was pierced right through. But even so, she didn't fall. At the critical moment, Suemo suddenly pulled out a blood-red bottle, shoved it into her mouth, and with the inflatable hammer in hand, rushed forward at lightning speed. Her chest wound, visibly healing at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Zheng Duoxuan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, completely unable to react. At such a close distance, her chest had clearly been blown open, and her internal organs were pulverized. How could she recover so fast? Before he could fire again, Suemo, holding the inflatable hammer, had already closed the distance. What reward? I'll knock you out, and you'll know what reward you get. Sumo's eyes were cold, filled with murderous intent. The inflatable hammer whistled through the air as it was swung from the side. Entry, thug, human nature is inherently evil, activating the bloodlust within. In an instant, Zheng Duoxuan's forehead was drenched in sweat, the first time he truly felt the threat of death. His legs seemed to stop obeying him. He had never seen eyes like that. They were filled with brutality, coldness, and slaughter, as if he wasn't the one who had just been shot. Even with a healing potion, the pain wouldn't go away. How could someone's chest be blown open, yet they didn't utter a single sound?
He could feel how powerful the inflatable hammer was, and if it hit, he would surely die.
In the critical moment,
Zheng Duoxuan's entire back was soaked with cold sweat. There was no time to dodge. He desperately pulled his female teammate from behind him, who was only half a body length away.
Bang! The sound of a heavy blow exploded.
His female teammate's head was shattered into pieces beside Zheng Duoxuan's ear, and her body collapsed to the ground.
KU team member Jin Huanyan has died, death location, Busan Station. A prompt appeared on everyone's game panel.
However, at that moment, no one had the time to pay attention to this. After Sumo's attack failed, she stepped on the corpse of the female teammate and raised the inflatable hammer again, aiming at Zheng Duoxuan, who was trying to distance himself.
Move, keep them here. After a brief silence,
Chang Qiming growled, her body flashing like a ghost as she darted out from behind the pillar and attacked the other members of the KU team. The remaining few weren't willing to fall behind and charged at the same time. Suemo had the soul rebirth bottle item, and Chang Qiming and the others knew this, but they didn't expect her to use it in such a way, taking a bullet and still attacking. Her entire chest had been blown open.
How much pain could one endure without fainting? These thoughts, Chang Qiming and the others didn't even dare to consider.
Not only did they have to endure inhuman pain, but at the same time, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Even those high-level players might not be able to do it. Humans have instincts, and to suppress these instinctive reactions, how strong must one's mental quality be?
Zheng Duoxuan panicked.
Faced with the swinging inflatable hammer, he could only keep retreating while angrily shouting at his teammates to attack.
Stop Suemo.
As a long-range attack player, once he was approached, even if he could reload bullets, he would be unable to shoot effectively, and sometimes he might accidentally injure others.
Poof.
In Sumo's eyes, only Zheng Duoxuan remained. She didn't care at all about the others.
The more severely injured, the more cold-blooded the word entry thug would become.
Several KU team members raised their weapons, trying to block Suemo to buy time for Captain Zheng Duoxuan. But the weapons hit the person across from them, not only failing to stop her, but making her movements become faster.
Monster, this is a monster. Soon.
A young man with yellow hair, covered in earrings, shouted in emotional collapse. He had already injured her several times, but even so, her steps never stopped, and he saw the Longhua team rushing towards him.
The young man yelled towards Zheng Duoxuan, straining his voice. Captain, if we don't retreat now, we won't be able to escape. Retreat!
Zheng Duoxuan bit his teeth hard, immediately pulling out a bomb-shaped item from his space and painfully throwing it towards her. Then, he turned and fled towards the entrance.
Get back! Chang Qiming saw the situation and hurriedly yelled at Suemo. Die! Suemo also noticed the bomb thrown at her, darkening her expression.
She sidestepped quickly and, with all her strength, threw the inflatable hammer.
Ah!
With a scream, a figure was knocked to the ground.
Help me, Captain, help me! Ah, save me!
Zheng Duoxuan glanced back, his eyes completely not landing on the fallen teammate, glaring harshly at Suemo. Without looking back, he fled out of the platform's exit.
Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded deafening.
Thick smoke obscured their vision. Zheng Duoxuan and the other two fled from Busan Station in a panic, their speed reaching the limit, rushing towards the original direction of Busan Station.
That is. Just then,
a player looked back and froze, his pupils suddenly contracting, trembling as he exclaimed. Zheng Duoxuan heard the voice and instinctively stopped, turning to look at Busan Station. He saw before the magnificent station entrance, as the bomb smoke dissipated, a blood-soaked figure appeared.
In one hand, he dragged a figure, which was indeed their last fallen teammate.
In the other hand, he held an inflatable hammer dripping with blood.
The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. What is he going to do?
Suemo kicked the young man in her hand onto the ground, fiercely stepping on his forehead, looking down at Zheng Duoxuan who had stopped in the distance. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled into an extremely cruel smile. She pointed the inflatable hammer at the yellow-haired youth under her feet. In front of the other's eyes, she raised the inflatable hammer with both hands.
Bang! Blood splattered everywhere.
The yellow-haired young man's head exploded, under the sky full of blood mist.
Trash!
Suemo coldly dropped a word, as if kicking away garbage, kicking the corpse down from the station entrance.
He should die, he is just a rookie. I must kill you.
Zheng Duoxuan's face darkened, his forehead veins bulging.
He was roared away by two teammates. None of them had expected, amidst their plans, with an ambush on the opposite side, that the final result would be like this. Two teammates died, and throughout the entire time, Chang Qiming and her group hadn't even lifted a finger. Both teammates were killed by that rookie. Including him, they had almost died at the hands of the other. How could he be so strong? Clearly just a rookie, why was his mental quality so terrifying?
Especially that indifferent, murderous gaze. Every time Zhang Duoshuan thought of that gaze, fear within him could not be suppressed.
In the heavenly palace.
In the large bar. Silence reigned, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Drinks had already spilled over the cup.
Not only did the guests not notice, but even the bar owner's wife did not notice.
Everyone's gaze was completely focused on the screen. On it, there was a figure drenched in blood. Facing the ambush of the powerful KU team from the pickled cabbage country, not a single team member died. Instead, they even killed 2 opponents, resulting in heavy casualties for Zhang Duoshuan's team. The following copy adventure would likely make survival difficult, let alone sniping the Dragon Country team.
Gulpy.
Sitting at the bar, a burly man with a beard raised his glass and drank it down in one go, panting heavily.
He glanced over at the crowd.
With an extremely serious expression, he said, "In the future, the Dragon Country is likely to produce a real killing god." As soon as he spoke, everyone's expressions varied, but no one spoke up to refute him. Just a moment ago, in front of everyone, the scene of smashing the opponent's head remained vivid in their minds. That cold gaze and the thirst for blood and slaughter on his face could not be fake. Many in the bar had participated in many copies and had also killed members of other teams.
But no one could match Sumo, who radiated a brutal aura like in the footage.
No, not a killing god, but a violent thug, a thug who doesn't care about any rules or anyone.
The bar owner's wife took a deep breath, glancing seriously at the screen. She murmured,
"If he can walk out alive from the Busan corpse copy, maybe, our Tiangong district will have an unbridled thug. The pickled cabbage country has kicked a hard rock this time."
Chapter 52, The Fat Guy, If I Were a Woman.
As the thick fog dispersed.
At the entrance of the platform.
Sumo's figure swayed and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Chang Chiming rushed up from behind and hugged Sumo. At the same time, with a solemn expression, she said, "Quickly leave here and find a place to hide first, we need to treat Sumo's wounds." Although the revolver wound had healed because of the returning soul bottle, Sumo had rushed in just now, ignoring everything and everyone, and had also sustained many injuries. At this moment, blood was flowing from the wounds. The person clearly could not hold on and fell unconscious. The few of them did not dare to be slow. The fat guy carried Sumo and quickly disappeared into the night.
Although Zhang Duoshuan and the others had escaped, their situation was similarly dire.
There were purple-clothed zombies outside, and they didn't know when they would enter the city.
The floating Imperials had not yet left, and if they did, what scene could possibly unfold? Chang Chiming dared not think further. They had to quickly help Sumo recover from her injuries.
What the few of them did not know was that after the recent scene, whether in the Heavenly Palace or in reality, the number of people paying attention to this challenge livestream was rapidly increasing, and discussions about the Dragon Country's talented player, Sumo, were rising. From a sans love, based on my observation, this player from the Dragon Country should have the bloodline of our White Elephant Country. It can't be wrong. Despite such severe injuries, they still managed to kill 2 opponents. This can only be our White Elephant players, may the gods bless.
Sister Simida, impossible, absolutely impossible.
Zhang Duoshuan is my idol, it must have been an illusion just now.
How could he not be a match for this rookie? There must be some problem. You Dragon Country people must have cheated. Cute Ichen, wow, so lively?
I never expected so many people to flood in all at once.
Ha, using challenge cards to undermine our Dragon Country, don't you even look at your own strength?
I have to say, Zhang Duoshuan's move to drag others down was quite cool. He ran so fast. Indeed, the Koreans always prioritize style. Every day just eats kimchi. Don't be too arrogant. Zhang Duoshuan is just an ordinary player from our country. Don't forget, we have hundreds of strong ones. Oldly from the Hongtu Guild. Aya, you scared me. Those hundreds of strong ones are really impressive. Would he dare to attack a rookie?
Could he? All day long just blowing hot air. Damn you to death.
In the live streaming room, arguments erupted continuously, especially among the viewers from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, all sending barrage messages, wanting to regain face on the platform.
At the same time, the insults towards Zhang Duoshuan never ceased.
So many people were focused on this challenge livestream, willing to use their priceless challenge cards, yet so far had gained nothing, and their small team had already lost 2 members.
This was absolutely a disgrace for them. Due to the ban on live streaming viewing in Long Country, ordinary people were completely unaware of this situation aside from players. Thus, in the cursing, they were no match for their opponents. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Seeing Sumo fall into a coma, Chang Chiming and others had already taken her away from Busan Station, hiding in a corner of the city, treating Sumo's injuries. After the bandaging, Sumo seemed to be fine.
In the conference room of the Investigation Bureau, many people immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
It was too thrilling.
If it weren't for Sumo having a soul return bottle, a miraculous item, they would have suffered heavy losses at first glance.
The most important point is, many people at the scene still couldn't understand why Sumo reacted so quickly.
At the same time, her mental quality was this strong. Her chest was completely blasted open, with the wound piercing through to her back, yet she made no sound from beginning to end.
Talent, what is talent? This is talent.
Old Mo glanced around at everyone and spoke solemnly to explain. At first, Sumo did not participate in the Safety Bureau training, so she was not familiar with the instance situation, and didn't even understand many basic rules, which led to her initially familiarizing herself with the situation and cooperating with the hospital's work during the and then there were none instance, but later.
As he spoke, Old Mo recalled Sumo killing the eerie situation, nodding his head seriously.
The route Sumo took was suitable for pure killing routes, which means a speedrunner route, and not suitable for survival routes. Upon hearing this, both the people on site and those connected on the live stream frowned, pondering over Old Mo's words.
Killing route. Speedrunner route. What do you mean by that? That's right.
Someone questioned, but Old Mo forcefully interrupted them. All players who enter the Heavenly Palace are clear. When the 100 honored participants confirm survival is no problem, they will all seek to speed run the instance.
Maybe, this is the reason why the strong can get stronger. The risk is very high, but the rewards are equally high. Don't you all notice that those who have been long on the 100 honored list are precisely those players who have speedrun the most instances? Everyone fell silent. After a long time, Old Mo spoke again in a deep voice. Perhaps, Sumo can reach that point in the future, and indeed, we need a brute in the Heavenly Palace in Long Country, a completely unreasonable brute. The truth is only within cannon range. Sometimes, fear is even more important than respect. Therefore, I, on behalf of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, propose to open the permission for horror games and initiate nationwide live streaming. It's time for everyone to know just how much our world has changed, and to let more people understand how difficult the situation in Long Country is now. The conference room fell into a dead silence. The personnel on the screen were also silent. After a long time. I agree. The military agrees. The Supreme Prosecution agrees. Agreed. In the deep night.
In the Busan corpse walk instance.
Moonlight wrapped in a faint red hue shone through the window onto Sumo's face. Who? Breathing out a breath of turbid air.
Sumo slowly opened her eyes.
Surrounded by darkness, with the weak moonlight, she could roughly see that this was the first floor of a shopping mall. The ground was cold tiles, and there was a scene of devastation in the shops across the way. Awake? At this moment.
A voice came from behind, and Sumo then realized she was leaning against a soft body.
It was the captain, Chang Chiming? Don't move, the wound has just been stitched up. There shouldn't be any major issues.
Chang Chiming blinked her large eyes and curiously stared at Sumo. It's hard not to doubt that the blushing Sumo, who seemed a bit shy now, was the same person who had just smashed someone's head on the platform. The difference was simply too great. Right now, she looked like a naive young man. But a moment ago, she resembled a longtime criminal, a violent thug who didn't care about human life. The others rushed over, their eyes looking at Sumo like she was a monster.
Why are you looking at me like that? Sumo asked with a strange expression. Smack.
The chubby guy who came over slapped Sumo's shoulder and grinned.
Damn it, you have no idea how cool you were just now. I wouldn't even dare to dream of being that cool. If I were a woman, I'd definitely let you enjoy yourself tonight for free. Sumo?
Hearing this, Chang Chiming frowned slightly, turned her palm over, and a silver-white dagger shot out. Swish. It pierced right between the chubby guy's legs, closely against his upper thigh.
Chubby guy. Chapter 53, It is waking up. A night passed without a word. When Sumo opened her eyes again, the sky outside was already bright.
But oddly, the red glow seemed to be growing stronger, even the sunlight was shrouded in a hint of blood.
Where's the chubby guy?
After waking up, seeing Chang Chiming and the others standing behind the giant glass door of the mall, frowning at the outside. She didn't see the chubby guy's shadow.
Sumo got up and walked over, following the others' gaze to look outside.
There, on the mottled street, a group of armored zombies, holding long spears, marched in an orderly manner, as if on patrol. They went inside the building to find something, to see if there are any items left in the stores. By the way, even though many items in the horror game instances are quite dated, a significant portion of the supplies can still be used. For example, food, even if it's been hundreds of years, won't rot, though corpses are an exception. Seemingly remembering something, Chang Chiming educated Sumo. Shoo, don't make a sound. At this moment, a little boy in a robe raised his finger, signaling everyone to crouch down and hide.
As soon as they crouched down,
Sumo saw that among the armored zombies in the distance, a tall figure seemed to sense something and turned to look their way.
Suddenly appearing zombies, I went upstairs to observe before dawn.
The city is filled with these armored zombies, holding long spears, almost as if they are patrolling to welcome the Emperor Zombie's coffin. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, the zombie that just turned its head is an elite zombie. To complete the instance requirements, each person must kill 10 zombie captains. Where there are zombie captains, there will surely be generals or officials. You can think of the Emperor Zombie as the Emperor, with many official zombies following, just like ancient dynasties. Those should be the rare zombies. Being a member of the Taoist sect, with the explanation from the little boy, Suemo quickly understood what was happening outside.
The guards of the Emperor Zombie, soldiers. Will there be concubines? Thinking of something, Suemo curiously asked.
The little boy was stunned and momentarily unable to answer the question. There is no mention of this in the texts, but if it's in an emperor's tomb, there would indeed be concubines.
However, since the emperor's coffin is here, the tomb shouldn't be here.
As for whether there will be concubines, I'm not too sure. Seeing the little boy's face turn red, clearly at a loss because of the question,
Chang Qiming shot Suemo a speechless glance. Whether there are concubines or not, what do we do next? Should we try to find Zheng Duoshuan and the others? Or should we quickly complete the instance mission? Those armored zombies outside look tougher than those outside the city.
Old Sun took a deep breath, his voice full of worry. No matter how you look at it, these zombies in armor, wielding weapons, are harder to deal with than those following the purple-clothed zombie outside. If the Emperor Zombie rises from the coffin, like the purple-clothed zombies, the blood-red glow can allow the zombies to evolve, further enhancing their combat power. By that time, trying to complete the quest objectives might become even more difficult. There's no need to actively seek out the enemy. 2 people have died, and Zheng Duoshuan probably won't come looking for us again.
His current goal is likely to survive until the quest ends and make it out alive. After what happened with Suemo, that guy must have a psychological scar and definitely won't come.
A voice came from behind.
The fat man came over, holding a pile of snacks and wearing a big smile.
The supplies up there are very abundant. Not only are there supermarkets, but also many snack shops.
I grabbed some at random. I think it's best to operate around this mall for now, at least we won't lack food.
Suemo did not know many common facts. It was her first time participating in a quest, and the food was provided by the hospital canteen, so she did not need to search for it herself. Looking back now, participating in terrifying game quests in the future, food will also be a very important part. Sometimes, having enough food is the only way to hold on longer.
I want to ask, what if it's a quest without a city? Then you'll have to figure something out for yourself.
For example, drinking water. In the absence of a water source, theoretically, you can survive for 7 days by drinking your own urine. As for food, bugs, tree roots, tree leaves, and grass can all serve as food. In this aspect, Old Sun is an expert. As a survival master, he has skills to find food under any conditions. Suemo twitched her lips, no longer dwelling on this issue.
Simulation countdown, 5 minutes and 27 seconds.
Taking a moment to glance at the system simulator's countdown, only 5 minutes remain until the next simulation. After some discussion among the group, they unanimously decided to stay around the mall area and try to meet the quest requirements as much as possible.
To kill enough elite zombies.
When outside the city, they had already killed quite a few ordinary zombies while riding the train, and they were very close to completing the first goal. The key focus is on the elite zombies. How strong are they, and can the 5 of them work together to defeat a zombie squad armed with weapons and armor?
Only trying will tell.
Therefore, after a simple snack, Suemo kept stalling for time, either going to the bathroom or claiming she hadn't washed her face, or at the very least wanting to change her clothes. In short, the one thing to say is, facing unknown situations, it's safest to act after the simulation.
Moreover, there's a time bomb hanging in midair. Who knows when the Emperor Zombie will wake up? And why haven't the purple-clothed zombies outside come in? What are they waiting for?
In these doubts, there might lurk a deadly crisis.
Suemo had to be cautious.
Oh, it seems even geniuses have their flaws.
I never expected that Suemo would have to prepare so much. Didn't she just go to the bathroom? Why is she going again? Xiaoma, doesn't your Dao sect have something for alchemy that can treat frequent urination?
Hurry up and get Suemo something. She's still so young, and she has this problem already.
What will happen in the future?
Watching Suemo rush upstairs in a hurry to the bathroom, the fat man scoffed and shook his head, secretly asking the Taoist Xiaoma beside him.
Frequent urination? Haven't you seen your master urinate? Doesn't it drip on his shoes? What kind of medicine does he usually take?
You can give Suemo some too. At not even 20 years old, this is the time for her to have a strong bladder.
That aspect absolutely cannot malfunction. Don't you want to go to the pleasure house to listen to music?
The fat man whispered in a low voice, leaning close to Xiaoma.
Occasionally, bursts of lewd laughter would erupt.
Hearing this, Chang Qimeng frowned heavily.
Are you thinking the same? That Suemo is more suitable than me to be the team leader?
She turned to ask Old Sunday.
How is that possible? Suemo is still a newcomer. Don't listen to the fat man's nonsense.
Everyone is a whole, and don't you realize that once Sumo kills someone, or takes down a strange creature, she becomes somewhat cold-blooded, so I think. The words were not finished. The crowd saw Sumo's face turn pale as she hurried down from the second floor. No way. We must leave this place immediately. Under the puzzled eyes of several people, Sumo took a deep breath, her expression more serious than ever. She looked up at the Imperial coffin in the air. It is about to wake up. Chapter 54, The Strange Simulation Result. As Sumo's voice fell, Chang Qiming and the others raised their heads simultaneously, staring in horror at the Imperial coffin above. The Imperial corpse inside is about to wake up? They had felt how strong the purple-clothed zombies outside the city were, and it was fair to say that facing the purple-clothed zombies, they had no chance of winning. How terrifying would the Imperial corpse, which could dominate the entire Busan city, be? It would definitely not be weaker than the purple-clothed zombies. Is it really waking up? How did you find out? Xiao Ma's eyes were full of confusion. Among those present, only he came from the Taoist sect and was the most familiar with zombies. But the problem was, he couldn't see any signs of the Imperial corpse waking up at all. Leave, where are we going? Unlike Xiao Ma, the fat man didn't want to think too much. He quickly asked where to run. For now, I can't tell you how I found out, but all signs indicate that the Imperial corpse is indeed about to wake up. Where to? Sumo gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Outside the city. Everyone froze in place, their faces filled with shock. They once thought they heard wrong. Outside the city? They had worked tirelessly, risking their lives to get into the city. Why must they go out again? Do you mean that once the Imperial corpse wakes up, it is more dangerous inside the city than outside? Yes, that's pretty much the idea. We can't waste time, we must hurry and leave, and don't get entangled with any zombie teams along the way. Avoid them if you can, hurry. Sumo naturally couldn't tell everyone that all this was the result of his simulation. The Imperial corpse would indeed awaken. However, outside the city was not safer than inside. The simulation results were very strange. Only after the Imperial corpse woke up would Chang Qiming and the others understand this with their side mission. But right now, he couldn't explain. Initially, he thought this Busan corpse walk was a survival mission or a challenge mission. It wasn't until the second simulation result came out that Sumo fully understood. Busan corpse walk, damn it, was a large role-playing mission. It was probably because Zheng Duoshuan used a challenge card, otherwise, there definitely wouldn't be only 2 teams entering this mission. Furthermore, the entries provided by the second simulation were all ordinary entries, of little use. Only one entry seemed useful in the future. Blacksmith, blue with your poor skills, you can only repair work, can perform simple repairs on damaged weapons if materials are complete. The remaining entries were mostly not very reliable. Entries like Big Mouth Monkey, Scrap Collector, Farm Worker, Musician had no improvements for combatability at all. Therefore, Sumo could only choose 3 entries for simulation. But he never expected that the results of the simulation would be so strange. You lead the team out of the building, preparing to ambush the elite zombies. On the street about 800 meters from the building, you successfully engage with the zombie team, and with mutual cooperation, your chances of victory are very high. Some zombies struck the gong, and countless zombie teams surged from all sides, surrounding you. In a desperate fight, the team suffers 3 casualties, and you escape with Chang Qiming to Busan Station. An abnormality occurs in the sky, the Imperial coffin opens, you receive a mission, choose a supporting side, and you feel very sad because if you had come out a little later, the other 3 teammates wouldn't have died. You are very close to the outside of the city, so you choose the purple-clothed zombie formation, and you blend into the zombie team, becoming an advanced guard. The purple-clothed zombies order an assault on the city, hundreds of thousands of zombies surge into the city, and you separate from Chang Qiming, following the forefront of the team into the city alone. Soon you encountered the axed zombie ambush, the advanced team was completely wiped out. With the ability of the corpse chaser, you fought desperately. Just as you were about to turn the tide, a gunshot rang out. Before you died, you saw a figure. The other party was clad in armor, with a silver pistol at their waist. This was the entire process simulated in the toilet just now. The final result was still death. However, the clues provided were crucial. You must leave the city quickly and reach the outskirts. At the same time, after selecting a faction in the game, you must absolutely not choose the purple-clothed zombie for cosmetic surgery, otherwise you will die at the last moment too. And then, Zheng Duoshuan actually put on armor? This means this guy has a significant position in the Imperial zombie formation, at least a squad leader. How did he manage it? Remember, when you see a zombie squad, try to avoid them. Even if a fight breaks out, do not linger. It is best not to kill zombies. Following the back door of the mall, a few of them exited and arrived at the narrow street behind. Sumo reminded them again. Although they didn't understand, including Chang Qiming, they chose to believe and didn't ask too many questions. Once the zombie squad was defeated, some of the zombies would ring the gong, and in an instant, many reinforcements would come. It was also for this reason that in the simulation, Xiaoma, Fatty, and Xiao San all died at the hands of the support zombies. Even if he obtained the Corpse Chaser trait and could temporarily control zombies, the simulation result proved that in the face of a large number of zombie squads, the Corpse Chaser's ability could not turn the tide.
Try to take the back roads. After exiting the rear door of the building, Suemo hid in a corner, pointing at a dim alley ahead, and whispered back.
Saying this, she swiftly hunched her body and dashed across the street, rushing into the alley on the opposite side. From this position, we should be able to reach the suburbs.
Move a little faster, stick close to me.
The group advanced through the wet alley. The alley was dark and damp, with old residential buildings on both sides blocking the sunlight.
It seems Busan City wasn't great in the past either, there are still such buildings in the city center.
Fatty followed closely behind Suemo, curiously looking at the buildings on both sides, murmuring. There are poor people everywhere, but in this horror game, the bazaar runs rampant. The people living here are probably among the first to die, the rich have ways to escape, while the poor. Before he finished speaking, the group saw Suemo, who was ahead, suddenly stop, staring motionless at the battered building above. Following her gaze, they saw that a protective railing had been torn open, and a snarling face in armor was intensely staring down, with scarlet eyes flashing with cold light.
A zombie squad. There was actually a zombie squad in the building above?
In an instant, the group didn't even dare to breathe, completely afraid to make the slightest move.
Run, don't engage, hurry.
Suemo shouted lowly, her body darting forward like an arrow, and the others followed closely. Kill. As they just passed under the anti-theft window, a hoarse voice filled with killing intent came from above.
Bang! 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 The sound of landing echoed. Dozens of armored zombies wielding long spears dropped from the sky. The atmosphere was filled with killing intent, these zombies exuded an aura like seasoned soldiers, making the surrounding air seem to solidify. Wow!
At the front of the formation, a tall figure who wore armor and a blood-red cloak raised his long spear.
With a fierce shout, he commanded, "Charge!" His voice thundered, exploding in Suemo and the others' ears. Swish!
The sound of slicing wind came from behind, and a rusty long spear flew past the group, embedding itself into the wall ahead and blocking the path.
No way, we have to find a way to deal with them.
Inside the alley, there was only a narrow path, relying solely on running to escape the zombie squad behind seemed to be a slim hope.
After a brief moment of thought, Suemo decisively took out the inflatable hammer, standing in the middle of the alley. The others saw this.
Chang Qiming was the first to act, leaping off one side of the wall, her silver-white dagger flashing as she charged towards the zombie soldier across from her.
Go go go!
The chubby guy raised his mountain axe, making big swinging motions, his skin glowing with a earthy brightness. He followed closely behind Chang Qiming, also rushing towards the zombie squad. Old Sun and Xiao Ma were unwilling to back down, taking out their weapons, they jumped into battle against the oncoming zombie soldiers.
What the hell?
In just one round, the chubby guy slammed against the wall while charging at the zombie captain, panting as he got back up, he yelled.
This captain is too strong, I can't handle it alone, come help me quickly. I'm coming.
Suemo furrowed her brows tightly, striking a zombie soldier in front of her with her hammer, crushing its chest and violently twisting its neck. She hurriedly rushed to help the chubby guy. The zombie soldiers were indeed stronger than the zombies outside the city, but it wasn't completely outrageous. At the very least, except for Xiao Ma and Old Sun, Chang Qiming, the chubby guy, and Suemo could handle a single zombie soldier on their own. The only tricky one was the zombie squad leader. His armor had strong defense, and his spear was exceptionally sharp. Even with Sumo's strength of a bold buff, she couldn't match the zombie captain's strength. No wonder he was an elite zombie, it was clear he was not a foe one could take on alone. This won't work, we're getting held up. Be careful of the zombie with the gong, we absolutely must not let them strike it. With Suemo joining, the two managed to steady the situation against the zombie captain. However, as one zombie fell, it produced a gong seemingly out of nowhere, and just as it was about to strike, Sumo's expression changed drastically. There was no time to lose. She immediately threw her inflatable hammer, knocking the zombie down, the gong rolling aside. Upon hearing Sumo's urgent voice, Chang Qiming changed her position, dodging a zombie's spear as only a faint phantom remained in that spot, before a figure in the distance picked up the gong and threw it straight to Suemo. With limited dark escape ability, what do we do now? Should we besiege the zombie captain? The battle was tense, with both sides fighting in the narrow alley for over 10 minutes, having only killed 5 zombies so far. And even so, they had caused no harm to the zombie captain. To kill the zombie captain, unless they could find a way to kill all the zombie minions under the captain's attack, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape in the end. Moreover, Although Chang Chiming didn't understand the purpose of the gong, at this critical moment, it was easy to guess why these zombies were about to strike it, to call for reinforcements.
No wonder Suemo was so anxious.
If a single zombie squad was so difficult to deal with, bringing in reinforcements might cost them their lives. Equally anxious were the viewers watching the horror game livestream, especially since the mysterious Investigation Bureau had allowed full access.
Everyone could watch the stream on the Investigation Bureau platform.
Of course, they could only watch the Dragon Country players.
Is this really a horror game? It's so thrilling.
Life and death at stake, no wonder the Investigation Bureau warned everyone, although it's called a game, it's not a game inside, people can really die. Wow, that blow was too brutal.
I feel like our country's players can't match these zombies, right? They don't feel pain, even if they're badly injured, as long as it doesn't affect their actions, they still charge forward fearlessly. Isn't that too difficult? If ordinary people are called up, wouldn't it also be this dangerous? How could that be? Didn't you read the reports? This is because the Pickled Cabbage Country used challenge cards, now they are in an S-class dungeon, the death rate is definitely high. If the minions are this strong, how strong is the boss? I can't even imagine. The Pickled Cabbage Country is really unreasonable, why are they targeting us?
Damn, I have to go beat up my father-in-law, he's from the Pickled Cabbage Country.
It feels a bit like playing a game, when will it be my turn to go in?
I'm really good at 4A games, my skills are top-notch, I'll definitely be a strong player. Hey, wait, why are the zombies fighting by themselves?
What the hell is going on?
Suddenly, the viewers watching the livestream were shocked to see that the situation on the scene had turned a bit strange. A zombie soldier, who had just been killed and whose body was nearly torn apart, slowly crawled up from the ground, struggling as it lifted its knife and staggered toward the zombie captain's back. It swung the knife straight at the zombie captain's forehead.
Zombie captain?
The captain turned his head blankly, confusion reflected in his blood-red eyes. The livestream room fell silent. The group of people, who were currently fighting zombies, also fell silent.
Is it a traitor? No. What the hell is this zombie? Does it recognize us? Or is it just a mistake?
The fat guy quickly retreated, his eyes full of confusion. But the zombie soldier didn't stop moving, it slowly raised its knife and swung it at the zombie captain's face again.
Clang!
This time, the zombie captain, holding a spear, pierced the zombie soldier's body and violently threw it away. Then before the captain could turn around again, a zombie soldier, whose forehead was missing, staggered to its feet like a headless fly, crawling on the ground, feeling around. It finally found a spear and lifted it up. Without hesitation, it thrust the spear forward, aiming at the zombie captain. Meanwhile, in the corner behind them, Suemo, holding an air hammer, frowned tightly, trying to control the zombies with her corpse-driving ability. It was incredibly difficult. The corpse-driving ability wasn't that simple. Once you used it to control a zombie's body, a 3D zombie figure would appear in your mind, and you could control it to perform various actions.
And, you had to concentrate fully. It wasn't like if Suemo gave an order, the zombie would just follow it.
It was like, if Suemo wanted the zombie to strike the zombie captain with a knife, it didn't happen just by thinking about it. It required several steps.
Pick up the knife, get up, walk over to the zombie captain, raise the knife, and strike. There were many steps involved.
Moreover, for now, Suemo could only control one zombie's body at a time. If she wanted to control more, she couldn't do it yet, and even if she could, it wouldn't be possible to command two zombies to attack simultaneously.
Damn it, this thing seems to need a lot of practice.
She muttered under her breath. Seeing that Chang Chiming and the others had stopped, Suemo quickly shouted, "Don't worry about the zombie captain, leave it to me. You guys quickly kill the other zombies, move, yes, jump, slash twist jump slash." As Sumo's voice fell, the group saw a zombie soldier in front of them, holding a knife with both hands, jumping like a kangaroo, swinging the knife each time it jumped, repeating this until it reached the zombie captain.
Jump slash.
A slash landed on the zombie captain's forehead.
Chapter 56, Give Them a Quick Death.
749 Mysterious Investigation Bureau.
Inside the conference room, everyone stared at the screen, watching the awkward movements of the zombie holding the knife and the zombie captain's confused expression, all silent. Even Mo Lao and the others, after hearing Suemo shout, and thinking back to the zombie's movements, couldn't figure out what kind of ability this was. If we say it's not strong, well, it seems somewhat strong, a bit like a summoning skill, able to summon the dead zombies. But if you really want to say it's strong, the summoned zombies are like a brain-damaged person, their movements stiff, and their attacks can't cause any damage. It seems like Suemo got a lot of rewards in the "no one survived" instance. This ability, at the moment, doesn't seem useful. Maybe it's because she hasn't practiced enough.
If given more time, perhaps the zombies' Suemo controls could have the combat power they had before they died. An elderly woman in the corner, with her white hair and wrinkled face, drooping eyelids.
With a light laugh, she said, "This ability feels strangely familiar, doesn't it? The art of corpse herding, doesn't it seem similar?"
The ancient texts indeed describe the corpse herding in Xiangxi, but even a beginner wouldn't be this clumsy.
Besides, I've never seen this skill before. We can only wait until Suemo comes out alive to ask in detail.
The old woman came from the southern border, and she had also participated in many thrilling game instances. She was quite familiar with the peculiar instances from the southern region, especially having deep research into various poisonous insects, sorcery, and cursing arts.
In the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, she ranked just below Old Mo and had significant authority.
However, due to her age, her ranking in the heavenly ladder was not very high. She engaged more in research work.
Xiangxi's corpse herding art? Is it really possible for a skill from an ancient text to emerge? Someone raised a question.
Because, no matter how one looked at it, the zombies controlled by Suemo had no connection to such a prestigious ability as the Xiangxi corpse herding art. It will definitely appear, it has just never been seen before. Some horror worlds are vast, and apart from using challenge cards, no country has cleared all its own instances yet.
Did you forget that last year, a summoner in the Divine Kingdom could awaken corpses?
Although they were the most ordinary corpses, it was similar to necromancy. The old woman glanced at the person and explained with a smile.
If it can appear in the horror game world, what else can emerge?
Moreover, in some remote areas, supernatural events are on the rise. All of this proves that the horror game world is connected to reality, we just know too little about it.
Among the 100 lords, there are probably some who know the inside story.
After the old woman explained, many people at the scene nodded thoughtfully, recalling that since the horror games began, supernatural events in remote areas had indeed increased. People vanished mysteriously, and some died in inexplicable ways.
They could never find a clue.
Maybe these are truly connected to the horror game world. Let's not discuss this for now. Sumo's ability is very strong, but it requires long-term practice.
The biggest question now is, why did he take the team out of the city? What exactly did he discover? With the emergence of the Emperor Zombie, what will happen next?
If elite zombies are so difficult to defeat, rare zombies will surely be even harder. How on earth can we clear the Busan Corpse Walk instance? Several questions were raised at once, plunging the scene into silence again. Chang Qiming, as the analysis officer of the Investigation Bureau, had been following Sumo's rhythm since he appeared. Even an analyst could not figure out what Sumo was basing his actions on. Even if they thought about it, they would probably find it hard to understand. By the way, there's something I need to mention about the Pickle Country. They just called us. Sumo publicly slayed 2 of their high-level players, and they demand we must let Jing Duohan go, or they will report it to their country's 100 powerful people through the council. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed anger.
Nonsense. Old Mo directly erupted with a curse. The challenge card was used at their own will. Now that someone is dead, they can't handle it? And they're notifying the 100 powerful people? Let them go ahead and notify. The 100 in reality have an agreement and cannot act at will, or they will face the siege of all the 100. Tell them just like that. If they want to complain, let them complain. Do they think they can bully us just because we don't have powerful people? Damn it.
Just wait a little longer. Our country's 100 powerful people should appear in no time. As he spoke, Old Mo's voice gradually faded, and his gaze turned to the screen showing Sumo, filled with expectation.
In the thrilling game instance. Busan City. Stab, lie down, you useless one. Lie down. Jump, chop, bounce, lick. Poke the eyes, scratch the face. The absurdity of the scene gradually escalated.
Chang Qiming and the others had solved all the remaining zombies and simply stood behind Sumo, watching as he commanded a zombie body, continually insulting the zombie captain.
That's right. It's simply an insult. At least in the eyes of a few people, they have never seen such a shameless zombie. At first, everything seemed normal. Sumo controlled the zombie, first searching for weapons, then attacking the zombie captain.
No matter if it was effective or not, at least the methods were normal. But as all the zombie soldiers died, the zombie captain seemed confused about what happened, filled with doubt towards the zombie soldiers attacking him. The scene began to turn absurd. From this moment on, Sumo controlled the zombies not to stab eyes with sharp claws, but to open their bloody mouths to bite. The most excessive thing was that she could even control the zombies to perform a kick below the belt.
Wow, what a genius!
Watching another zombie soldier get up, hopping with a spear ready to attack the zombie captain, the crowd didn't have time to react.
The zombie soldier tossed the spear aside and fell straight to the ground.
Then it reached out its dark, withered palm and fiercely grabbed toward the zombie captain's crotch,
directly giving the zombie captain's pants a big hole.
The scene was quite eye-watering. Chang Qiming furrowed her delicate brows, her cheeks slightly flushed, and turned her head away.
I'll go ahead, you guys quickly deal with the zombie captain. She couldn't bear to watch anymore.
Although she understood that Sumo was probably practicing how to control zombies, the methods used, even as a summoner, made her feel a bit sorry for the zombie captain.
Purely insulting.
Spitting, licking, grabbing the crotch, almost all the sleazy techniques one could think of were being tried by Sumo, yet one could clearly feel that the zombie soldier's movements were gradually becoming skilled.
Bro, my bro, stop playing, the captain has left. Can you do me a favor and give the zombie captain a quick end? I really can't watch anymore, bro, you really are a talent. The fat guy held onto Sumo from behind, frowning and persuading.
Come on, it's about time for the experiment to end, let's deal with the zombie captain, I'll see if I can control this guy. Sumo turned her head and saw that Chang Chiming was about to walk out of the alley, and only then did she realize that she had been so focused on controlling the zombies that she completely forgot about other things. After some effort, it shouldn't be hard to deal with the zombie captain now.
It's just...
Sumo was unsure if after the zombie captain died, with her ability as a corpse master, she could also control this guy. If she could have a zombie captain with her, then...
Chapter 57, The Emperor Zombie Awakens, The Choice.
On the empty street, yellowed leaves were scattered everywhere. Strangely, the traffic lights at the intersection were still operating, even though there was not a single car on the street except for patrolling zombie squads. At the entrance of the alley leading to the main road. Whoosh! The armored zombie captain walked out from the alley, blocking the entire entrance with his body. Not far away, a patrolling zombie squad saw someone at the alley entrance, and immediately changed direction.
It seems to really be useful. Sumo peeked out from the alley.
Observing closely, she saw that when those zombie squads saw the zombie captain, they would immediately go patrol somewhere else, and did not come directly over.
She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Is this also a skill you got from the novice instance? I've never seen such a strange skill before. You can actually control corpses?
Chang Chiming stared at the stiff zombie captain, her expression strange. In horror game instances, you can indeed gain many abilities that have never been seen before, but Sumo's ability to control corpses is something that one could not even say they have heard of. Maybe it was only high-level players on the 100 ranking board who, as speedrunners, would encounter such skills while clearing instances.
It's very powerful. One could say it's extremely strong.
Not only can she control ordinary zombies, but she can also control elite zombie captains, which is like gaining an additional meat shield out of thin air, and a shield that will never retreat. It's not as strong as you think, I can only control for a limited time. It must be a freshly dead corpse, if it's been dead for too long, we can't control it.
You all saw that this thing is not easy to control.
After the zombie team in the distance walked away, Sumo answered Chang Chiming's question while quickly running across the street and diving into the alley opposite.
Bro, if you control this guy, can you make him talk? Zombies shouldn't be able to speak, but if it's a human corpse that can talk, your ability is a bit scary. The chubby guy who ran over suddenly said this. Sumo immediately froze. The others had puzzled expressions at first, then their pupils widened as if they understood something. From now on, whoever encounters you, unless there's not even a corpse left when they die, otherwise, you'll control them immediately, TSK, it really is scary. With your ability, I dare say that in the future, there might be some people wanting to challenge our team, they'd probably think twice. Yeah, in some dungeons, there are also strange ones disguised as summoners, but disguises are just disguises. You can control directly, which is indeed unreasonable.
What the chubby guy said completely reminded Sumo. The Corpse Keeper is not an ability but a term, and it's a term that can be brought back to reality. As for whether it can really make a corpse speak, Sumo wasn't very clear since it hadn't been tested. Zombies cannot speak, even if you control them to open their mouths, they cannot make sounds. But humans are different, especially the summoners participating in the dungeon. Once dead, if he could control them and they could speak, there would be too many things he could do. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as several of them had just crossed a street, getting closer to the platform. Strange sounds echoed in the sky. Thump thump thump. It was as if an army of thousands was marching, and the ground began to tremble violently. In midair, a blood-red pillar of light began to spread in all directions, just like the purple-clothed zombie back then. The light could even cover the entire sky. Creak. An ear-piercing sound like nails scratching a chalkboard came, and the Imperial coffin above slowly turned.
The Emperor zombie is about to come out. Sumo's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Get ready, the purple-clothed zombies outside are likely to start attacking the city. Chang Chiming and others looked over in confusion. I just thought of this by chance. Didn't you notice why, in the same dungeon, there are two equally powerful big bosses? Before, in games, a dungeon wouldn't design two equally powerful bosses unless these two bosses are part of the dungeon plot, just like now. Sumo could only explain with a hard scalp, everything was the result of a simulator's simulation, and he can only try to make sense of it, piecing together how he discovered and guessed it. Right, Sumo was right, I was also curious. Fortunately, there was a guy like the chubby one in the team, as soon as Sumo finished his speculation. The chubby guy nodded vigorously, with a face full of admiration showing his agreement.
Moreover, when we participate in the horror game dungeon, the completion goals are to kill zombies, and there are even rare zombies. We tried elite captains, which were very difficult, let alone rare zombies.
Yeah, I think so too.
The chubby guy raised his thumb seriously, analyzing it well, exactly what he thought.
Suemo glanced at this guy and continued.
Next are my speculations. We are in a competitive dungeon, which means we are opposing sides. In other words, the horror game cannot allow us to cooperate to clear the dungeon, it can only be an adversarial relationship. If this holds, then, would the purple-clothed zombie and the Emperor zombie also be opposing sides?
After saying that,
Chang Qiming's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Suemo with a complex expression.
It sounded quite absurd.
But upon careful thought, it seemed to make some sense.
Oh my, that's exactly what I was thinking. You go away, what nonsense are you thinking?
Everything is the same as your thoughts, stop talking.
Continue listening to Suemo.
Old Sun gave the fat man a glance, signaling Suemo to continue speaking.
Since there are factions, we cannot choose freely, we have to make a choice.
Based on this, I have a premonition that when the Emperor zombie awakens, the horror game prompt should come. I just don't know if we and Zhang Duoshuan can only be enemies, or can choose the same faction. Only the purple robe zombie and the Emperor zombie are truly the opposing sides.
I've made up my mind. Suddenly,
Chang Qiming pursed her lips and reached out to pat Sumo's shoulder.
This time out, no matter what your ladder ranking is, or how many points you have, from now on, you will be the vice captain of our Cloud Top team. I've realized that your analysis seems wild and not very reasonable, but when carefully analyzed, it appears to have its own logic. Maybe it really will turn out as you thought, the horror game instance allows us to choose. Chang Qiming's voice abruptly stopped, her expression sparkling as she blinked her big, soulful eyes. The other few people also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Because. Before Chang Qiming could finish speaking.
Including Suemo, everyone received a prompt box on their game panels.
A prompt box that made everyone choose a faction. Horror game instance, Busan Corpse Walk. Please choose a faction, Purple Robe Sky Zombie versus Dragon Robe Emperor Zombie. Complete the instance, achieve the goal, assist the faction in winning, can choose the same faction, difficulty will increase, it is recommended to choose opposing faction, but... Should we choose the Purple Robe Zombie? Chang Qiming carefully read the faction selection and hurriedly asked Suemo for her opinion. Having brought them to the nearest point outside the city, it was obvious that Suemo would choose the Purple Robe Zombie faction. Dragon Robe Emperor Zombie.
Suemo did not hesitate at all, immediately clicking on Dragon Robe Emperor Zombie in the faction selection.
Chang Qiming? Chapter 58, The Great War is Coming. Why did we come all the way out here? Shouldn't we have chosen the Purple Robe Sky Zombie?
The others were completely caught off guard seeing Sumo's decisive choice.
It was completely different from what they expected. The choices written clearly indicated that if they chose the same faction as Team KU, the instance difficulty would increase? How would it increase?
It was obvious that it would increase the strength of the Purple Robe Sky Zombie outside the city. As everyone knows, it is much harder to attack than to defend as the attacking side.
No, we're following the Emperor.
Suemo shook her head, not wanting to tell them that if they chose the Purple Robe Sky Master faction, they would immediately be arranged into the first wave of the attacking team, commonly known as the Death Squad.
How could they possibly survive?
As long as they joined the Emperor Zombie faction, having a city as a base, defense was definitely safer than attack. Most importantly, the zombies outside were scattered and completely undisciplined, but the Dragon Robe Emperor Zombie faction was different.
There was a strict hierarchy and a very well-organized fighting force. From ancient times to the present, unless the people completely lose faith in their leaders, when could a group of ordinary people be the opponents of the court? The gap is too big. Trust Suemo, quickly finish your selection. I estimate that once we finish choosing, we will be arranged to enter the battlefield immediately. Be prepared.
Chang Qiming bit her lower lip, no longer tangled with this issue. They were a whole team, and since Suemo had made a decision, even if it was the wrong one, they could not choose the faction outside the city now.
So we are eating the Emperor's rations now?
The fat man seemed very excited, quickly making his selection on the game panel. Soon, everyone had finished their selections.
Let's go to the city gate. This is the platform, and the attack won't happen here. To be honest, Suemo was very interested in the rules of this horror game this time. With golden armor and iron horses, the battles would be epic. Countless men's dreams. Unfortunately, they were facing zombies. He really wanted to see, since they became soldiers under the Emperor Zombie, how could they clear the instance? Would they successfully defend the city? Or completely eliminate the Purple Robe Zombies outside the city? A few people left the platform again, heading towards the magnificent city gate of Busan. No need to hide, it seems the zombies inside the city won't attack us. They stepped out of the platform and onto a wide road.
Teams of neatly marching zombies walked on the street ahead, making their way to the city gate.
It was completely different from earlier.
These zombies seemed to look right through Suemo and her group, walking straight past them without any attack, not even a hint of hostility felt.
It's truly amazing.
Suemo marveled at the wonders of the horror game instance, casually following a zombie squad with her group, preparing to head to the city gate.
Having chosen a faction, the game panel no longer issued tasks. What should they do next? There wasn't a single hint.
And the simulator chose the purple-clad heavenly zombie faction, but apart from knowing that Zhang Duoshuan ultimately became the captain of the zombie squad, there was no useful information at all. Everything had to rely on themselves.
Let's follow them and see what we need to do.
I guess tasks will be assigned to us for defense areas. It would be great if we could go up to the city walls, as it should be much safer there. Busan City was different from ancient fortresses. Although there were city walls, many areas below were open, lacking the support of the walls, making those places far more brutal to defend.
Military troops.
As they walked, the front team stopped. They looked up.
On the wide square behind the city gate, countless zombie soldiers now stood.
In the front, centered, a tall zombie dressed in silver armor, riding a skeleton warhorse emitting black mist, was overlooking everyone. To the right, there were dozens of zombie lieutenants in silver armor holding long spears. To the left stood a zombie official dressed in some kind of official uniform. Holding a bamboo slip, his voice was grand.
Military troops, town troops, stabbing troops. Present. The deafening voice rang out. Follow me to guard the city wall. Anyone who flees in battle shall be executed.
Among the row of silver-armored zombie generals, one stepped forward, spear drawn like a dragon, exuding power, leading part of the zombie squad toward the top of the city wall.
Go, go, go. Let's follow them up.
Seeing this, Suemo hurriedly stepped out of the squad, holding her head high and following behind these zombie squads, bearing a look of heroic sacrifice.
Damn, this is so thrilling. After participating in so many game instances, this is the first time seeing such a grand scene. Shut up, don't speak.
Chang Qiming scolded the plump guy in a low voice, reminding him to be quiet. Being watched by so many zombies and with over a dozen zombie generals on the platform, each exuding a fearsome aura, even she was getting nervous, her palms sweating. These generals are likely rare zombies. Their power is too strong. We really are no match for them. We can only observe. I wonder if there will also be similar generals among the purple-clad heavenly zombie squad. Elite ones should not be hard to find. The key is how to kill the rare ones. Suemo took a deep look at the leading general ahead, lowering her voice, she said. The power gap is too great. We can only take one step at a time. After going up, we must protect ourselves first, and with the help of other zombies, we should be able to complete the ordinary objectives without any issues. As her words fell, the group followed the squad up to the city wall.
They looked down at the outside of Busan City. They instantly froze in place.
Outside the city, wherever the eye could see, countless zombies also stood, dressed in tattered funeral clothes, arranged in formation, each wielding various weapons. An air of ruthlessness surged forth. In the back, in front of a several-meter-high chariot, were a few skeletal beasts. On the chariot sat a heavenly zombie in a purple robe. His gaze was piercing, staring intently at Busan City. Strangely, among the heavenly zombie squad, many zombies were equipped with armor and weapons, and their aura was much stronger than when Suemo and her group first arrived. Looking at it this way, Zhang Duoshuan and the others should be in the same faction as us.
Chang Qiming's tone was filled with worry.
The Emperor zombies had discipline, but now it seemed the zombies outside the city were no weaker. In fact, many in the team were over 3 meters tall, their presence comparable to the generals inside the city.
Rare zombies. Suemo slightly nodded, not speaking.
Zhang Duoshuan not only joined the Emperor zombie camp, but also became a zombie captain.
You all, go to the southwest. At that moment,
a zombie junior officer pointed his spear towards the southwest, his voice hoarse as he gave the order. Suemo and others could only follow the team, changing direction to head southwest.
Wait, why does our team not have a zombie captain? Other teams all have. After observing for some time, Suemo roughly understood the official ratio in the zombie camp. For every 15 zombie soldiers, there would be one captain, and for every 10 squads, an additional general would be appointed, and so on. However, the small squad heading southwest had only 15 soldiers, and they had not seen a captain. As soon as he finished speaking, before hearing Chang Qiming and the others reply,
on the wall in the southwest, Zhang Duoshuan was holding a silver pistol, wearing the captain's armor. The cold wind howled as he glared at them with a fierce face.
Chapter 59, Certain Death? What the hell? How did he become the zombie captain?
The few of them looked up, staring at Zhang Duoshuan, who had an unfriendly expression, along with the 2 gloomy-faced team members next to him, all in shock.
No wonder their team didn't have a captain. It turned out to be here.
For a moment, the atmosphere on this section of the city wall was strange. The zombie soldiers each took their defensive positions, leaving only Sumo and the 5 others standing in place.
Don't make a sound, he can't attack us for now. During the camp battle, if he dares to attack us, it will be considered betrayal, and he will be executed immediately. Sumo gritted his teeth and whispered his advice.
He was also caught off guard by Zheng Duoshuan becoming their commanding zombie captain. Having killed this guy's 2 team members publicly on the platform, it had long been an irreconcilable situation. Now being a zombie captain who could command them. If it were Sumo, he would also find ways to get rid of them.
Who would have thought that we would meet in this situation? Ha, surprising, right? Zheng Duoshuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as his gaze lingered on Sumo.
He subtly tightened his grip on the revolver. Captain, cannot attack, must immediately let them enter designated positions. One of the team members quietly reminded him.
I know.
Zheng Duoshuan narrowed his eyes slightly, suppressing the urge to attack, and waved his hand, pointing to a gap in the wall at the very front.
You go guard that place, those who defy military orders will be punished.
Following his pointed finger.
Sumo's expression darkened further.
That was a low section of the wall, and part of it had already collapsed. Any zombie outside could jump and most would be able to get over.
Damn, can 5 people really hold this spot? He's doing this on purpose. The fat guy was furious.
Don't move, he has the right to kill for disobeying orders before a battle.
Let's go, we need to move over. Sumo pulled the fat guy, slowly shaking his head.
He led the group past the other side.
I will watch you die.
Glancing at Zheng Duoshuan, Sumo snorted coldly, not saying a word as he passed by and reached the collapsed wall. No need to panic, once the great battle starts, as the zombie captain, if this place falls, he probably won't survive either, we should worry about him. Let's think about tactics. Here is collapsed, with a zombie's jumping power, they should be able to jump to this spot quickly.
Sumo quickly regained his composure. As it stands, they would eventually have to meet him.
Finding a way to resist the zombies outside the city was the priority. As for Zheng Duoshuan, he could only target them within the rules and couldn't directly attack.
Pointing at a collapse point, Sumo whispered.
I'll guard the most dangerous spot with the fat guy. Old son, you take care of the distance in front.
If any fish slip through the net, you deal with it quickly.
Little horse, you support old son.
No problem, the city wall is high, it should be easy to defend, but on your side, can 2 people handle it?
Old son's face was full of worry, because Sumo and her companion were defending right next to the collapsed city wall. Even he, who had never played a siege game, understood that this was the easiest place to breach the city.
Although zombies have no consciousness, they would instinctively choose this spot. We can. Sumo nodded heavily, looking at Chang Chimeng, who was holding a dagger. Captain, you might have to be busy, responsible for the entire section of the city wall.
Whether it's our side or old son's side, if any zombies break through, you are the fastest and will provide support and kill them at the first moment.
No problem. Chang Chimeng tightened her grip on the dagger and nodded. All right then, let's hold our positions. I estimate that the great battle shouldn't be far away. Sumo took a deep breath and looked towards the outside of the city.
Behind the army, the purple-clad celestial zombie in the carriage had already risen, seeming ready to issue an order to attack the city.
The others followed and looked beyond the city wall.
The cold wind howled, dark clouds obscured the sun. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out.
Heavenly Palace. In the observation square.
On the huge screen ahead, magnificent battle scenes were being played.
There were solemnly standing Emperor zombie camps. There were faintly trembling, always ready to charge purple-clad celestial zombie camps.
Many people were seeing such a grand scene for the first time in a horror game instance, and for a moment, the observation square was crowded, with the number of people watching this horror game rapidly increasing.
There are so many people, I didn't expect so many to pay attention.
A woman in a red dress, with a large expanse of snow-white skin exposed, stood at the back of the crowd, unable to help but exclaim. Even if they die, it's worth it to attract so much attention. Our block hasn't been this lively for a long time.
It's certain they will die. I have to say, the luck of the Dragon Country people is really bad. Choosing any small team can run into Zheng Duoshuan.
They made the wrong choice, since they are already at the city gate. They should have gone out to choose the purple-clad zombie team instead of staying inside the city. Now, it's good, Zheng Duoshuan has become the zombie captain and can easily target them, killing several Dragon Country people unnoticed. They are indeed newcomers, thinking they were lucky to choose correctly a few times and daring to just pick randomly. Now it's certain they will die. Players who had come to watch in the bar smiled when Zheng Duoshuan appeared.
The Dragon Country team was going to die.
The section of the collapsed city wall they were defending would definitely become the main target of the purple-clad zombies' attack.
With just 5 people, how could they possibly hold it?
Moreover, the zombie captain was Shuten-Dōji, who didn't even need to lift a finger, he only had to order no support, and Sumo and the others would be immediately overwhelmed by zombies.
In the crowd,
a team of summoners, all women dressed in black, looked at the screen with disdain.
The Yamazaki team led by Yang. I estimate the result will come soon. What does the company say?
Captain, the company has already negotiated with the lighthouse, the price is not a problem. As long as the Dragon Country team dies here, they will immediately sell the challenge card to us. Behind the mask, a hint of a cruel smile appeared on her red lips, and a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes.
Which small team should we choose?
Looking at it now, the Chang Chiming team is undoubtedly doomed.
Outside, there are at least hundreds of thousands of zombie soldiers.
Personal strength in such a scale, even 100 powerful individuals would be helpless against the siege.
Moreover, the highest ranked in the Cloudtop team is barely within the top 1,000.
Shuten-Dōji won't let the other side have a chance to survive. It's a guaranteed death trap. The company has given tips, hoping we can challenge the Dragon Country Scroll team. As soon as these words came out,
Yang frowned slightly. Scroll team?
Yes, according to the company's survey, most of the members of this team established by the Dragon Country are scholars, focusing on researching horror game instances, their combat ability is weak, and they are quite old. However, they hold high positions in reality.
If we can kill all of these people. The words were left unspoken. Ying had already understood what the company was planning. She nodded slightly. You go wait at the registration desk first, we should get results soon.
With the death of the Yun Ding team and the Lighthouse Challenge card in hand, you will represent your team to take on the challenge.
As soon as the words fell,
a deafening sound erupted from the screen.
Kill.
The large screen above the viewing square shook violently, a figure in purple robes rose into the air.
Below, a huge army of zombies surged towards Busan City.
The battle of the purple robe sky zombie versus the dragon robe emperor zombie has officially begun.
Chapter 60, Meat Grinder. Busan City.
Black clouds loomed, the atmosphere so heavy it was hard to breathe.
Sumo and the others stood atop the city walls.
Looking at the chaos of the zombie army surging from the city gate, there was only one feeling in their hearts: smallness. Endless faces swarmed, with weapons glinting coldly.
Gulp.
The few who had never experienced the battlefield felt beads of sweat pouring from their foreheads, swallowing hard. A chill ran straight from their backs to the top of their heads. Unlike other horror game dungeons, facing even the most bizarre threats, there was always a thought of fighting to the death, even when hope was bleak. But now it was different. Looking at the countless zombie army, they couldn't even muster the thought of fighting to the death.
Huff, prepare to face the enemy.
Sumo took a deep breath, the veins on his forehead bulging. The situation no longer allowed him to think much. At this moment, there was only one thought, and that was, hold on to life. The hardest part of the Busan zombie dungeon was not the relentless Shuten-Dōji who wanted to kill them, but how to survive amidst the meat grinder-like battlefield against this army outside the city. That was the hardest part.
Hold your positions. Damn it, I've participated in a war too, this is really exciting. May the infinite heavenly sovereign bless us, revitalize the Taoist sect.
The chubby guys gritted their teeth, watching the approaching zombie army, taking a deep breath, gripping their weapons tightly, and staring at the zombies rushing towards their positions.
Kong.
At that moment, gunfire erupted not far from their side. They saw Shuten-Dōji, pale-faced, holding a revolver, trembling as he fired, hitting the foremost zombie. Before the body could hit the ground, it was engulfed by the subsequent zombies behind it.
Waste. Sumo frowned and glanced at Shuten-Dōji, cursing softly. At this moment, firing a gun, did he think it wouldn't attract the zombies' attention? Sure enough, as soon as Sumo's voice fell, the zombie army below split, the entire troop was in chaos, all rushing towards different directions of the city wall.
One could clearly feel that the number of zombies charging towards them was the greatest.
Prepare. The zombies in the front charged quickly, clearly reinforced by the purple robe sky zombie.
With their bodies crouched low to the ground, they jumped like beasts, leaping several meters high, and in a few seconds they reached the collapsed walls. They navigated the broken walls as if they were walking on level ground. Before Sumo could finish his command, a zombie in a red and white shirt leaped high, opening its bloody mouth, with bony spikes shooting out from its wrist, lunging straight at Sumo.
Open mountain.
Seeing this, the chubby guy raised the open mountain axe, earth-toned skin spreading all over his body. He swung down at the oncoming zombie. Stuck to his face, the whole person appeared somewhat disheveled. Under the city wall, in less than 10 minutes, a thick pile of zombie corpses had already been stacked up, many of which were still alive, struggling to crawl up the wall.
Similarly,
on the city wall, the zombie soldier camp continued to lose soldiers, even being dragged down by the rushing zombies. Often, when a zombie soldier was pulled down, in less than a second, they would be overwhelmed by the incoming horde of zombies, the sounds of gnawing sending chills down one's spine.
In the end, apart from their armor, not a single bone would be left of the zombie soldiers. Seeing this scene, Suemo and the others looked exceptionally grim, becoming even more cautious.
The most terrifying thing was not the rush of the zombie army, but being grabbed and dragged to the foot of the city wall. Faced with the zombies from all directions, their bloodthirsty mouths wide open, no matter how strong you were, it was impossible to charge out again.
Hold on, the zombie army cannot attack in one go, referring to historical great battles, this is just a probe.
Suemo wiped the blood off his face fiercely, again hammering a zombie down the wall, shouting back at the others.
Is there no support inside the city?
Aren't there still a lot of soldiers?
Damn it, Shuten-Dōji, I'm out of patience with you, you're such a waste, is that gun a water gun?
You're really pathetic, I've never seen someone as useless as you. The chubby man turned back to take a look and saw Shuten-Dōji actually trembling while loading bullets, and he had failed multiple times to get it right.
Seeing how useless he was, the chubby man immediately yelled at the top of his lungs. Did you sneak in through the back door to get on the leaderboard? I'm scolding you, so what?
I could do better than you with my feet, you useless piece of trash.
Trash, damn your grandpa. You can't even load a bullet, just go home and eat kimchi.
On the entire city wall, apart from the sound of flesh being torn, only the chubby man's angry curses remained. Shuten-Dōji's chest rose and fell continuously, glaring fiercely at Suemo and the others. Captain, for the sake of the situation, if they can't hold that gap, we will lose this place, the general won't spare us, and the elite zombies haven't appeared yet, we need to stay calm. Seeing Shuten-Dōji wanting to make a move, a teammate hurriedly pulled him, trying to persuade him. It must be said, Shuten-Dōji really was useless. In the past, during the horror game instances, he would kill anything that stood in his way, with a revolver in hand, often resolving weird encounters before they even arose.
Little did he expect such a glaring shortcoming. Once the targets increased, the revolver was completely ineffective. What's more, why was he shaking so much?
As the squad captain and also the zombie captain, how long had it been since the siege began, and his legs hadn't stopped shaking? Persuaded by his teammates, Shuten-Dōji took a deep breath and finally turned his gaze to the attacking zombies, holding his loaded revolver and aiming down to fire.
The battle was brutal.
Even the players from the mysterious investigation bureau watching the livestream through the screen felt their scalps tingle, looking at the battlefield like a meat grinder.
In the mysterious investigation bureau.
In the conference room, many people looked disheveled. Ever since Suemo joined the instance, they had scarcely rested.
Is it really this hard to hold the ground?
Suemo shouldn't have made a wrong choice, she should have chosen the purple-cloaked zombie lineup, at least she wouldn't be targeted by Shuten-Dōji.
Now, if the city inside doesn't provide support, if this goes on for another half an hour, the city wall might fall. Old Mo's expression was grave, softly murmuring. The situation was extremely dire.
So far, most of Sumo's group had been injured. Even more dangerously, counting them, there were a total of 15 zombie soldiers, and now there were less than 10 left. If this continued, losing the ground was just a matter of time.
No, wait, a zombie is getting up.
In the corner, the old woman clenched her hands, staring at the zombie soldier on the city wall, who had only half a body and was wobbling to stand up, excitement flickering in her murky eyes.
Exclaiming. Can he perform 2 tasks at once? No, this zombie.
Everyone fixed their eyes on the screen, where a zombie with only half a body raised a knife and struck at Shuten-Dōji, speechless in shock.
Chapter 61, hurry, the captain is injured. On the city wall.
Suemo kept her back to Shuten-Dōji, her face smeared with green zombie blood. No one on the entire city wall noticed that a half-body zombie was slowly getting up.
Poof. The half-body zombie trembled as it raised the long knife.
It aimed at Shuten-Dōji, who was lying on the city wall with a revolver in hand, and struck down. The position of the blade was clever, perfectly avoiding the armor behind.
Blood sprayed from his neck. Ah!
Shuten-Dōji let out a terrible scream, clutching his neck and darting aside. The 2 team members beside him heard the sound, and when they looked, the captain was injured and covered in blood.
Without much hesitation, they turned around, weapons drawn, and slashed back. Crack! Crack!
When they saw that it was a zombie soldier attacking Shuten-Dōji, both were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief.
What the hell?
Shuten-Dōji was confused. Clutching his neck, he was completely stunned. The zombie that attacked him was not the purple-robed Tianjiang zombie, but a zombie soldier assigned to guard the city with him.
Why did it suddenly attack him? What on earth happened? Before he could react, in the collapsed area, Suemo quickly pulled the chubby guy over and spoke rapidly. You hold on for a minute. No matter what, you must hold on for a minute. The chubby guy looked confused, about to ask why. Going to the bathroom? No, how could he go to the bathroom at such a critical time? About to tell Suemo to hold it in, before he could speak. Hurry, the captain is injured. Quickly carry him down for treatment. Captain, are you okay? Hurry, what are you standing there for? Quickly go down.
Captain, don't worry, the court will not treat you unfairly, you must hold on. Then they saw Suemo turn around and rush to Zhang Duoshuan's side at incredible speed. Without saying a word, she threw him over her shoulder. Jumping, she dashed toward the city wall steps, disappearing from everyone's sight.
Zhang Duoshuan? 2 kimchi team members. Chang Qiming and the others.
Everything happened too quickly. Zhang Duoshuan had not even reacted before he was thrown down the city wall by Suemo.
It's you. It must be you.
Although he didn't understand what was going on, the zombie soldier could not have attacked him for no reason. It had to be Sumo's doing.
Zhang Duoshuan quickly realized.
He shouted at the top of his lungs.
Smack! Smack!
Suemo turned off the city wall stairs and suddenly stopped in a corner, lifting Zhang Duoshuan to her face. She swung her hand back and forth, giving him a few hard slaps. Narrowing her eyes and licking her lips, she said, "There isn't a single zombie soldier here."
Guess, do I dare kill you? No, killing you would be a hassle. Did you get injured on the wall? Is your leg broken? Or is your arm broken?
As her words fell, Zhang Duoshuan froze, followed by fear creeping onto his face.
You dare! Smack!
Suemo slapped him again, a strange smile appearing on her lips.
Guess if I dare. Suemo, we are on the same side now. If you dare kill me, you will definitely be punished. The general will not let you go. So, you have some connection with the general? Suemo immediately seized the key point.
They were both players, and when this guy left the platform, he was clearly in a mess, yet could become the zombie captain.
It seemed to be related to the general. You talk too much nonsense.
She cursed softly and raised her fist to knock Zhang Duoshuan out.
Suemo hurriedly carried him to the square. Someone!
The captain is injured, he got slashed, his neck is almost severed.
Hurry, someone! The captain is about to ascend to the west.
Her shouting reached the square. The neatly lined up zombie army all turned their heads in unison, while several officials in uniforms and a few generals in armor looked over. With a thud, Zhang Duoshuan was thrown to the ground, and Suemo, looking anxious, fell into complete silence.
Guarding the city's soldiers, Suemo, here to report.
The captain is seriously injured, and our squad has no one to command.
The city wall is on the brink of collapse. The guard Suemo, lacking talent, requests to be the captain. If the city stands, people stand. If the city falls, people fall. I hope the general allows it. Suemo stood tall, shouting without looking away. In the heavenly palace. A manor located in the sky. Above, a giant projection is suspended. Put.
In the manor's garden, a girl holding bubble tea watched the serious Suemo on the screen and couldn't help but spray out her drink. The elderly man opposite frowned and silently reached for a tissue nearby.
I'm sorry, ha ha, oh my, this Suemo is too funny. How did he come up with this idea? I'm dying from laughter, ha ha ha.
The girl laughed so hard that tears almost came out.
Talent, what is talent? This is talent.
The elder's mouth twitched as he solemnly reminded her. Miss, the master means for you to watch horror game live streams more, to learn from those inside how to survive in horror games, not to treat it as a comedy.
I know, this is an S-rank horror game instance. Who says I'm not learning?
Watching this Suemo is great, he has brains and skills. Look at those guys from Pickled Vegetable Country being played around by him, there's something to learn.
Oh, you're not going to report me, are you?
The master has rules, don't watch Dragon Country streams.
Have you forgotten?
The elder lowered his voice and reminded her again. The girl's face immediately fell, full of helplessness.
For some reason.
She clearly looked like a Dragon Country person, meaning there must be Dragon Country blood in her veins, or her mother should be from Dragon Country. But since she was little, her father never allowed her to pay attention to anything about Dragon Country. Not even horror game instance live streams were allowed. In the entire 100 Flower Palace, nothing that could possibly come from Dragon Country was allowed.
Uncle Chio, do you think my mom is really from Dragon Country? After a long time. The girl gently asked the elder.
This, the master has instructed, I cannot say, but, miss, you need to quickly get familiar with horror game instances. Otherwise, you'll have to use an exemption card the next time you are summoned. The master has worked hard to allow you to participate in a horror game instance.
Yes, I know.
The girl waved her hand casually and continued to look at the projection.
Once I finish watching this Busan Corpse Walk instance, I can participate in the next summon, right?
At least I've completed a novice instance once, there shouldn't be any problems.
Hearing the girl's words, Uncle Chio's mouth twitched fiercely. With nearly 10 heavenly grade items on him, anyone else switching in for the novice instance would also survive, okay?
Seeing the girl look back at the projection again, Uncle Cho followed and looked over.
On the screen, that kid named Sumo, now dressed in the attire of a zombie captain, appeared on the city wall again with several zombie soldiers behind him. He's a good seed, what a pity, he's from Dragon Country.
Frowning slightly, Uncle Cho sighed softly at the thought of the other party's identity.
Chapter 62 Where are the warriors?
When Sumo, wearing captain armor, appeared on the city wall again, the expressions of the two players from Pickled Vegetable Country following Zheng Duohan were as colorful as could be.
Their eyes didn't dare to meet Sumo's,
terrified of provoking his dissatisfaction. Though the zombie captain couldn't directly attack them, even assigning a dangerous role would be enough for the two to suffer greatly.
Especially for defending the collapsing city wall. Bro, my bro, you're amazing.
The fat guy, covered in scars, despite having earthy skin to boost defense, was still injured by the sharp bones of zombies, bleeding non-stop.
Seeing Sumo return
and become the zombie captain, the fat guy hurriedly rushed over, touching here and there, extremely curious about the armor. The other few people smiled, relieved in their hearts.
Sumo had become the zombie captain, bringing in new zombie soldiers to fill the formation. For them, it is a good thing. What's the situation now? Have the attacks stopped? Upon reaching the city wall, looking towards the outside,
the purple-clothed zombie has stopped attacking. The zombie army retreats like a tide, leaving the ground covered with corpses, the stench rising to the sky. The attacks just stopped.
It seems like you guessed right, they were just probing.
The city wall has been breached, but defending the city has its advantages. At most, only a few zombies can come up at a time, and they quickly get surrounded and killed. Chang Chiming gazes at the purple-clothed zombie on the chariot, seeing them sitting there. In front of them is a huge bronze cauldron, purple flames burning inside, not knowing what they are doing.
That means they probably won't attack for a while. Sumo replied, turning to look at Zheng Duoshuan's two teammates.
She made a beckoning gesture to the other side. In a bit, you two will guard the collapsed position.
Is that okay? The two exchanged glances, their faces pale, and they nodded through gritted teeth. No problem. The situation is stronger than the person.
Who would have thought that the zombie soldiers would suddenly go after Zheng Duoshuan, and Sumo could still become the zombie captain?
In the face of such a situation, what other way is there except to agree? Not agreeing would be disobeying military orders, leading to a worse fate. Then it's settled, you can go. Sumo waved her hand, signaling the two could leave.
If it weren't for the summoner being stronger at defending the city than the zombie minions, he would have already found a way to eliminate the two of them. As for Zheng Duoshuan, he was taken away by a general clad in silver armor. From the looks of it, this general truly admired Zheng Duoshuan.
Why is that? Damn it, do zombies also pay attention to looks? What are you talking about? Chang Chiming looked confused. It's nothing. Let's take a break and quickly bandage the wounds.
I estimate there should be another assault before dark.
As long as we can hold on until nightfall, we should be safe today.
Sumo waved her hand, helping several people treat their wounds. Except for Chang Chiming, the other few were injured.
In a corner,
two players from the Pickled Vegetable Country looked at the Dragon Kingdom people bandaging their wounds, glanced down at their own injuries, and their lips twitched violently.
Without comparison, there's no harm.
This time, even if their ranking is higher than the Yunding team, they have to admit they have hit an obstacle.
Moreover,
both are captains, but Zheng Duoshuan's ability is not just a little better than theirs.
The gap is too big.
The other party is still a newcomer.
What should we do? Should we go find the captain? One of them asked in a low voice. Are you going to seek death now?
Let's wait a bit longer, hurry over here, I'll treat your wounds.
Didn't you hear? There should be another attack. After dark we should be allowed to leave the city wall, then we can go find the captain.
The two hurriedly treated their wounds, both aware of how dangerous it is at the collapsed position.
Rumble. At that moment,
the already dim sky rumbled with thunder, arcs of electricity flashing.
The thunderclouds seemed to condense in midair, shrouding the entire earth. Not good. Daiwas Chioma looked at the thundercloud above, eyes wide open, gasping.
Thunder invocation. The purple-clothed zombies are using the Daoist thunder invocation, capable of summoning thunder.
So what? Thunder strikes indiscriminately, won't their own zombies also be attacked? Sumo had just raised a question.
She saw a patch of thundercloud slowly moving, soon arriving directly above them, hovering above without moving.
Sumo? Goodness, can the thunder invocation be fixed in position? That's amazing.
Everyone's expressions turned gloomy, the thunderclouds hanging overhead, faintly seeing blood-colored lightning flashing inside. During the siege, they not only have to face the external zombie army but also guard against the lightning above. Just thinking of this scene, everyone suddenly felt a sense of despair.
Aren't you a Taoist? Is there any way to make the thundercloud disappear? Even if it just moves above those two guys, that's fine, don't let it strike us.
Suemo quickly grabbed Shoma, pointing at the two players from the pickled vegetable country in the distance and asked loudly, not hiding at all.
Player from the Pickle Nation?
No, I am indeed a Taoist priest, but he is a celestial master, and a purple-robed celestial master at that. The gap is too big, in front of him, I am just a small karate, completely useless. Shama shook his head vigorously, his tone filled with helplessness. The purple-robed zombie is not a rare zombie, it should be one of the strongest zombies in the entire Busan Corpse walking instance.
It belongs to the final boss, how could he have a way? Can we switch city defense locations with other teams?
No, there are storm clouds over every area, it doesn't make a difference where we go.
Chang Chiming coldly reminded. This is troublesome.
Suemo bit her teeth in distress, looking up at the increasingly thick storm clouds, desperately thinking of countermeasures in her mind. Uncertain of how strong the lightning's attack power is. But even if it's not strong, it can still interfere with their city defense, greatly increasing the danger.
What to do? Is there any way to avoid the storm clouds? The purple-robed zombie keeps changing strategies. Where is the general defending the city? Where is the emperor zombie? Why is there not a single solution? Boom! Suddenly,
the rumbling sound exploded in the storm clouds. Crimson lightning began to spread in all directions, faintly showing signs of falling.
Boom! 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 The muffled sound of drums echoed. The earth began to shake. Outside the city, in the wilderness, the countless zombie army began to move again, but this time, they moved slowly and did not rush up in swarms. It seemed they were waiting for something. The zombies are waiting for the storm clouds. Sumo's hair stood on end as she gritted her teeth and shouted. Quick, find a place to hide. We can't hold the defense with storm clouds around. As soon as she finished speaking. Offend the heavenly majesty, die. A figure rose into the air inside the city. It was a zombie officer dressed in official robes, holding a crimson token in his hand. By the command of our emperor, rise, wind. The token flew into the air. In an instant, the wind roared on the city walls, and lightning flashed with thunder. Dense lightning fell from the sky, landing just a few meters ahead of the city wall. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The stacked zombie bodies outside the city were completely turned to dust by the lightning. Yet the storm clouds did not stop moving. They slowly advanced forward. The zombie army outside instinctively retreated. By the emperor's decree, those who venture out of the city to face the enemy will be handsomely rewarded. Where are the warriors? In the air. The officer's voice roared like a dragon, resonating throughout the world. Silence, there was a deathly quiet on the entire city wall. Even the leaders among the zombie army outside raised their heads to look at Busan City. The warrior is here. I am Suemo, the captain of the city defense forces under the governor's command, willing to bring soldiers to die for your majesty. Kill. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the city wall as Suemo raised her inflatable hammer, her armor clanking. After the roar, she embraced the fat guy next to her and jumped down from the city wall. Chen Yan Hong. Sigma, degree. Chapter 63, Immersion, Part 1. Heavenly Palace. In the observation square, everyone stared at the two figures jumping down from the city wall, dumbfounded. Just jumped like that? Below, apart from the storm clouds, there was the countless purple-robed zombie army across from them. Are they sure they're not jumping down to seek death? I'm dead laughing. Is this the genius of the Dragon Kingdom? Are they sure they're not making a joke? Do they really think they're a superhero from over there? Can one person turn the tide? This is the world of a horror game, there's no heroism here. I thought this guy becoming a zombie captain would be much stronger than Zhang Duoxuan. It seems he's just a reckless fool. What a pity, once he dies, the rest of the team will die too, especially Chang Chimeng. Such a beautiful woman wasted. Under the stands, many people sneered at Sumo's actions. Everyone there had participated in horror games, and many were experienced, yet even these high-level players did not dare to easily jump off the city wall in such a situation. Life is only once, when you die, you really die. Although the horror game instance follows the same game mechanics, you only have one life, and there is no chance to start over. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. The Wild Cherry Blossoms should have sent someone to challenge the stage, and once the Cloud Peak team is dead, they will immediately challenge other teams, suffering heavy losses. Perhaps from now on, within the top 5,000 of the ladder, there will never again be a person from the Dragon Kingdom. The bar owner frowned slightly, shaking his head with a smile.
A great nation, and yet it does not even have a player in the top 5,000, its future is only to be divided up. Within the Heavenly Palace, there is no voice, and in reality, there is even less. Items and abilities that players gain can be brought back to the real world. How could there be any voice without high-level players? Only food for slaughter. Looking below, many high-level players anticipated the downfall of the Dragon Kingdom. They looked contemptuously at the screen, at the show-off player Sumo. Perhaps this guy did gain some attention, but the result of this would turn him into a sinner for the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Not only for the spectators. Watching the horrifying game through the livestream in the Dragon Kingdom, the chat in Sumo's livestream was filled with arguments and insults. Damn it, what is he doing? The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Doesn't he understand such a simple truth? Even if he goes down, so what? Why drag other players down with him? It's over, it's over. The opposing side has an army, and none of those generals on the walls came down. What good does it do for one player to go down and show off? Isn't this a joke? Let's eat the feast, let's get this over with. Now I understand why our country's ladder ranking is so bad. The gap between us and foreign players is not just huge. What kind of trash players are these? I'm better than him. A genius? The investigation bureau says the Sumo is a genius? Is this what you call a genius? I'm telling you, even fools are better than him. An army is approaching. What's he doing? Yelling loudly, as if he's afraid the zombies won't notice him? I can't bear to watch. I'm leaving for other streams. Watching this guy is infuriating. Seriously, when can I be summoned into the horror game dungeon to show you what a true genius looks like? The live stream was filled with doubts and insults. Many people completely couldn't understand why Sumo, not grasping the situation, jumped down from the city wall. Show off? Showing off his abilities? Making jokes with the lives of his teammates? The zombies in the dragon robes undead army didn't even react. Why was one player so eager to jump down? Is he unhappy with dying slowly? Mystery Investigation Bureau. On the screen, Sumo stood with the fat man at the tightly closed city gate, facing an endless army of purple-clad zombies. Although the thunderclouds were moving, the lightning was slowly fading. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. At that time, if there were no zombies coming down from the walls to support them, in just a moment, Sumo and the others would be overwhelmed by the zombie army. The city gate was tightly shut behind them. There would likely be no place to escape. Hiss, too reckless. Han Dong took a deep breath, his face looking very ugly, anxiously watching Chang Qiming on the city wall. He always does this. Chang Qiming's team is too dangerous. Staying on the city wall is clearly the best choice, and he even became the zombie captain? He had every chance to avoid danger. What exactly does he want to do? Many people nodded slightly, agreeing with Han Dong's opinion. You can't say that. Suddenly, in the corner, an old woman with silver hair spoke solemnly. This should be this kid's second time participating in the horror game dungeon, right? From the novice dungeon onward, who can guess the meaning of his every action? No one. Not once, even the analysts have no way to analyze. I feel that Sumo jumping down should have some hidden meaning or a specific purpose. This kid is quite shrewd, unwilling to suffer any loss. Just you wait, when the thunderclouds disappear, there will surely be changes. As her words fell, another roar echoed on the screen. Fight to the death. If the city stands, so do the people. If the city falls, the people fall. Everyone hurriedly looked up. The cold wind was biting. Sumo held an inflatable hammer in one hand. The whole person stood in front of the city gate, exuding an impressive aura. To everyone, it even felt like one man could hold back thousands. Fight to the death. As the thunderclouds gradually dispersed. Boom! The gate behind slowly opened. Dozens of black skeleton warhorses rushed out, and atop the horses were generals clad in silver armor, lined up, standing together with Sumo. The emperor commands, to kill the enemy general and reward generously. The voice of the civil official above boomed like thunder, echoing across the wilderness. However, everyone could clearly feel that the civil official's gaze was always on the below. To be precise, it was fixed on Sumo and the fat man standing among the many skeleton warhorses. Hiss. Old Mo gasped, his expression excited. The civil official zombie above has been watching Sumo. Doesn't that mean, as long as we don't die, there will surely be rewards? Isn't this the reason? The meeting room fell silent. Han Dong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with confusion. You all lack immersion. At this moment, the white-haired old woman explained in a deep voice. The horror game instance is fake, yet it can also be said to be real. Everyone needs to play their roles well. Whether it's completing the instance or speeding through it, immersion is necessary. You all should learn from Sumo.
No matter what his identity was before, he is now a soldier under the Emperor. With the courage to die on the battlefield, he will naturally receive the best rewards. Everyone fell silent, and Handong looked shocked, staring at Suemo standing beside many generals on the screen, squinting in deep in thought. Immersion? Could it be that this is why Suemo received rewards and cleared the instance correctly every time? Fully immersing oneself? Were they all wrong before? Kill! The earth trembled, and the cries of battle echoed in the sky. As the civil official's voice fell, countless zombie soldiers flooded out of the city, charging toward the purple-clad zombie formation behind the generals. Chapter 64, General, I arrived late. Second update. We are here. The army charged forward, and Chang Qiming and others jumped down from the city wall, reaching Sumo's side. Dozens of generals' warhorses neighed, leading the charge into the purple-clad zombie camp. The sound of metal clashing was incessant. What should we do? Should we follow and charge? Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Chang Qiming's face was serious. Everyone looked toward Suemo at the same time. Perhaps they didn't realize that, from some point onwards, the backbone of the entire team had become Suemo. Stay close to me, we will go up too. The civil officials above are watching us. Though we are players, we are also here to earn our keep with the Emperor. Plus, I believe to complete the instance goal, we must charge to the front. Suemo could feel that, above the city wall, a few pairs of eyes were fixed on him. They must be the civil officials responsible for recording the battlefield. Since the horror game instance has divided factions, those who perform well will surely be rewarded. This will not be wrong. This was supposed to be a large-scale battle horror game instance, and both sides should have players. Due to the challenge card, only they and Zhang Dushuan's team were present. Although dangerous. Thinking about it another way, it might be easier to earn rewards. After all, only the few players were here. Zhang Dushuan had already been sent into the city, and troublemakers had not arrived. If they didn't hurry to complete the instance goal now, when would they wait? The purple-clad sky zombie hadn't acted yet, they might wait until the last moment. By then, would the Emperor move? In a battle between two completely unknown powerful zombies, they couldn't meddle at all. Even if they wanted to earn rewards, they probably wouldn't dare to go up. After understanding this, Suemo quickly instructed. The battlefield is chaotic, let's not split up. Follow my attack, aim carefully. There might be opportunities to pick up something. The instance goal requires us to kill zombies, elite zombies, and rare zombies, but it doesn't specify that severely injured elite or rare zombies can't complete the task. As soon as those words came out, everyone's eyes brightened, and they immediately understood what Suemo meant. Picking up leaks. Following the Emperor's zombie team to pick up leaks. Brother, you are truly my idol. I want to give birth to a monkey for you, really. If it's not possible, I won't do the surgery when I go back. Will you dislike me? The chubby guy's excited face turned red as he shouted incoherently. Get lost. Suemo cursed. Keep up, let's charge. Suddenly, he waved his hand and roared towards the battlefield ahead. Captain Suemo of the City Guard Army is here, come and die. A furious roar. Chang Qiming and a few others clearly felt several gazes shift from behind, landing squarely on Suemo. But shouting like this in public was indeed a bit shy. Captain Chen Yanhong of the City Guard Army is here, who dares to battle? A few of them were tangled up. On one side, the chubby guy, swinging a big axe, howled and followed behind Suemo, raising his neck and shouting. Soldier Chang Qiming of the City Guard Army. Soldier Sun Jiangwo of the City Guard Army. Soldier Ma Bol of the City Guard Army. On the battlefield, apart from the sounds of hacking, there was only the sound of Suemo and others constantly announcing their names. Charge! Rushing onto the battlefield, facing the ordinary zombies in the opposite formation, Suemo did not stop at all, dodging whenever possible. His eyes were fixed on the silver-armored general fighting on horseback ahead. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The horror game instance was no exception. In this fight against the generals, the opposing side was also the rare zombie faction in purple clothing, each towering over 3 meters, resembling giants. Holding some sort of giant bone club, each movement shook the ground. Even these silver-armored generals could only grapple with the giant zombies, using the speed advantage of their skeletal warhorses to attack. However, it was clear that despite the giant zombies' tremendous strength, often a bone club could create a chasm in the earth. But their shortcoming was just as obvious. Speed. Their enormous size made their reactions very slow. General, I am here to assist you, let me take your place. After a long struggle, the giant zombie's body was pierced by spears, countless wounds bleeding profusely, and its steps began to grow heavier. Seeing this, Suemo raised his hands and jumped decisively, directly smashing the forehead of an ordinary zombie in front of him. He waved his hands to Chang Qiming and the others behind, shouting to charge towards the silver-armored general in the distance. Keep up, rare zombies, maybe we can really kill them.
Chang Qiming's expression was cold, her figure flashing behind the zombie, a silver dagger slicing through its neck, its head flying high.
Without any hesitation, she followed closely behind Suemo. One must admit, Suemo was simply too cunning. He had been leading them in circles near the silver-armored general, always paying attention to the giant zombie's condition, and as soon as the giant zombie looked ready to fall, he charged in right away. Picking up leaks. He really knew how to pick them up. Bang!
The silver-armored general raised his spear, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, aiming at the terrifying head of the giant zombie, his arm suddenly exerting force. The spear rushed forward with the sound of the breaking wind.
Just as it was about to penetrate the head and kill the giant zombie. At that moment,
from the side of the skeletal warhorse, a figure rushed in with the sound of the wind. Before the silver-armored general could react, this figure jumped high, stepping on the skeletal warhorse to soar again. With both hands raised, holding a blood-stained hammer,
he struck fiercely down. Both sides arrived almost simultaneously. In the instant the giant zombie's head exploded, the spear quickly pierced through, stabbing straight into the ground. Boom! The giant zombie collapsed. Kill rare zombie, giant puppet success.
Hearing the sound of success from the panel, Suemo felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Damn, it was so close.
The silver-armored general reacted too quickly. If it weren't for kicking the skeletal warhorse at the last moment, this leak may not have been picked up.
You. General, I am late, are you alright?
The silver-armored general's eyes shone with bloodlight, his spear faintly trembling. Even wearing armor, he could still feel a wave of murderous intent rushing in. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Suemo hurriedly clasped her hands and asked with concern, her eyes filled with care.
For all? General in armor.
In the horror game instance, starting from the elite zombie, there would be some awareness, let alone the rare zombie, general in armor.
You could clearly feel the anger from the other party.
The desire to kill him with that anger.
General? Are you injured? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Suemo showed no fear at all.
On the city wall, so many civil officials are watching. Even if General in armor is furious to the point of a stroke, he wouldn't dare to attack him publicly.
With
a heavy cold snort, General in armor gave Suemo a deep look, decisively turned his horse's head, and charged again into the ranks of purple-clothed zombies.
Is it done?
Chang Qiming and others hurried over, their faces full of concern as they asked.
It's done. Suemo nodded vigorously.
Don't waste time, just as I guessed, whoever lands the final blow gets the rare zombie. Hurry, find the next one.
After speaking, Suemo looked up and scanned around, immediately spotting the target.
On the right, two General in armors were besieging a giant zombie, so he called Chang Qiming and others to rush over to pick off, to help.
Let go of the general, let me do it. Chapter 65, Ridiculous to the Max. In the Heavenly Palace. In the crowded observation square, everyone had their mouths wide open, large enough to fit an egg, staring blankly at the screen, watching a few figures intertwined on the battlefield. I'm numb. I'm really numb. All of them were players who had participated in horror game instances, and it was the first time they realized that it could be played like this. Stealing General in armor's achievements. In the past, everyone wouldn't even dare to think about it, who would encounter such powerful weirdness in an instance. They wouldn't even dare to actively snatch the enemy's loot. But these few people from Long Country not only did it, but they actually succeeded. Ridiculous, how ridiculous, truly ridiculous to the core. Oh God, am I hallucinating? How could this happen?
I've participated in large-scale battle instances before, and I didn't even dare to go to the battlefield. How come why is there such a big difference? They have already killed 3 rare zombies, and only 2 more are left to complete the instance task. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign player clutched his hair tightly, still not believing what he was seeing.
Isn't it said that people from Long Country are very rigid? Why is it completely different from what I see?
Zheng Duoshuan is in danger. If the Long Country team completes the rare zombie objective here, the remaining elites will complete easily. Zheng Duoshuan is using the challenge card. If the Long Country team wins, even if they complete the instance task, they will still be punished. The bar owner's wife rubbed her chest, still not recovering from the shock.
Is this genius? A genius who doesn't follow the usual path? In the face of what just happened, probably no one would dare to be like Suemo, going forward to snatch General in armor's loot. They simply don't have that kind of courage. It's too dangerous. 2 members of the UA team are still on the city wall. Without Zheng Duoshuan, they wouldn't dare to come down.
If the challenge card fails, not only will they lose skills in the horror game, lose points, and drop in ranking, but they will also randomly give one of their pieces of equipment to the other side.
The loss is too great.
A sturdy man beside him shook his head. If nothing unexpected happens later, as long as these few people from the Long Country team stabilize and no members die, it's almost certain they can clear the instance.
Unless there are changes in the instance.
Otherwise, Zheng Duoshuan would have no chance of catching up again.
S-Class large-scale battle horror game instance, still the challenge instance, not only will they gain half of Zheng Duoshuan's team points, but the rewards will also be incredibly generous. In the future, I'm afraid anyone who wants to challenge the Cloud Top instance must think carefully. The faces of the people in the bar became serious at this moment. Everyone witnessed how Chang Qiming led her team from anonymity to suddenly shining in the instance. They even stepped on Zheng Duoshuan and others to rise.
After this incident, it is easy for everyone to imagine that the Yunding team's strength will surely soar, and their ranking on the ladder will likely jump a huge amount. At that time, a powerful team will emerge in the Dragon Country. Once they appear, targeting them will become very difficult. Especially if the Dragon Country really has produced a genius.
No. It is simply a monster. A monster that no one can learn from, whose way of thinking is completely different from that of a human. You guys say, what expression is Wild Cherry making now? If I remember correctly, one of their team members has been waiting on the challenge stage for quite a long time. The bar owner smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over a group of black-clothed ninjas in the corner. She couldn't help but mumble softly. The others looked over and smiled wryly, shaking their heads, while feeling immensely lucky that the first to use the challenge card was the Pickled Cabbage Country. Otherwise, any of their teams using the challenge card might end up in a worse situation than Zheng Duohan right now. She should be thankful that the first challenge was from that fool Zheng Duohan, not from them. Otherwise, let's not forget, the Dragon Country and the Japan Country have always held grudges. In the corner, Wild Cherry clenched her fists tightly, her face behind the black cloth as fierce as a beast. Damn it, that useless Zheng Duohan. He hasn't found any way to deal with Sumo yet. What on earth is he doing? A few female ninja teammates who heard Wild Cherry's anger dared not interrupt. Captain, Kianheezy asked us. The challenge card has just arrived. When will we challenge? One team member hung up the communicator on her wrist and stepped forward with difficulty. Slap. Wild Cherry turned around and harshly slapped the other's face. She turned back and glared fiercely at the projection. Cancel the challenge card, tell her to come back. We spent so much effort to buy the challenge card, and it turns out, damn it. Collect the money and give it to the higher-ups, otherwise, many people in the company will have issues with us. Wild Cherry took a deep breath, her voice filled with resentment. Now that the Yunding team has the advantage, how could they challenge the Zodiac team? Once the latter leaves the Busan Corpse Walk instance alive, they will definitely challenge other teams in Japan. With the strength of the Yunding team after clearing the game, the company will surely suffer heavy losses. In the terrifying game instance of the Busan Corpse Walk. Inside a city. In a hotel room. Zheng Duohan was trembling all over, kneeling on the floor, and completely dared not raise his head. In front of him was a screen. A heavy red dress was draped on one side. I have informed the general, and treated you kindly, who dares to hurt you? Where is the wound? Let me take a look? A lazy voice came from behind the screen. Hearing this voice, Zheng Duohan shivered all over, his expression worse than if his mother had died. The princess! After escaping from the platform last time, fearing that Sumo and the others would chase them, Zheng Duohan could only choose the most dangerous area to escape. Reluctantly, he came to a hotel within a red light pillar. It was here that they found a coffin adorned with dragons and phoenixes in a guest room, and with several efforts, they opened it, revealing a princess dressed in a phoenix robe, with a golden crown on her head. Just thinking of the princess's true appearance caused Zheng Duohan's scalp to go numb. Like a zombie, apart from her lazy and gentle voice, her entire body was pitch black, extremely thin, and her skin was shriveled, with no beauty to speak of. Princess, the injury is not serious, it was a city guard who caused it. Zheng Duohan lowered his head, his voice trembling as he replied. Oh? Inside the screen, the princess's voice sounded somewhat surprised. The room fell into silence. Forget it, I am quite fond of your appearance, strong build, handsome looks, do you understand what I mean? Boom. Zheng Duohan raised his head in disbelief. And no, I don't understand. Ha, come to the screen later, and I will appoint you as the leader of a guard, how about that? I have slept for 1,000 years, and my appearance has naturally suffered from the passage of time, but what if it is like this? A figure appeared right in front of Zheng Duohan. As his gaze moved up. A woman with snow-white skin and stunning beauty, like an unparalleled beauty. Smiling brightly, she fixed her gaze on him. So, do you agree? Yes, yes. Zheng Duoshuan's eyes were vacant, as if he were a walking corpse, following the princess behind the screen. Chapter 66, Demon Repair Mountain, Part 4. General, are you okay? General, don't run. Damn, General, why are you running? How dare you? General, don't be afraid, I'm here.
In the Busan Corpse Walk dungeon.
Outside the city on the battlefield.
Both sides of zombies fought desperately, blood flowed like rivers, and bones were scattered everywhere.
However,
the silver-armored general riding a skeleton horse, upon hearing a certain voice, dashed toward another position without turning his head, even though the giant zombie in front of him was barely alive, just needing to take off its head. Despite this, more than 10 silver-armored generals wouldn't stay in place. Because they couldn't compete with the few palace soldiers rushing over, each one acting crazily, wherever the enemy was, they were there too. Moreover, during the confrontation, they never helped out, not even cheering or shouting support. Once the giant zombie was defeated, the few palace soldiers ran faster than rabbits, brandishing their weapons and yelling, let alone the generals not reacting. Even the giant zombie couldn't react in time, and several weapons chopped down on its skull simultaneously.
Damn, I can't do it anymore, I can't lift it. How many do you have?
After killing another rare giant zombie, while Chang Qiming used a dagger to sever the zombie's head, Suemo turned back to ask the fat guy in his group.
I have 2 rare zombies and 6 elite zombies. The fat guy's eyes sparkled, with several zombie heads hanging at his waist, he excitedly replied. The gap is just too big.
In the past, when participating in thrilling game dungeons, it was never this easy. It seemed that the dungeon task goal was unexpectedly simple to complete.
Not only completed it, but actually exceeded it.
Just for the rare zombies, he followed Sumo's method and killed 2 by picking up scraps.
He grabbed 6 elite ones from those zombie soldiers.
Though he hasn't finished the elite zombie task yet, the last few using this method had no difficulty at all. I have 1 rare zombie, 8 elite zombies. Besides the ordinary zombies, I have completed all other dungeon objectives. Old Sun scratched his head with a grin, looking unusually shy.
I must say, picking up scraps is still fast.
While the silver-armored general struggled, they went to pick up scraps, only needing to dodge ordinary zombie attacks which posed no difficulty at all.
Moreover, even though the silver-armored general looked furious, about to grind his teeth, he couldn't act against them at all. Utilizing the rules in this area, Old Sun admired Suemo tremendously. So strong.
I have 1 rare zombie, for elite zombies, and I'm just a little away from completing the task. I have fire talismans for the ordinary zombies, which I have already completed.
Little Horse shyly reported his results.
I finished everything, with 1 rare zombie exceeded. Chang Qiming handed the giant zombie's head to Suemo, also smiling as she replied. Once upon a time, she led teams in thrilling game dungeons, needing to constantly analyze and make choices for her squad. At the same time, she had to think of every possible way to lead the team to complete the dungeon tasks. Never had she ever slacked off like this. Only needing to follow Suemo on the battlefield, whenever the enemy said to attack, they all charged in without overthinking.
So easy. Simply too easy. This is the kind of work a woman should do.
If that's the case, then both my and the captain's dungeon task objectives are completed.
Since the giant zombie head can earn rewards, that's about it.
I estimate if we keep fighting, the purple-clothed zombie will unleash a big move. We need to hurry back, otherwise, if we rush too far, these silver-armored generals have war horses, but we don't.
If we end up surrounded, that would be dangerous. Suemo looked around, after several hours of battle.
The ground was filled with zombie bodies. There were purple-clothed zombies nearby.
There is also the Dragon Robe Emperor Zombie Fong. The scene is extremely tragic.
However, so far, the purple robe zombie Fong seems to have been at a disadvantage. The giant zombie, although a rare zombie, moves slowly. It is strong against small soldiers, but often gets played to death against the silver armor zombies.
It simply cannot pose a threat. The battlefield cannot remain unchanged, they are now very far from Busan City. What if the opponent has a backup plan? That would be dangerous. It can't be, right?
I see that there seems to be no strong zombies left on the purple robe zombie side.
The giant zombie is a rare zombie, what else can there be? The fat man, upon hearing they needed to return, looked regretful.
They were so close to completing the task. With just 2 more hours, they could definitely finish the subtask.
Boom! Suddenly,
the ground shook, and a ravine abruptly appeared before them, growing larger and larger.
A horrifying aura overflowed from the crack.
Dense black mist surged out, spreading in all directions.
Wails and cries echoed across the entire battlefield. Roar! A deafening beast roar resonated through the heavens and earth.
Fierce claws reached out from the crack, and then, a massive body crawled out. A beast towering dozens of meters suddenly appeared on the battlefield.
Creak!
Opening its bloody mouth, a silver-armored general to the side did not have time to react, and along with his skeletal warhorse, was bitten into the mouth of the giant beast. The chilling sound of chewing arose.
What the heck is that thing?
Sumo's pupils tightened suddenly, and she ran backward without looking back. The others, upon seeing this, quickly followed, not daring to delay for a second. This was a giant beast resembling a turtle, completely pitch black, with a thick shell-like rock on its back, and on the shell stretched countless fierce snake heads,
each one flicking its tongue like a snake. Its massive mouth opened, madly attacking the surrounding zombie soldiers.
There was almost a one-sided trend. Within just a few seconds, the area around the giant turtle was cleared, including several silver armor generals who were all devoured.
Seeing this, Sumo's entire body was covered in goosebumps. Run! Don't look back, run fast, run for your lives!
She shouted at Chang Qiming and the others.
Damn it!
They were wondering if some big guy would appear, and sure enough, the purple robe zombie camp had been retreating. It turns out there was already an ambush.
But what exactly is this giant turtle? It's terrifying.
Silver armor generals are rare zombies, yet they don't even have the ability to fight back against this creature. Their spears can only hurt the snake heads, and stabbing the giant turtle does not even break its defense. Even if they could injure a snake head, a new one would grow immediately.
It's completely useless. Boom! Boom! Every time the giant turtle moved, it was like an earthquake, shaking the earth with a rumble.
On the battlefield, besides Suemo and her group madly running toward the city, the remaining zombie soldiers stayed in place to fight. Of course, the few remaining silver armor generals, seeing they could not win, also turned tail and fled.
It's clear they have brains.
Thud, 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 thud. As the giant turtle swept across the battlefield, at a critical moment, urgent drumming sounded from the city wall.
All the zombie soldiers hearing the drumbeat turned to retreat.
But even so, countless zombie soldiers still died in the purple robe camp. Ghost Repair Mountain, this is Ghost Repair Mountain, be careful.
Little Ma followed behind Suemo, shouting at the top of his lungs.
What is Ghost Repair? Suemo turned her head to see a snake head diving down from above, rushing towards them, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the air.
The giant snake's shadow loomed over them. It's targeting us, you all keep running. Gritting her teeth and roaring,
Suemo decisively lunged to the side, clumsily getting up, and raised the inflatable hammer to throw it fiercely at the snake head.
Bang!
After throwing the inflatable hammer, a hissing sound came from the snake head in the air.
Suemo couldn't react in time and could only lunge again to the side.
Not daring to look back, she desperately rushed toward the city gate.
Absolutely cannot stop.
Facing the Ghost Repair Mountain mentioned by Xiao Ma, rare zombies are not opponents, and as a player, he has no way to deal with it.
Hiss hiss hiss. One strike failed.
The snake head spits out black tongue, seeming even more frenzied. It crazily twists its body in the air, trying to attack again.
But Ghost Repair Mountain did not move, the snake head was too far away, only able to grimly stare at the fleeing figure of Suemo, attacking the surrounding zombie minions madly. Huff! Rushing breathlessly to the city gate. Suemo was soaked in sweat, gasping for breath. With lingering fear, she glanced back.
The ground was littered with corpses, countless zombie soldiers devoured, with no ability to resist. And on the city wall, those officials were indifferent, seemingly having no good solutions. Let's get into the city first, it will soon be dark. The purple-clothed zombie has regained control. Today should be considered a tie, but something is wrong with the Emperor zombie. How could the purple-clothed zombie create a Ghost Repair Mountain?
It makes no sense that we have no means. Suemo gave a slight sigh and led a few people into the city gate. Withdraw troops. Sure enough.
After a few people entered, the sound of gongs came from the rear, and all zombies, including Ghost Repair Mountain, slowly left the battlefield.
What is Ghost Repair Mountain? Entering Fushan City. Suemo asked Xiao Ma for information about Ghost Repair Mountain.
She had never seen such a thing. She had seen zombies on TV and in movies, but a turtle body with various snakeheads was something she had never even heard of.
Its strength is still so formidable. If this guy leads the siege tomorrow, how could they possibly defend?
In the pickled cabbage country, there is a unique strange creature called Ghost Repair Mountain, which has the ability to move mountains and fill seas, and it is enormous. There are very few records about this in the Dragon country. I also saw it by chance while browsing my master's texts. Xiao Ma turned back, gazing deeply at the huge silhouette on the battlefield, his face filled with concern.
So, does this mean the purple-clothed zombie is a celestial master from pickled cabbage country? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to summon a Ghost Repair Mountain. There is simply no opponent. What should we do now? After thinking and thinking, Suemo could not come up with any ideas.
Faced with such a giant, it seemed that there was no solution other than fleeing.
Let's not worry about so much right now. Let's go to the square to claim rewards and see what these heads can exchange for. It's troublesome, the inflatable hammer is still on the battlefield. When will I go retrieve it? Muttering softly, Suemo and the others followed the zombie army towards the grand square inside the city.
After the silver armor general entered the city, he hurried here without stopping.
Especially those zombies holding trophies of heads seem to be running in this direction.
Submit heads, slay 3 enemies, reward 10 ghost coins. Cut down 100 enemies, reward 100 ghost coins and a set of armor.
Slay one enemy, reward 2 ghost coins.
From afar, the sounds of rewards being announced could be heard from the square. A person wearing an official hat, with several officials in uniforms beside him, stood behind a huge red table, examining the trophy submitted by the zombie soldiers.
What a loss!
Ahead, zombie soldiers were lined up, each holding several heads in their hands.
Seeing this, Suemo cursed softly.
Chang Qiming and the others also regretted it immensely. Even the ordinary zombies of the purple-clothed zombie faction had rewards. 1 zombie head can exchange for 2 ghost coins.
Though the reward isn't high, the quantity is overwhelming. The problem is, when they were on the battlefield, they didn't see the zombie soldiers beheading anyone.
It seems that they can automatically collect after slaying. Unlike us players, we have to do it ourselves.
Suemo said softly. Let's just follow in line for now and see what we can claim. Chang Qiming nodded slightly.
A few of them followed behind the zombie line, waiting to submit the heads.
None of them had any idea what specific rewards could be given.
So far, these zombie soldiers had only submitted regular zombies, at most elite zombies.
Regular zombies only provide ghost coins as rewards.
The elite zombies will reward some kind of item, like battle armor or weapons.
The rare zombies have not yet appeared.
It seems that the silver armored generals do not submit their spoils here.
Well, can officials be the same as soldiers? Suemo mumbled, looking up at the team ahead. Let me go first, to see what the rewards are. You all follow me behind, there are too many zombies. Soon. The reward team reached Suemo. Ping.
He lifted the 10 large heads hanging at his waist and placed them on the bright red table. With visible speed, the zombie officials counting the spoils began to sway, and a rare flash of surprise appeared in their lifeless eyes. They looked up at Suemo several times.
The captain of the guards wears no official uniform. How can he submit so many giant zombie heads? Cannot be exchanged? Feeling somewhat uneasy from being stared at, Suemo sensed something was wrong.
Other zombies quickly completed their rewards, but why did this scholar opposite him seem dazed?
Just after he spoke,
Suemo saw a scholar suddenly rush back and run into a building.
Before long,
a group of officials in official robes filed out and came to the square. The leading official, with a strange beast embroidered on his chest, carefully examined the giant heads, occasionally nodding to other officials beside him.
Please, Imperial decree. After a long time, this official finally nodded heavily and said in a hoarse voice. Then, Suemo was stunned.
Because all the officials in front of him turned to face the empty Imperial coffin and slowly knelt on the ground.
Today, Guard Suemo bravely killed enemies, beheading dozens of giant corpses, deserving reward, may your majesty decide. What the hell?
Chang Qiming and the others' eyes widened. Suemo did indeed take the most spoils. That was because sometimes they couldn't keep up, and rather than let the rare zombies be killed by the silver armored generals, it was better to have Suemo pick up the leftovers.
Never thought. The giant zombie heads were so useful? Need to apply for an imperial decree for the reward? So, Sumo's reward needs the emperor to personally commend? Then.
I'm rich, oh my god, if I had known, I should have gotten more. Who doesn't know the emperor has the most good stuff? What rewards could he give?
It won't be a sacred artifact, right? Heavenly grade weapons would be good too.
The few of them excitedly stared at the sky. As several kneeling zombie officials reported.
Boom.
Around the Imperial coffin, bloodlight surged.
A blood-red token flew out, rapidly flying toward Sumo's head. Reward.
A hoarse voice came from the Imperial coffin, echoing throughout Fushan City.
The officials below opened their arms and carefully received the blood-red token. After glancing at the token's content, they stood up and stared hard at Suemo. Loudly shouted. Awarding the position of general, leading the guards. Suemo? No way. This is it? Who are you fooling? Only awarded a general position? What about the ghost coins? What about the weapons? What about the armor? Chapter 68 Zhangdoxin, I am 100 commanders. 2 updates. After receiving the rewards.
Except for Suemo gritting his teeth, the others were all happily putting away their ghost coins and items.
Do you think these few scholar officials took kickbacks? What use is this broken tiger talisman to me? Did they keep all the other rewards for themselves? Suemo twirled a rusty talisman in his hand, analyzing quietly. I need to ask some scholar zombies, this is too much. Can kickbacks happen in a horror game instance? Chang Qiming couldn't help but laugh, slowly shaking her head.
Brother, you are different from us now. You are a general, leading the guards, with enormous power. So many zombie soldiers all have to listen to you. Not having other rewards is normal. The fat guy received a set of exquisite armor, a ground-grade item, having strong defense. However, the few of them were also a bit puzzled.
Logically, Sumo indeed had the highest military achievements and was the first soldier to jump off the city wall. The officials above were also watching. Why was he only given a talisman position without any other rewards? Other silver-armored generals all want armor, war horses, and weapons. It's unreasonable not to give it. What a loss. Sumo muttered angrily. Feeling discriminated against, bullied at work, and treated unfairly. What to do tomorrow? The city gate opens, and those generals charge on their war horses, while he walks on foot? The problem is, the inflatable hammer is still left on the battlefield, not even a decent weapon to use. General. A few people were walking inside Busan City. Suddenly, at the intersection ahead, an old man hunched over, wearing dark blue palace attire, stood in place with a dozen zombies. From the looks of it, he seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Sumo and the others pass by, the old man quickly stepped out from the intersection and clasped his hands, saying, "General Su, we have been waiting here for a long time." A eunuch? Not only are there zombie soldiers within Busan City, but also zombie eunuchs? For a moment, Sumo's expression was strange. He returned a salute with a posture that was not particularly friendly. What was the point of sending a eunuch? Where is the reward? Rebels causing trouble. Today General Su is in charge of the guards. His Majesty has ordered us to deliver the rewards to the residents. Everything has been arranged, please. The eunuch moved aside, actively leading Sumo and the others forward. Rewards? Sumo immediately became interested. I said, killing so many giant zombies, if it were in the purple-clad zombie camp, it would be like killing 10 generals today. How could there be no rewards? It turns out someone was sent to bring it over. Your Majesty is really too thoughtful. I trouble you, eunuch, this small token of respect, please accept it. Sumo hurried to catch up. Staying close to the eunuch, he discreetly searched in his pocket, taking out 10 strange coins and stuffing them into the eunuch's hand. This general, you mustn't. What's wrong with that? It's late at night, and I'm troubling you to make a trip. I feel bad about it. Take it, we're all on the same side. No need to be so polite. Too much. Wealth is external. I feel so close to you, eunuch, that's why it's a bit more. Take it, sometimes look out for me. One person and one zombie were tugging at each other right in front of several people on the street. The atmosphere was quite strange. Chang Chimeng and the others followed behind, their mouths twitching continuously. Comparing people is infuriating. In the past, when we participated in the spooky game world, we would dodge as far as possible from the eerie dungeons. When could we dare to call the eerie our brothers, and even put an arm around their shoulders? Seeing Sumo with an arm around the eunuch's shoulder, the two complimented each other, you saying general, so young and promising, and I replied eunuch, so strong in old age. The fat guy was completely astonished. Recalling the scenes from when they participated in dungeons, everyone felt like fools. This is not even the same game at all. It's not necessarily a good thing. Sumo has just become the leader of the guards, and it's only the second day today. There are still 8 days left. You saw during the day that silver-armored generals need to be at the front. I'm afraid moreover, there are ghost cultivators outside the city. Old Sun rubbed his chin, looking gloomy. As the saying goes, the higher the ability, the greater the responsibility. It's a good thing that Sumo is a general. It'll be much safer in the city, but it's also a bad thing because when facing the enemy again, the opponent will likely be very strong. Don't think too much for now, let's go to the residence and see, rest well tonight, and tomorrow we'll talk about it. By the way, do the guards need to guard the city walls tonight? Chang Chimeng comforted the others and casually asked a question. There are guards watching the city. A few people followed the eunuch and soon arrived at a courtyard residence in Busan City. General Su will temporarily reside here. The rewards have already been sent in advance by our house. Please check later. I apologize for troubling the general during these extraordinary times. Through their conversations, Sumo and the eunuch's relationship heated up quickly. It was as if they were about to kneel down and say, not asking to be born on the same day in the same month of the same year, but hoping to die on the same day in the same month of the same year. They got along well as if they were one person. Please, General. Sumo. As a few were about to enter the residence. A furious roar echoed from a distance. Da-da-day. The sound of horse hooves rang out. Zheng Duoshuan rode a black zombie horse, dressed in iron armor, his face dark as he charged towards the group. 2 team members followed beside, while dozens of zombie soldiers stood behind. Who allowed you to run around? The city guard is finished, and you dare not wait for my command. What are you doing wandering in the city? Didn't expect this, huh? Hee, I am the 100 captain now. Zheng Duoshuan looked down from above, his eyes fixed on Sumo with an intent to strike at the slightest disagreement. Through the live stream. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. They had seen ridiculous things, but nothing like this. Haha, oh my god, is this what the advanced players from Kimchi country look like? So scary. Did something crazy happen in the Kimchi? Did their brains go wrong? A little 100 captain dares to ride over and question the general? Isn't the anticipation through the roof? I mean, isn't anyone curious? Zheng Duoxuan did nothing, how did he suddenly become 100 captain? I know this one, he is also a badass, really, haven't you seen Zheng Duoxuan's livestream? This guy hooked up with the princess, even the ancient zombie could handle it, that's a tough guy. What? Is that true? Brother, can you share a link? He should know he's being streamed, I just want to ask, is there a mosaic? Human zombie footage? This is really the first time I've heard of it, so freaking scary. The audience in the livestream clearly understood. Suemo is now the general of the guards, commanding all the guards. Zheng Duoxuan's provocation could get him killed on the spot, without any punishment. What? Are you scared, silly? Someone, take Suemo and the others away, tonight we clean the battlefield, hee let's see how you die. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so zombies behind him did not move, still standing in place. Suemo looked at Zheng Duoxuan as if he were an idiot. Then she turned to look at the old eunuch beside her. The old eunuch immediately reacted and stamped his foot heavily. What nonsense! How dare you speak to General Su like that? Someone, drag him down. We must teach him a lesson today on rules. 100 captain dares to act so arrogantly, drag him down. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of zombie soldiers rushed up and pulled Zheng Duoxuan down from his horse. Chapter 69, One-Time Item Tiger Talisman, Part 3. Celestial Palace. Watching stand. On the screen, Zheng Duoxuan was pulled down from his warhorse, along with his two teammates, being held down beside the mansion, publicly getting beaten. Supervised personally by the old eunuch. With just a few hits, the dark board struck down. Zheng Duoxuan and his teammates bled from their backsides, crying out in pain. Watching this scene, players gathered in the square couldn't help but gasp. That was pretty brutal. After a beating, Zheng Duoxuan would not only not die, but he would probably be C. How should this be handled? Can it be done like the Cloud Summit team, which so far has neither lost a member nor had anyone seriously injured? It's simply unbelievable. At the same time, many people vaguely feel that once the Cloud Summit team clears the Busan Corps Expedition dungeon, how high will their ranking actually rise? Hitting the top 100 list should be impossible, but it won't be far off. An average of over 1,000 on the ladder rankings? That would be terrifying. Moreover, especially the bright performance of Suemo, who played totally unpredictably, she instantly became the general of the guard troops in the dungeon, commanding the entire guard. I must inform the higher-ups immediately, assuming the Cloud Summit team completes the dungeon, the future cannot target the Dragon Kingdom, they must take the initiative to be friendly. A burly player muttered through clenched teeth, hurrying away. The others exchanged glances, their expressions equally grim. Smith is right, we must have a backup plan, I also must return to reality. Indeed, we need to prepare in advance. Everything is fine as long as we haven't left, but if we do, we cannot become the target of the Cloud Summit team. Facing Suemo, even if we are stronger, it is still very dangerous. Zheng Duoxuan is an example. Isn't Japan done for? Relationships are irreparable. The bar owner watched the few who left with a thoughtful smile, quietly leaving the square as well. There are still 8 days left for the Busan Corps Expedition dungeon, the outcome is unclear to anyone. But she can be certain. This Dragon Kingdom Suemo might continually surprise everyone, or rather, for certain countries, it should be a fright. The force behind her might also need to pay attention in advance. In the Busan Corps Expedition dungeon. Inside a large mansion. Suemo sat on the courtyard ground, surrounded by rewards that the old eunuch had sent people to move over in advance. She felt a bit dazed. Not because the rewards were too little, but because there were too many. The eerie coins totaled 10,000, filling an entire box, plus the beginner dungeon completion rewards. Suemo now had a staggering 11,000 eerie coins, which is unimaginable if converted to Dragon Kingdom currency. No wonder horror game players are not ordinary people, just this speed of making money is faster than a money printing machine. The armor is useless, but it can be stored, after going out, it might be sold. Most other items are decorations, not very useful, except for this weapon and the warhorse. Muttering. Suemo picked up a silver spear, feeling its weight, it was engraved with various rare beasts. A ground-level spear. Blood-drinking spear, ground-level weapon can absorb blood to increase attack power. As the name suggests, this is a weapon that, as long as it continuously absorbs blood, can increase its attack power. If fully filled with blood, its attack power could rival a heaven-level weapon. Very strong. Unfortunately, she doesn't know how to use a spear. She has never learned it, and the inflatable hammer left on the battlefield has been strengthened by the strange stone, now also a ground-level weapon, it is equally strong. Moreover, it is more comfortable to use. As for the warhorse, it's also a good thing.
Skeleton Warhorse, exclusive to Busan Corp's expedition, fearless of damage, carries eerie fire, and has extremely fast running speed. Ordinary zombie soldiers cannot inflict harm on the Warhorse at all. No wonder those silver-armored generals rush across the battlefield, completely unafraid of zombie attacks. The reason lies here.
What Sumo did not expect was that among the rewards, the strongest was actually an inconspicuous token.
Tiger Talisman, heaven-level disposable item. Using it can temporarily create a shield, accommodating 10 people, ignoring any attack for 5 seconds. Most of the other items are useless to Sumo, all stored in the game space, and she then prepared to instruct everyone to eat. There is a supermarket right outside the mansion. Sumo specifically sent a few zombies to scavenge, and now the food materials in the mansion, to say the least, are enough for them to eat for about half a year.
However, zombies cannot cook. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to eat it. Only a fat man can do it.
Unexpectedly, this guy's skills are not bad.
In less than an hour, he managed to make 8 or 9 dishes. Cooking is no problem.
I used to work with a funeral team. I can wail, carry corpses, cook, and set up mourning halls. A few people were eating, and the fat man cheerfully introduced his past experiences.
By the way, where's the captain? Isn't she eating? Since Sumo came in, they hadn't seen Chang Chi-Mang, so they couldn't help but ask. Is she asleep?
That can't be, she should have eaten first.
The rest shook their heads.
Not sure. After the captain came in, it seemed like,
I remember now. The captain asked if there were any patrolling zombies on the city wall at night. She wouldn't have gone to the city wall, would she?
Just as he was speaking, a figure walked in from outside, with many tears in her clothes, clearly having gone through a battle.
Clang!
Seeing that a few people were about to get up, Chang Chi-Mang waved her hand and placed a pink inflatable hammer in front of Sumo.
The injury is fine, I'll take care of it in a bit. Sumo. She actually went to pick up weapons for herself?
Outside, the sky was completely dark, and there were zombies outside the city. Visibility was so low.
Thinking of this, Sumo didn't know what to say at all. Don't look at me like that.
We are a small team. You were busy organizing rewards, with no time to look for weapons, and I'm an assassin type. I'll be safer at night.
I just came back with a discovery.
Saying this, Chang Chi-Mang lowered her voice.
What the hell, is that true? After hearing this, Sumo was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe it. Chapter 70, How is it possible? 4 updates. In the dead of night, Sumo and a few others were sitting around the study in the mansion.
They discussed quietly the news Chang Chi-Mang brought back about Zheng Duo-sun.
Did I see wrong? The old eunuch was chopped in public? No, that's right.
Chang Chi-Mang nodded heavily, recalling the scene she had seen earlier, still somewhat frightened. Especially Zheng Duo-sun's resentful gaze.
She couldn't forget it even now. He was indeed taken away.
The old eunuch was sent by the Imperial zombie to deliver rewards. Without saying a word, he dared to kill him directly to save Zheng Duo-sun.
Was the other party also a eunuch? Sumo frowned, asking a key question.
Yes, the leaders were also a few old eunuchs. I vaguely heard something like, how dare you attack the princess's people? If that's the case, your guess was right, there really is a princess. Sumo's lips curled into a bitter smile. He was just randomly guessing and never thought there could be some damn princess. However, looking handsome really does have its advantages. Zheng Duo-sun, in such a state, actually managed to connect with the princess.
The question is, what does the princess want with this guy? If that's the case, then things are a bit troublesome. Zheng Duo-sun didn't die and was saved by the princess.
The other side dared to kill the old eunuch in public, which shows the princess's power is not small, or perhaps she doesn't take the Imperial zombie seriously, or knows there are problems with the Imperial zombie and can't show up. Until now, apart from seeing the Imperial zombie's body vaguely after the coffin opened, there hadn't been any trace since, and it hadn't come out of the coffin again. In contrast, the purple-cloaked zombies outside had always been seen on their sedans, able to be seen at any time. And could change the siege strategies at any time. In Busan City, it had always been these scholars giving orders, or rather, the Imperial zombie giving orders from inside the coffin. But no matter which way, it could be guessed that, perhaps for some reason, the Imperial zombie temporarily couldn't leave the coffin.
The Imperial zombie can't come out. Who is the biggest in the whole of Busan? The answer is clear. The princess.
If I had known this earlier, I should have just killed that guy directly, then there wouldn't be the trouble we have now.
Sumo scratched his head, momentarily unable to think of a way to deal with it.
They must wait until tomorrow morning to conduct a new simulation, perhaps providing some clues. They can't see the princess, only Zheng Duo-sun can meet her, and they have no idea about his relationship with the princess or how he got connected with her. I think, for now, there's no need to worry. Busan City was in great danger. Even if the Emperor's corpse could not come out, the princess would not dare to openly target a general like you. Thank goodness you have become a general, otherwise, without the princess's hand, Jung Duohan could easily destroy us. Old Sun worriedly reminded. But we still have to be careful, if Jung Duohan is fine, he will most likely strike at us again. Everyone nodded, for a moment unable to think of how to respond.
They couldn't see anything.
Even finding someone to gather information seemed difficult.
Forget it, let's rest for now, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The key is how to defend the city, not Jung Duohan. Suemo waved his hand, urging everyone to go back and rest quickly. Defending the city is the key.
Jung Duohan needed a reasonable reason to target him as a general, however, defending the city was different, filled with peril, a slip could lead to death. Moreover, with the purple-clothed zombie having Ghost Cultivation Mountain, Suemo was uncertain about what tomorrow would bring, whether the Emperor's corpse would come up with a plan.
What if there was no plan?
If they had to rely on the number of zombies to fill the gaps, it would truly be dangerous.
The Dragon Kingdom. Mystery Investigation Bureau.
At this moment, dozens of elderly individuals with white hair had gathered in the conference room, some dressed in Taoist robes and others in monks' kasayas. Everyone looked at the screen, where Suemo and others were preparing to rest, their brows deeply furrowing. They glanced at another screen on the side, where Jung Duohan lay amidst thick black fog. Since this guy was rescued by a few old eunuchs, the Mystery Investigation Bureau had been keeping a close watch, eager to see how the princess would save him.
But they never expected.
Jung Duohan's lower limbs were shattered, clearly disabled. Yet the princess showed no anger, in fact, she seemed a bit excited as she instructed them to place Jung Duohan in a coffin, surrounded by dense fog.
At the same time, several old eunuchs continued to pour various liquids into the coffin for Jung Duohan to absorb. What is this for? Does anyone know?
Old Mo found it increasingly bizarre as he watched.
He asked a few researchers knowledgeable about the supernatural. Nourishing.
One Taoist priest stroked his beard, his expression grave as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, Jung Duohan is going to be nourished into a zombie."
What?
At this revelation, the entire room gasped.
Jung Duohan was a player, how could he become a zombie? Isn't it only the dead who can become zombies? Can a living person really be nourished into a zombie?
I can't be wrong, everything Jung Duohan is absorbing comes from records in corpse-raising techniques, but I don't understand why a player can be cultivated into a zombie.
He isn't even dead.
The Taoist priest shook his head in confusion, able to confirm Jung Duohan is being nourished, but clueless as to why he hasn't died. Never encountered such a situation. In reality, records about corpse-raising techniques are available, apart from TV and movies, no one had seen real zombies. As researchers, although they had gone through scary game sub-levels, they were all the simplest levels, steadily completing bizarre tasks without encountering any zombies.
This really complicates things, we can't understand it, let alone Suemo who doesn't know anything.
We must figure out what the princess is planning, the Emperor's corpse has yet to show itself, there are too many variables.
Old Mo furrowed his brows tightly, sighing softly.
They could see the live feed of Jung Duohan, but Suemo and the others in the Busan Zombie Walk sublevel could not see it, they had no idea Jung Duohan would become a zombie.
Moreover, given the circumstances, with the princess treating Jung Duohan's nourishment so cautiously, how strong would he become once he really transformed? Everyone dared not think further. Could it be?
At this moment, an elderly man in a white shirt at the back let out a gasp, but then shook his head.
It's impossible, it's too crazy, it shouldn't be to this extent.
Hurry up and speak, right or wrong doesn't matter now, just share any possibility you can think of. Everyone should share and analyze together, maybe we can figure out some useful clues.
People next to him kept asking and urging. Don't you feel like the coffin Jung Duohan is lying in looks a bit familiar? The carvings on the side should be a dragon.
Even a princess, according to the rules, cannot use a dragon coffin. In ancient times, the rules were strict, only one person could use it. Everyone in the conference room raised their heads in unison, noticing the completely black coffin Jung Duohan was lying in.
It's exactly the same as the coffin Emperor Jiang is in? Are you suggesting that? The princess is pregnant with Jung Duohan and wants to replace Emperor Jiang? How can that be? No, this is too crazy.
Suddenly, when this guess was put forward, the entire conference room erupted in chaos.
Chapter 71, The Princess Invites, Simulate Again. 5 updates. The next morning.
The whole city of Busan was silent, the zombie soldiers guarded their posts, not needing to eat, not needing to rest, feeling no pain, indeed the best soldiers.
Su Matian got up before dawn, dressed, and went outside the residence. Looking at the zombie soldiers rushing to the city gate on the street. He slightly frowned. Survival simulation countdown, 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Only 5 minutes left until the next simulation. Suemo was thinking about which direction to simulate. Should he wait until after leaving the city to conduct the simulation? Or should the simulation start in 5 minutes? After so many simulations, he vaguely understood the simulator's rules.
The results varied greatly depending on the situation faced. If he left the city to face Ghost Repair Mountain, the simulation results would definitely be related to combat.
What would staying in the city simulate? Could it be related to the princess? Suemo was indecisive.
However, Zheng Duohan being taken away by the princess was indeed a hidden danger. He needed to resolve this guy quickly next time to prevent future trouble.
While he was thinking,
in the distance, the neatly arranged zombie troops heading toward the city wall parted.
It seemed they were avoiding someone. Suemo looked up.
In the middle of the road, several zombie old court officials dressed in palace clothing, followed by zombie palace maids, were walking toward the entrance of the residence.
Something is wrong. I've seen this old official before. It's the old official who took Zheng Duohan away yesterday. Coming so early is probably a problem.
At some point, Chang Qiming had come to Sumo's side, squinting at the approaching zombie old official and said in a low voice,
"If things go wrong, we should leave the residence quickly and head outside the city." "There's no time," Suemo calmly replied.
"Whether it's good fortune or disaster, you can't escape disaster. Even if we run outside the city, when night falls, we have to come back. We will eventually be called by the princess. In Busan, where Emperor Jiang does not appear, the princess has the highest status and cannot resist at all.
However, I am a general now, she won't dare to openly attack a general." After speaking,
Suemo had a smile on his face, took the initiative to step down the steps, and prepared to welcome the zombie old officials. One must not underestimate these zombie old officials. Their strength may not be strong, but within Busan, their status is much higher than that of the zombie soldiers. Their intelligence is not low either. The old official he bribed last night is clear evidence. Even after becoming zombies, their nature does not change.
"I am deeply honored, not knowing why the old gentleman comes so early to issue orders." Suemo stood at the entrance of the residence, clasped his hands.
"By the princess's order, I heard that General Su was brave and good at fighting, especially after defeating the giant corpse yesterday. A special banquet is set to entertain the general. I invite the general to attend." The leading zombie old official said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, making a gesture of invitation.
"Attend a banquet? A banquet so early in the morning? Has the princess's mind been blown apart?" Suemo felt powerless to complain in his heart. Can't he even pretend a little? "I must ask the old gentleman for a moment of conversation."
He must find a way to clarify the situation. While waiting for the simulator's countdown to end, Suemo stepped forward and secretly took out a bag of strange coins, quietly placing it in the old official's hand. The zombie eunuch's expression froze, and then a sinister smile surfaced on his face.
"Hee, you wait aside, the general has just gotten up and hasn't washed yet, so wait a moment."
He sent away the other eunuchs and palace maids.
"I serve as the personal eunuch to the princess. What doubts does the general have? If it can be said, I will certainly tell you. If not, the general should not ask." "Understood." Suemo nodded eagerly.
"I still have to go guard the city wall later, so why are we attending this banquet so early in the morning? I hope the eunuch could shed some light. I was just appointed as a general by His Majesty yesterday, and I still need to rely on you." He stuffed another bag of strange coins over.
It was clear that the zombie eunuch was somewhat conflicted, caught in inner turmoil. The filthy thing must know something.
Suemo gritted his teeth and pulled out another bag of strange coins. In a matter of seconds, he had already given 300 strange coins.
In reality, this would be a huge sum of money. It seems that in this horror game, money comes fast and goes even faster. "Hee, I get along well with General Su, what is this for?" "Oh dear, how polite."
The eunuch pretended to decline, but quickly stuffed the money pouch into his pocket. He looked around, scanning the surroundings. "These are all my underlings, there's no need for you to worry,"
Suemo emphasized with a reminder.
"General Su must be careful, the princess has a terrible temper.
Don't anger her, otherwise, anyway, at the banquet, the general must not speak too much."
Upon hearing this, Chang Qiming and the others all had somewhat unsightly expressions.
The zombie eunuch accepted the money, so he probably wouldn't lie. If that's the case, the princess inviting Suemo early in the morning might likely be a trap? "Thank you, eunuch," Suemo said with gratitude, and then spoke again. "Please wait a moment, I will wash up and come right away, alright?" After saying this, Suemo and the others swiftly entered the residence.
"You guys go normally to guard the city wall, but do not leave the city.
I will meet this princess. Damn it, an old zombie, always causing me trouble.
It might be Zhang Duoxuan's doing, you don't need to worry about me."
"It's fine, I will try to negotiate. If it really doesn't work, I can only defect."
Suemo whispered the last part, adjusting his clothes, nodded to a few people, and walked out of the residence, following the zombie eunuch as they disappeared into the street. The others watched their disappearing figures, filled with worry.
"Captain, what should we do?" Can we find a way to follow her to the princess? Or, no need. You all go to the city wall, I will find a way to follow. You all stand out too much.
I suspect the relationship between the princess and Zheng Duoxuan isn't simple, otherwise, she wouldn't openly consider targeting a general. Chang Qiming pursed her lips, making a decision in her heart. I'm fast, following from a distance shouldn't be a problem, plus, Busan is an ancient, there are definitely plenty of hiding spots.
Listen to Sumo, if things go bad, we will meet at the ruins on the city wall.
Leaving these words, Chang Qiming rushed into the street, similarly disappearing from their view.
Let's go too, something strange is going on. You guys say, what kind of relationship can a pretty boy like Zheng Duoxuan have with the princess? She's a zombie. Do they think they can fall in love? I can't believe this. The fat guy muttered, also not daring to stay. Along with Lao Sun and Xiao Ma, they headed to the city wall. Now that Sumo had become a general, their ranks had also risen, the lowest among them was now a captain. Changing defensive positions was not a difficult task. On the other side, Sumo followed the zombie eunuch, arriving at the entrance of a 5-star hotel called Hilton in the city. Ding, the simulator countdown has ended. Does the host wish to simulate? A system prompt echoed in his mind. Sumo took a deep breath. Simulate. He stepped into the hotel lobby. Following the other person, they arrived at the hotel's 18th floor, which was the top floor. Thank you for your trouble. Nodding slightly, Sumo stepped out of the elevator. It was only then that she discovered there were no hotel rooms on the entire 18th floor, it had all been opened up, and a vast platform appeared before her eyes. Surrounding her were enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. The view was incredibly broad. Moreover, they were very close to the Imperial coffin floating in midair, as if she could reach out and touch it. Taking a glance at the simulator, text was slowly appearing, the simulation results were still taking some time. After Sumo stepped out of the elevator, she did not see any zombies. Let alone the princess. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene. They were just as confused because, besides Sumo and a few others participating in the Busan Zombie Journey instance, everyone understood the relationship between Zheng Duoxuan and the princess. Throughout history, only Zheng Duoxuan dared to confront the zombies. Moreover, Zheng Duoxuan was still in the coffin at this moment, not yet awake. Why would the princess summon Sumo under the guise of a banquet? Everyone was equally filled with curiosity. Was it to take revenge on Zheng Duoxuan by personally killing Sumo? Or was there another purpose? The live stream room descended into fierce arguments. One thing many could confirm was that this was indeed a trap, and Sumo was very much in danger. Have you noticed that the instance Sumo is participating in is completely different from the instance we are in? Take the Busan Zombie Journey instance as an example. We're just trying our best to defend the city and stay alive until the end. How could we possibly meet the princess? Of course, Zheng Duoxuan is different. Dealing with zombies, he truly is a warrior. The comments on the Korean forum have all been turned off. I heard that everyone who knows Zheng Duoxuan has deleted this guy's contact info. They really can't afford to be associated with him, let alone streaming. Now it seems really dangerous. What on earth is the princess planning? God, I'm just so curious. Sumo has already met the instance requirements. In fact, all she needs to do in the following days is to stay safe to live. Why does she have to become a general? I'm really curious about the rewards that the Imperial zombie offers. That gun is pretty nice, but I don't know its grade. As for the other items, unless Sumo voluntarily displays their attributes, otherwise we can't see. In the live streaming room where Sumo was, it was crowded with people. Some were curious about the rewards Sumo had earned, while others were wondering what the princess really wanted. Even more people speculated whether the princess would want to keep Sumo under her pomegranate skirt, just like Zheng Duoxuan. After all, no matter how strong a relationship was, it couldn't compare to that kind of bond. Furthermore, she was the princess, a married woman. Once discovered, there would be no escape. Even if the Imperial zombie had been dead for many years, he likely wouldn't want to wear a green hat. No one could guess how frightening the Imperial zombie's anger could be. But as players, they were certainly doomed to die. General Su? Suddenly, from behind an ancient-style screen at the front of the platform came a pleasant voice. Hearing the voice, a graceful figure naturally appeared in Sumo's mind, with long flowing hair and a skirt trailing on the ground, showing regal elegance. It was the princess. Sumo's expression froze. What a terrifying voice. Just the sound alone could stir one's imagination. I greet the princess. Quickly walking to the screen, Sumo bowed her head and clasped her hands. Sit. Behind the screen, the princess in a blood-red royal robe leaned against the pitch-black coffin, casually waving her hand, observing Sumo from behind the screen. Lift your head so I can see you. What is this about? Sumo could only force herself to lift her head. From his angle, she could only see a silhouette behind the screen and could not clearly see the princess's features. However, having been dead for over 1,000 years, she probably looked like a mummy. There could be no sense of beauty.
The atmosphere around was eerie, one could sense a chilling gaze from behind the screen staring at her.
Suemo kept his gaze straight ahead, his muscles tense. He was always ready to act.
A tiger charm was tightly clenched in his palm, although it was only for 5 seconds, it was enough time for him to react.
What he feared the most.
This princess had abilities that surpassed even rare zombies.
Ding! Simulation complete. A notification sound echoed in his mind. Sumo's body stiffened as he hurriedly looked at the simulation results.
Once again, there were no powerful keywords to be found, not even blue or green keywords appeared, only white ones.
Casually selecting 3 keywords, Doctor, Cripple, and Gardener for simulation, Suemo held little hope. He merely wished to see some key prompt information. You followed Gong Gong Kong to the 18th floor of the Hilton Hotel.
Here, you saw the Imperial coffin floating outside the window and the Empress sitting behind the screen.
Just like what he had encountered. Suemo thought to himself and continued reading.
The Empress has been watching you, and you feel a heavy sense of danger.
The Empress invites you to enter behind the screen. You hesitate, not wanting to go inside.
The curtains on the 18th floor slowly close, plunging everything into darkness, the screen shifts slightly, and you know the Empress has stepped out.
A pair of soft hands embraces you from behind. Suemo. He didn't expect the Empress to be like this. The Imperial zombie was lying outside, a 1,000-year-old zombie actually wanted to have a relationship with him?
Suemo felt a disgust rising in his heart and hurriedly continued to read.
You immediately break free, but the Empress lets out a chilling laugh.
The lights illuminate, revealing a naked woman in front of you, beckoning with her finger, licking her red lips, performing various seductive actions.
You bleed from your nose and sternly refuse. The Empress gets angry and pulls you forward.
You struggle against her, but you are no match for her strength, the tiger charm is useless, and you are dragged behind the screen.
The Empress disembowels you and tosses you into the coffin.
Zheng Duoshuan lies inside, all covered in darkness, like a zombie. He frantically tears at you, devouring your organs, sucking your blood, dyeing the black dragon robe red.
You die. Suemo. In an instant, Suemo felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. This simulation result greatly exceeded his expectations. What was the Empress trying to achieve by seducing him? Suemo couldn't figure it out. What was even more confusing was that Zheng Duoshuan had actually become a zombie, and why was he wearing a black dragon robe? What was the Empress really up to? There was a crucial point in the simulation: he must not anger the Empress, otherwise, even the tiger charm would be useless. The existence of a creature beyond rare zombies was something he couldn't handle right now. But,
damn it, flirting with an old zombie made Suemo shudder all over at the thought.
How disgusting.
Come to the screen, let this palace see you well. At this moment, just like the simulation results, the Empress's voice, filled with ambiguity and temptation, came from behind the screen.
Sweat beads began to form on Sumo's forehead. What should he choose? Chapter 73, Guess, First Update. On the 18th floor balcony, Suemo stood before the screen, thinking hard about a countermeasure.
He was unsure of what would happen if he agreed. But if he didn't agree, the curtains would close, and the Empress would start to seduce him. Just thinking about that scene made Suemo feel nauseous. He had to admit that Zheng Duoshuan was way cooler than Su Xian.
At most, he played with a snake.
But Zheng Duoshuan dared to play with a zombie. He was truly not an ordinary person. If the Empress could use this method to seduce him, it indicated that Zheng Duoshuan was also seduced by the Empress, which led to their relationship.
Is it possible that General Su is unwilling?
From behind the screen, that silver bell-like voice rang out again, but compared to earlier, it was noticeably colder.
The Empress's patience was running out. I'm going for it.
Suemo tightened his grip on the tiger charm and slowly walked toward the side of the screen. As a large red palace robe came into view, an extraordinarily beautiful woman adorned with a phoenix crown leaned casually against a coffin.
I pay my respects to the Empress. The coffin before him looked identical to the Imperial coffin, in size and in the intricate carvings on its surface. Is Zheng Duoshuan sleeping in the coffin?
Suemo hurriedly cupped her hands and bowed.
Indeed, a talented man. I have heard that General Su is brave and good at fighting. If it weren't for General Su yesterday, the city gate would have probably fallen. This brings great comfort to this palace. This humble servant dares not accept. What a difficult woman she is, her voice full of temptation, making one unconsciously think wild thoughts. Suemo bit her tongue hard in response. Now that I've seen her, it's broad daylight, will this old zombie plot against me?
Suemo felt scared inside. Come closer. This humble servant, a battle is about to commence outside the city, this humble servant. Suemo was sweating profusely, retreating slightly, her hand tightly gripping the tiger talisman, ready at any moment. No need to think, this princess must want to use the same method to make her like Zheng Duoshuan.
Absolutely not.
Not to mention the other party is a 1,000-year-old zombie.
Hiding a coffin identical to the Imperial coffin, what does Zheng Duoxuan, lying inside in a dragon robe, want?
Su-Mo had a vague guess in her heart.
So bold.
The key point is that the Imperial zombie is lying outside. Once discovered, this is a serious crime of treason, and death would come without knowing how.
Is it that I am not good-looking enough, or do you prefer this kind of look?
As the voice fell, a pair of snow-white feet reached Sumo's line of sight.
Following the gaze upward, Sumo's pupils shrank, her face filled with shock. Chang Chimeng.
The appearance of the princess at this moment was actually that of Captain Chang Chimeng, completely naked, her eyes slightly squinted, filled with heat.
This humble servant. Pang.
At the critical moment, a loud sound came from the distance.
Boom.
The princess's expression changed suddenly, her big hand waved, and Su-Mo flew straight out from behind the screen, falling heavily to the ground. Disturbing the princess, this humble servant takes his leave. Su-Mo scrambled to her feet, cupping her hands and throwing down a sentence, fleeing as though her life depended on it.
Too dangerous.
It seems that from tonight onwards, returning to the residence is impossible. I can only stay on the city walls and try to avoid this princess. If she calls me again, it would be a big trouble.
What was that sound just now? 18 floors with no one around, how could there be sound? With doubts in her heart, Su-Mo quickly walked into the elevator. Arriving at the hotel lobby on the first floor. Was that you just now?
She immediately spotted Chang Chimeng waiting at the door, who slightly nodded her head.
Let's talk while walking. Chang Chimeng's face was slightly red as she walked ahead of Su-Mo. She had followed up to the 18th floor, hiding in the ceiling not far from the screen.
Therefore, she knew exactly what had happened inside.
However,
she never expected the princess would transform into her appearance to tempt Su-Mo. If it weren't for her making a sound at the last moment, Su-Mo might have fallen for it. Thinking of this, Chang Chimeng couldn't help but roll her eyes and shoot a fierce glare at Su-Mo behind her.
The princess is fake, can't you realize that? If I hadn't followed you here, your fate today might have been the same as Zheng Duoxuan. Blindingly white, couldn't react for a while.
Su-Mo scratched her head, replying without thinking.
Chang Chimeng? Is this a compliment? Let's not talk about that, I was far from the screen. Did you find anything? The princess inviting you over can't just be to seduce you. I don't quite understand, what does a zombie princess want with a player?
Chang Chimeng frowned tightly. Now was not the time to think about the princess disguising herself as her when Su-Mo saw her naked. Must quickly clarify the situation. At this moment, Chang Chimeng's analytical skills came into play, constantly calculating various possibilities in her mind. Behind the screen is a coffin, exactly like the Imperial coffin. As for what's inside the coffin,
Su-Mo looked up at the Imperial coffin in mid-air, took a deep breath, and said,
"It's Zheng Duoxuan, he has become a zombie." No, to be precise, Zheng Duoxuan has been turned into a zombie by the princess. As soon as these words came out, Chang Chimeng stood there, frowning tightly. She also looked up at the Imperial zombie coffin still bathed in bloodlight.
Her mouth gradually opened slightly.
Her eyes filled with shock.
Did you guess it too? Su-Mo saw Chang Chimeng's surprised expression, looking completely shocked.
In her heart, she immediately understood that the other party had thought of this possibility too.
To be honest, it was too unbelievable, even making one unable to believe it. Isn't this too crazy? What is the princess's purpose in doing this?
Busan City is precarious, the purple-clad zombies are outside the city, and if it fails, the city will fall and she will die too. I don't know, but what can be confirmed now is that Zheng Duosun has already been controlled. The game system hasn't indicated Zheng Duosun's death, which means this guy is not dead. The situation is very tricky. We can't let the princess succeed in her plan, otherwise, it doesn't matter if Zheng Duosun dies and turns into a zombie, but in being alive is absolutely not allowed.
After listening to Su-Mo's analysis, Chang Chimeng slightly nodded.
The hatred between them was deep. One could say that if it weren't for them, Zheng Duosun wouldn't have ended up this badly, turning into a zombie in the instance. The horror game would end, and this guy would return to reality.
The problem is, how to stop it? Do we inform? Will that work? The Emperor zombie hasn't appeared yet. Will informing those officials lead to any zombies believing it? No.
Su-Mo narrowed her eyes and shook her head. I need to think some more, do some more research. Let's stay put for now. I need to observe. It was necessary to run several more simulations. Only by continuously simulating through the simulator could one understand how to stop the princess and how to clear this instance.
Now it was no longer about the instance's mission goals. Before the instance ends, if the princess and Zheng Duosun succeed, what awaits them is only death. There would be no way out. Unless they defected. But even defecting, those purple-clad zombies didn't seem to be good things either. At the same time,
Suemo had a very bold guess in her heart. Perhaps, the Emperor Zombie never woke up at all, or rather, the Emperor Zombie woke up once and then fell back into a deep sleep. From beginning to end, it was the civilian officials using the Emperor's order to give commands. The purple-clad zombies summoned a giant thing like Ghost Repair Mountain, and the Emperor Zombie still had no response.
Something was very wrong. Chapter 74, Shadow Sovereign. Second update.
Seeing that Suemo seemed to have her own plans, the two simply stopped discussing this issue.
Today's difficult problem still had no clear solution.
Outside the city lay a massive entity like Ghost Repair Mountain.
Until now, the civilian officials hadn't used the Emperor's order. Should they go out to face the enemy or defend the city walls? Neither of them knew. Upon reaching the city wall,
they met up with the Fat Man and others, and along the way, the zombie soldiers all saluted Suemo.
What's going on? I guess it won't be long before they attack the city. Should we go out?
There's been no movement yet, the purple-clad zombies are still lining up. Old Sun pointed to the camp in the wilderness and said in a deep voice.
What about Ghost Repair Mountain? Suemo looked up.
In the wilderness, a sea of purple-clad zombies was gathering, but she didn't see the massive entity from yesterday.
It probably won't appear today.
Summoning Ghost Repair Mountain must have come at a cost, it's not easy to summon again. Little Ma furrowed his brows and explained softly.
The Heavenly Master isn't all-powerful. Ghost Repair Mountain isn't a mount, it cannot be summoned without limits. If it could be controlled continuously, we wouldn't be able to hold Busan City for a day. Well said. Suemo agreed with this statement.
The rare zombie Silver Armor General couldn't harm Ghost Repair Mountain at all.
If the purple-clad zombies were strong enough to this extent, Busan City would have fallen on the first day. So today is probably about defending the city. Let's find a favorable position to ensure everyone completes their instance goals. Next, Suemo looked for easy-to-defend locations on the city wall and arranged several people in that spot. Everyone's instance goals were about to be completed. No matter what happened on the princess's side, completing the goal ahead of time was absolutely right. Even if they eventually defected, they just needed to hold on until the instance ended. Having thought this through, they waited on the city wall for the battle to begin. The meat grinder-like battlefield was expected to last for several more days. Taking advantage of this period of safety, you must try to change the direction as much as possible and find a safe way to pass through. First, it is crucial to investigate whether the Emperor Zombie has awakened or not. Also, when will Zhang Doxin leave the coffin? This is also very important. After leaving the coffin, how strong will Zhang Doxin become? Can he match the purple robe zombie? These are the targets that Suemo urgently needs to clarify, time is very tight. Celestial Palace. In the estate in mid-air.
A little girl with a ponytail yawned as she walked out of her bedroom and into the garden outside. She was planning to continue watching the terrifying game live broadcast. I wonder what changes will occur in today's Busan Zombie Journey instance. After that Ghost Cultivation Mountain appeared yesterday, the several Dragon Country players had no way to attack but only to run away. They couldn't deal any damage to Ghost Cultivation Mountain.
Even those silver armored generals could only flee. After stepping outside,
seeing a middle-aged man sitting in the garden, the little girl quickly stuck out her tongue and adjusted her clothes as she walked over.
Dad, what are you doing here? Uncle Chio, why didn't you wake me up earlier?
The middle-aged man turned to glance at the little girl, his mouth twitching slightly.
What time is it? Lunch is already over, and you just woke up. Are you asleep, God? How many hours do you sleep in a day? When will you? Oh, I studied late last night.
You're just making excuses.
How can that be an excuse? Mastering by, you can't slander people. I can't be bothered to argue with you.
You, after finishing the novice instance experience, haven't participated in any terrifying game recruitments.
Next time, you must not use the exemption card, you must enter the terrifying game instance.
The middle-aged man named Lin Shuiying is ranked 68th on the Heaven Ladder, known as the Master of Shadows. Once he successfully reaches the top of the 100 Masters, the Celestial Palace will grant him a residence, and this courtyard in the sky is Lin Shuiying's home in the Celestial Palace. Looking at his daughter Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Shuiying felt quite a headache.
She is completely unaware of the dangers of the terrifying game. Hey, Uncle Chio, are you watching Sumo's live broadcast? Why isn't Ghost Cultivation Mountain appearing today?
Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at the screen and was surprised to find that the Master of Shadows, who usually would not watch the live broadcasts of Dragon Country players, was actually watching Sumo's.
It's the Master watching.
Uncle Chio replied with a smile.
I must say,
recently, the matter of Pickled Cabbage Country using challenge cards against Dragon Country players has been a hot topic, with the spectator square packed with players watching the live broadcast. It seems even among the 100 masters, many are paying attention to this terrifying game live broadcast.
Today doesn't seem very interesting, it's just City Siege, and Ghost Cultivation Mountain is nowhere to be seen.
Lin Xiaoxiao stared at the projector for a while. The screen was filled with passionate blood and deafening shouts of battle. Whether it was the attacking purple robe zombie camp or the defending emperor zombie camp, today's fight was particularly fierce.
Beneath the city wall, several layers of zombie corpses had already piled up. But to her, it was less interesting than yesterday's battle outside the city. By the time you wake up, the flowers will have wilted.
Lin Shuiying shook his head slightly. He squinted at the several Dragon Country players on the screen, especially the general in silver armor. To rise to the rank of general in the S-class terrifying game instance in just a few days shows strong ability, luck, and means. Most players, except for those geniuses, will probably only rank up to about 100 long at most.
Becoming a general is simply impossible. Ah, did something happen that I don't know about in the story?
Lin Xiaoxiao asked, looking confused.
This morning, Su Mo went to meet the princess, and there were many changes in the instance.
Zheng Doxin was turned into a zombie by the princess with a corpse-raising technique, and is now lying in the coffin. The princess tried to seduce Su Mo, but was unsuccessful. Uncle Chiu glanced at the master. Seeing that the other party did not object, he hurriedly informed Lin Xiaoxiao about the events Su Mo encountered in the morning.
A melodramatic ethical drama.
The first thought that flashed through Lin Xiaoxiao's mind.
What does it mean? Does the princess like new things and get tired of the old? Is she interested in Su Mo now?
Will the story turn into a love-hate situation, with Zheng Duoshuan fighting Su Mo for the princess?
Uncle Chiu?
Lin Shuiying. Seeing the confused looks of the two, Lin Xiaoxiao awkwardly scratched her head.
This Su Mo is worth paying attention to, but based on the current situation, it's very likely that Emperor Jiang has a problem, a big problem.
Lin Shuiying stroked his chin and said in a deep voice. All signs indicate that Emperor Jiang might not have woken up at all, or that the emperor's coffin is empty.
Otherwise, everything wouldn't make sense. Huh? Isn't the emperor in the coffin? Can a zombie official holding the Imperial order be fake?
Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in, looking puzzled. Lin Shuiying slowly turned his head, his expression serious as he stared at Lin Xiaoxiao.
After a long time, he let out a long sigh.
Even if there are 100 powerful ones, they still cannot escape the summons of the game instance. If they want to get stronger, they must enter the horror game instance and use a waiver card. Someday, they will be surpassed by others. No one knows when they might die in the horror game instance. With Lin Xiaoxiao's temperament, if he dies, Lin Shuiying doesn't even dare to think how tragic his daughter would be.
I'm considering whether to find you a team to join.
As soon as these words came out.
Lin Xiaoxiao?
Chapter 75. In the middle of the night, 3 updates.
Night falls. Busan City.
On the city wall, Su Mo and others are throwing the zombie soldiers' bodies down, cleaning up the remains of zombies on the wall.
The daytime battle was brutal.
The purple-clothed zombies didn't stop attacking the city, and the zombie army kept crashing against the walls. Fortunately, after a day's work, they completed all the goals of the instance.
Let's not return to the mansion for the next few nights. If we need to eat, Fatty will go find some food nearby, and we'll rest here.
After finishing their busy work, Sumo slumped down on the ground, utterly exhausted.
No worries, I hid some food nearby, I'll go get it. Fatty nodded and left the wall.
The others sat down next to Sumo, checking the horror game panel.
Although they completed the task,
there are still several days left until the instance ends, and it's almost certain that the purple-clothed zombies will not stop attacking every day. Once they can summon Ghost Repair Mountain next time, they will definitely succeed in breaking the city.
By then, they will be in danger. Can we clear the instance early, or is it only speed running? Suddenly, Suemo licked her lips and asked out of the blue.
Chang Qiming and the others were all startled.
Speed run? Are you crazy? Busan Corpse Line is unlike other horror game instances, it's a battle instance, how can it be speedrun?
Chang Qiming blinked her big eyes, filled with confusion.
Even she couldn't imagine how Suemo would have such a terrifying idea. To think that such a large instance could be speedrun? It's impossible.
Both sides are strange zombies, and for a speedrun, unless all zombies from both sides are killed, the horror game won't recognize the identity of speedrun clearance. Not to mention how strong the zombies inside the city are. Just the Ghost Repair Mountain outside the city, the purple-clothed heavenly zombie, is not something they can challenge with their strength. Even those on the 100-strong list wouldn't be a match here.
Unless they can unite enough 100-strong powerful ones, that might be possible. I was just asking, don't get so worked up. Suemo waved her hand and smiled, also feeling that the thought was a bit crazy. But if an S-level large horror game instance really had someone successfully speedrun it, what kind of rewards would that be? They would probably hit the jackpot. Just the various items alone would be enough to make one's hands sore.
Unfortunately, large instances are not something personal strength can determine. It's not up to a single small team. Only by uniting teams that are strong enough and numerous enough can there be such a possibility. Not only was Chang Qiming startled by Sumo's idea, but the viewers in the live stream room were also taken aback. Everyone thought Sumo had a problem with her thinking. How dare he have such a thought? It's no different than seeking his own death. Especially the viewers from other countries, as if they found a point to mock, Crazy started to ridicule in the live chat. I'm dying of laughter. Does he really think he's strong? He's just lucky with a trick. He actually thinks he can speedrun this dungeon? Not even the 100 strong dare to think that, yet this newbie just entered the top 10,000, dares to think like this? Oh my, how could Zheng Duoshuan lose to such a player? It's simply a disgrace for our kimchi nation. What is speedrunning? Can someone explain? Speedrunning means you have to find a way to kill all the zombies in the dungeon, including the purple-clothed zombies and the Imperial zombies, until there are no zombies left that can threaten you, then the dungeon will recognize you as a speedrunner. To put it simply, it's about clearing the entire dungeon alone, with no enemy or ally. You are your own team. Oh my god, is this a dream? No wonder the rankings of the Dragon Nation are so poor. It turns out to be for this reason. They lack the strength of the 100 strong but have the flaws of the 100 strong, truly terrifying. The live chat was filled with constant arguments. Most players found Sumo's idea somewhat funny. In any horror game dungeon, attempting to clear it as a speedrunner becomes extremely dangerous. Small dungeons, due to the fewer and weaker monsters, might provide a chance for speedrunning. But large dungeons? No chance at all. So far, on the entire Heavenly Palace leaderboard, the players who can clear the S-grade large horror game dungeons are few and far between. Moreover, most of them paid a very heavy price. At times, the 100 strong have fallen, mostly in such large dungeons. How dare a rookie player have such a thought? Come on, eat something. The fat guy returned carrying 2 bags of food. Sumo and others sat together and began to eat. By the way, I saw that old eunuch Kong again when I was coming back. It seems like he's heading towards our residence. He must be looking for you. The fat guy remembered something and quickly warned Sumo. Should we find a place to hide? Why is the princess looking for you like this? Does she have a crush on you? But isn't the princess a zombie? That's really disgusting. The zombie's body is so shriveled, there's nothing there. No breasts, no butt. Skin color comparable to a black egg. Just thinking about it is enough to creep me out. Is he coming to find me again? At night? No way, I need to leave the city first. If he comes, just tell him you haven't seen me. Sumo was taken aback, grabbed a few bread rolls and stuffed them into her armor, and hurriedly ran to the collapsed wall, decisively jumping down from above. She found a spot to hide in the corner of the wall. The haunting spirit just won't go away. During the day, when the princess looks for him, he can still find a reason to refuse. Now it's night, and if she tries to seduce him again, even if Chang Qiming is with him, it would be hard to escape. This won't do, there's still several days left. That old eunuch will definitely keep an eye on me. While munching on the bread, Sumo muttered to herself. What can be done to completely make the princess stop trying to find him? Or rather, completely cut off the princess's thought of wanting to sleep with him. Where is General Su? On the city wall. The zombie old eunuch Kong came up with several zombie maidens, asking Chang Qiming and the others in a grating voice. I don't know. After the truce, we haven't seen General Su. He might have returned to the residence. Would you like something to eat, master? The fat guy shook his head and casually handed him a pack of spicy snacks. Eunuch Kong. He waved his hand in disdain, leading people to search the city wall, but after not seeing Sumo's figure, he prepared to leave in disappointment. If you see General Su, tell him that the princess has important matters for him to handle. Bring a few trusted ones, and if he doesn't come by midnight. Let General Su think about what the consequences of defying an order are. Eunuch Kong left with a chilling tone. Waving a hand, he led the person away. Not long after, Sumo climbed up the city wall and heard the relayed message. Gritting her teeth, she fell into deep thought. At midnight? And she still needs to bring people. What are they planning to do? Isn't the trusted ones referring to them, the players? It means she wants him to take a few teammates to the Hilton Hotel at midnight. Are you brave enough to go? Glancing around at the others, Sumo asked cautiously. Chapter 76 Moving the Coffin, for updates. In the deep silence of the night, Busan City was eerily quiet, the streets empty of any zombies. During the day, the zombie soldiers had suffered heavy losses, and Sumo had discovered by chance that the injured zombies could still heal. However, they needed to bury themselves in the soil to do so. For this reason, there were no patrolling zombie soldiers last night. The streetlights glowed dimly. Taking advantage of the night, Sumo and the others arrived at the lobby of the Hilton Hotel. After some discussion, they decided to come to the hotel at midnight to see what the princess truly wanted. If they all came at once, even if the princess was shameless, she wouldn't dare to seduce him in front of several people, right? General Su has arrived? Good, I thought the princess couldn't manage to move the general. Walking into the hotel lobby, they ran into Uncle Kong, who was waiting in the lobby, speaking in a sarcastic tone to Sumo. Uncle, don't joke around. Not wanting to show any hostility, she discreetly handed over a bag of ghost coins. On the old man's stiff face, a smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Shaking the coin bag, the sound of ding-dong echoed from inside, and Uncle Kong was quite pleased, nodding with a smile. The princess is waiting for the general upstairs, I should take my rest now. Uncle Kong led Sumo and the others to the elevator entrance, casually finding an excuse to leave. He didn't even follow them up the elevator. The 18th floor is an entire platform without rooms, plus. Fatty, cover your ears. This princess is very strange, her voice is full of seduction, and I fear you won't be able to hold back. While riding the elevator, Sumo cautioned Fatty. Ah, no. Old Sun doesn't need to cover his ears, and Shama doesn't either. Why just me? No, bro, do you look down on me? Am I really so unworthy in your eyes? Chang Chiming rolled her eyes at the guy. Irritably, she said, if I tell you to cover, then cover. No need for so many words. Old Sun is married, so there won't be any problems. Shama is still young and knows nothing, you're the one with the biggest problem. Quickly cover your ears, once we get in, don't look up, just follow us. Fatty still felt a bit disgruntled. Attempting to protest some more. You're the one who bought the year card at the Tiangong brothel, right? 1,000 ghost coins a year, and you're so willing to spend that. Do I need to expose anything else? Fatty. Such a secret matter, and it was discovered? Captain, I'm purely curious. I went there to appreciate art, absolutely no other purpose, truly. Besides, it's Tiangong, there are no real people inside, what else could I do? Sometimes dolls are more fun than people, didn't you say that last time? Xiao Ma weakly reminded him. Fatty? This team was unbearable, none of them had any appreciation whatsoever. Alright, we've arrived. Once we go in, just follow me. Don't talk randomly, and don't look up. Whatever the princess tells us to do, we do it. Let's complete the task as quickly as possible. As the elevator doors opened, Sumo took a deep breath, her expression unprecedentedly serious. She quietly reminded them a few times, leading them out of the elevator. The 18th floor was brightly lit, and in the center, there was still that ancient-style screen. Faintly, they could see the princess's figure sitting behind the screen. Where is the coffin? The lights were bright, and behind the screen, the coffin was missing compared to during the day. Princess, I wonder what your summons for me at this late hour entails. Sumo clasped her hands, her voice low and steady. General Su left in such a hurry during the day, I still have matters to tell you, but it's no problem. I have a task for you, General Su. Would you be willing? Her pleasant voice was like a spring breeze, and unconsciously, the image of the princess's alluring body floated in their minds from the day. Sumo hurriedly bit her tongue, forcing herself to calm down. I am willing, Your Highness. Sumo replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Well then, help me move the coffin outside. At that moment, Sumo realized that the coffin was placed behind where the elevator opened, no wonder she hadn't seen it after entering. Move the coffin? What for? If nothing unexpected, Zheng Duoshuan should still be lying inside. Move it to where? Under the Imperial coffin. The princess sat up completely, her voice cold. Sumo. General Su, only you are aware of this matter. I do not wish for anyone else to know, do you understand? Understood. Sumo struggled to swallow her saliva. If that's the case, all speculations are true. The coffin contains Zheng Duoshuan, moving it to beneath the Imperial coffin means it's behind the hotel. Is it to change the coffin? Could it be that the Imperial zombie really can't wake up, or is the Imperial coffin actually empty? For a moment, Sumo's thoughts were a whirlwind, unable to find a clue. If this is done well, I can grant you a request. Besides the troops of the commander's residence, I can allow you to command the feather troops. You can rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. However, if this is not done well, hum. A stick and a sweet date. Even a zombie can play such tricks. I obey your command, but I have a request. At this point, there was no chance for them to refuse, they could only brace themselves to move the coffin. However, a figure flashed through Sumo's mind. She clasped her hands again and said, We have just assumed our positions and are unfamiliar with the city. I dare to ask your highness to arrange someone to guide us.
I've noticed that Lord Kong seems very familiar with the city. Granted.
The princess waved her sleeve, and a few minutes later, Lord Kong hurriedly walked out of the elevator and knelt in front of the screen.
Old servant pays respects to the princess. You will lead General Su in everything, follow General Su's orders. Make sure to move the coffin to the designated place and return quickly to report to me.
Old zombie Lord Kong was dumbfounded. He never expected Sumo would let him lead the way.
This old servant obeys. If this matter is not done well, I will have you executed first.
To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Seeing the princess threaten Old Kong, Sumo knew this was meant for them to hear.
The time is not early, get moving quickly.
As the princess's voice fell, darkness fell behind the screen, and there was no more sound.
Sumo and the others arrived at the coffin.
It was a coffin made entirely of a certain kind of stone, with vivid carvings of 9 black dragons. They twisted and coiled around the coffin. The 9 dragon heads gathered above the coffin. In the center, a blood-colored luminous pearl emitted a strange glow.
Upon closer inspection, Sumo was very certain. This is the Imperial coffin in the air.
What emitted the blood-red glow was this luminous pearl. One could clearly feel that the blood-red glow was filled with negative vibes of slaughter, cruelty, and violence.
Hurry up and lift it, what are you waiting for?
Lord Kong urged sternly from the side.
We can't move it.
As Chang Chiming and the others had just placed their hands on the coffin, they saw Sumo spread her hands, motionless, staring at the zombie eunuch Lord Kong.
She grinned. All the money has been taken by the eunuch.
I've been fighting all day, and I'm already exhausted.
Right now, I can't lift the coffin, so what do you think, Lord Kong?
With her index and thumb rubbing together, Sumo made a very obvious gesture, licking her lips.
Take out a few bags of strange coins. Not enough. Sumo counted them and put them into the game space.
Eunuch Kong, General Su, we have only accepted these silver coins from you.
Don't seek your own death.
If you disturb us, you will not have a good outcome.
No way, I can't lift it, my arms are weak. How about you lift it yourself, and we will follow you.
In the end, they snatched another 2 bags of strange coins from Eunuch Kong, and after confirming that he truly had no more money on him, Sumo finally gave up.
What an international joke. Whether it's the princess or this Eunuch Kong, they absolutely won't let them off the hook in the end. The most reliable way to keep a secret is to make sure this person stays silent forever. Sumo dared to be certain. Once they transport the coffin to the bottom of the Imperial coffin, these few would definitely be in trouble. Changing the Imperial coffin is tantamount to rebelling, not to mention that inside the coffin lies the already decomposed Shuten-Dōji.
The horror game still hasn't notified him of his death, and the situation is bizarre to this extent.
Any benefits that can be obtained must be fully taken.
In case something goes wrong, perhaps they all might need to defect and leave Busan City directly. The few of them lifted the heavy coffin and walked into the elevator, arriving at the first floor of the hotel. The streets outside were filled with chilling winds. The livestream audience also sensed that the situation was somewhat strange. They expressed their opinions one after another. After all, Sumo and the others had no clue about Zheng Duoxuan's condition. Based on the uninterrupted livestream footage of Zheng Duoxuan, they were very clear what Zheng Duoxuan's situation was now.
Damn, this Busan zombie walk instance is way too difficult. How could it develop to this point?
It's simply full of crises, and this guy Zheng Duoxuan has already turned into a half-zombie, completely lost his rationality, and his strength is terrifying.
Sumo and the others have no idea.
I have a premonition that once they reach the location, Zheng Duoxuan might just come out of the coffin. I've participated in many instances, but this is the first time I've seen such a brain-twisting situation happen.
It's too bizarre.
I didn't expect that players could eventually become strange within the instance.
Isn't anyone curious if Zheng Duoxuan can leave the instance in the end? Having become strange, he probably won't be able to leave, right? Leave? What a joke. The final result of this instance will definitely be that everyone dies.
I dare bet 100 strange coins, for sure.
Bro, I'm betting with you.
I actually think the Cloud Peak team must have a plan by coming at midnight, but I've never seen players dare to rob strange creatures.
I learned a lesson. Next time I enter the horror game instance, I'll try it too. Try it and you'll be finished.
The discussion in the live stream chat was intense. At this point, even the players who had been closely following Sumo's broadcast could not figure out how to escape. It seemed like all roads were blocked.
If they didn't accept the princess's mission, they would definitely be targeted, leading to death anyway.
But if they accepted this job, such a secret matter could easily let Sumo and the others know.
The princess might very well erase them too.
Apart from defecting, it seemed there really was no other way. The screen slowly moved. Suemo and the others carried the heavy coffin, walking on the silent, lifeless street, step by step to the back of the hotel. To the place where the Imperial coffin was located. This was an abandoned open space, located directly behind the hotel. Surrounded by blue construction facilities, it was impossible to see the interior from the outside. There was only a small path leading inside. Go this way, hurry. Eunuch Khan was leading the way, constantly urging Suemo and the others. One could clearly feel. Old zombie Eunuch Khan became very cautious as they approached the blue construction site. He even stopped tightening his throat while speaking, and his voice softened a lot. Fear. Suemo could sense that this old guy was afraid. To make the old eunuch afraid indicated that the Imperial coffin was likely not empty, and the Imperial zombie could very well be inside. It's just that for some reason, it had been unable to awaken. Or perhaps, the princess had used some method. Control inside the Imperial coffin. Get ready. Entering the construction site. The ground is a muddy path, Suemo quietly reminds Chang Chi-Meng and the others in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The group looks serious, steadily nodding their heads. Carrying the coffin, they walk along the muddy path to the center of the construction site. As they get closer, they discover. In the center of the construction site, there is a very large pit being dug, and the Imperial coffin is right above the pit, with excavators on both sides turned into iron discs, vaguely recognizable by their shapes. And in the pit below, Suemo guesses it must be the ancient tomb uncovered during the construction. Swarm after swarm of zombies crazily rushes out, and thinking of the scene encountered in a horror game back in Busan, Suemo feels a prickle on her scalp. Ordinary people have no ability to resist. Go down from here. The old steward raises his head, cautiously staring at the Imperial coffin above, pointing to an entrance on one side of the pit, and instructs Suemo and the others. After going down, there will be an Imperial platform to place the coffin. Place the coffin on it with the head facing east and the feet facing west, then light the candles, and we will wait for you up here. Looking at the dark entrance, Suemo couldn't help but frown. The old steward is not going in with them? This suggests there is danger inside. Aren't you going in, steward? I'm afraid I won't find the position. We said, we will wait for you here, quickly carry the coffin inside. The old steward's voice becomes sharp, urging impatiently. His gaze is constantly fixed on the Imperial coffin above. His body is slightly trembling. This guy is afraid, once the coffin is placed in position, something will definitely happen. Suemo exchanges glances with Chang Chi-Meng and the others. Alright then, if the steward doesn't want to go in, he can wait for us up here. Suemo says in a deep voice. Shouldering a corner of the coffin, she steps into the entrance of the ancient tomb pit. The fat guy and the others follow closely behind. Be careful, hurry up, it's just ahead, we are waiting for you to come out together. As the coffin is about to be lifted inside, the old steward is excited and anxiously urges. Steward. Just as they are about to enter the ancient tomb entrance, Suemo suddenly stops, her whole being bathed in scarlet, looking up at the old steward above. Let's talk about it when we come out, hurry up, hurry up. General Su, you all hurry up. Once this is over, the princess will surely reward you. Hurry, don't stop. Watching the old steward anxiously stamping his feet in place. Suemo, with her back to the ancient tomb entrance, lifts the coffin with one hand, raises the other hand holding a pink inflatable hammer, under the old steward's terrified gaze. Bang! She fiercely smashes the blood-red night pearl. Chapter 78, Zombie Transformation, Zheng Duosun, 1 Update. With a bang, the night pearl embedded in the coffin rolls off. The scene falls into an oddly eerie silence. Above, the old steward collapses to the ground, the zombie showing a look of terror on its face, pointing at Suemo, unable to utter a word. Destroying the coffin, especially under the Imperial coffin, once it is opened, that would be the end. Get ready! Suemo squints her eyes, seeing the old steward collapsed on the ground, completely scared silly, she roars again, raising the inflatable hammer, trying to open the coffin. The reason for this choice was discussed among Suemo, Chang Chi-Meng, and the others. They unanimously decided that they must eliminate the Zheng Duosun inside. Although this would offend the princess, it seems now that the princess is unable to leave the hotel for some reason, otherwise, why would such an important task of transporting the coffin be left to Suemo? There must be a reason behind it. At the same time, another important factor is that the condition of the Emperor Zombie inside the Imperial coffin must be clarified. Assuming the Emperor Zombie cannot change attributes, or that there is no Emperor Zombie inside the coffin at all. They must prepare in advance to face the purple-clad zombies outside. Without the Emperor Zombie to restrain them, they would definitely not be a match. Rumble. Inside the coffin, there are continuous booming sounds. It seems something wants to come out. Open it, let him out. Suemo grits her teeth and shouts. The fat guy swings the mountain axe, trying to pry open the coffin at the side seam.